Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 Major.
on a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping teeth and claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. It's week 2 now, and that means it's time for Group B, the Bloodbath. Last week, we had some amazing action. I have no doubt this week will be exactly the same, and perhaps even more. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host, and right now, I'm joined on the desk by Pimp and Maniac. Boys, great to see you. I'm going to do the lean across, as you requested last week when you were on that side. Great to have you back. How are you boys doing?
It's good. It's good. We had a nice day off yesterday, you know, recharging the batteries a little bit, getting ready for Group B. We had a lot of action going on, obviously, in Group A. 8 teams booked their spot into it, but Group B is going to be quite heavy. You know, on paper, at least a stronger group than we saw in A.
Yeah, I think the midfield is very, very stacked. I like Group B, Bloodbath. That's a good tagline from Pala right there. Good work. I'm ready for it.
Some of his best work, actually.
I am absolutely ready as well. Before we start breaking things down and getting into things properly, first things first, a big shout out to one of our main sponsors. Display, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. You can see one, in fact, on our desk. Ooh. If we go to a wide quickly, before I pick up this one, please. We've got the iconic Counter-Strike bomb on the middle of the... No, we're going to stay on me, yeah. We have this one here with me behind the desk.
Beautiful.
Counter-Strike 2, a little classic, as I said. Magnet-mounted, very simple. You've probably heard of Display before. If you haven't, now you know. I'm going to stick this here for now. And then once again, request we go to a wide so I can show the display of the day on the desk at the bottom. Because this is important. I want to make sure everyone at home knows. Yeah, we have the iconic CS bomb there. And if you want to vote for the display of the day, which is that there, use our Twitch poll. Guys, these are super awesome. Maybe we could get some custom-made Counter-Strike ones from you guys' careers. Pimp, what would it be for you?
Something about liquid, I feel like.
Something about liquid,
right? I'll just Titan over here maybe a little bit.
Titan Maniac?
I don't know, I guess. As long as we can maybe cover your face with one of these plates here, that'll be fine. Just put it in front of Jacob right there. There we go.
Yeah, I think I would just go for like a regular CS2 one, or maybe I could get some throwback ones from my old YouTube CS videos. Maybe I should do some more. With that being said, everybody, it's not just from games. We've also got movies, shows, and more. And so, yeah, anything that you'd like, pretty much, you can get on your display. Head on over to display.com/PGL and find your display. Using the code PGL at checkout nets you 20% off on orders of 1 to 2, 33% off on orders of 3+. Display, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. All right, and with that being said, everybody, let's start breaking things down. Why don't we take a look back at last week first?
Sure.
RMR, the first half of it, Group A, was fire. Which are the moments that stood out to you?
Oh, there was a lot of moments that stood out to me. Obviously, you had most of the favorites qualifying, but for me, I like the more dark-sided, so to speak. NIP completely crumpling, going 0-3. To me, that's what sticks. We already heard the rumors about NIP re-ramping the entire roster apart from 2 players. That one is quite interesting. Falcons, we saw them in Katowice do quite okay. They're not going to be part of the major. Sonic is not going to be part of the major. Magix is not going to be part of the major. Sun Payas, a top 10 player in the world, not part of the major. So to me, those 2 are the ones that sticks out the most.
Yeah, very rough. Obviously, for NIP, it means the deeper, greater changes are coming. We already hear
probably
about
a good
it.
Thing, yeah?
And it probably is a good thing at this point for Falcons. And I think they're all aware of how it is the beginning of a journey, but still, that sucks massively to miss out on the CS2 first major on home soil for some of these players as well. And on the positive side, of course, we saw a whole lot of emotions coming out of the likes of Koyo, Saw, qualifying. Holy hell. It does feel good to have genuine, real, authentic reactions to making it to... So it means that we're not just waffling here at the desk when we say it's life-changing and these players are putting everything on the line. Like, you can feel and see the emotions firsthand. it's really refreshing.
From Group A, we had G2, VP, FaZe, Movistar, Koi, Na'Vi, MKAL, Saw, and Eternal Fire making it through to Copenhagen. We still have a few teams in the last chance qualifier as well that will be taking place at the end of this week after Group B. Why don't we turn our attention now to Group B and take a look at our participating teams. This is the field that makes up the bloodbath. Just look at it, everybody at home. So many names standing out there. Pimp, you want to jump in?
No, I mean, we have Vitality obviously being one of the heavy favorites. Team Spirit, who came out and blew everyone's mind during Katowice. Donk the Menace, we're going to see play Counter-Strike today. That's awesome. Astralis, who at Katowice was very, very disappointing, but a team that, given that it's in Copenhagen, the first ever major in Royal Arena, that's almost their home turf. And they have a history of not really, doing so well in Royal Arena. So for them not to make it, that would be an absolute disaster. So pressures on Astralis. And as you said, the middle pack of these teams, very strong.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't believe there are too many teams that will be easy to beat, quote unquote. I don't think that's the case. Maybe you could argue the likes of maybe excl, Nexus, Pera, a little bit of a weaker resume coming here, but we all know it's a best of one day, and it will indeed be full of upset. And also the dupreeh storyline.
Yeah.
dupreeh, the only player who's made it to 11 majors here with Preasy as well, starting in a domestic matchup against Heroic. Oof, that's my game of the day. That's the one I'm waiting for.
The field is thick with a double C, right, guys? All right, everybody, why don't we take a look at our schedule as well, starting with the secondary stream. We are, of course, on the main stream here, but we have a secondary stream running too. They're going to kick off their day with Chatty B and Machini TV casting over MOUZ versus Guild Eagles. And we'll have Monte Esports versus excl, Cloud9 versus Pera Esports, and then Preasy versus Team Heroic.
Hey, MOUZ versus Eagles is low-key a banger matchup. To kick off a best of one day for MOUZ, you're coming off strong of a very decent Katowice. You just had this moment on the stage where, sure, maybe FaZe put you in your place, but it doesn't matter. MOUZ, one of the best teams in the world out there, and I think Eagles are a very slippery matchup. They have a history in performing at these RMRs, qualifying to majors time and time again, where they were the bad news Eagle. I think that MOUZ have their work cut out for them. It's going to be a hard matchup to beat.
I think everyone came into this group thinking the one team we want to avoid in a best of one would be the Eagles, right? They've had, as you said, they have a history of, excuse my friends, fucking things up, when it comes into the RMRs. They always show up, and do something they're not supposed to do. They always come in with a fire. We talked about the passion, the fire, the energy they play with. Last major as well, they were so close knocking FaZe out of it as well. There's just a history and an aura around this bad news Eagles team that are now the Guild Eagles that you cannot remit. It's a team you have to be fearful of if you're MOUZ.
I love the fact that they've kept the Eagles in the name, by the way. Shout out to the bad news Eagles. And yeah, them versus MOUZ is a banger matchup on the secondary stream, so have that secondary tab open. Watch both streams at the same time. Here on the main stream, however, we also start off with an absolute banger, an absolute killer. We've got the GamerLegion going up against Vitality. So many storylines here, but I have to say it, we get to watch ZywOo play.
You know what that is? Vitality versus GamerLegion?
In your words, Pimp, what would it be?
The last grand final of the major.
Oh.
Right? That's what we played around. That's
All right.
It's not necessarily
the same line.
It's not necessarily line, but that right there, that's a history line for you. That is the last game we saw at a major in Paris, where Vitality obviously won it. Rematch today, GamerLegion, not necessarily hoping to win that game. I would not expect that, but they still play good Counter-Strike.
Well, listen, they've been going at it, proving ourselves that they have a higher ceiling that we expect. They've been taking names even in best of 3, and then we couple that with Vitality's demise in Katowice, like an absolute mental breakdown that we witnessed. The question is, how is Vitality showing up here? Like, what's the mental temperature? Like, are they better? Have they had any open-hearted conversation? I don't really know. We're just making hypotheses here, but I do think it's a very tricky matchup to start with for Vitality. They could have been easier opponents to face.
Just to reiterate for everybody at home, we had Spirit versus ENCE, 2 p.m. and these times are all EET. And then at 3 p.m. we've got Apeks versus OG, and then we'll have Astralis versus Nexus at 4 p.m. EET. We will have more matches over the rest of the day, like the evening, so to speak, but we'll have to figure out who's playing who as we get through our first batch. Guys, I'm excited.
Me too, and I think the teams are excited as well. We had the same conversation 5 days ago when we started with Group A. It's super important for the teams to get off to a good start. You do not want to go 0-1. You do not want to go 0-2 and feel that pressure from the get-go. If you win at the very least one best of one today, you know that you're playing another one tomorrow. Maybe even you get into the best of 3s tomorrow and you have a chance of qualifying fast. And I think that's the main sentiment for me, that all these teams here, as much as we like to be in Romania, as much as we like to see these teams place, they want to leave as fast as possible so they can go home, prepare for the major in Copenhagen. So the sooner they can win, the better.
Maniac, I'd say that the Swiss format can be relatively forgiving, but at the same time, I completely agree with what Pimp's saying. None of these teams want to start out their journey here at the RMR going 0-1.
No, you're right. And I would go even one step further. We know that you play a game today, and if you lose, you play another one right back up in the round of 2. So I'm sure there are very vocal voices out there who will say, Swiss system, BO1 with MR12?
Love it.
Holy hell. Like, it was already rough when it was best MR15 rather. Now that it's MR12, the game goes so fast. You can have one bad day in the office and you're immediately put up against an incredibly rough patch just to make it to the major. So we're going to have to keep our finger on the pulse for today, Paula.
Yeah, should we just quickly touch upon also, I mean, we've spoken a bit about favorites, but underdogs and dark horses, anyone standing out to you guys?
Well, the way I would look at it is I think RMR gave us some reactions that we were hoping to see from favorites that had struggles. The likes of VP, for example, G2, like all of these signs were very, very positive. And it's a filter that we can apply to the RMRB. There are a couple of teams who have had either very disappointing or dramatic entrances into 2024. We're talking about Astralis, for example. What a car crash that was in Katowice. Cloud9 has been a little bit up and down. Yeah. These are teams who have a very easy, favorable matchup, but have to be very careful. You see here, this is Astralis' run in Katowice, and what an emotionally loaded route they've had. First of all, losing to Glaive in ENCE, losing to Heroic as a sort of a Danish counterpart. Like, they basically got done psychologically any way you could possibly.
That was a living nightmare for Astralis in Katowice. Good for them, it was only 2 days, right? And then they were on their way home.
It's already over.
Exactly. I think they're on the route to come in here and prove a point, as you said. And I think that filter is something we have to keep an eye out for. Cloud9, you mentioned them as well. That's just a curious one for me. I cannot see a world where Cloud9 is not making roster changes after the major, regardless of them making it or not. We speak about the identity of the team, the lack of an AWP presence, all these different issues we have at Cloud9. 6 months ago, we spoke about them as this could be the next new thing. This could be the team that would win stuff, you know, and go very, very far, but hasn't been the case. So I'm curious to see Cloud9 and how they're going to fare.
Pimp, talking about new things, I think it would be remiss if we did not talk a bit about Spirit and a very newly famous player on their team, Dong. What are expectations on him coming into this RMR? It would be amazing, from my perspective, to see him play like he did at Kato, but can he keep that level? I don't know.
No, I don't know either, to be completely honest. For my money, Spirit is almost a guarantee to make it to the major, and for my money, I want to see him play at the major. I don't necessarily care too much how he does it, as long as his team is winning. Of course, what he did in Katowice is remarkable. Something I've never seen in my entire life, something that will go down in history as arguably the greatest performance of any Counter-Strike player ever. Can he continue that level? Who knows, but as long as they qualify for the major in Copenhagen, because that's where I want to see him.
Well, mathematically, he should calm down a little bit, just a tad. Hopefully. But I do think that Spirit have shown enough qualities and asset across, I mean, beyond just the Donk Show, which was obviously legendary, as you mentioned. There are plenty of players who are
Is that official terminology now, by the way?
The Donk Show?
The Donk Show? Are we going to coin, is Maniac going to coin that on the desk? Are we going to refer to Donk's performance at Kato 2024, the Donk Show?
We just have to talk about copyright and royalties. I mean, as soon as we get that handled, of course, I'm open to business.
Okay,
you know, get my email address on Twitter, just hit me up.
Everyone in the chat, hashtag the Donk Show. Thanks to Maniac. Sorry, Maniac, didn't mean to derail you.
No, I was just going to say there are many individuals who don't really necessarily get a lot of praises just because there's like this quasar, there's like this event horizon of Donk that just swallows everything. But Zontix, Shiro, the leading of Chopper as well, the glue player, the feel of Magix that was absolutely perfect with any kind of weapon in Katowice. There are many reasons why Spirit was unstoppable. And even if I expect Donk to provide slightly lower number, he's still going to remain extraordinary. But the numbers will be slightly lower. I still think Spirit will be fine without an out-of-this-world performance.
100% agree. We saw Zontix play well in Copenhagen in the beginning of the season, and we already saw it at the beginning of the season. They were in Copenhagen, Paolo, with 2 stand-ins. They were playing with their coach and a stand-in from the academy team. Yet they came very, very close, beating Liquid in a best-of-3, and they remained competitive in that group. So we kind of saw the early signs of a strong unit. They were lacking Donk, obviously, in that one, and I'm sure had he been in Copenhagen, it would have changed the entire outcome of that game. Liquid were almost lucky to beat a team with a coach standing in and an academy player standing in. So we knew Spirit were going to come into Katowice to play well. We just didn't know that Donk would be such a menace.
Since we're talking about Spirit, why don't we touch upon their opponents that they'll be playing in their first best-of-1 today, ENCE. Guys, what do you think of how this roster is looking at the moment?
Talk about a team that exceeded expectations,
oh, yes.
Right? We all had our doubts with Glaive coming into it, especially considering he's now surrounded by 4 Polish players. But what they did in Katowice was nothing but spectacular. Taking down Astralis in the fashion they did 2-0, taking down the Mongols as well, taking down Vitality. They knocked Vitality out of the goddamn tournament match.
G2 right behind.
G2 right behind as well. That was a rough one for them. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done in the playoff, but I think for ENCE, that was a massive step in the right direction and a confirmation that Glaive is still a great in-game leader.
I know. The only real question was, how much did the context affect this performance? And that's why we're having reservations when it comes to ENCE a little bit, because it wasn't Katowice. They all had skin in the game, way more than anybody else. But the team did surprise me, and I'm hoping that there's not going to be a big decrease of a performance.
Glaive, absolutely still one of the best IGLs in the world, and we're seeing that with his effect on ENCE. And I think having a player like him with so much experience, so much tenure as being one of the best IGLs, it's going to help them a lot at the RMR. Guys, I think we've really set the scene here, and we should start focusing in on our first matchup of the day on this mainstream. Vitality versus GamerLegion. Pimp, can I get your initial thoughts, please?
I mean, Vitality have struggled a little bit in the beginning of the season. Obviously, Katowice was a big disappointment. We expected them to do way better. We expected them to be part of the playoff. Wasn't the case. They're starting to rise some questions around the lineup as well. I would say Messi is a point of conversation where I'm not too sure I'm convinced yet. He's been very shaky. He had a couple of good tournaments, had a couple of very poor ones as well. And I think if you're Vitality with the ambitions to win every single tournament you turn up to, Messi is a player right now potentially fighting for his contract winning Vitality.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I didn't like what I saw from Vitality in Katowice, but for more reasons than one. And it goes beyond Spinks having an absolute stinker of a performance, the guy who was coined 4th best player in the world. What really worried me is that I think they looked hungover from the wins of late 2023. You know, when you're in the midst and you have momentum and you go from event to event and you're just performing, you don't really have time to think about what you're accomplishing. You're just having a great atmosphere, everyone is charged up, and you go into the game and you win. But after World Final, what happens? The break. Holiday break. Everyone has time to go home. You know, you settle a little bit. It hits you. We won everything. Think about the HLTV Awards. They won Player of the Year, Team of the Year, IGL of the Year. They basically racked up all the awards. And then time passes and you show up in Katowice. And now you've had time to wear this cape on you that says, best team in the world, take me down. And they couldn't handle that position. I have rarely seen Vitality that stressed and nervous and agitated as I saw them in Katowice. So it was rough for me to watch. It's a very important event, but the truth is, if they stand up now and they qualify and we have a good major, that's all right. It's forgotten.
Maniac, you mentioned IGLs. How do the two IGLs from our team stack up against each other, Pimp?
I mean, Apeks is a guy who's now proven himself to, as you said, be the best in-game leader in the world. IGLs out there are tough to come by, and he's one who had to transition into becoming one. Used to be an entry fragger back in the days. You have played with him, I played against him. He was, in my books, you know, a potato running around just killing you, left, right, and center. He turned in to become one of the smarter players of Counter-Strike, and he's a great leader for all I care. Going up against Snacks, sort of like the same history. He was in VP, then he was the in-game leader, then it was Test, then it was him, then it was Neo. So he's been around players, and he's been around that job before. I think there's a different caliber in terms of in-game leading qualities right here, where Apeks is a leader full way around, Snacks perhaps just in game.
I think Apeks might maybe have a lead up in terms of innovations, also because of the staff and the players around him coming up with some new strategies. But I do think that Snacks, no matter if he's relatively fresh in his role, because of his game sense, he will be able to sense weakness throughout the game. And I think that's why it's an interesting matchup. If you're Snacks and your opening game is Vitality, and you know they have all the pressure in the world, they've just messed up in Katowice, it's the major, I'm gonna hit them with some gamble. I'm hit them with some of these strategies that make you mad. Because you have seen the images, you've seen they were not able to handle it in Katowice. And I think Snacks always had that to his game. Like, how many times would you watch and be like, oh, this little rat, as a compliment, right?
Oh, he's a rat,
and he would do it again. I am guaranteed that GamerLegion is going to throw some shenanigans here and there, because that's what I would do if I was going up against Vitality now.
This is great insight, because if you didn't know, during his time, Maniac was also one of the top IGLs. And so, yeah, it's very interesting to see how you see this IGL battle. From my perspective, there's a cool dynamic here because, of course, Apeks and Snacks are such veterans of the game. And, you know, them going head-to-head, not just in terms of the firepower, but also ideas, I find very interesting, Pimp.
It is very interesting. For my money, when I look at Apeks, it's more so how do you control the pressure, as you spoke about. We saw him, I wouldn't say lose his mind, you know, but he was affected by the pressure as well. Yeah. We had the conversation with Apeks that he's a very vocal, very emotional player, and there's been times where maybe those emotions were getting a bit out of hand. I then think we had a long period where he was controlling it to perfection. He was using it in a positive way, and I think everyone around him felt that energy, felt that hunger. And now we're at a point again where I'm starting to question, is it a bit of an issue? Can it be one of those things where he's losing control? So for my money, I'm more looking at Apeks' body language than necessarily what he's doing in-game, because in-game. He got Zaiwu, he got Spinks, he got all the tools he needs in order to win the games. Whether or not does he have it outside.
But as long as everybody shows up as well, right? Because against them, GamerLegion now, they're starting again to put some heads on the board. Like they've started to take down teams in best of 3. And of course, they love to remind us of how we don't give them the time of day and we don't give them respect for these wins. I think they're on a good trajectory, an interesting one. They're starting to position themselves like gatekeepers of the top 12, maybe something like that. If you want to be in that category, you have to go through GamerLegion. But
you don't always want to be a gatekeeper, though, right? You want to get to that next point.
You don't want to be a gatekeeper of top 12, you know?
Yeah.
That's not the biggest compliment in the world.
I mean, for a while, I would have said they're irrelevant.
Yeah, that's fair.
So to me, that is a compliment in their trajectory.
I would say there's some upwards trajectory there. And my remark, I'm just saying, how do they get to that? How do they stop being the gatekeepers? How do they walk through the gate themselves?
To be completely honest, I think Matthew is onto something when he's saying that the team is a great team. They're a great unit. They stick together and they stick by each other because that's all they got, to be completely honest. When you look at the player material, player for player, GamerLegion is not a team that's supposed to be a top 8 or top 10 team for that matter as well. They don't have the player material in order to go in there and dominate games against the likes of Vitality. So if they want to win their games, come in, be a bit surprising, and rely on the synergy that we saw do so well for the Danish version of Heroic for such a long time. They didn't have the team in order to be the best in the world, yet they were at small moments.
I will say in their favor that just being in contact with a guy like Snacks and playing practices and playing officials, I hope that they can pick up on his ability to make plays mid-round. Because this is really where they falter sometimes compared to the greatest teams. Whenever they have to follow a plan from the very get-go, they have great executes. They have individuals who can stand their ground. Individually, Echo will have good game. Isaac will have very good anchoring. On the CT side, there's no doubt. But when situations get a little chaotic and it's a 3v3 and there's 30 seconds on the clock, I almost feel like if Snacks isn't alive, nobody's going to come up with that little bit of creativity. I'm going to cross this smoke. I'm going to use this pop flash right here. I'm going to shoulder peek. Snacks is a creator. They are more soldiers around him. And I would hope that he would sort of transfer that to them as well. Like, listen, guys, this is how you can make plays and you can turn around situations. Because at that game, I do think Vitality have a bit more assets.
And that's where we need to see Echo a bit more. He's been around for a long time. He was praised to be one of the greatest Danish talent, especially with the AWP, but he's very passive in the way he's playing Counter-Strike. So you're not wrong in saying that if you need some explosivity to happen on the server, it usually has to come from Snacks. Sometimes you like to see Echo use his movement, use his flair for the game a little bit more in an aggressive way, but I think by now that's a dream that we can put to bed. We've been saying that for a couple of years. He's a very passive player, he's a great player, but on a map like Nuke, maybe that suits him as well. Maybe that's one of the maps where you can allow yourself to be a little bit passive, hold the angles, and make sure that certain areas of the map is closed down.
Look at that, we've got a...
That's a beautiful little plushie over there.
Is that Stitch or Lilo?
I'll take your guess. It's better than mine. You know what I mean? Like,
it's from a movie, right? It's
yes.
A plushie. But
that's the end of my reference. As far as I go, I'm not really super knowledgeable.
I just can't remember if Lilo is the girl or Stitch. You know.
Well, I'll
anyway.
just leave you in that pit. You just read just fine.
I'll think about it whilst you analyze Counter-Strike.
No, the last remark I wanted to put on is that we're playing Nuke, and I think it's a very good benchmark to see how calm Apeks is or how tense he is. Because it's a map where if he is tense, if he's starting to lose sort of the grounding, he will just die alone outside multiple times. Yes. For some reason, it's a map where his lack of certainty with the game plan shows the more, transpires the more. He will offer himself up time after time after time. Whereas when Vitality is in a very good position, he's way more disciplined, way more organized. He plays off of Zaiwu a bit more. He plays off of Spinks and Mini a little bit more. So keep your eye on Apeks. And if you want to do a case study on this map, I think that's a good angle to look at it.
It's an excellent point because we did see them play Nuke. Yeah, it happens once in a while. It's an excellent point because we did see them play Nuke at Katowice against ENCE. And I remember covering that game myself. And Apeks had 6 rounds in a row where he was shot in the back. 6 rounds in a row where he didn't look at an opponent dying. Nah, he got shot in the back because he was constantly over-rotating, constantly out of position, and as you said, stressed on the server. So for you, that's a great benchmark. For me, it's another great benchmark. I don't want to see Apeks die 6 rounds in a row in the back.
I feel like this is going to be really tough for GamerLegion if Vitality's like biggest shooters just reach somewhat to the heights of their skills, not even at the very heights of their skill scenes, but you know, if Zaiwu's playing an average Zaiwu game, if Flames is playing a decent Flames game, and if Spinks can pick his form back up, like this is raw firepower. How does GamerLegion avoid that?
Spinks got to bounce back, but that's the most blanket statement you could ever find, but that is a fact. But I do want to say, hey, is the arrival of Donk gonna maybe, you know, scrap Zaiwu in the wrong way? Like, hey, listen, I was the best in the world until this guy came around, and everyone is talking about Donk now. So I'm hoping that Zaiwu comes back in. Let's go.
Yeah,
claim it again.
Maniac, this game is live. Can I get your official predictions, please?
Vitality.
All right, everybody at home, this is the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR second half, Group B. Jackie and Vince, the bloodbath is about to begin.
I hope you've brought some sponges, Paula, to clean up this studio, because it is going to be quite intense, isn't it? What a way to kick off Group B, Vince, the RMR of death with so many stacked teams, and this is a banger to open it up.
100%. I think coming into this tournament, people were very excited about both of the groups, but this is the one on paper that is way, way more difficult, and ZywOo showing firsthand. As he slaps away GamerLegion in the pistol and just makes it look so easy. It's effortless for the man. Snax can do little but try and pick up the pieces. But there's going to be another 3 parts of that jigsaw to put together, and he doesn't even have control over the bomb, Jackie. What a start for ZywOo. What an introduction to the RMR.
Oh, yeah. That's the debut. That's the pistol round special. Can he get the ace? Can they give him it? Snax trying to tease them towards the event. Couple pop shots going out. Snax with the Julies, wanting to be given a couple of 1v1s here, but he swings back out, and ZywOo will complete it. The full 5. Okay, that's one way to kick off the game, isn't it, Vince? Little ace up the pocket.
He's got the bling around his neck and on the server. Outrageous. It's just how simple he makes this look. Like that's one of the best, I suppose, compliments you could give a player of this kind of stature is he makes Counter-Strike look easy. And obviously we all know from trying to land pistol headshots ourselves, us mere mortals, that is not the case. And yet ZywOo's out here just smurfing in every single game he seems to play. 5 kills to his name and GamerLegion on the back foot already. You also felt as well, Jackie, that for GamerLegion to stand much of a chance in this game, which is heavily sided against them, it would probably have to be like a really good start, break down that economy, early doors for the CTs, try and make them sweat, get ZywOo off the AWP as long as possible. Well, so far, that just hasn't happened.
No, exact opposite, really. Obviously puts him in a far better position in terms of the economy and overall the mood as well. Just coming into it thinking, all right, nice pistol round. Keep it rolling, keep the engine ticking over. Snax is hoping that maybe he can already turn this game into a bit of a shocker, though, if someone pushes towards the hut. No one coming his way just yet. For Vitality, obviously, not much of a reason to go running into the low investment you know GamerLegion are going to have. You don't want to put yourself in a direct line where those pistols will ruin you. So they hold back, just waiting for the push. Spinks is armed with the MP9 as well. So if they go bouncing in through the hut, they'll probably have a bit of a rough time of it. First one to fall is Snax.
Yeah, the veteran, first to feel the effects of Spinks' MP9. That's money in the bank as well. And the other MP9 is also positioned here on the squeaky side. So you're looking at dollar bills in the eyes of Vitality. Mezzi with 2 of his own. And this about as good as it could start on the side of Vitality. You've lost no players in 2 rounds, assuming that Acor doesn't thread a couple of Glock kills. All 5 of these frags have gone the way of the MP9s. That is tons and tons of cash, a comfortable 2-0. You've lost no plays in the process. Great for a confidence builder.
Yep, ideal. Build up the bank. Have some fat stacks to play with going into the future rounds. Snax taking the time to get a bit vocal as well, talk to the team, and see what they can do going back into it. Obviously, GamerLegion do spend that money. They bring the Kalashnikovs out on parade, and at least there you've got a bit of a range advantage, right? Up against the SMGs that are brought over from the prior round. Vitality wanting to keep those in circulation and see if they can get a bit of a Brucey bonus out of it. They're dodging the explosives towards outside, but there is a nice setup in terms of the angle on this smoke. The waterfall over the top, providing a small gap for ZywOo to peek from. He's forced off it. Looks like they wanted to hard commit onto the swing as well. A lot of clashing going on towards the outside.
Yeah, ZywOo intelligently just backs away and tries to play off a different angle, knowing that the AK's now in play. Could be a problem as Apeks finds first-hand a solid shot from Acor. As ZywOo is there to repel and thwart the oncoming teams. Tons of damage to 2 of them. Volt narrowly escapes with his life down in the secret. But he, alongside Isaac, below the 20 HP threshold, going to be feeling the effects of this round already. 55 seconds left on the timer. And although they've got downstairs, they're a bit isolated. Kios, the one healthy player, still stuck in lobby.
It's Parfing taking him background towards the ramp, and ZywOo is lurking there. It's his domain. He can deny this. Depends on the timing, though, potentially. A little bit paranoid in terms of his crosshair, looking over towards the ladder, debating whether or not he's coming. There is a bit of a flank on this, though, and the timing works well as Mezi is able to strike again. 25 seconds left on the clock. You're walking straight into the awaiting arms of the last man, the sole defender of the B-bomb site, and this round should blow up in their face.
Yes, the MP9, but they're both very low. Volt at least manages to get one before Mezi connects the touchdown from range onto double doors. A quick-fire 3-0. No post-plants in any of those previous rounds. Equates to an eco coming up on this multinational squad. Obviously, GamerLegion, you've got Polish, Danish, Belgian, Swedish, and Romanian parts of this piece. And I believe their coach also hailing from the UK. So a nice, well-oiled, rounded machine. But so far, it's yet to really shift through the gears.
Yeah, falling flat in the opening rounds. But it can be hard to instantly battle back and mentally reset with the fact they're not really able to find many frags into these. Doesn't really seem like they're getting into a position to win many of these rounds, especially here where you have no cash to work with as well. You're hoping maybe you just bombard your way in, get a bit lucky, see if you can steal away a bomb plant out of it. But the early damage is just entirely free for Vitality. And Mezi, he's waiting to strike, lurking inside of the vents as well. So even though they've got secrets control, you're not really going to find a clear path into the bomb site, especially when they don't know Flames is here.
Yeah, double spray. Some of the easiest passes a player could have asked for, and Acor attempts to land some P250s at range, but nothing really sticking or forthcoming. So a 4-0 start. And a far cry from the pressure that a lot of these players have talked about in the past. Obviously, the likes of Apeks in interviews have said RMR's some of the most nerve-wracking, anxiety-ridden events out there. So much to play for. Obviously, we've discussed at length in that first group. Dreams are made and broken, snatched away. So to have a team of Vitality stature start this solidly, look this comfortable, that is going to be a scary sign for the rest of the teams here taking part.
And for this team in particular as well, with GamerLegion, it's an interesting tidbit, right? Because this was always going to be a hard opening game going up against Vitality. But for the RMR itself, there's a possibility that we finally see a return to majors for Snacks. And that could be a gigantic story to have. The return to form, attended 12 in a row from the beginning of CSGO, and then missed the last 7 straight. Hasn't been in that arena since the London Major back in 2018. And here he slips again, falling from grace, taking a lot of damage and giving away that audio cue.
Yeah, exactly. It's multifaceted. You could almost see a grimace on his face as well as he realizes that is a bit of a rough, unforced error to make. Puts him in headshot range of those M4s as he has dropped to 58 HP. That may not end up mattering a great deal if his team can get some success, but they've been pushed away and already repelled off those tight angles like Squeaky and Hub. They're not getting aggressive. I think one of the worst things that you can do to Vitality is to show too much respect. Sometimes you have to get in their face, make it a little bit chaotic, a little bit messy. If they sit back and play respectful each and every round, you're going to get picked apart from some of these heavy components. And Spinks goes in for 2, locks down main with a 3rd and a 4th as well. And the Israeli narrowly missing out on the ace, but he's put this round into the pocket of Vitality. It's up to Volt to try and pickpocket this one away and run out with the AK. His position known and compromised, and multiple players staring in his position. It shouldn't be possible, but he's doing a lot of damage here. This is a solid attempt from Volt. Already shutting down 2. Apeks dropping to 19 HP. Trying to bypass that smoke as well, but he's being tagged up through there. Down to 24, he's going to fall, but he also only has 15 seconds. And he's about to get swept in from Flames on the backside as well. But Apeks denies that. Nice try, but Spinks with a lightning 4K.
That was absolutely magnificent. Seems like everyone on Vitality is passing the baton right now of who wants to have a highlight reel-worthy play. Lighting them up on that CT side. Crosshair placement, all of the fights being given to him on the 1v1s as well, looking very clean. Almost felt like he was going to get that final shot off. Volt at least has kind of a saving grace of making it a little bit more costly towards the end, but even then, it's only 2 rebuys. It's not done enough damage to break through that economy that, as you can see, is building pretty heavily. Zywoo back outside once again as well. And he's just cutting his way through them. GamerLegion unable to survive the onslaught towards the outside.
Yeah, you're just seeing the superior aim like really come to the forefront, but it's a massacre. It's a slaughter. It's 6-0, and they're making it look pedestrian. They're just chilling. They're vibing. And I think that previous 4K from Spinks kind of highlights one of the problems here, as it was a beautiful 4K. Don't get me wrong, his aim was honestly a thing of beauty, but you're looking at 4 separate 1v1 engagements with no flashes, no smokes, no Molotovs. And similar here outside, you've got your normal bog standard wall of smokes, but there's no flashes. So ZywOo this entire time has full vision, full ability to just rattle off shots without really any pressure being applied. That is a concern for GamerLegion here. We're already into the 6th round. Across the board, 4 of them have only got 1 kill.
They're not quick enough to the draw right now. And although, you know, we're very far away from the qualification or elimination games here at the RMR, it's still never a good feeling when this is the way the opening game goes, when this is the position that you're into. A lot of rounds left into this one, but will GamerLegion get their hands on a few of them and start to build that confidence back up? At the minute, again here, with just low pistols to work with, you're fragmented. There isn't much room for the trade potential. Apeks could probably just clean up. He gets the info as well, so knows exactly where they are, Vince.
Oh, that's a good grenade as well, parting gift. Did take a stray bullet to the dome, but it was off the pistol, so he's got 6 HP remaining. It's finished off. Apeks through the smoke with 2. And that means that Kioz on the kill on Apeks is the last man standing, the Belgian component of GamerLegion. Desperately scrambling and trying to get some kind of control over the situation. Does have control over the bomb. Lots of damage, but no kill. And 7-0 has already came up, and I think we're seeing a Vitality that has a bit of a point to prove after a very lackluster, very disappointing Katowice performance. Coming back here and saying, nah, listen, we're still the best. You still have to beat us. There's a lot of hype around Spirit and Donk, and obviously we'll see them later on today. But Vitality showing that they're still up there. They're still one of the big dogs.
Falling out, back at Kato, 13th, 16th. Probably is a splash of water straight to the face. Major cycle CS, it really takes everything out of you as well. You have to give it your absolute all. I'm surprised there was no pause actually utilized. You mentioned Ash, the coach of GamerLegion. Very smart man, normally. It feels like he calls those pauses to try and reset the team's focus when a game starts like this. To this one, though, they continue to keep it live. And Acor, he is a big element of this team. He's finally got the AWP in his hands, but the near miss, oh, that could come back to haunt them. And ZywOo's been switching up his positioning, again pushing up close towards T-Red. He's getting a lineup on them, and they have no idea this man's here.
Oh, ZywOo! He doesn't need the AWP. I don't think we've seen him with a single sniper in this game. It's been all assault rifles and, of course, that ace in the pistol round as he moves to 15-1. Perhaps all of this hype about Donk has got him wanting to step up his game and show everyone that he's still the best on the planet. And there's another one to add to the collection. Is he able to get a second ace? He doesn't look like he's in the right position to do so with Stacks and Volt outside. But this destruction continues, and the smoke is going to start to fade. Spinks still peering down, spots the players, but Snack shuts him out. Both players are so low, though, and Apeks is on the prowl. He can just dial this round in. He can put an end to the rot, as he's going to wait for them to line up together and not give his position away beforehand. And there's the double spray. Vitality 8-0 in the lead.
Apeks striking like a coiled viper. And finally, we see GamerLegion going for the call to take a pause on this one. They want to slow it down, break out of the tunnel vision. The first 8 rounds have gone by in a matter of seconds, and there's not much of this half left. So anything you can physically draw out of it, that's the starting point. That's what you're going to have to work with when we go into that second half. And with what we saw on the pistol, if that timeline comes back again, this could be over very quickly. So at least now, use this opportunity to try and come up with some kind of solution, something that can change their fate.
ZywOo, 195 ADR as we move into round 9. I mean, it's reflected in how many kills he has, 16-1. And we haven't even seen him with his primary weapon either. That is the really terrifying part. Apeks showing that veterancy, that experience that we were discussing, and they were talking about on the desk as well, of course. Whereas Snacks has been around the block for many times, Apeks has consistently been at the very top. He hasn't had dips away. And if they have been, they've been momentary. Tons of damage again. Acor taking grenades, down to 28 HP. The timeout has came and gone. Obviously, max round loss bonus. They'll be able to buy into the next one. But in the here and now, it's still looking a little bit bleak, Jackie. I don't really see much success that's going to be on the horizon here with how well Vitality are playing.
No, it doesn't matter where they're tested. They're always passing with flying colors. GamerLegion have been very fragmented in a lot of their pushes as well, playing into the hands of the CTs. Acor does have that Zeus, was hoping maybe someone would get a bit overconfident with how dominant this half's gone for Vitality. He pushes up, you can get an opener, maybe get a gun out of it, but they're not going to throw any risks onto this one. If they do push together, there is at least backup here. So even if Flames falls and they start to bombard their way down the ramp, there should be some quick trades from Apeks. That is a big if, though, as he gets the opening pick and instantly goes back.
Well, that HE has damage written all over it, but lands on the wrong side of the wall. I think it just clipped off the edge there. 30 seconds left. Keon still maintaining the only rifle in play. Galil in hand. Mezzi going to go for that wide swing. There's one and a second as well. And everything being put into place. Isaac may get the element of surprise from the vents with his Tech 9, but I'm not even sure he'll be afforded that luxury as he comes up. And there's Mezzi watching. Oh man, the cover's on point, the aim is there, the utility's there. I mean, this is pretty much a perfect CT side on the half of Vitality. I don't even necessarily know that GamerLegion have been that bad. It's just Vitality have been that damn good.
Yeah, they're on their A game right now. And just finding all of these frags for absolutely free. Just looks clean, doesn't it? There really isn't much room for error for them with how they're playing. Obviously, GamerLegion at least taking that pause, that's setting them up for this round when they have money once again. They can reinvest, actually have the weaponry to try and change fate and do something a little bit differently. But opportunity for that is really running down to the dying embers. You don't have many rounds left into this half, so it has to be something special right now. And even then, the biggest buffer you can potentially get for yourself, it isn't going to be great in that second half.
Precisely, and there's no guarantee they'll even pick up one at this stage either. He's having no chill. It shows he is mortal after all as Kios pushes the bullet between the eyes. One of the best opportunities that GamerLegion have had is a 4-on-4, but they've made moves downstairs.
Back towards T-Roof though, Spinks in a perfect place at just the right time. Finds Snacks lurking around. So GamerLegion are now just down to a triple threat. Isaac, Volt and Kios. Yeah, you're towards bottom stairs, but can you make a play off the back of this? Walking around towards the decontamination door. Flames with a backup. Apeks waiting for the walkout as well. He's got his eyes laser focused on that window.
Spray is good for one. Kios does come back with one of his own, however. Okay, here we go, GamerLegion. They got a 2-on-2 post plant coming in. Spinks and Mezzi up against them. And if they want any chance of coming back into this simply has to be a win. They have to give themselves that buffer and a second pistol round. Mezzi passing by in the smoke, shutting down Isaac, but that may give them a false sense of security. Seeing nobody in the double doors may allow Kios to now strike in with that AK-47. Bomb is ticking away, and additionally, Mezzi's just going to stick this. He's going for the full defuse, and Kios is waiting. Oh, and patience is going to prove to be his undoing. As Vitality take 10, they had a chance, but it slips away.
For that to be the round you lose as well. Oh man, the timing of it. You both walk past each other in the smoke, jump straight on it, commits to the full defuse, gets it. 10 rounds for Vitality on the trot. Some soul-crushing ones sprinkled in there again as well. So GamerLegion feeling it right now. This is not the way you wanted to start off your day here.
Precisely. I mean, they've had so few opportunities that the one they did get going by, begging, is going to sting that little bit more. They do at least have the opening pick. Spinks gets aggressive through Squeaky and pays the price for it. Batol will be sitting and watching the rest of his team try and maintain this unbeaten streak. I don't believe we've had a 13-0 at the RMRs just yet. So GamerLegion will be desperate to make sure that they don't make history in that regard.
avoid that timeline if possible. Oh, Apeks would love to make that happen though. And he's just going to wait on the edge of the smoke. GamerLegion at least found an opening frag into this round. You got the first pick and there was no clap back. So Spinks has been slain. Apeks waits. He's got utility to play with, but needs to stick to his gun. Jump spots, dashes the nade. That'll slow him down, but only a tickle of damage inflicted onto Volt. They fragment the push going in from either side.
Yeah, but you nailed it though, Jackie. It wasn't designed for damage, it was designed to stall as a stalling mechanism, and our Flames can make a move in. However, Apeks has been dethroned, and that puts more pressure on the ramp side as ZywOo comes out with his A1S. Still yet to use the AWP. Hasn't needed it, to be fair, but it's another post plant, and surely this time GamerLegion can get some success, or perhaps I've spoke too soon.
Mezzi, the mastermind himself. He suspects there's a flank coming, but the timing on the turn doesn't work. Snacks does pick it up, and it's down to the 1v1. ZywOo spams through the door, holding back the wave. It's all about the peak on this. He's trying to battle back, toying with the door, spamming into the chest, but falls short. Another round secured by Vitality, yet to drop a single one, and the frustration has got to be at an all-time high.
Let's go!
Love that from Apeks. I mean, one thing you cannot levy at him ever is that he's not passionate.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is always wearing his heart on his sleeve. His emotions are always at the fullest. You hear that, let's go, guys. They're 11-0, and he's still trying to hype them up, keep the energy good and high. And yeah, it's a complete reversal if you're on GamerLegion. You're going to be devastated. The last 2 rounds could have been yours. You could have maybe ended the half with a 9-3. At that stage, second pistol, CT side economy gets built up. There's a way back in. But it feels like that door has been slammed in their face. However, to try and see the optimistic side of this, Jackie, it's the first day. You lose this, you're 0-1. Elimination's not even a conversation just yet. You still got plenty of time to build your way in. But that was a beautiful couple of kills from Mezzi. Also, locking down the decon angle allowed ZywOo to fully focus his attention over on that side. So Mezzi, really the MVP of that round. And GamerLegion, can they get a bit of success to at least get one on this half?
It's a big question, and it's one they need to answer immediately into this last round. We knew this was always going to be a very rough opening game for them. Never easy. Crazy as well when you think about the fact that the last time we even saw these two teams go head-to-head was the major final back in Paris. Things have really changed on the server right now. Kioz, though, looks to lay claim to at least an opening pick. There is an instantaneous trade as ZywOo again battles back, and they're adding to that kill tally now. Acor back towards the vent. Oh, takes a little snapshot straight to the foot. There's a 2 versus 3. ZywOo's looking so on the money at the minute, though. You just can't hold him back.
He's just unstoppable, undeniable. 23 kills in the first half. Back in MR15, that would have been outrageous, let alone MR12. He must still be around that 180 to 200 ADR part at this stage. That is an outrageous first half if you're Vitality. But ZywOo, head and shoulders above the rest. This guy is an animal.
Finally, a bit of an opportunity as well for Ash to chime in, see if he can rally the troops on GamerLegion a little bit. But it's so different, isn't it? Seeing the emotions between both teams, you know? It's one of those where you wake up on the right side of the bed that morning, everyone's fragging, everyone's feeling good. And obviously you've got more games to play as well today, right? So it's not only the fact you might win this one very cleanly, it's that then you're thinking, all right, everyone's firing on all cylinders. We got good momentum, we got good energy for the day. Versus for GamerLegion, the exact opposite. You've got to sit there, wait for the redraw, watch the other games, be thinking, oh, how do we snap out of this? How do we reset? It really is kind of a punch to the stomach, Vince.
Mate, 187 ADR in the first half. ZywOo, please. Listen, they say, you know, when it comes to all manner of things, monopolies are always bad, right? Donk's getting all this hype. ZywOo's like, hold on, wait a second, let me just pop off real quick and remind you that I'm still here.
Yeah.
And GamerLegion is still here. They got themselves a 2-for-1 trade early on. a chance to try and stave off the 13-0 and get themselves a bit of success, a bit of confidence. In the meanwhile, they're spilling downstairs, but Acor is here with the USP.
Oh, instantly dinked though. And his cranium gets smashed in. Spinks down on the site with the bomb planted. And this isn't going to be easy. Retake that spells defeat if they fail. And Spinks pushes in again with a Glock. He takes a volt of electricity straight to the face and is tasered out. Messi struggling, normally a beast with a pistol, but on this one, he falls short. And it's all on Apeks. 1v3 to guarantee that 13-0.
Oh, it's the full defuse, full 10 seconds. The smoke is in his eyes. He's tapping and trying his best to deny the defuse, but it won't be happening. If a stray bullet had just gone through and carved through the head, that would have been the round and the match over. But GamerLegion will be picking up at least the one round and trying to build into this one slowly and steadily. Of course, there is a long way to go before we begin to believe in this comeback, but they've at least got their first brick down laid.
And also for anyone else as well, it's just one of those where at least you get to flex your muscles a little bit, play a bit of CS into this game, warm up a little bit. Obviously, grand scheme of things, you want to make yourself feel a little bit better. But like you say, believing in this full comeback, it's really going to be quite arduous for them. So many rounds back to back, you can't make a single mistake. And we've seen the hero plays are working for Vitality. The confidence in each and every one of them is absolutely an all-time high. So those rounds that normally wouldn't be sustainable, in one of them, they would just be able to pick it up.
Eagles and the scout as well. ZywOo, actually, interesting, the first sniper that we've seen is the scout in the second half. He didn't run with the AWP. It was A1Ss and the AK he picked up early on. Now the scout looking for some opportunities outside. They also have a good idea that secret is very possible. Very much an angle they may have to contend with sooner rather than later. It is Snacks the man for the job, perhaps. But he'll know that there's at least one set of eyes staring into this angle, maybe waiting for some flashes and grenades to be tossed out, but there actually aren't that many at the disposal of GamerLegion who've gone all in terms of firepower. No MP9s in this round, and so far it's working out a treat. It's a shutdown, a complete and utter shutdown in this round on GamerLegion, much more like it from their perspective. The problem is, though, that was kind of a dip your toe in the pool half buy on the side of Vitality, and they're going to have more weapons to come back with.
Yeah, and then it starts to really get a bit scary because it's also, you know, you think about the numbers on it. If we were to just rush upper 10 times in a row, at some point, you're not going to kill all of us. At some point, you're not going to be able to hold it back, right? And you kind of have the ability to do that with just how much of a buffer you built for yourself off of just cleanly shutting them down in that first half. So it's always scary. Has to be better than good for GamerLegion on the second half here. That round, though, at least quite nice. You get to find a clean one, finally. Acor waiting for the peek outside, seeing if anyone's going to come his way. Snacks switching up the position as well. The double smokes go down to give them control towards Secret. A bit late on the pass to the nade. He will blow a gap into it to peek, but they've held further back, so they bait the wide swing out from the CTs, trying to inflict a bit of damage.
Flames getting two, though. It was ZywOo's position that looked like it would see the first bit of action in terms of fragging. But Kioz is snaking round the back as it stands. Apeks anticipating there'll be some re-engagement down the ramp, and it's Acor that goes straight into his crosshair. And it's looking like the beginning of the end on the side of GamerLegion. As you highlighted, Jackie, it had to be better than good. It had to be flawless on this CT side, and there have been some gaps, and they've been expunged, they've been exposed. And unless Volt and Kioz can pull off this 2-on-4, it will make a very quick best of one come to an abrupt end. Messi and Apeks holding the angles down on ramp, and Apeks connects the first. Messi round the corner, gets shut out from Volt, but there is Apeks again. And Vitality showing up and showing that they are not going to be starting this slow. They're off to a bang.
Oh yeah, coming out swinging. Highlight reel after highlight reel, all the frags on each and every one of them looking very clean. Vitality coming out swinging.
Vitality absolutely coming out swinging. What a CT half to set the tone, and then closing things out with just a bit of input on that second half. Great job by Vitality.
That was very very impressive, let's put it that way. That was a demanding position to put yourself in from the get-go. Demolishing GamerLegion from start to finish. You could already see it in the first couple of rounds. ZywOo popped off. Spinks had a fantastic 4-kill as well. Messi changing position. For my money, that's the biggest takeaway from this game. Obviously, Vitality winning in East, that is what it is. But Messi now playing inside, no longer on ramp. Flames has moved towards ramp. To me, that's a sign of Vitality, acknowledging the fact that during Katowice, some things weren't working. They've taken the consequence, changed it up a little bit, and so far, so good.
That was so fast, Matthew. It feels like we were just on the desk. I feel like we're doing a pre-match segment.
It doesn't really get any better than that, right? If you're a Vitality fan, you basically had your 7-course meal with wine pairing. Life is just great right now. You kick things off with ZywOo ace in the pistol round. What's better than that? Well, let's just throw in a 4K from Spinks in round 4 immediately. So you have your 2 individuals super activated. This is the pistol round that I was talking about from ZywOo, completely activated on 1G. So the cross placement is pristine. I will add, though, onto the ZywOo topic, not just to glaze about his performance, not a single AWP purchased. This is a ZywOo that wants to be mobile. It's a ZywOo that wants to play with the rifle, be in your face. We saw it a couple of times. We talked about it in the green room. He was aggressive outside, playing behind red box, knowing when to fight. I like this about him. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be a moment in the next few days and or weeks where ZywOo's AWP is going to be needed. But if he needs to start his performance off the back of the rifle, because we know he can do it, I'm all for it. Sign me in. I'm cool with it.
Maniac, I think that's an important note to highlight, right, is that of course, ZywOo and AWP is a formidable force, and we're going to see it at some point. It's going to be needed. But if he can make the decision right now, look, I want to play rifle. I want to be, as you said, Maniac, mobile and just impress my will on the game, go where I want to. That's huge. And if he's feeling that already, that's a great sign.
Just look at it this way. Every player in Counter-Strike will benefit from having a good start in their game. That's a very basic statement. But the magnitude that can be reached if ZywOo is having a good start is going to take you to lands that nobody else knows. Bar simple, bar donk. That's the current situation. So if the rifle is what he needs to put 10 kills in 3 rounds, and brother, take the rifle every day. I'm cool with that.
24 kills, 25 rounds, Pim. I want him on my team, man.
Yeah, I think everyone
wants. When I hop on
know.
matchmaking,
look at this ADR.
163 ADR.
164.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad from ZywOo. But of course, when you pick up the AK in round 3 at this, then you're not going to drop it, right? You're just going to keep killing as long as you can, and that's exactly what it did in the first half. I agree with Matthew. We are going to see the AWP being pulled out by ZywOo whenever needed. But in a game like this, when you're playing against, I don't know, people at your level, Pala, then you can just run around and do whatever the hell you want. That's exactly what ZywOo did.
ZywOo just looking on absolutely top form, and round 1 was the perfect example.
You know what? We can watch it twice. We can watch it thrice. We can watch it 4 times. We could do a highlight reel in a loop, like a DJ spinning the tables, just giving all these clips.
Listen,
I think. Wait, just quickly.
Okay. This was the pistol round from ZywOo.
I think that was 1 tap, 1 tap. 2 bullets to get the headshot. 2 bullets for the next headshot. That's 5 kills, 7 bullets.
You get it again. You get it again.
You want to count bullets?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's 2 here.
5, 6. 7.
That's very eco-friendly, you know?
Look, guys, Counter-Strike's easy. Just shoot the heads.
Climate is important. You know, for all my money, we can praise Vitality as much as we should and as much as we could. It was a lackluster performance coming
Absolutely.
in. And it was surprising to me, because I think that's what we've been praising GamerLegion for, to remain competitive in pretty much every single game they turn up to. We saw it in Copenhagen, we saw it in Katowice. They never get blown out of the server. We are allowing ourselves to sometimes not have too high expectations for GamerLegion as well. This time around, though, that was one of the weakest performances I've seen from this team in a very long time.
I think they really wanted to play in your face, fast, and utility light Counter-Strike. And that's a good plan until you get punched in the face. And that's exactly what happened. They try to meet them head on. ZywOo just aced them. Round number 4, they try and do this fast ace split, but Spinks gets -4 immediately. I have to say the trading game for GamerLegion is not really on point here. Spinks has all the time in the world to just do 1 here, 1 there, 1 here, and a 4th one over here. But still, they were not capable of sort of changing the pace. Okay, listen, they're obviously on fire individually. Let's have that deeper layer of utility we can use. That they were not capable of, and they paid a heavy price. That's a slap in the face to kick off the RMR for them.
Absolutely great start for Vitality, not so great for GamerLegion. Everybody, after a short break, we'll be back with Spirit versus ENCE. We're going to see if Donk can follow the suit of ZywOo.
Donk!
That's sick! Nice, Matu, fucking good. I didn't have my walk. I have my jump through everything, but not the walk. Salut!
It's a good start for the round, Matu. That's a good start for the major, mate. Positivity.
It's a RMR, calm down.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Orlov who's got on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Vitality as the previous major champions are coming in with a slightly different look, but Dan is looking to do it all over again. And you have proven that you can do these things all over again, Dan. But do you feel more stressed because of the result of Katowice?
Not really, no, to be honest. It's always been, it just, for me, Katowice is not in my mind anymore. It's just all about qualifying for the major. In the past, I also had like bad results before, and that's not changed the fact that here it's all about like giving your best and just being ready for everything. You might lose 5-0 the first game, you might win 5-0, you don't know, but you need to get ready to come back, and that's what matters here.
How important, how motivated do you think everyone on Vitality is right now to prove the point that you can just go through this and make the major, especially the first one in CS2?
Well, I think we all so hungry, to be honest. We need to show what we're capable of, and that we are still one of the best teams in the world. And yeah, we want to prove that, and I think all my players are ready for that.
And in terms of all the players being ready for that, I think some players on your team get more criticism than others, right? Zyro is the best player in the world right now. Maybe some people argue Donk, but it's one event he's had. And then you've got Mezzi, who came in recently, and people can be heavily critical on that. Are you worried about that at all? Because I think for Zyro, he doesn't look at it, but like, are you worried at all for Mezzi and his mental strength during all of this?
No, I'm not worried about Mezzi. With William, I think what happened is that he joined last year. We won 2 tournaments in a row. I think he didn't feel comfortable on a few things that he didn't say because we were just winning. And when you win, it's really tough to complain about things.
It's not normal, right? You go win, that's fine.
Exactly, so I think he got a bit more quiet towards that. I think for him, it's just that he's really comfortable on some maps and less on some others. And that's what we try to work on for him, just to help him and just get him more comfortable everywhere.
Yeah.
He can be a really, really good player. He's been in Fnatic, and I told him I want him to, we need him as well as a good player, and it's so important that he has to feel comfortable in the game. So he has to speak up and tell us about why and how we can help him.
And for you, your individual level in CS2 at least has looked a lot better. You've told it before in interviews to me that you're putting some more time, and how's that looking? Do you think that's going to take a hit, the fact you're doing more of this team managing as well, or are you just putting more hours in? How's it working for you personally?
For me, I think it's really not easy. When the team is not performing, for me it's really rough to be good individually because I have to take care of a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think I have a lot of responsibilities, maybe more than other endgame leaders in the team, and if it doesn't work well for me, just I have to focus on things that, for me, my goal is not to be good individually, is make those guys good, to be to win tournament, because I know that if my 4 guys are performing well, I'm gonna win because I have really good players.
Yeah.
I prefer having Zywo, Spinks, Flamesy, and Mezzi to pop off than myself.
Yeah, definitely so. I think we'd all like that to see if it's a success pattern for you guys. And just where's your confidence level at looking at this group, looking at the teams in the group, and how hard do you think this RMR is going to be?
Well, for me, once again, RMRs are always really rough, whoever you face, because you can face big names, and of course they don't want to miss, so they're gonna give a lot, and do small team that maybe never did a major before, or that just did few majors like long time ago. You see like always good storyline, like the Soul guys. You have so many hungry people that wants to make it. So of course it's going to be really difficult, but for me it's not focusing on the others, it's focusing on ourselves, on the team, on how we can counter that and how much energy and enjoyment we can make to the game, because of course at the end it's really important, it's really stressful, but it's just Counter-Strike. We play the game we love, so you have to be a balance between those things, which is not the easiest part, to be honest.
That's what it's all about. Well, thank you very much, Apeks.
Thank you.
And good luck going into RMRs, mate.
Thank you, bro.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B. We had some awesome action last week, and we're continuing that fashion this week with our second. My name is Parla, I'm still your desk host, and it's time for Spirit versus ENCE. We're going to see if Donk and Spirit can follow the suit of ZywOo and Vitality, who just overcame GamerLegion in a very dominant fashion. Let's set a very general scene here. Spirit, of course, now current Katowice champions. On the other side of the serve, we've got ENCE, who had a decent performance at Katowice from maybe on an upwards trajectory.
I would say so. I think ENCE is definitely on an upwards trajectory. So is Spirit. Obviously, we saw them play some fantastic Counter-Strike in Katowice. The one question mark in regards to Spirit is that something we're going to get used to now? Are they going to play at that level every single tournament? Or was that a one-off where everything just clicked? For good reasons, we don't know yet. But I think this game and this RMR will give us another test in that regard. I see this game as a bit of a freebie for ENCE in the sense that no one is expecting them to beat Team Spirit. However, if they play like they did in Katowice, it's not entirely impossible.
You're right. I mean, you say decent performance from ENCE in Katowice, I would say incredible.
Sure.
All things considered, the fact that they would even just step in Sputnik on the stage was crazy. The question is that a long-term possibility, or did we just see a flash in the pan? But I do think that now, playing against Spirit is basically the most comfortable game there is in Counter-Strike, because literally nobody on the planet of Earth, bar your parents, your best friend, and your significant other, is going to expect you to win. Nobody. Any round you win is a topic for conversation. Any kill you get is a topic of conversation. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about your scoreline. You could lose 13-0 to Spirit, and nobody would give a duck. That is the situation we're in. So enjoy yourself. That doesn't happen too often.
In that sense, do you believe that ENCE are not going to be playing with that much pressure?
They have no pressure. They have zero.
Spirit,
I mean, you are still trying to reach for the major. So let's not pretend like we're having a good time and this is a fun part. That's not what's happening. But in the very specific Spirit matchup, you have no pressure. They're going to be the champion.
Of course, ENCE is going in with the ambition to win the game, but there's also different ways of losing. You can lose like GamerLegion just did against Vitality, where you weren't in the game whatsoever. That's going to feel bad. That's not going to give you confidence. You're playing later today. And if you're ENCE, if you go into a game against Donk, you're going in against Spirit, and you make the game competitive, it's a back and forth. Maybe there's a question at some point in the game whether or not you're going to win or not. At least you bring that confidence, you bring that level, and you ensure yourself that, listen, we're playing Counter-Strike at a high level. We just have to admit that right now Spirit may be the better team or have the better individuals. So different ways of approaching it, different ways of losing for ENCE, and definitely a different goal going into the game.
And I think what can be sometimes complicated, and Donk is apparently already reaching that level, is there are a few individuals out there who will modify your way of approaching the game whether you want it or not. Simple used to do that to people. ZywOo does that to people and feels like now Donk is doing that to people. You listen to interviews and they say, well, listen, we know we play against Donk and we know he's going to have a few rounds and that's it. Already from the get-go, you have established that this is not a symmetrical opposition. It is an asymmetrical matchup that you're going into because you've already asserted the dominance of this guy. And that's how much of a psychological impact he's already having so early in his career.
I have never seen in my life anyone have plus 100 ADR in the course of 3 months of Counter-Strike. We're used to Simple, we're used to ZywOo, AWP players notoriously get a little less ADR than the good riflers. Not even Nico has been close.
The rifle now.
Not even Nico have been close to averaging 100 plus ADR over the course of 3 months. It's unique what we're seeing from this guy. It's unprecedented. We've never ever seen anyone do it like he's done it before.
We've seen Donk be a loud player. You were talking about psychological advantages, right? And here in the studio, we've been hearing some players and some teams getting a bit louder. I imagine Donk is going to start off pretty on fire with the vocals.
They have no reason not to.
Yeah.
I think if you're a Spirit right now, all of your energy is supposed to be put towards shielding Donk from whatever the rest of the world is making out of him. Shield him from that. Whatever mindset he attacked Katowice in, protect that. Like it was the most expensive piece of jewelry you ever had in your life. Protect it. Because if you can maintain this candid attitude to the game, this genuine just, yeah, you know, I love the game, I love my team, and I like to shout around and play CS. That's it. But the question is...
I imagine Shiro, with his experience, is probably going to be giving some words of advice.
Hopefully. The question is, do they eventually get into their own minds when they start realizing, wait a minute, I'm the best player in the world, we're the best team in the world, oh, holy shit, we're gonna win the major? Like, these thoughts are intrusive, you start losing and then you see the game differently. That's the only question I have with Spirit.
We talked about a lack of pressure potentially for ENCE. Yeah, pretty important for Donk to try to not feel pressure as well, because there is definitely a lot of external pressure, because we were all talking about it was a start performance, one of the best CS has ever seen, which helped crown him and the team as Katowice champions. We'll have to see if on the server he can avoid that pressure.
I think that's my issue, right? Because I think that's the reason why we're speaking of Donk and speaking of Spirit the way we are. What we saw from Donk and what we saw from Spirit is something we've never seen before. A player go absolute nuclear in that way. However, we're speaking about Spirit as if they were Astralis when they were dominating everything, as it's unthinkable they could lose a Counter-Strike game. We've seen them play one tournament in Katowice.
Yep.
One tournament in Katowice, and by all means, they did absolutely fantastic. There's no given in Counter-Strike. There's no guarantee that just because you were the best a month ago, you're going to be the best a month from now on. We said the same thing about Vitality coming into Katowice. If you put a gun to my head and said Vitality are not going to make the playoff for Katowice, I would laugh at you. Of course they're going to do that. So as much as I want to say it, there's nothing right now that suggests to me that the guys on your screen right here from ENCE are going to be able to beat Spirit. There's nothing that suggests to me that Spirit won't make the major, but it's not unthinkable that you can lose a game of Counter-Strike. We've seen it so many times before.
From an IGL perspective, I think Glaive will be jumping at the opportunity. I know it's just the best one, but jumping at the opportunity to try to shut down a player like Donk.
It's kind of a... It's a tough question. Sometimes you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because there's two ways to go about it. You either try to avoid the guy, which means that tactically speaking, you are limiting yourself a lot and you become very predictable, or you meet him head on and then you take the risk of getting GamerLegion against Vitality right there, which is getting multi-kill on top of multi-kills, right? So if you're gonna meet him head on, I do think that a healthy amount of very well thought utility is necessary, because there currently doesn't seem to be anyone in the game that can just go up against Donk and beat him 1v1 straight up. And it's not like it's just a Donk show. Zontic's extremely strong individually. Shiro is on his passive punish lines very, very deadly. So it's not just the Donk show, but you know, we'll see. I don't even know if the maps comes into play too much.
We are playing Overpass, right? So if you're right about what you're saying here, which I think you are, maybe ENCE will try to avoid him a little bit in the beginning. You know they're going towards the B bomb side to begin with. Donk is a menace on that A bomb side in the toilet area. He's going to destroy you left, right, and center. If I'm ENCE, I will try. If I'm Glaive, I will try to see if you can mask the fact that you maybe want to meet him straight on and then go towards the B bomb side, right? You got to give him a little bit, give him a carrot, maybe send one guy out to die, and then the rest of the guys can go towards the B bomb side.
I can imagine they play this game, like, you know, the short straw, and one draws the shortest straw. It's like, oh, fuck, man, I have to go against Donk on A. All right, guys, give me a couple flash. I'm going to run. I'm going to make it look like, yeah, we're totally attacking A. Wrecks me immediately. Okay, guys, up to you on the B side. That wouldn't be fun.
That's what I'd expect. Overpass is going to be a tough one for ENCE. But again, as I said, my expectations from an outside point of view here, of course, Spirit can lose a best of one. I don't think they will. But if ENCE can make a game out of it, if they can remain competitive, I'm all good.
Hey, let's give
guys, we still have a bit more time. Just waiting for final confirmation on the match.
If we got some time, you know, let's look at positive for ENCE. I mean, of course, we're going to talk a whole lot about Spirit, but Hades is Katowice. Holy hell, what kind of performance that was. A guy that within the ENCE jersey prior was removed to make space for Sampires, because we said you're not a big game player, you're choking at some of these moments. He had a massive Katowice. Can you imagine if he continues on that kind of momentum, if he builds up on that on a map like Overpass? There's he decided he's got an op in his hands, suddenly there's a world, suddenly there's a way.
It's also an argument to be said that ENCE, you know, is a new team. We give a lot of praise to all the other teams saying they need time, etc, etc. They're a very new team, so maybe they only get better from here on onwards.
Pimp Maniac, can I get your official predictions, please? Who's it going to be, Spirit or ENCE?
I'm going to say Donk.
Would you believe me if I said ENCE?
Say that again, Pip.
Would you believe me if I say ENCE?
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, sure.
Sure, cool, ENCE.
All right, my analyst desk is split. Everybody at home, let me see it in the chat. Is it going to be hashtag easy for ENCE or hashtag the Donk Show? Jackie and Vince, over to you.
You've seen the form from the Woo. And now we're about to pay homage to the Blackout crew by putting a banging donk on a PGL EU RMR. Spirit are in the building, up against ENCE, a best of one. Vince, this could be really exciting, mate.
It really could be. I've got this horrible feeling, though, that Donk may just about to steamroll over another team, because we saw ZywOo kind of lay down the gauntlet. Like, listen, guys, I'm still the best on the planet. Let's put one really sick performance aside. This is what I can still deliver. And now it's whether Donk, and we know the players are here, they're watching the games before they play themselves.
Yeah.
He would have seen that performance. I want to see if he's going to step it up. an extra gear, and maybe ENCE are just going to get beat up on here. ENCE a very capable team, though. They were discussing it on the desk. They could make a real close game of it. Overpass is a bit of a scrappy one for both teams as well. And now Zontix is going to be lining up 2, but it's that man again. It's Donk with 3. Locks it down with his USP, and there's a 4K on top of it. Whatever ZywOo can do, Donk is up to the task.
Oh, man. There's a timeline there where I was thinking in my head already, okay, we're getting a back-to-back pistol aces for both of them. Both are going to do it on the CD side with a USP. Oh, one short, but it won't matter as the round is theirs. And like you touched on as well, right? I think it's kind of interesting that we've ended up on Overpass for this one, because to me, it kind of makes me believe that ENCE aren't playing to their strengths as much as they're playing to try and bring Team Spirit into a bit more of an uncomfortable position. But even then, their worst isn't going to be that far down the ladder.
Yeah, ENCE are a different beast, I think it would be safe to say, especially off that Katowice performance, but I know quite a few people are maybe a little bit unsure as to whether that is the kind of magnitude of performances that we're going to see week in, week out from this ENCE squad. You know, people are saying the same thing about Spirit as well, but considering that ENCE were battling it out to be the first team in the Spodak for many, many years, the pressure, the stadium, the extra motivation was all going in their favor. When things are in a completely different state of affairs, are they going to be able to pick up the slack and actually perform to that level again? That's also been yet to be seen off this roster. They've got the pieces, they've got the star players, they've got the tutelage of the likes of Glaive there, but speaking of the man, he'll get 1. But it looks like that's all he's going to get out of this round because he's been donked again with a 3K.
It just looks so easy, doesn't it? Farming up those frags very consistently. Great start into the game then for Spirit at least. The last man remaining is Goofy with a Glock in his hands, and finding much out of this is going to be incredibly hard for him. Probably a bullet straight to the face if he goes around the corner too quickly. Might even be worst case scenario as well, as you've got the MP9 in hand and can farm up a bit of cash. Ooh, does at least get the dink off and take down 1.
Not a bad pick at all. 2 kills and effectively a Glock round. Not too shabby whatsoever. If he can get 1 with the MP9, that'll be a nice little boon of cash into his bank balance, but it's not looking good now that he's been spotted. And it's Zontix with his own SMG that lays down the law and secures the 2-0. They did touch on a couple of those big plays as well when it came to Katowice. Hades, of course, had a real standout with 1.45 rating against Falcons, and of course the game they ended up losing in the playoffs. There's another side to that story, though, Jackie, that I was a little bit surprised by, and I think Diha will be pretty devastated by, was he had a bit of an off game, I think it's safe to say. 0.85 performance for him. To put that in perspective, the only player that had less stats was Glaive. Obviously, the IGL, you expect that to be the case. So I'm hoping for Diha in particular that this RMR is a real return to form and he can show the world what he's truly capable of.
Yeah, because we know there is so much talent there. Pound for pound really can do an awful lot on the server. So for him to bounce back and quickly correct that into the following event, and a very important one for what it is as well. The RMRs, obviously, you know, this is it for Counter-Strike. This is where your hopes and dreams are broken, really, of pushing through and making it to the major. But in that conversation as well, still quite a few games to get through before we would know it's happened. But for Donk and Zontix, you'd be immortalized in the game. Get that sticker, get that signature. One that I'm sure a lot of people would be wanting.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Many people will be picking up those Donk stickers for sure. Magic's in the meanwhile, though, a player that's really stepped up his own individual performance. It's going to be shut down as Goofy just runs and guns with 2 AK frags, but one of them's on his teammate. Kyle just gets shreked in the back of the head, and now it's a 3-on-3 post plant.
A little bit rough on the peak. Not exactly what you'd want. Doming your teammate and leaving yourselves in a 3 versus 3, but hey, you've got the sight. It can all be forgiven if you can at least close out the round. Ooh, landing up on the nade could be pretty spicy. Seeing if he's going to bounce it over. It would have got the audio cue on Glaive. Instead, it's a flash. Ooh, and a re-peek where Goofy is making up for mistakes in a round as he domes the Donk and puts them into a 2v2. Scratch that, though, as the round is quickly snatched again. Spirit on the retake looking clean as Chopper and Shiro shut down the defense.
Couple of shaky moments, though. You know, we came into this map watching the vetoes. Obviously, we were watching the pre-game segment. And when we saw Overpass, we were both like, ooh, that's an interesting choice. Because it is, like, statistically one of the weaker maps on the side of Spirit, but it's not exactly a great map for ENCE either. It feels like they're trying to drag them down into the depths and make this as chaotic and as kind of muddy as possible. And we've seen a couple of these executes already where Spirit haven't looked completely flawless. Couple of whiffed flashes and making the most of those momentary weaknesses. But the problem is there's so much in terms of firepower from this Spirit squad that even when you're getting down into those 2v2, 3v3s, there's no weak members on this squad. I mean, even Chopper is having some standout, lights-out performances.
Chopper's been looking really good, man. Feels like the confidence is there. And it's also this entire roster. Oh, don't leave him hanging. It feels like this entire roster is one of those where they're just really good mates. You can kind of see that in the way that they operate, right? It's actually very wholesome to see that they've got that dynamic because it's not just an unfathomable squad that can frag super hard. It's also a team through and through. And that's the interesting bit for me. You don't see, you know, those come along super regularly in CS. Sometimes you do have teams where everyone's on a good level, but it just looks like the morale's always at a good high. Everyone plays off each other really nicely, and they're fragging, which goes a long way.
Yes, yeah, such a psychological and confidence-based game. Everyone's having a good time and having a good laugh. Great things are possible. What happens, though, if Spirit start to lose some games? What happens if maybe the RMR gets a little bit more shaky and sweaty than they were first anticipating? I guess we'll have to wait and see. That's when we'll see if those smiles continue or if they start to fade. Meanwhile, though, ENCE have themselves a bye. Not ideal. Two players still to get off the mark, and it's Hades and Dha, two of those heavy hitters. They're still on 0 frags. It's been Goofy that's really been putting in the effort here, and that's even with a TK by his side. He got a lot of entries in that previous round.
Donk is so strong from this position. He wants to break the smoke as well and see if he can get a bit of a read. Free information, so much damage. Detonates right on the face of Kylar. And Shiro backs off. The flashbang at least forcing them to give up a little bit of space towards the front toilets, but the spam through, man, he just doesn't miss.
Mate, Kyler is down to 7 purely off grenades. Donk threw 1. They banked another one in the flower beds. Kyler is just getting destroyed by shrapnel. There's another TK.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's got a bit of revenge. It was Goofy that shut him down the previous round. Now Kyler's like, have that.
Oh, mate. The old reverse there. Donk continues to deal damage. Finally, you walk into the scope of Shiro and it's over. It's the nerves. Honestly, it does kind of feel like things are a little bit skew-if already when you look at ENCE. Kind of the back-to-back team kills. Oh, man. It's not what you want, is it, Vince?
I think it goes to show how claustrophobic it must be to play against a team like Spirit as well, where you're clumped on top of each other behind a smoke wall, or the HEs are keeping you at arm's reach. And you're so desperate to try and get anything in the round just to feed off those little bits of breadcrumbs and scraps that you end up, unfortunately, shutting down a teammate in the process who was very low. Already a pause has been called as the players will try and recover this very rough start of the 4-0. They had chances. Of course, that third round went into a 2v2 post-plant where things didn't quite work out. And this is that moment, the TK. Can't really blame Kyler for that one. Donk did peek in. Wanted to try and get the guaranteed frag, and then Donk goes from strength to strength, as you've seen so many times. And this is a map where Shiro, in previous iterations of teams he's been in, when he was back in the Gambit Academy days, him and Axel were absolute monsters on this map. He would consistently dominate teams on their upcoming through the DreamHack Opens towards the end of sort of 2019, 2020. Very, very strong on this map indeed. So even if statistically for Spirit it might not be the best, individually they've got some heavy hitters. That flash though from Glaive is so good. It allows him to just rip straight through the site, but it looks like it's going to be more of the same. And as Chopper locks down against the Tech 9s.
The War Glaive himself finding entries. But even them, it's just a couple of kills. The grand scheme of it, that goes the way of Spirit. They're able to pick up the round. It's Chopper that puts the foot down. For ENCE, at least you finally got money once again. So the rebuys are back out. Hades has the AWP for the first time. Of course, Shiro has already been wielding the weapon, playing those defensive angles. Hasn't needed to instigate many of the fights as his teammate is just cleaning up on every push. Round 6 is live, though. We'll see if they can finally get something on the board here, start to get the ball rolling a little bit on their T side and start things off. They've got the double nades set up round towards the B site. They'll drop those in and hope they'll connect. One of them teetering off on the edge though, so no tag whatsoever. That's a bit of a shame with a miss on the utility.
ENCE do have a bit of short control though to play off. Jihan maybe faking for a potential boost. That little drop sound. Although they have connector and short control, which is all well and good with a minute left on the clock, Spirit haven't really fought for any of this, Jackie. They've been more content to just back off and use these more deep angles to try and play off. Hades with the boost, going to try and deal with Donk's position. He's been here a few times, but no one's home. They're actually playing in bathrooms this time.
Oh, he's just walking his way around the back as well. They have no idea. The blade was pulled out. He strikes onto the first. Shiro supports with the follow-up as Hades goes down. And your opportunity to take some control towards toilets crumbles to bits. You're left with 30 seconds, the bomb down in bottom connector, forced to now try and scurry back, link up and see if you can make any sort of desperation play out of it. Oh man, it's just not working towards the A site.
I think you see there as well, Jackie, just supreme confidence from Donk. Has complete control and has supreme belief in his own ability to just win those duels. He just goes out for that timing peek around the back, knowing that if anyone comes into his crosshairs in a 1v1, he's likely to just outright win the round, which is what he did. And alongside Shiro, they double teamed onto the banana side, and ENCE had to just pull the plug and save. And it's going to be a tactical timeout called as well, past that point at a 6-0. Understandably. I mean, other than that one round where Goofy landed a couple of entries, there's not really been too much to talk about on this ENCE team. This has been pretty flat.
And obviously you don't want to harp on about mistakes as well, but there's been a couple of them that come back to haunt them really in the rounds that you're thinking, man, it's also a bit scary because obviously the difference of if you actually do get a little bit of momentum, you take 1 or 2 rounds out of that, even the one where you've got site control towards the B site and then it goes wrong in the retake, right? Small details there that could have made so much more of a difference for them in this opening half. Instead, you're feeling a bit dejected. And all of those little details, well, they paint the bigger picture. And at the minute, that's entirely Spirit. 6-0 in the game. What can they do differently? I mean, Glaive basically was the only one that found the opportunity down towards the B site when they played confidently. He burst in, got the 2 entries. Need a bit of backup, need a bit of help. Hades yet to really get himself started into the game as well. And Shiro, he takes point towards mid.
Exactly, Hades still on 0. Hasn't had the AWP in his hands. But even with the AKs, hasn't done much. And he was their stellar standout performer in Katowice just a couple of weeks back, or even less than that at this stage. It's also the fact that collectively ENCE have 9 kills between the 5 of them going into round 7. Donk by himself has 10. Shiro's on 8. It just goes to show how one-sided these rounds have been, and a couple of blips maybe, but Glaive tries to flash himself in. No one's there with him. It feels like desperation. It's like, listen boys, I'll just have to try and do something myself, but in doing so, now ENCE are completely on the back foot. As if it wasn't bad enough before. They got a MAC-10, a Deagle. All of their grenades are centralized on Hades, and they don't really have that much to work with.
Yeah, it feels like they're really scared to fight against Spirit right now. And it's falling to bits. A lot of isolated 1-for-1s. Not much room to trade off each other, leaving it down to the dying moments of this round as well. Molotov blocking off short. You've got about 35 seconds left. Once that goes out, be tight in about 30. Utility-wise, that flashbang was your last attempt. They do go back up. Chopper completely cutting his way through both of them. Just says no to any sort of control towards short. And this round slipped away again. I mean, you've got 20 seconds. It would have to be something ridiculous. Hades would need to get himself straight into the game here. No one peeks. The time ticks down. You've got to back off and give it up. A 7th round. Spirit continuing to win these cleanly.
Jackie, I can't recall off the top of my head the last time I remember seeing a T side save 2 rounds in a row with AKs. Like maybe on a map like Inferno or something, if things go pear-shaped instantly on Overpass?
Yeah.
Like that in itself is a really damning narrative to kind of look at. Like twice in a row, you've had to save with AKs. That was your best course of action, and you were unable to really penetrate either of the sites or even get map control.
It's odd, isn't it? It just feels like at the minute, you know, one of the biggest elements of Counter-Strike beating that confidence, it just isn't there for them. Very hard opponent to be going up against. On a huge win streak at the minute, looking to add another win under the belt is Spirit. Finally, a little bit of fight. A shot through the smoke that slays Ontix and does get them the opening duel into the 8th round. And the half's not dead yet. You could still get a little bit more out of this. Obviously, T-side overpass at the best of times can be a real fickle mistress. You can find it hard to actually get yourself going, but you need more than this, Vince.
Yeah, and a shot through the smoke into the head while obviously game sense from Dehan, the timing and everything goes into that. Not really a play that you can bank off getting a pick from every single round from here on out. And it's not even a guarantee that they'll make the most out of this situation either. They have 1 smoke left between the 5 players with 55 seconds. 2 now, they've just picked 1 up for Glaive. Flash is also alongside it. They're going to be lining up these smokes now. Chopper's yet to die, by the way. He's still 7-0.
The immortal Chopper. He's been sharpening his blade for a very long time, waiting for the oncoming push. They spam down. Oh, a bullet from Chopper delivered straight to the head. 2 frags back as the real G's events are doing damage, but the bomb, oh, that comes in at just the right time, blowing Hades off the plant and making it far more uncomfortable in this 2 versus 3 retake. They try again, but the utility denies it another time. This time it's the Molotov that burns away their hopes. Dog's peeking from the top, and it's easy for him.
That is an exquisite 2v4. Twice the bomb gets denied, nearly planted off the double HE lockdown, then the Molotov behind it. That has to be so distressing if you are ENCE. You got the opening pick, you got the site, you nearly had the bomb down multiple times, and yet you still find yourself in an 8-0. Here's that double grenade that came in, and there's the Molotov on top of it. ENCE in shambles, and Spirit, they just look like they're playing on a different level right now, Jackie. It's not just the aim, their utility is also fantastic. And you look across to the side of ENCE, Hades, 18 ADR, Kyler, 32 ADR. And Hades is yet to get off the mark still, and he was one of their big players coming into this.
Man, I still can't get over the nade set, honestly.
So good.
It's really so clean. It's one of those where you're just like, damn, okay. Even if you've not got the side control, the retakes look easy if you've got lineups like that. How frustrating that's going to be as well, for it to happen twice. Oh. And the difference, man, when you look at the fact that Magic's obviously hasn't really been able to find much room to frag yet, but how can you? There's only so many kills to go around. And right now his team's just hoovering them all up. For ENCE, what do you do differently? I suppose they've been playing a lot of defaults, hasn't really been working. They opt to just go for a bombardment. All right, it works for the first pickup. They get themselves into the bomb site, but now you've got to look for more. And already Chopper, up to his old tricks, 1 by 1, they get wiped away.
Yeah, it's like one of those games where Magix is individually screaming internally, but then he looks at the 9-0 and he's like, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah,
it's like
we still wouldn't.
It's like you're playing the B site of Mirage and they hit A river around, and so you come out with like 5 ADR. Yeah. It's like, in the context, out of context, it looks terrible, but in context, like, yeah, we still won. Don't really care. I mean, even that round, he sprayed down 2 players to like 10 HP. Both get finished off afterwards, so yeah, you can just feel pretty happy for Magix right now if you sat there just watching the rest of your teammates just wreck ENCE.
Another game that screams like it could be over very quickly if it carries on. It is funny having the duality of the first game having ZywOo just running around killing everyone, and then the second game having Donk running around killing everyone. Both of them proving what they're made of.
Good news for Spirit as well, though, is you know, Shiro has also been fragging. Chopper's been fragging hard on that B site. Was 7-0 at one stage, now he's 9-1. Shiro 10-1. Great teamwork between him and Donk, typically over on this A side of the map through Bathrooms and Banana, respectively. And what a dynamic duo that is, by the way. Donk and Shiro together as a duo to try and fend off. That's a thing of nightmares.
Oh, yeah. Even if you outnumber them. Any clutches where you see those names on your screen, you are going to be absolutely terrified. Ooh, blind on the push. Kylar slain again. Donk's able to defend here towards toilets. And the numbers for ENCE, one by one, they're falling. Goofy at least hits a 6th shot and wakes up. Back-to-back frags, takes down the duo and opens up the bomb site. An opportunity for ENCE in the 3 versus 3.
It's Goofy again, getting these entries, man. He was the player that nearly got them around on the B site as well. They have to try and finish this one off, though. They've at least got a post plant. Chopper in again with the spray is good. He's burning alive on the Molotov that was planted down from Magix, who gets another assist. And now just the AWP remains of Hades as he gets his kill into the round. Needs to go in for another couple, but Chopper is too fast on the draw. And that was the first kill of the half for Hades. But again, it's another clutch, another retake successfully delivered by Spirit.
They thought they had finally found the answer. Goofy with some huge openings. But for Hades, he sold down the River Styx on that one. Can't pick it up. And it's just so hard as well, because this is kind of the point we were talking about, right? You've got such a lethal duo there, but even if you remove them from the equation, the rest of the roster still has so much firepower, and their retakes have been unbelievably on point tonight.
Hey, you got to feel pretty bad for Goofy, because that was a really clean double entry that he got in the bathrooms against one of the strongest duos in the game right now. And it still doesn't really amount to much. Yes, they get a post plant, they can get Galil's back in again, but there's so much money on the side of Spirit. You're never going to be breaking them at this stage. Instead, you're more likely to break yourself running into the brick wall over and over again in this fortress that's been built up. Taking some long control, but Donk is there with the Molotov in hand. As soon as he spots players, he's going to back away, and Shiro can stand up tall if he needs to.
Donk supporting his brother in arms once again. And setting themselves up with the utility. The nades go over. Remove those lines of sight, see if you can force the players out of position, potentially set yourself up. Kylar running around the corner. He thought he had the drop on him, but Donk lays him out. Shiro turns but misses the shot, but it won't matter because Chopper's here. And like an auto body chop shop, he strips them for parts and leaves it all down on one man.
That man is D-Hat, a 1-on-4. 35 bullets in that Galil, but Donk doesn't allow him to really push through any of them. The wide swing is good enough for the 11-0 scoreline. And you know, Jackie, I would even argue that this is more terrifying than if we came into this game and Donk dropped 30 in the first half. This is way more of a team effort. This is everyone pulling their weight. Chopper is fragging out of his mind. Donk is strong. Shiro is damn good right now. And Zontix and Magix haven't really been required that much, but when they have, they've still been pulling their weight in terms of utility and assists. This is a very real, cohesive effort from Spirit. This isn't the Donk show. This is everyone showing what they're worth.
They're all big players now. All of them in a position to show what they're made of. Shiro doesn't quite get the shot off early on the contact face down towards short. So ENCE survived the first potential hazard. But even then, it is what you've got to work with, right? Because this is the last round of the first half. Best case, you get one under your belt. You're kind of thinking, okay, we've not really got the best buy to work with this. We don't really have much nades either. Utility's basically bone dry apart from a few flashes. And then if you do go towards the A site, yeah, Goofy's had 1 or 2 sick picks, but this time he's got a Galil. And you've got to hit that instant headshot on Donk. He knows where you are as well. Taps his way back in. So Goofy, the backbone of ENCE at the minute, he's removed.
Yeah, and without a spine, it feels like this is just going to be another toothless endeavor. Onto the site, Glaive gets 1 and a second, but he's dropped down to 18 HP. And there is Shiro with the AWP on water. Our second consecutive 12-0 half for the favorite team. And Magix, if you had any doubts about whether he was happy or not after, I think he finished on 1 or 2 kills at most, well, that smile tells you everything you need to know. He's happy because his team is slapping. Yeah,
he got those last couple of frags in that very round to put him to bed in the first half. But like you say, man, you really wouldn't give a damn.
No.
You're winning the game. You know, that's the real commodity. That's what matters. Your win streak looking like it's only going to get bigger and bigger as this carries on. And for ENCE, it's the complete opposite. At a certain point as well, though, it is what it is, where you're kind of thinking, all right, boys, well, 12-0, let's just hope we get a pistol, take it one round at a time. Not much else you can do, really. That's kind of the best case scenario. So let's hope and let's see. For Spirit, you could just run on in.
Yeah, you mentioned there about the win streak. It's 7 match wins back-to-back for Spirit. Most of those have been obviously the best of 5 finals and best of 3s before it. They only dropped 1 map, and that was to Na'Vi way back in the group stage of Katowice. Since then, it has been flawless, very much like this performance today. Let's see if ENCE can at least weather the storm and deny the 13-0 as GamerLegion did in that previous game. Up against the informed Vitality. Diha. Oh, nice first headshot, and it's on Donk. Got a real chance now.
Remember, though, we've been spinning that story about how this whole roster can do a lot of damage. The rest of the squad also pretty strong on the old pistols. A lot of prowess with the weapons. But a minute, though, it's blows being traded back and forth. So chip damage between either team. Goofy has had a sick game, but he's been the only one that's really showing up. If they give him an opportunity here to continue farming some frags up with the dualies, it could bail them out, at least in the current round. The grand scheme of the game, well, that's yet to be seen. Flash over the top, and he'll see nothing, Vince. Completely blind, and a bullet right between the eyes.
That's what Magix brings to the table, man. That supportive element. Great flashbang. Kyle and Molotov off 1 HP. And it's another frag. They've isolated Hades from the rest of the troop, but they're very low. Diha, stuck at the back of the site, is going to get finalized by Shiro, who then turns around with a P250 and puts this down 13-0.
Oh, mate. Well, we thought we were going to get a 30-0 in the first game, but then Donk arrived, and you can't spell Donk without KO, knocking them out 13-0.
That is a very good way to put it, Jackie. And just as Vince said as well, 13-0, it's our first of the RMR. We asked the question, was it going to be easy for ENCE or hashtag the Donk Show? Well, the question's been answered.
How the hell do you analyze that one, huh? That was just another dominant performance coming in for Team Spirit. They did it in Katowice. The very first game, they beat Apeks 13-0 in the opening game. Now they do it again against ENCE. And let's be honest, Matthew, at no point was this even a game. It was just the show of Chopper, the show of Donk, the show of Shiro, the show of Spirit annihilating.
Listen, I really think that ENCE and Gley, for that matter, tried to play the game in the hardest mode possible, like the highest difficulty. And I have maybe some sort of unspoken respect for it. He said, listen, I know how to play overpass. If we're going to win some rounds, we're going to have to win a couple of these rounds on the A side. We're going to have to play the map control. That's what they try to do. The problem is you have Donk, whose most defensive position is the middle of the bathroom, and right behind him you have Shiro. And if for some crazy reason you make it past these guys, then you have Chopper, who's having an incredible game as a rotation right behind you. Like, you're not going to win the map playing like that. Sometimes it would have been easier just to, I swear to God, had ENCE rushed B 12 rounds in a row, they would have won more rounds than what happened here.
100%. It's also so disrespectful in that regard. We know Donk is playing A, we know Shiro's playing A. What is the first thing Donk and Spirit is doing? They place him on the B bomb side, he gets a 4-kill with the pistol, and then you know, right, he's going to be all over the map. You can never know. Chopper having a fantastic showing, Spirit have a fantastic showing. Only positives to speak about when it comes to Team Spirit once more, who just continue to dominate their opponent. Even the utility usage, I will say there was a couple of rounds where it was a 2v2, we saw it in the pistol as well, a 3v4. Perfect utility usage, the flash coming in, the spacing coming in. Everything Spirit is doing right now is just to perfection.
Pimpomaniac, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, or
Probably
if you've seen it before. Probably are. Magix, how does the team win 13-0 when one of your players doesn't have a kill prior to the penultimate round?
Have a look at the graphic that we're looking at. He was severely underpaid.
He didn't get a kill until the 12th round. He's got 2 kills there and then 1 in the final pistol.
He's got the 3rd highest ADR of his team with 3 kills. Like, just trying to reconcile that fact. Shiro has 13 kills with 71 ADR, and Magix has 3 with 72, and 2 of these arrive in the last 2 rounds.
It almost sounds like you have him on your fantasies. Is that the case?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Do you want to rebuke my argument?
Just asking. I'm just asking.
Do you have something to say against my argument?
3 kills is fantastic from Magix, no doubt about it.
We are very much in...
Oh, look at this guy now. Look how he's gloating. He's got 4 points combined in fantasy since the beginning of the season. Now he's gloating.
We are very much in the twilight zone, the weird world of CS right now. That was just such a brilliant performance by Spirit. And, you know, big shout out to Donk. He got the 140 ADR.
Only that? Only 140?
Making sure that ADR stays nice and thick. Chopper and Shira also putting up some solid numbers. And look, no disrespect to Magis, by the way, or to Zontix. Look, when you've got 3 players that are just completely shutting everything down.
And again, as we said, the plan from ENCE was to massively try and play the A side. I think statistically they probably fought in Bathroom more than they fought out of Monster, which you can make the case was that a good decision or not. But I have to say the A defense from Spirit is just it's non-negotiable right now. Like, it's undeniable. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you have a guy that stands so forward and he's so strong? He's a guaranteed 2 kills, 1.8 kills. And even if you find him perfectly, you have an AWP behind you who's basically one of the best defensive operator in the world, posted in Bathroom or on the A side. And then your rotation behind is his Chopper, who's wrecking everybody. Like, this is haiku I can't figure out. Doesn't work out.
He's a smart guy and he can't figure it out.
I mean...
Can you?
No? I'm not
shut
smart,
up. Those attributes together, such a force to be reckoned with. Guys, we've got about 30 seconds left. If you'd like to share any other closing thoughts. I mean, it was pure domination.
I mean, for my money, it doesn't define ENCE. You know, I still think ENCE can play some good Counter-Strike. They still have a shot at making it to the major. But if anything, it just reaffirms that Spirit is right now maybe the most informed team we've seen in Counter-Strike CS2 history at the very least.
Maniac, anything else from yourself?
Red hot. We're going to have to wait to see Spirit being tested because my patience is still very much untethered right now. Nothing happened.
That I'm definitely looking forward to. What else am I looking forward to? After a short break, we've got Apeks versus OG. Group B so far here at the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR has indeed been a bloodbath.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
OG may have not been looking like the best start to the year for them, but they are here at the RMRs and they need to do some damage. Keto now leading the charge for the team as well. Let's just start by looking at the fact that you guys came through the closed qualifier, right? You fought for it the whole way through. You had to start off against Cloud9, which was never going to be easy, but you've been learning with a new team, you taking over the leadership roles. So how has that whole journey been for you? Because at least you've been able to get a lot of officials.
Yeah, like it has been exhausting, I would say. But also fun at the same time. Like we learned a lot in these losses we had in the close qualifier and also at Blast. Yeah, and I think we improved a lot from there.
And in terms of improving, right? One negative for you guys at the moment is you will lose Rago, right? But he's here for you for the major circuit. How much has that affected the team, like in terms of mentality and just where you're at?
I think not at all. Like yeah, like he's really professional. Like he didn't change at all. Like since he knew he was going to Astralis, like he's still giving like 200% all the time, working hard, and we don't really think about this topic. Like we just enjoy the moment. We try to do our best to qualify, and he's doing everything to help us.
So I think one player I'm very positive about on OG at the moment is Heavy God. He can do some great damage, still a bit of inexperience for sure. But how do we get more out of the other pieces you have right now? What is that something you could look at and to say what you can do? Because you've got talented players, but I almost struggle to see like who can be the superstar to carry you over the line if something gets really bad. Like who can pull out these miracle rounds?
Yeah, I think like the miracle rounds, I would say, is like most of the time Heavy God and Regali. I think they both have like insane potential. If they play at their peak, what they're doing right now in practice, like the last couple of weeks, like they shoot so hard and like they're insane. They can win any round by their own, and I'm confident that they will show that here in the tournament.
And for you personally, are you like you've been at majors, you know what this is like, right? But are you feeling more pressure here?
I don't think I would. I feel more pressure than in the other tournaments. I think I'm always hard on myself, and now even more when I'm like leading the team.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, the pressure, because it's not just now play your role and play your position, you've got to lead.
Yeah, but I think like I put always the same pressure on me. Like I think it's too much pressure like I put on myself, but now coming into this tournament, like the other teams, they also put, like they will feel the pressure, everyone will feel the pressure, even Vitality will feel the pressure in this fucking tournament, because they also know what it means to miss this, and I think that's also good for us that now the other teams, they feel it as well, and they will make mistakes and we will try to use them.
Where is the confidence level of the team? Because you took some knocks, but you've got here, and now you've got to now show up again as one of the teams that people know the name of very well.
I think we are really confident. Also, like everyone in the team, like they all said they feel ready. Like earlier, Mace, like Fico said, he's on his peak, like individual. And yeah, Regali and Heavy God, they also, like, as I said, they played insane the last couple of weeks. Also Bram, Nexus played really good. So yeah, we can do it. Like I know we can do it, and I hope we do so.
Do you feel like because you're new in-game leader that like you're also going through this process and like growing as a person and player?
Yeah, of course. Like I think that's like the hardest thing, to make the players happy, to like tell them in a good, like tell them in a way that they understand, like you're not thinking they're stupid or something, but maybe we can play different the next time. Like I think this is really, really hard.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck. It sounds like you've done a lot of work and everything you can do, so let's see what happens when we get to the RMR.
Thank you.
Coming to you live from Bucharest, Romania. This is the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR second half, Group B. We've seen Vitality and Spirit look in complete form. Who is going to be next, Apeks or OG? We've also got Blair on the desk now.
Thanks.
Yeah, replacing Blair, Pimp with Blair, giving him some rest. Great to have you here,
he
brother.
Just looked at you and was
that sounds like an improvement, if you ask me. Yes,
Hey,
listen, I'm kind of happy I showed up a little bit earlier today, because I might have missed my call time because of how quick the first two games went. That was like, whoop!
Those games were electric. Did you manage to catch any of them? The Donk Show?
Of course I had to watch the Donk Show. I saw both of them, just complete domination. And now we get into the more interesting games, if you ask me.
Oh, you think this is a more interesting game now?
Yeah, because I think that, you know, it's kind of more even Stevens, because that was just complete domination, man.
All right, okay, I'll give it to you. I think it's a harder game to call from the get-go. And in terms of competitiveness, you can argue there's a case for either team. It's a bit harder to watch out, but don't you dare tell me this is more interesting than Donk or Zaiwu.
It's not. But it's almost like watching a frag highlight. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun. It's fun. But I'm like, give me a game here, guys. But this might be the one, Paula.
All right. So in that Vitality matchup, it was Zaiwu going off, right? In that Spirit matchup, it was Donk. Who do we need to see on both of the teams here, Apeks and OG, going off? Not necessarily in the exact same fashion, but reaching high.
Of course. I have to come clean. The last time I saw OG was 4 maps of Counter-Strike versus, I believe, Vitality and Falcons. And I think they won an aggregate of 15 rounds over 4 maps. So I feel very strongly negatively biased towards OG. I'm sure that, and I'm certain they have more to offer than what they did in that very event. I think Heavy God is a good candidate if you're looking for pop-off players, one that could be for the future as well, someone that could be definitely poached out of a team like OG. We know their position in sort of the chessboard of Counter-Strike. And then Regalia, of course, we've talked about him quite a lot. These would be the players go-to, but I have seen nothing materialized so far. I can only base off of hope.
Heavy God is also an absolutely sick gamer tag. Blair, over to you.
Heavy God is a pretty sick game attack and a pretty sick player as well. I love the fact that he kind of hit the ground running for his team, right? It didn't take a lot of time to really ramp up into it. And I feel like even their online qualifier, a run where they came, you know, second in the open qualifiers, came 7th in the closed qualifiers to make it all the way here to the RMR, was a lot of it is owed to Heavy God for, you know, just delivering, taking fights. He's got the individual prowess, but again, those are against lesser teams, so to speak. Wasn't against the sort of opposition they're going to be facing off against here. And speaking of the other team, Paula, the other players who want to step up on Apeks, here's the thing. Apeks, you go back to Katowice to play in, and they got demolished by Spirit in their opening game and whatnot, but they've been on the grind. They've been playing a lot of online Counter-Strike, playing against some good opposition, some lesser-known opposition, and I feel like individually, you don't necessarily are looking at one player in particular to really pop off. I think they're trying to play some good team CS, but if I'm forced to pick a couple of names, it has to be Nock and Sasanito. Nock, obviously, as an opera, I feel he can really do way more. I really feel that, and it's not really being as consistent as I would want him to be. For Sasanito, once he joined this team, high expectations from this guy, really high expectations, and if you ask me, I don't think he's really delivered to the level I wanted him to deliver.
I like that we have Yakem as well right there. I think he's an extremely aggressive player for Apeks. Probably a little too much for my money. I think sometimes it lets transpire maybe a lack of deeper gameplay because it's a little bit all on Yakem. Like, you go ahead, you take your duel, you take your space. If that works out, it's beautiful. If it doesn't, it's a little flat. You mentioned Nock. At a time in Counter-Strike where famously both Swedish organizations might be rethinking their plans, maybe Nock just has a number to be called in there. You know, maybe it's a good time to have an audition for the broad world of CS.
That map is the most perfect, you know, shake of hands if I've ever seen one. It's a map that both these two teams really like to play, right? Because, and again, but for me, I'm looking at this Ancient, I'm remembering because I just saw that Spirit 13-0 just 5 minutes ago.
Forget about it.
Yeah, but they did get 13-0 by Spirit in play-ins in Katowice to play in the opening matchup. But after that, they've been on the ground in this map, just getting up a lot of wins. I think this is going to be a map where both these two teams are pretty comfortable on.
Well, we sort of set the scene here. I think this one is pretty much ready to go live. I'm going to double... Yes, it is. All right, perfect. We've got about 30 seconds left. Thank you, Mr. Producer Man backstage, helped me out there. Blair and Maniac, let me get some official predictions. I know we've said this could be competitive, so you're expecting a tight matchup, but who's going to take it?
I've seen more from Apeks, and I feel like they've been putting in more effort, and even in all these tournaments, so I feel like it has to be Apeks taking the win here.
Apeks as well, and his reasons are good enough for me.
All right, well, my analysts are siding with Apeks. We'll have to see if they do it or if OG come out on top. Jackie and Vince, over to you. Let's enjoy some Ancient.
Ooh, some Ancient indeed. Apeks currently on a 4-map winning streak on this very map, but both of them enjoy playing it, and hopefully we'll get a bit of a tighter affair out of this one. And all that means really, Vince, is win more than, like, what, 2 rounds on one of your halves? So I think we should get a longer game out of this one.
You'd think so. I hope so. But let's find out if that is the case here, because both teams would be very happy to secure this one as fast as possible. Heavy gone with the 1 kill, traded out instantly from Jacob, who's going to just be ripping straight through onto the site, but it is actually sent with the post plant. Smokes down, 3 CTs all moving through cave.
Oh, they're all lined up together, though. Jacob, little known fact about him, he did a lot of spelunking in his younger years. This man knows how to explore his way through caves, and he's coming in, looking to see if he can deal some damage in the back line. Nexus finds one onto Sense. Oh, and the head is ripped straight off. Okay. Cheers, Kakanito with a Dooley's left end. They're peeking into him one by one, but Nexus will find it. And that's a round for OG as the screams come out. Celebrations there.
And that man on your screen, Heavy God, is probably the player that you're going to be looking at here to do most of the big moments, the big kills, the big plays, as he is really the only positive player coming into this in terms of his stat lines. Very capable. Had a bit of an off performance, like you and I casted a lot of the open and closed qualifier games. He didn't have a great performance there. They still managed to squeak their way through, and I think he'll have a point to prove here in this matchup. He got the 1 kill traded back. Interestingly, we see a UMP picked up for Fiku early doors.
Yeah, the UMP, man. Some people love it. It's kind of like Marmite, right? You either love it or you hate it. But we'll see how well it works out for him. If this SMG of choice will serve up some frags. Nexus, a bit of a young talent as well. This man can do an awful lot if he's on point. Kito's cleared out towards the bottom of lane, and you've given Fiku a position to play off of. Meanwhile, Sense, though, he's just already out towards A. They've got the smokes up, so you can play a retake A setup, but a bomb isn't there. You were trying to spin a bit of a fake story on this one, but OG aren't quite biting on it.
Yeah, not just yet. I realize there's still plenty of time left on the clock here, so they're going to have to be holding their positions for the time being. Stiko getting aggressive up into the donut area. Oh, gets the drop onto Heavy God, and that's one of the SMGs that will trade hands. Also takes a bunch of damage and puts it straight into the face of Nexus. Stiko single-handedly cracking open this round.
From an A-site fake to a real A-site take at this point, as he has slain them. But the CT still don't want to rotate off. They still don't believe in this one. They're trying to hold their angles. Regali finds a trade at least. Shuts down Stiko. Kakanito slowly makes his move from lane. For OG, you're down to just 2 players. Regali and Kito are the only survivors.
Oh, Kito's on the prowl, though. The timing not going to be favouring Kakanito, so Galil now traded up from the SMG. But with no kits between the two of them or grenades, are they feasibly going to go for this or just save? I think it's going to be more of the saving option here. So Stiko, by himself, with the Tech 9 through Donut and mid, is going to carve Apeks straight back into this. The force buy has worked out. And by the way, just as a side point, I think he's earned it. Go check out his YouTube channel after this. It's an actual banger. Genuinely, Stiko's got a great YouTube channel for all things Counter-Strike.
It's mad how we can kind of do it all, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Good on camera, with some banging YouTube ideas. And a man absolutely pops off in CS, which of course is what you really want from him. A nice round. And for it to be on one of the big game players as well, you touched on it, right? Heavy God is one of those names for this team that is a hot prospect. As the story's gone so many times, you find a player that endpoint scout, he starts rising to fame, and then someone comes along and goes, I'd actually quite like that player, please.
Yeah. It's the kind of situation that Apeks and OG have been in for quite some time now. Players getting poached and kind of upgraded into the quote-unquote tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
And now this is a chance for those players to show that they don't need to be picked up by those top-tier teams and still make the major just by themselves. Jacob with the entry, though, onto Nexus. Nearly with a second one, courtesy of Sense. A lot of damage, and it does get traded out. Finally, Heavy God goes down after that 5-7. Makito taking cat control with the Galil is going to keep this round alive.
Kito, labored, but still gets the job done in the end as Stiko is slain. Dropped. Left as a puddle at middle. Nork has the bomb on his back, and it wasn't fully spotted, so he can wrap off. Although, with the position you're in right now, Jacob can take his time. He's lurking towards Red Room. He'll catch the rotate if they go back towards the A site, and also have all the info in the world if they start to wrap off, and can then give that timing to Nork to push back into the B bomb site late. They're going together, so there should be room for the trade. It's actually all 3 of them. Trigger discipline needs to be good here for Jacob, and it's about the positioning as well. Kito looks to clear it. The first domino falls, but the trade's back by Regali, and this is the opportunity now for Nork to move into B.
Yeah, I think both players were spotted, or at least heard, and so Nork feels confident and comfortable enough to just go in for the full-on plant. So as it stands right now, Apeks will have options for the next round, but I'll be hoping that it will be off the back of another successful one here, but he's getting nailed through the wall. And Fiku, with the AK, turns it back around again. The hype is dialed up to 11. A successful retake, a 2-1, but I wouldn't be surprised if Apeks going for another force. They know the CT's economy is poor, and they've got that second bomb plant in a row.
A little bit scary as well, though, all things considered. That round was definitely a bit bumpy. Jacob with this play as well did arc you back up a little bit, making you think that maybe there's room for him to secure that round. But bomb plant is a bomb plant. And the game goes 2-1 then, so very back and forth rounds at the start here. Regali making the heads-up play to bring out the scope. So the AWP is now donned and stationed as the sole weapon towards the A site. Meanwhile, everyone else, well, they're running straight towards B. The nades early will deal damage and slow them down, though.
to control, hotly fought over, but it's pretty much one-sided in the fact that there's no T's here. They've all just pushed straight onto the B side of the map, up through ramp 2 for 1 trade. Making the most of this opportunity at post plant. Regali still stuck back at CT side, behind smokes. And Nexus and Heavy God have been forced away from smokes. Looks like it could be another save here, Jackie. There's not really a way back in for OG. So as one-sided as those two opening maps were in this group, this is a real scrappy back and forth.
And around the Apeks win, just off the back of going for a fast B play, basically guaranteed just from one frag. As soon as Fiku fell towards the back of the bomb site, Quito with the MP9 up close. He only gets one, and that was nowhere near enough. Regali at least hits a nice fadeaway, but it's more important that he stays alive rather than deal damage to them. Obviously, their cash is low, but they can get the buyback out no matter what as they save 3 weapons. For him, if he threw away the AWP, then the whole save is kind of pointless at that point.
Regali, another one of those Romanian players that will be taking part today. Of course, we have Nexus coming up next on the A stream. That will be up against Astralis. So plenty of Romanian presence here in Bucharest on home soil. 2-2 though, the scoreline here, Jackie, and the pressure back up on OG. You know, you were mentioning before about how they're on a 4-map win streak when it comes to Ancient, some notable wins against the likes of 3D Max, for example. They've also played against a lot of very tough opposition in the past. In Katowice, they went against Narvi, Big, Furia, Spirit, VP, Monte. These are all legit teams, obviously tier 1 sort of teams. On the side of OG, when they're playing others on this map, it's typically lowered down opposition, the likes of Nexus. Then they played against Falcons in Blast Premier Spring and they got wrecked 13-2. So there's a bit of discrepancy in terms of the nature of the teams they're playing against.
And that's kind of been the history for them as well. Whenever we have seen them recently at events, they've been always the team that falls out in either last or second to last sort of place. This has been very repeat for OG. So they haven't had too much stock, you know, not too many things to look back on and think, you know, we're looking really good on this, we can improve from here. It's not been great for them. Especially even with the online, you know, we were watching back with the qualifiers to even make it to the RMR physically. And they had a lot of games that were slipping away from them. A lot of risky runs, obviously only making it, I believe, in the last qualifier to actually get through. And it was not easy for them in closed either. OG at the minute, a lot to work with in terms of the weaponry. Ooh. A bit of a slow one, but Kakanito does clear the angle in the end and finds the head of Quito, puts him down. Obviously, your best bet really is they kind of funnel themselves into the 2 hero weapons, but no one's coming that way.
Oh, Sense was caught between 2 players, but still gets 1 and 2. It looked as though he sprayed straight down the middle and was going to get traded out. And a weakened Regali is finished off by Kakanito's AK. That leaves Heavy God with the arduous task of trying to hold on again for another save. Apeks will be taking the lead, and whereas it's been back and forth throughout these previous rounds, this should now be OG up against it into potential save or a very rough rebuy, which would include a force element to it. So Apeks maybe have broken this economic game of chicken back and forth and can now establish a bit of authority, a bit of a power over the T side of Ancient.
Heavy God just attempting to stay alive. Oof. He's on point, man. He really is one of those big name players for OG. And like you touched on before, in terms of the stats, like he is by and large the biggest performer for them. 1.15 rating in recent times, really is kind of the only player that's been showing up for them over the past 3 months. But you need help. And it's also the positioning as well, right? No one's coming really aggressively towards the A site at the minute. The only time they went for it, they flanked straight in through main, took it for free. He's out defending towards Donut and mid, trying to provide some support, but nothing's working for him. He's not able to get anything going. And everyone's just running up B ramp, running in towards the B site and finding those picks. He needs to back up. Heavy God's a great player, but if he's not in the right location, he can't really assist. And the holds towards B just aren't working at the minute.
And he's still only around 21 years of age, I believe you said, in the lead up to this game. So he's still super young. A real flourish of Israeli talent that we have right now. Many great players, likes of Nertz, obviously. We saw Spinks and Flames earlier, dishing out the punishment. Heavy God's up there. Exciting times for that region. And of course, on the other side, we have some of these sort of stalwart veterans, the likes of Jacob, who's been around for a very long time. I think he's around 30 years of age at this stage. Obviously been to previous majors himself. Stiko's been around for a very long time now. Although he started extremely young. Remember, he burst on the scene when he was like 16 or so. Meanwhile, though, USP pushed down on the ramp side is going to get Kakanito. So that's an AK picked up. I'm not sure they'll be able to use it much, though. Ascent sprays down too. And Jacob, the man we just highlighted, is going to be there to help his teammate out. So it's looking like a pretty straightforward 4-2 scoreline.
Clean at the minute for Apeks on their T side as they take what they want with ease time and time again. One rifle that is now in the hands of Regali, but even then, if you just save the one AK, it's not going to massively bail you out. It will help, though, because the economy, well, that's been slipping away from you quite a lot. CT side haven't really been able to find themselves into a good position because these rounds were just being traded back and forth so much. You're never comfortably starting to build it. And that's kind of all they're hoping for. Obviously, Heavy God just wide swings down towards the ramp. He'll be the sacrifice. But Regali, you've still got to fight for survival to bring this into the next.
No, just touching on Jacob there for a few moments here, as Regali is going to get traded out, nearly got another kill. That would have been costly on the side of Apeks, but the Norwegian player previously of teams, of course, like FaZe Clan and G2 back in 2016, was legit one of those players that people were super excited for, near the top of the scene. He's obviously been at multiple majors. He finished in the 3rd, 4th play with Renegades, another team he played with in the past. Was at the Paris Major, losing out to Vitality. So this is a team with tons and tons of experience, but 4-2 the score. Another buy coming in for OG.
Ooh, a clash for control towards middle. Sense has been warming up. Oh, the two-player setup placed in Donut. Maybe this is going to be an opportunity where finally Heavy God will get a chance to show what he's made of. But Sense sets himself up inside of the smokes, up by Red Room. Everyone else can now back off and rotate round towards lane if they want to as well. And Stiko just holds for any shenanigans towards A main. They've got all the map control in the world right now, but Nexus sees him.
Sees him, and more importantly, shuts him down. And cleanly at that, able to rummage a path back over on the B side of the map. He was spotted momentarily by Nork's AWP. Still yet to get off the mark, though, with that weapon. Could be a difference maker. Kakanito caught in two minds, backs away intelligently. He's about to get swarmed by CTs. He's wasting a lot of time here, and nearly a double spray. 1 kill out of that situation, better than it probably should have deserved. But a solid rotation around the back now from Jacob is giving Apeks a thorn in the side of OG, and this really could exploit them.
Heavy God's back's completely open. But Jacob, he takes the path through Temple and walks his way in. We've been building up the Heavy God story, but will he be able to close the book on this A take in the final 25 seconds? OG need to defend on this one, get themselves another round. The Howl waiting, seeing if it can burn away their hopes. Strikes on the first. The AWP sings back, but it's a missed shot. And time's ticking, 14 seconds. The flank is cleared as Nexus, he's removed. A spray that doesn't connect. It's all down to Nork. He's got to hit the head and plant the bomb, and it's too much to ask.
Oh, it had to be so frustrating for Jacob, because you've managed to kind of funnel this path around the back of the CTs, and you know you've got a really good position, but then Heavy God gets the first kill onto Big Box, and that entire flank kind of falls to pieces. So nearly success. But OG battling, and it's that man again, Heavy God, that is pushing Apeks back and keeping them in this match. 4-3 the score. It will be another purchase from Apeks. OG still yet to fully stabilize their economy. So all to play for here early on in Ancient.
Fiku with the opening frag this time as well, so the script changing a little bit. OG is starting to find those opening kills and giving themselves an advantage into the first few seconds of the round, meaning you've got control of lane. Nexus can support, you can hold them back for a bit longer. The bomb's lost confidence and begins to wrap back around, as this is one of the few times Apeks actually haven't just taken what they want instantly.
They're repelling this mid-control time after time. The double stack of Heavy God and Nexus both performing solidly here. Now Stiko, Nork, Jacob with a couple of smokes and flashes alongside them with over a minute left on the clock. Still deciding where they even want to push. I mean, the bomb is by itself from Nork. back over on the double doors side, and his teammates have already pushed into A main. So I'm not sure if we're going to have some kind of misdirection thrown in here. But I think they're just realizing they need to play on the same page. Smokes up and over onto the side, going to try and sell this one. Stiko, that is rapid entry fragging. Regali gets neutralized instantly. And if they were going to go for the misdirection, it doesn't get much better than that. It's drawn away 2 of the rotational elements of B already. It is only Fiku here by himself.
It's on the off angle, back towards CT. Everyone's debating this. They're paranoid about the potential fight that's coming towards A. Meanwhile, the bomb is getting ready to burst into B. If they figured it out, Fiku will see the utility thrown over. Flash to keep him in position. Smoke wall goes up as well. It's going to bloom and give them access towards the site. 10 seconds though. If you can deny the plant, that's the difference maker. But the spam gives his position away. And one by one, they lose their heads. It's all on Heavy God.
This is a ridiculous round from Stiko with those 2 entries he's picked up, especially the first one. But Heavy God is still alive, and where he lives, there is a chance for OG. Half the timer has gone. He does have a kit, but he's going to have to get a move on. Needs this first pick, gets it cleanly. Has a smoke as well, can throw that onto the site and try and draw out some of these defenders. And so far, not too much information is gathered. Taps the bomb. Spray is not quite there. And there will be not enough time for the defuse, as Nork will shut him down. A valiant attempt, but some exquisite entries where Apeks were behind for the bulk of this round. They'd lost the early trades up mid. They'd lost ramp. And Stiko on the drive-by just nails Regali. And Jacob had such a good angle on middle as well. He cut off the rotations. Really well played by Apeks.
Some blinding shots. Oh, we see it from his POV as well, man. Fiku spamming, just hoping that obviously last 10 seconds, if I can kill the guy with the bomb, maybe it throws a spanner in the works. We pick up the round just off the back of the timing alone. But instead, you're going to spam through the smoke. Hey, I can see you through the gap. Shoot straight back, following the tracers and ruins him. Oh, it's all gone wrong there. That's a bitter pill to swallow as well. Losing that round, suddenly that makes it feel a whole lot worse on your CT side.
Especially when you felt like you were kind of locked in. You had the foundations built into that round. You had the Orphan Temple where you won him watching A main. You had the right read of the situation. It's just the fact that you get absolutely demolished around the corner, and then Apeks are in the perfect positions to make the most of it. You know, we were both a little bit concerned, like, Nork staying too long at double doors here. This may not work out. They may just have to go for a save. Well, Stiko and Jacob had other ideas. Very well played. And OG are now straight up broken. They're down into pistols, not too much else.
Most just a light investment. The voice of Forest echoing through Counter-Strike. You've always got money for P250. So 2 of them will be brought out. And a supporting deagle in the hands of Fiku. Fiku actually is pretty sick with a deagle, so the weapon in his hands can pay off at the best of times. Issue is, though, you're funneling the team into the lurker of Stiko, who just waits outside of A main and wants to put the foot down. The Galil getting a little bit gory. Heavy Guard at least trades back onto 1. And whatever weapons you rip out of their hands, that's what you're looking for. Just make it as costly as possible. But they double up, peek together, and if it's only the 1 casualty, it's not that bad.
It'll definitely take 1 casualty when you're up against Eagles, and 5-7s in this current iteration. Like, CS2 is very powerful on the Deegs, the P250s, the 5-7s, the Tech 9s. Like, how many times have we seen teams in these weird half-buys come out and prevail? So a 6-3 scoreline on the horizon. It is just Stiko that has fallen down. And he's had a very colourful and long career. I mean, I remember vividly casting him back when he was at Hellraisers, when he was just a young guy, really, a very young guy, around 17, 18 years of age. He was playing a lot of the angles and positions in that team that it didn't necessarily have the most colourful of stats for Stiko in particular. You know, he came under a lot of scrutiny. He was kind of like the glue. You'd speak to anyone he played with and they say, he's a super chill guy. He does every role that no one else wants to do. He has a smile on his face. Great comms, great attitude. And then he went into other teams. MOUZ Sports was another one of those teams he's been back and forth in for multiple times. And he started to perform. He started to actually have some of those star role positions and really started to up those stats. So it's great to see him still in these teams and still fragging out, still having roles where he can shine.
There was a really nice story back at the Paris RMRs where Stiko was talking to Wrinkle. Wrinkle's first LAN. He played against Stiko. There's like a picture of him when he's a child. Obviously, Stiko a little bit older. And Apeks knocked them out of the event. Afterwards, Stico goes over to him and, you know, kind of explains to him, like, don't give up. I can see you've got the talent. I can see you'll go far. Keep going, man. And it was a really heartwarming kind of moment. He's that sort of guy. Really nice player, respected for the right reasons. At the minute, though, we'll stick to the present. OG trailing by 3 rounds here on the CT side. They need a little bit more to work with. You're trying to take that control back round towards lane. You double up towards cave so you can peek out and fight for it, but Kakanito's bypassed their crosshairs and got up close. Sense doesn't even need the help, though, as he rips the head off of Nexus and gives you that opening pick.
Oh, Kakanito's managed to wiggle his way up on the short side alongside Sense. And they're having success. Entry from ramp, looking for a second, but Keto is going to stand and deliver. The problem is, though, that they've put so many of their troops over on the B side of the map that A is bereft of any CTs. And the one CT they had is Heavy God, but the MP9 wins out against the AK somehow. But a weakened Heavy God is finished off. And that will put Regali into a 1-on-3. He knows a player is just around the side. He can see the shadow, he heard the noise. The sound cue is going to give away Jacob. But he has now been smoked off. It's looking like a 1v2 retake for Regali. And considering they know exactly where he is, this is going to be a tough ask.
It's not going to be easy. Outnumbered, outpositioned, trapped towards Temple with a scope, and time already so far gone. You're holding at the minute and just seeing if they're going to exit towards you, but your wish may come true in the worst way possible, although it's the back turned. As he swings around the corner, though, Nork was up close and finds the free frag, hitting the head and stopping things there. So another one for Apeks.
Nice effort by OG, but unfortunately it falls short. And whereas this game was extremely close in the first 4 or 5 rounds, now a significant lead is beginning to get built. And it will be Apeks that on in that 7-3 lead. And again, because of that full-on investment in the previous round, OG are just back down to pistols. They haven't had much success with these weapons. Heavy God is teeing off the way you'd expect, but some of those other players getting a little bit silent in these last few rounds.
Okay, Pistols overwhelming the first man at least, but Sense always so good in these positions. Just able to spray his way through them and puts himself on 10. So Regali, Nexus and Heavy God, the last 3 that remain for OG, a round that looks like it should almost be a guaranteed ape for Apeks if they play off each other. You can play the trade game, use the range advantage you've got with those weapons. And that utility alone has drawn the full rotate back around. And you can wrap off from this. Bomb hasn't really been seen yet. You could back off if you want. Stico can take that all the way through spawn. And they're going to try sell the idea that this is a full commit, at least with the util they've got.
Stico anticipating they may very well push down on the ramp side. And Jacob has his cave covered. 2 players, Regali, Heavy God, both in. A 2-for-1 trade, not too shabby at all. And Heavy God now, with a bomb down, could have rinsed through another couple players. He could, but he didn't. Apeks 8-3 in the lead.
Nork, who's there? A Tech9. There you go. Terrible dad jokes for you, Vince. We've reached that point of the game. 8-3 though. One more round to go. OG, can you at least get 4 to work with? You've got a buy, so it's not the end of the world. You can kind of build back into it, see if maybe there's some momentum to be had. 2 kits in play, 1 for Keto, 1 for Heavy God as well. Again, a bit of an early scrap, seeing if they can have a tussle towards mid, but it's the same default we've seen Apeks going for.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, it's been paying out really well for them over these last sort of 4 or 5 rounds, but Nexus locks it down with the M4A1S. Tagged down at 12, but that doesn't matter. He has thwarted this A play. It is all about B now, so they're going to be picking up the pace and getting in here as fast as possible. Well-placed counter flashes, though, is blinding the oncoming Ts. Really solid hold this round for OG. Just what they were hoping for. It should secure them 4 rounds come the second half, and indeed it shall. So not too bad, all things considered. They'll be disappointed considering how close this game started, but 4 is enough to play off.
Could have been a lot better, could have been a lot worse. So you'll take it for what it is. You'll be happy with the fact you've at least got something to build from. And a pistol round, really, in current CS, it can do so much for you. It can bail you out of a position like this. I'd say that's one of the only things as well that I feel like this OG roster can play into pretty confidently. They're normally quite good on pistols. You've got a lot of very talented pistol players on this roster as well. So if they pop off, it could be one that can give them a nice springboard back into the game. Similar sort of story, though, for Apeks, really, when you think about some of the things they can do with a little hand cannon in their palms.
See there, Sense has 4 multi-kills in that first half. With 2 direct duels won. That has been a pretty big difference maker in some of those earlier skirmishes. 11 kills to him, 14 to Jacob, the veteran, showing that he's still got it. OG, though, desperately require this pistol. As you highlighted, Jackie, they are definitely capable, but we're seeing that Zeus in play. I think that's going to be more of a consistent theme over the duration of the upcoming months.
Oh yeah, mate. So much you can do with them. It's the frustration as well if you run into it after the recent changes as well. If you see that connection, it is a guaranteed kill. No more tagging people and being frustrated at the Zeus letting you down. Luckily, well, at least for OG, no one is going towards cave at the minute. So they're not going to be walking into that, getting shocked and instantly brought back to reality. But there is a timeline where that is your entry pathing. You want to go for the split push onto B. The players that go towards cave, well, good luck, because Sense is just holding it, waiting for the run-in. If he gets the first, it could all get a bit awkward quite quickly.
I can see how narrow this angle is. Plays perfectly into the range. There's 3 players in. Oh, he knows it now. He's heard the sound cues. Sense is waiting. Oh, Kakanito takes it away from him. Oh, no! Kakanito! Oh, they've actually lost the trade somehow. OG actually have a 3v2 advantage. Stiko takes the bullet, though, and puts it into the head of Keto. And it's going to be a round to Apeks. So messy in cave, but they still get the job done.
I mean, it's one of those where you're just like, dude, why did you kill him, man? I'm ready with the Zeus. I'm ready with the Zeus, man. Oh, it nearly went so wrong as well. Luckily for them, Stiko's in position. Obviously, Kakanito does kill everyone, exactly what you'd want. But my man's trying to run at them. At the taser, ready to go. Shocking scenes. But a round for Apeks, nonetheless. They do put themselves up to 9 on the board. A lot of investment into the utility early as well. You've got those SMGs. They dash out the HEs at middle in case anyone's running straight towards them. But OG, they're grouped up and they're going towards the B bomb site. Stiko could have another highlight here.
He's had a solid game, hasn't he? I keep going back in my mind to that crazy one-tap entry landed on Rogali in the temple. That spray's a little bit laboured. You want to forget about that one quick, but fortunately Nork is there to administer the heavy blows, and this round is going to come to an end. Looked a little bit grim for a moment there, Stiko, with the spray, but fortunately the MP9 ditched him out.
I suppose that's because you can always knock on wood.
You have these lined up, don't you?
Oh, mate. All right, that's it. That's the last dad joke for this one. I'll put it to bed. I'll put it to bed. Felt like the timing was right for events. But anyway, 10-4. At least now, for the OG fans out there, they do have the cash to spend, so they can bring the AKs back into fruition, have a little bit more to work with going into round 15. But the real commodity, the hot big picture you're looking at, is the fact that you're so far down with rounds, you need to take 6 on the spin to equalize the score. And Apeks obviously only 3 away from winning this best of 1 as well, and putting themselves in the 1-0 side of the Swiss. Kakanito trying to run out through cave. He had the freebies lined up to blow them away, but it's the backstab from Nexus that shuts him down.
Quite a lot of damage though in the meanwhile. Sets that reaction speed to flick onto Keto. Wasn't enough to double up on the catwalk control, so that maintains firmly in the hands of OG. But with 2 players around mid, albeit Nork on an SMG at this range isn't going to do much. That Molotov is going to stave off the push a little bit. Jacob through the smoke, and he gets the clean entry. Just what they were looking for. That bypasses and mitigates some of that mid-control now. And although Fiku is in the caves, 21 HP. 1 bullet, 1 stray fragment. Bit of shrapnel for HE, and he's a goner. But he has Rogali to play off, who's already made moves up on the ramp side. Stiko has the right idea. He also doesn't want to give his position away, but now he may have to. Rogali finds and bests Nork, and tantalizing is that option for Stiko to get aggressive, but he decides better of that choice and backs away instead.
Ooh. The bullet spam towards the site, barely missing the target of Rogali though. He's He's able to get the bomb planted. You've got backup in Jacob, but it's an absolute marathon that he's got to run. And the problem is, of course, that water gives away such a premature audio cue. So he can't sprint the whole way. He's got to slow it down from here. And time's basically gone. So you're throwing this round into a position where now we're just playing for exits. If they come back towards T-spawn, maybe we'll take a couple of weapons out of their hands. If they exit towards mid, Steeko's ready for it. But OG will get the round.
I think the idea here is to try and choke out OG and get as many casualties from the bomb detonation as possible. And that's very likely now because Viku is low, so is Regali, and they are nullifying, neutralizing the retreating Ts. I'm not sure Regali will survive, he won't. So the idea there for Apeks is try and deal with as many of these Ts as possible, force them to go for those rebuys, really hurt their economy. The devil's advocate side of that, though, is that the CT's economy is not fantastic either, Jackie. I just had a quick peek there. It's like $2,000 to $3,000 on a few of these players. So they will be able to sketch together a buy. Not ideal, but the same could be said for OG.
Boy, oh boy. Okay, then. 5 rounds of difference. Starting to get back into the game, making us believe maybe there's a bit more to be said on this one. Can they break the streak of wins for Apeks? Jacob slithering his way up towards lane, strikes like the mighty Cobra, as he will take down 2. Sense good towards middle. And for OG, they've been hit with a reality check. Suddenly it just falls down to 2 players, Regali and Heavy God, with a whole round, the whole team staring down at them.
This is a very impressive performance from Jacob, man. Like, he's kind of like one of those entry rifle roles on the side of Apeks, but he's kind of like the kind of entry fragger that wants to get in there and get 1 kill, open up a site, allow the rest of the team to spill through. Right now, he is landing multi-frag after multi-frag. You know, we came into this and they showed the graph of Sense having 4 multi-kills. Well, Jacob's got 4 as well now. So he's been out there, he's been getting killed back to back to back. And that's a big difference maker in how this entire game has gone. It feels like OG have never been comfortable. They've never been in a situation in any of these rounds, CT or T sides, where they felt like they were in control of the situation. And Jacob again, locking it down with another 2 kills to add to his 2 beforehand, a 4K and 19 frags. The veteran is here to stay. He wants to catapult Apeks into that 1-0 bracket.
Makes your life so much easier as well. You get that feeling of relief if you actually start off in a 1-0 side of things. Versus knowing you're only 1 loss away from already facing potential elimination in a best of 3. It all starts to get a bit real very quickly here at the RMRs. And as we've seen, you have to try and make the best of every game that's put in front of you. You have to beat every team here. It's an absolute gauntlet of a format. It's why it means so much to make it to the majors. And at the minute, this man is making major moves as he slays with the AK. It's easy pickings for him. 4 frags against the Glocks. And Heavy God's wondering where on earth his team's just gone.
Yeah, this is like shades of Jacob from 2015, 2016. You know, the Jacob I was talking about before, and like the likes of FaZe and G2. Really solid on the rifles. Yes, this is against an eco, it's against Glocks, but it's always been playing throughout this entire map so far. Consistently good on CT and T side. And I believe he just got an ace.
He did, mate.
An eco ace, padding those stats, but let's be honest, he had about 20 kills before this round even started.
He was sat there before the game, watching the woo, watching the donk. He went, come on, I want one of these games.
That's it, man. It inspires. And everyone has to step their game up. When you see players of this caliber in this tournament, you know you have got to step your game up. There is a place at the major for grabs. This is what it's all about.
It's an environment where that extra 20 to 30% power has to just appear from you. You have to put everything into these games. Doesn't matter if it's an easy win, doesn't matter if it's a tight affair. Each and every game, you have to absolutely pop off and deliver your best. And at the minute, Vince, they're making quick work of this one. OG really struggling here on Ancient. For Apeks, now you've got such a big buffer built up that it doesn't matter if there's 1 or 2 small rounds that slip by, it's just about closing it out. You just need 1 more to finish it off, guarantee this win, and that's your opening game put to bed instantly. You'd be happy with this.
They're probably the favorites on most people's minds coming into this game. May have started very close, a back and forth scrappy affair, but Now that Apeks is spreading their legs, they are just running faster and faster towards that finish line. They've warmed up, and it's Jacob again with another opening too.
This is his middle. The landlord denying it for everyone. Leaves Keto and Nexius pushing up daisies at mid, and now what do? A triple threat for OG? Don't think the original gangsters will find too much success here. Looking to go for a drive-by at the B-bomb side, but Kakanito, he's already flanking you. Smells the blood in the water, and the shark himself takes a bite. Fiku falls. Regali and Heavy Guard, the last two alive. Heavy Guard's on a mass rotation, but it's about the timing. Regali's going to get fought, needs to hit the head, at least takes down one to keep them alive for now. But Jacob, he started the round, and he might very well close it.
Yeah, especially as Regali didn't get that kill cleanly either as a shadow, but Heavy got still neutralizing Jacob. Stico has the timing peak. I'm not sure they realize his position. He's going to go for the Molotov, try and deny this bomb plan. That molly is going to connect, but it's on the wrong side. He assumed it was planted on the default position. So Stico, in doing so, has given himself away in that trajectory of the Molotov. And now as he comes through on the cave side, Heavy God is there on the off angle, still takes him. Keep in mind that Regali's extremely low, and Heavy God didn't do a single point of health in terms of damage. And with the bomb planted where it currently is, Stico can feel pretty confident that it's going to be on the long or short side as he taps the bomb. There's not much time left here. Regali's going to show his hand, and he gets taken down by Stico. It's going to be close, but it should be the full defuse. Headset is off, Stico full confidence, and Apeks win this 13-5.
Oh boy, oh boy. That's the way the cookie crumbles at the end there. Apeks locking it down. Masterclass from Stico, some huge performances from the individuals. And a nice game for Apeks, kicking it off in the Swiss.
3-star performances across our 3 maps, the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR B so far. We saw it with Zywoo, we saw it with Donk, and now we've seen it with Jake. And big shout out to Stico, though, with that game-winning clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like if you go back to that first half, this T side, OG and Apeks, it was kind of back and forth. They were exchanging rounds here and there, but then Stico on that A look multiple times, catching OG with their pants down. And even after that, just his presence, just looking towards A mains, the timing might catch, just kept them kind of on their toes. They weren't quite comfortable really establishing themselves on the CT side. So yeah, I think it's very fitting that despite Jacob's heroics, I feel like Stico, for me personally, would be the MVP.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they outplayed, outmoved OG most of the time, and this also reveals one of the topics that maybe we underrated slightly going into this matchup. The differential of experience. Think about the likes of Jacob, things about Stico, and how much they've done in the game. I think it really shone through in this particular matchup. You're talking about lurks, timings being found, mid-round calls. The clutch at the very end is super telling. Once Jacob gets destroyed by Heavy God, and then you have Stico in this 1 versus 2, it shouldn't be that easy for him. He is known, he gives away his position with the Molotov. You have OG who's firmly in a 2v1, and still he makes it look like it's so simple, just dissecting. Here's a 1v1, here's another 1v1, I'm gonna tap the bomb. That right here is a big statement.
And I also feel like even for Heavy God, right, in that 1v2, in that final 1v2, as you pointed out right there, once you know where his position is, which you did, there was a big avenue for him. It was planned for a CT, by the way, it was planned for long and short. He could have gone there, he could have been playing crossfire with his teammate who was very low. Instead, he's stuck inside of Cave, inside of Jaguar. Didn't deal a single point of damage as well. So yeah, basically just completely outplayed in every department.
What I loved to see there was the composure of the whole Apeks team across that map. You know, we had that star performance from Jacob, but yeah, Stico was calm, composed, and in that last round, he really made it work. The way he approached that, you know, post-plant, fantastic. You see the utility coming out. You see him clearing all the angles. You see him there sort of having an inkling, okay, the final player's in this position. I'm going to tap the ball now. I'm going to commit to him. And if he peeks at all,
I mean, that's his strongest argument, right? If you want to sell Stico as a player, if you want to hype him up, you're not going to say, oh my god, he's got incredible mechanics, instant headshot. No, he's a clever guy. Like, he's got experience. He's got a good game sense. He knows how to move around the map. There's a few situations as well where he plays with the bomb down. He covers it very gracefully, stays alive. He's very on the money with decision making, and he's shown again. But if you talk about headshots, this guy over there.
I mentioned it before, right? We've seen the 2-star performances of Zywoo and Donk, and that's like newer generation, right? But Jacob, we've got old guard slaying on the server. 26 frags across 18 rounds. That's huge.
I mean, some people might say, yeah, sure, he farmed. It's a little inflated with that eco ace he got, but even you're taking that away, even with only 21 kills, he was fighting crazy impact as probably the oldest player in the server, if I'm not very much mistaken. He was just showing them how it's done. The aggression and just getting away with murder every single time.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned his age, not because I want to talk about his age, but just about longevity. I think Jakob's skill has been able to maintain such a high level throughout the years. Like, for the new viewers out there, we're talking about a guy who in 2015 was already at a major with LGB, then moved on to be the part of the first international G2 roster, moving on to the FaZe roster, and then he kind of dipped, disappeared a little bit, resurfaced with Renegades, has some other success, very qualified as well, a semi-final at the major with our man Kassad, and now again fighting with Apeks. Like, he hasn't really dipped individually in his ability to hold 1v1s, and skill-wise, he's still up there.
I feel this should be stressed because people, you know, born of Jakob's CS.
I'm born of Jacob as well. Yeah.
Jakob's CS generation. They do sometimes dip and then disappear completely, or you know, they just don't get another shot. With Jacob, that's not the case. He has managed to stay relevant, even regardless of the dips that he's had. And if he can keep it up like this, it's looking great for Apeks with the RMR.
Yeah, and in spite of being that aggressive, I always feel like with the years passing by, you can maybe trade a little bit of skill for that finicky attitude. You know, the Stico-ish scenario. Oh, he's clever, he's got game sense, he can play the late round. That's not how Jakob is going out there having impact. Like, we're talking about a tremendous amount of opening kills being found. He's very committed to the duels, very committed to the fight, wide swings and all. He plays like he's 16. That's my point. And somehow it still works. That in itself deserves a little bit of praise.
I also want to give credit to, like, you know, the way that he's fitting into the system. It's not just him running in by himself. It's like, okay, this is going to be the setup on the CT or the T side, and he's just going to, this is your job, Jacob, take that fight. And he does it, takes it. And once, he doesn't really overstay his welcome too much either. A lot of other players might do that, and that is a veterancy coming into play.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody, 3 pretty one-sided matches so far. After the break, we'll have Cloud9 versus Pera. Will it go the same way, or will it be closer? Let's find out soon.
Banana.
Coming late.
No, he's running up.
Running away?
Running up. No, close.
What are you using? I'm playing. Tapped it.
Off. Play by nice!
Nice fucking round, boys!
Nice fucking kills,
important. Very fucking important, boys. Let's go.
Nice.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Astralis are here for the PGL RMR. I've got Blame F with me, and Blame, where does it put you guys mindset-wise now coming into the RMR?
I mean, an early exit from Katowice meant that we had more time to practice, so we have had a lot of time to prepare for this event, and yeah, just had I don't know how many days it is, but a lot of days with good practice and focus on what we think went wrong, and we have worked on our weak points and all that. So yeah, I think it can benefit us.
And it has been a busy start to the year anyway, but did you boot camp before here? Did you just keep online practice? What did it look like?
We did online practice before this because it had been a long time on the road, basically from like when we came back from the player break. I think we've been honestly together like the entire time almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had the online boot camp or whatever you want to call it before this event.
And for you guys, you qualified through the closed qualifier, right? And you come through this hard events, and it's not easy to go through those things. Did you feel like, as a team, this kind of event helps you grow though?
I do think that when you play more officials, it also helps you a lot because you get more like into the official mindset of like playing and all that. I think that's very positive. There's also some negative to it, of course, that is that you show more of your stuff, but that's not really going to count into this event. So yeah, I think that us having played a lot of officials in the beginning of the year, I think that's going to help you play better, I think, in officials here as well.
You said something interesting. You said it's not really going to count. Does that mean you've already just worked on the playbook some more? You've got fresh stuff for here, especially?
Yeah, I think what we showed like 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, that's not really a concern here because you're gonna look at your own tendencies and see that if it's something that's readable or not readable, and you're gonna figure out what worked and what didn't work. So I don't think that's too big of an issue here, what we did in the middle of January.
Yeah. Now for me, when I look at this Astralis under your leadership, this seems to be the best pieces, the best players you have now as a whole unit. So do you feel like the expectations that like the community and people like us have on what Astralis should achieve is the same as what your expectations are? Because before, when we spoke to old Astralis, it was very much, we're just focusing on playing the way we want to play, we're not setting expectations. You had this like different mindset, but has it changed now even for you internally?
I mean, I don't know what the community's expectations are. Like, that's not really something that are concern of mine, but I do care that what we want to achieve in Astralis, and of course we want to achieve good things with this lineup because we feel like we have good players now. So yeah, it's definitely something that, like, it's a lineup that want to compete for trophies and hopefully win trophies. So that's definitely something that we're focused on, but not because of the community saying it, because we think that internally that we have a good lineup and we have a possibility to achieve that.
And do you feel like it's already been enough time for you guys to start achieving this, especially now coming into the first major?
No, I don't think so. Like, I think last year we had like one tournament with basically no practice, and we did not practice after. So this is the only, like, we started from January, so we had what, two months together, not even. So no, I don't think so.
And how do you feel about just the group in general, the teams that sit in this RMR for B?
I think it's a pretty tough group, to be honest. There's a lot of good teams. I don't think that it's granted that you go through. It depends a lot on what teams you're meeting. So yeah, you have to be able to beat some of the best teams in the world, I think, if you want to go through this group, because you're definitely going to meet them, because there's a lot of them. But that's fine. We want to compete against them anyway.
So we got you fully in charge, full confidence?
I would say so, yeah. Pretty confident.
And it seems like, at least when I'm speaking to you, it seems like a different mentality, more confident than before when I've spoken to you. Would you agree?
Yeah, I probably think so. Maybe it took a little hit in Katowice.
And these extra practice days, was that like very beneficial?
Yeah, I think so.
And best of ones in the map pool you currently have, do you feel like it's good enough to be able to get you through it? Because we've seen some of the newer teams, they struggle with where they actually have their confidence levels on the best of ones, but then best of threes they can have that success.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty good map pool for best of ones, honestly, because we only play 6 maps, but we have like the maps, almost every single map I think we're pretty good on, and we can compete against the tier 1 on. So yeah, I think we have a good map pool for B1. I don't think that's going to be like any big bad problem for us.
Nice. Well, it sounds like you're ready for the RMR, and I wish you the best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B, the Bloodbath. And guess what? It's definitely lived up to its name so far. First things first, apologies. It's not Cloud9 versus Pera. That's on the secondary stream. Go and open that in a secondary window. Enjoy 2 Counter-Strike games at the same time. Here on the main stream, we've got Astralis versus Nexus. Gentlemen, let me get your initial thoughts. This is an Astralis that's been floundering. How much they need to pick it up, take out Nexus?
Look, if you just look at the 2 names here, even, like, regardless of Astralis' performance at Katowice, regardless of some of the struggles they've had recently, this should still be an easy win for the Danes. If that's not going to be the case, then alarm rails are going to be not just be ringing, it's going to be short-circuiting of how much someone should be smashing that.
Yeah, definitely. Look, there is no sugarcoating how much of a tragedy Katowice was for Astralis. Basically, you lose to Glaive, and then you lose to your two former Heroic players. But here's the good news. You've met your nightmare, and you survived. That's it. Life goes on. The planet still tilts. You know, the sun still comes up, and then the moon comes in. It's all right.
I really like this.
No, but that's the fact. Look, there is something liberating about going through the absolute utter shit of a tournament and then being on the other side of it and say, listen, let's keep working. That's it. It happened. What's the worst that can happen?
The worst that could happen is you think the nightmare's over and you're still asleep and the nightmare's ongoing. It's like inceptions of nightmares. Hopefully that's not the case here.
There's no way that can happen again with the weeks in between.
Not.
There's no way.
The only thing that I would mention, though, just from like a psychological perspective, right? So at the Katowice play-in, one of the losses was to Heroic. Astralis are meant to be the primary Danish CS force, and Heroic, you know, more and more so over the years have been clawing that title closer towards them. But I'm sure Astralis weren't happy about that, and they need to mentally reset coming to this RMR.
Now more than ever. I mean, if you look at the top 20 HLTV list of 2023, 4 players are now in Astralis. Like, this is the most stacked lineup in terms of appearances in there. And that comes at a certain prize. The certain prize is, you better play for trophy now. Wait a minute. Wait, what? You got eliminated immediately in the play? No, what's happening? It's no. That's how we're looking at Astralis right now, and none of it has materialized quite yet. We saw glimpses in Copenhagen at the Blast where they pushed Vitality twice in very good matches.
Yes.
But the payoff wasn't here, Kat.
I did like that interview where Blame gave Banks, where he mentioned, yeah, but the good thing is we got knocked out so early, we had a lot of time to prep. So, buddy, I hope you've prepped.
Yeah, I hope we can see that in the gameplay. Turning our attention to their opponents, Nexus, what are going to be the keys to victory for this Romanian lineup?
Okay, listen, in this particular matchup, I really
Hometown advantage, maybe?
Hometown advantage, 100%, like the full Romanian lineup for the very first time here at an RMR. For me, it's Zello, right? It's an easy name to pick right here, this primary opera. He's a star player as well. Also, one thing about these two teams' map pool is I feel like they're going to shake their hands when it comes to something like a Mirage or an Ancient. That's a map that if
Ancient could be, yeah.
Ancient could be the pick, right? If that's going to be the case, I think Nexus, they have a tiny chance. I think it's a map they play a lot.
There you have it. Exactly what you were hoping for. You get your Ancient. It's also a map where arguably Nexus had one of the greatest results, which was to beat Big on their way to just being here in Bucharest. And one of the maps was Ancient, an overtime game. They ended up taking home, so good for them as well. I'm sure I've played some of these guys in Face It. Like, they're grinders. They grind the hell out of the game, and it's kind of cool to see them being in that position now. And you go up against Astralis. Let's not beat around the bush. Astralis is favorite.
Oh,
by all accounts.
100%. Even if you look at the result they had against ENCE. By the way, that's a map they picked against Glaive in Katowice, where they got smacked by the backside. 13-4 was the scoreline. But even then, you know, Astralis, I think they have the pedigree, they have the players, as you pointed out, top 24, top 20 players from last year's one in this lineup. I really see, even home advantage, Paolo, I don't really see Nexus stealing this one away.
This one's definitely a story of a favourite and an underdog, but lots of other factors to consider. I know hometown advantage shouldn't be overstated, but I do think it's going to give a level of relaxation, a level of extra fire in the belly, perhaps, for the Romanians.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the problem is we've tried to sell this narrative for the 2 first games of the B stream, right? We said for GamerLegion against Vitality, we said for ENCE against Spirit, we say, hey guys, it's gonna be great, they have no pressure, they're gonna have such a good time, and then combined 2 rounds were won by this side of the equation. So I have to jump off that boat. I'm not on that boat anymore.
And they might have a Donk, and they might have a Zaiwu, but look at the side of Astralis and who they have.
10 seconds left, everybody, before this one goes live. Blair and Maniac, can I get your official predictions, please?
The Danes.
Yes, it is indeed. The answer is in the sky.
Analyst desk are siding with Astralis. We'll have to see if Nexus can put up a good fight. Jackie and Vince, who you got?
Oh, I think it's got to be the Danish squad, isn't it, Vince?
Yeah, I hate to just go all in. You know, everyone's saying Astralis, but it's for a good reason, right? Like, home team advantage maybe plays into it. Maybe Astralis have a slow start. It's best of 1, MR12, all the caveats in the world. But Astralis, on paper, not only should they win this, I think they actually should go through to the major as well. I think they could go under a lot of people's radars as going pretty far in this and going 3-1 kind of territory.
Especially for Device as well. He wants to make it back to majors, right? His last one, Stockholm 2021. It's been a little while now, so to have him back at the majors. It would be a treat. Of course, you've got to get there, though. It's early doors. It's the start of the RMRs and the first game for either of these two teams. Nexus, they had some tough opposition online. Remember, they came all the way through the open qualifiers, through closed, and then guarantee their spot here. How much further does their journey go? Well, that's up to them. In the opening round, at least, we've seen one P250 pulled out, and Zello, he's pretty sick with this little bad boy, so he does take the face towards ramp early, but no one giving him an inch. And they've got that rotate cut off. BlameF with the dualies already pushing out A main.
Yeah, exactly. And he is one of the players with those dual elites, as you mentioned. Oh, he's going to get aggressive. Oh, this could play into the hands of Ersin. He's going to go unchecked, but Ersin still gets splattered. Should have had that kill. And now BlameF was spotting and notices the positions. He just backs away. He looked for the intel and he got it. But Ersin's going to be devastated he couldn't punish him for that push.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, although Zello might be able to bail them out of a bad start. Ah, well, Device is there. The man that's twice as nice takes 2 heads and shuts it down. BlameF with the final one. And yeah, completely different story, potentially. If you get that kill onto BlameF as he pushes out for the info towards A main, suddenly you open up an avenue towards the A site. You can back off, leave Zello to try and pop some heads. But instead, BlameF spinning around, finds it, and Device just farms up the frags with some snapshots, sniping with his sidearm.
It would be a really cool story to see Device back at the Major again. As you mentioned before, it's been quite some time back in Berlin. Left the Astralis org in April of 2021, went to NIP, of course. I would say it probably didn't go as well as he was hoping for. And now back with the Astralis members, he is going to try and go back in for more. Aston in the meanwhile with 2, Zello with a beautiful 1 dig. But the MP9 is just shredding through the oncoming Ts. They're weakened, they're limping, and they're being finished off. 2 casualties, though, and a potential post-plant. Won't be happening with the post-plant portion, but the 2 kills, not too bad for Nexus, in all honesty. They're going to have some stuff to play with into this next round. But yeah, in terms of storylines, Device back at a Major again would just be so sweet, man. Like, he's one of those players that you could definitely put in the conversation for one of the GOATs of CSGO, for good reason. Obviously, he had his tremendously dominant phase with Astralis in that era. It was a big part of that. So, I'll have to see if they can get across the finish line here, though.
No, you are absolutely on the money. A living legend, a man whose brand has so much weight to it, and obviously an absolute demon in the server as well. So always exciting to watch. And it's the first CS2 Major as well. It's that little added caveat that would be nice to have in there. Bit of a missed smoke round towards T-Spawn early. That one has been fluffed, so it just puts an afro on the bridge and doesn't really give you too much help. Some near misses as well. Could have been a couple of opportunities to see a few players go down already. Everyone's still standing. Down though. He just want to push out through cave and see if he can open this up. Flash around the corner, but it blinds him a little bit, and they give it up.
Just catching Yabi in the background, Aston there. He's like hunched over in front of his screen. That looks like a nightmare for his back, but it works for him. There you go again. You can see him.
Man.
He's properly into it, isn't he?
Pixel sniffing. Face right in the monitor. Oh, sound. Will he be able to get an opening pick here towards the ramp? Time's getting pretty close on this one, Vince. They're going to be walking the tightrope. You'd hope that Sound can find some opening frags and then grab that bomb, but instantly he's gone. Stair was looking straight at him.
Yeah, walking that tightrope and it's getting windier and windier. They're wobbling, unable to get stabilized, and with no control over the bomb for the time being, spilled down in the double doors. This may very well just be a save, and that's if they're afforded that luxury, because Stair pierces through 2 chromes, and in doing so has put this round to bed. There is no time for Ersin or BTN to retrieve the bomb and push towards the site. It is going to be Astralis taking a 3-0 lead, and Nexus on the back foot again. It's the nature and how comfortable these trades have been going as well, Jackie, that causes a bit of concern. Stair's definitely been in an upward trajectory since joining Astralis. He's been getting better and better, I think. And those 2 kills he just picked up, so very strong.
No, good heads-up maneuver. And a nice round. Seems like a bit of a technical pause, though. Zello having some issues, it seems. The headset's been taken off, so we'll get that resolved, get the issues fixed. But the camp of Astralis there, everyone looking pretty happy. Device with the slight curls. Meanwhile, I'd like your answer on this, Vince. What color is that?
For me, that's like lime green.
No, that's actually Zello.
Got him.
There we go. Right, that's me done for the day. That's all I had for the tech pause, Vince. That was it.
Oh, man. It's an interesting colour, Jackie. It's...
I do wonder if that was legitimately like the thought process, though, because like people were probably like, "Yo, what does Zello mean? Is that like yellow, like with an X, like xylophone?"
So it's a question we can ask him in the interview, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we'll get Banks in there.
Banks on the case. Unfortunately, it's a tech issue, so could take a little bit longer. There's not too much to sink our teeth into here, really. I mean, I think Astralis, you know, we were talking about how this team has multiple threats.
Yeah.
You know, it's not... You look at like a Vitality, you look at, you know, the Donk Show and Spirit, for example, and that's not even necessarily fair to the rest of Spirit. Like he's obviously, it's what the hype is right now. With Astralis, I think it's safe to say that there's more moving components, there's more moving parts. There's not necessarily one guy that is going to set the scoreboard alight every single game, be dropping 30s like a Donk or a Zywoo. This is much more of a team effort, I think it's safe to say.
No, that makes sense. I would agree with you. It's one of those where you've got a lot of the right pieces in an environment where technically all of these players should be able to thrive and do a lot. And obviously it was looking like they were already kind of having this sick rise of like, wow, maybe this team's actually going to be even better than initially expected. Then you get a bit of a reality check at Kato with some of the games. You start to think, okay, they're mortal, but you've got a platform to build and potentially a team that could do a lot in the long term. We've just had word as well that the issue here for Nexus is a problem to do with binds. They're just getting that resolved. Then things should be live again to carry on. But yeah, man, I think for one part, though, that kind of is the big factor, right? Is having Device back in position where you send him to majors again, just the excitement of seeing that. And also that added caveat of it's not just a major, is it? It's the hometown major. It's in Copenhagen. That's an incredible sort of extra asterisk on top of the whole thing.
Of course, for a full Danish lineup, Astralis have been one of the premier Danish CS orgs for a long time now, since their iteration. And, even within the confines of this roster, I believe, and do correct me wrong, but I believe they have an interim coach right now. And Ronick has came in very recently, I think in the start of January or start of February even, so he's not been in for too long. And additionally, obviously, Stown and Yabi joined back at the tail end of November. So they've been together for a good 2.5, 3 months at this stage as a 5-man. But I think now we're starting to see them flourish. Now we're starting to see what Astralis are potentially fully capable of doing. And this RMR is going to be a very good test because it wasn't just Astralis that had a disappointing performance at Katowice. We already saw Vitality. They had a horrible performance by their own high standards. They come here, first game, absolutely smash it.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking as well, with the idea of sort of legendary Danish names being in that arena, you already factor in the fact that obviously the game we casted back on Mirage, where we saw Falcons fall out of the event, you've lost quite a few key names right then and there, right? Zonic, the most decorated coach of all time in Counter-Strike, won't be in attendance. Magisk, someone that's always been able to have those incredible runs, show what he's made of time and time again, not there. Snappy as well, the sort of IGL that you would want in that arena. Man, the potential storylines for Danish derbies we could have had, well, that's one team that isn't going to be there.
Exactly, Glaive, of course, another key component of that Astralis era. Another Dane didn't have a great start in his ENCE endeavors going up against Spirit. And you look at the likes of Zipnix, who, of course, was a classic member of that Astralis era. But that's enough chitter-chatter because we are live again into the game. The problem has been resolved. 3-0 is where we left off. Nexus do have a buy coming in. Not ideal, though. Raga just down to a Deagle as he's traded that across with Zello.
That early nade, well, that's going to slow them down and inflict an awful lot of chip damage. I mean, BTN brought down to his knees from that one. Half his health bar has been wiped off him. Smoke goes up as well. Minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, so it's going to force them back somewhat, burn it down to about the minute mark before that will dissipate and give Ursin an opportunity to potentially take a pot shot into the site. One player rotating fully around, though. That's Raga, that's setting his focus back towards B, seeing if the CTs have pushed out lane.
Still watching for the flank as well. We saw action here in the pistol where it was Ursin got pulverized by the Julies of Blame F. But that's not going to be a repeat performance here because they're way more centralized on the CTs. They've actually kind of given up A control. They have Yabi who's watching it more passively as the smoke's now going to be finding their way onto the site. It's more misdirective plays though because the bomb over on B is going to be making moves up on ramp, and even within the confines of this rotation, it's been shut down so quickly. But it will fall upon Steyer and his very capable hands with the AK. Double spray is good. It won't be denying the bomb plant just yet. However, that frag from Device probably will, as the bomb goes down again, and Zello in no position to pick that up anytime soon.
All the odds stacked against you. Doesn't want to die after time as well. 9 seconds left on the clock on this one, so we'll go on a bit of a suicide mission, run out towards the site, and Device will give him that opportunity. Shutting it down and getting the round off the back of the slight delay, firmly in favor of Astralis.
Looking pretty straightforward and comfortable for the Danes as it stands just now. Very curious what the remaining outfit of Nexus will have up their sleeve because, again, they did go in for a full investment in the previous ones. They're back down to Tech-9s and Deagles. We've seen these mid-fights go very heavily in favor of the Danes so far. They're going to be exploding out with those Tech-9s. The HE does so much damage though on the approach, but BTN at least picks up one.
Yabi on the arrival towards Donut. Seeing if he can feast on the T's if they come running towards him. Smoke at mid's finally going to disappear as well. Ooh, cheeky peek and a nice connection, but he backs off. It keeps the attention on Donut while Stair is able to assault from Red Room, playing behind the smoke, lining them up and taking them down. 5th round now achieved. Astralis making very quick work of things on their CT side start here in a best of 1.
Yeah, Stair up to 8 kills, joining Device. Makes a pretty grim reading on the T side of things. Raga, 0 kills, 15 ADR. Some of the other players have been getting some kills here and there. I mean, considering that we watched 2 complete slaughters in the first 2 matches, this at least, even though it is 5-0, has an air of being a little bit more competitive in how some of these rounds have come down. Device taking some shrapnel. Molotovs, oh, Zello's been burnt to a crisp. 20 HP remains. He can't even go for that peak on Catwalk as a result of it.
Oh, it hurts so much. Your first round where you think maybe you can flex your muscles a little bit and use the weapons, instead you get battered by the utility. And then Stown is just able to push his way out through cave. He's got all the control of lane that he would physically want. Trying to reply back with a HE. He sidesteps out the way of that one, only losing a sliver of his health. And for Nexus, they're so low. They don't have that much to work with. Trading on this is going to be so awkward as well. Pop flash round the corner. Ooh, he's still standing. Finally falls. The Sound will be able to cut him out and leave them in a 4v4.
Device, though, has rotated in from middle to bolster up the defenses with Stayer. HE tossed in to the main side, but no one is home. It's all centralized on the side of Nexus right now, but with some of that mid control, they can dart through onto Donut side. They've smoked off Red, Molotov the Cubby, and this forces Blame into proactive play. Doesn't want to be reactive any longer. Finding Zello. Nullifies him, but it is the bypass through Donut. So A site will be our final resting place of this round. 25 seconds on the clock. Yabi into the temple, allowing Device to try and open things up, but he's been smoked off.
Yabi. I was going to say, will he be the one to spot Raga, but it won't matter as Stairs already standing his ground and been able to find that frag for free. Device also gets involved with the AWP. And for Sound, you've got one last-ditch attempt. A play where he's lurking inside of the smoke, hoping maybe he can throw some carnage into this one. But they just shoot into it, finding a body shot and a connection and clean up with absolute ease. So another round going their way. The tally yet to be broken, even when they get site control. They're too fragmented, just can't get it over the finish line.
Yeah, Blame is so good at that kind of play, man. Go for those flank intel peaks on this ancient CT side. Has such a good read of the situation, finding the perfect timing window opportunity, shutting down Zello, who was weakened, of course, from the Molotov early in the round. And at that point, they knew it has to be A. They had B control through Donut. They've been Molotoved and smoked off. It was a bit telegraphed from Nexus. At least the post plant, though. The issue is that these small little bits of optimism, like, hey, we got a kill here, we got a post plant there, all these kinds of things, it stops mattering once you start to get to 7, 8-0 behind. So they've got to do something with these little small advantages they've given themselves. They got max round loss bonus, they had the entry frag in Cave onto Stown. That was a really big pick, but unable to do anything with it. That has to change, because Jack, we've already seen today 3 times, if you let the CT side get out of control, you may never catch back up again.
You've got to set the pace of the game with those AKs in your hands. They just haven't been able to. It's that confidence as well, because it does look like they're almost, you know, kind of being put in a box in terms of the plays they're willing to go for here, showing a lot of respect to Astralis, but at a certain point, you've got to fight for these rounds. You've got to roll up the sleeves and start doing some damage. The utility being bounced off the wall, ricocheting to slow down the push. And the double S's will survive the initial combat towards the B site. But here we go, Vince. The AKs find some connections, and we're down to a 3v3.
Being smoked and naded back to the site. The spray goes awry from Yabi. He's had a rough start to this game. The device there with the orb as ever, present. Ready, willing, and capable to shut this one down. Raga, low HP 25 to his name when only 8 bullets in the magazine's already picked up 2 in this round, but he's not sure where both of those CTs are. He knows device. Last spotted using that orb on the CT side has been smoked out now, has to get aggressive, but BlameF is there to lock down the 7-0. Nexus again getting close. They're getting closer and closer with each of these passing rounds, but they're still unable to capitalize and finalize one of these into a round win.
Bit of desperation towards the end as well in a 1v2. Very tight on time. He had managed to wiggle his way back into Cave. With the plant that he had, there could have been an opportunity to spam through, see if maybe there's a different timeline on that one, but pressure getting to him, bounce through the smoke, and it's a free frag. Device, though, looking very crisp with the AWP in those moments, and that's what you needed. Reeled it back into a far more winnable position from what it was. When it got here in the 3v3, you're thinking, okay, Nexus might actually have a chance to get their first on the board. But no, easier said than done. Device beginning to roam a little bit as well. By and large, he's found a lot of impact already. 12 kills, only 1 death. Again, Nexus eating that opening chip damage as the utility rains down on them.
Damage inflicted, but again, it's gonna be Astralis that concede the first player. This time it's BlameF that shut down. It was a really solid running 1D from Raga. And Stow, not for the first time, bested in the cave. A golden opportunity as Yabi will come back with 1, but the damage has already been inflicted across Nestea. Sprays in for 2, turning this back around on its head.
Every time it feels like they get a leg up in the game, it all goes wrong. The double up towards Cave, giving 1v1s that Stair will take every damn day. And now Zello, it's all on him. He's got a rotate to make. He sets his focus towards the A site, but Stair is already on the move, and he wants to turn those 2 kills into a free case spray down. And that's just what happens.
This is a clinical performance from Astralis, but Stair in particular. Like, Device has obviously got a lot of the kills, but it's been the heavy lifting of some of the other players that have kind of facilitated him into those 1-by-1 picks that we've seen Device taking time after time. It wasn't the 1D, pardon me, it was the 1 tap from the AK earlier on in the round, but the result is the same. Esther is having a really big game here. Double spray is always going to be an awkward one for the T's. You have to bottleneck your way in. He's been so composed, though, so calm. 167 ADR. You can't argue with those stats. The man is on form.
Another round as well, man, where it just feels like they're so close to the winning formula. They're getting their own heads a little bit. They're winning some of these fights as well. You can see the opening duels and the opening peaks towards mid. Like, there's times where BTN hits a bit of a worldie. It's just the consistency of it. You look at the average frags across the board as well. They're just not being able to really get enough to bail them out into these rounds. Meanwhile, Astralis, everyone's sitting pretty. You get the opening instant smoke down towards the B doors as well, block off the rotation. If they want to go for a fast B play, it's going to make it a whole lot harder. Then you'll eat the Molotovs, eat the HGs. And as we've seen, Nexus have been taking so much damage early on that it's easy to blow them over in the late takes.
That's a good point. They've been softening up their targets time after time with that utility, which is, of course, a harken back to the classic Astrala era. And now Stown is there with the spray. BTN managing to withstand all the oncoming barrage of bullets, but he's down to 30, and Yabi now going to show his hand from the alcove. 1 kill, make that 2, and make that 9-0. Getting a bit of deja vu here, Jackie. I think we've been here before a couple of times today.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? Oh, man. Really unlucky for Nexus, at least. I mean, for Astralis, you're living your movie right now. It's kind of like Jame when he's deathmatching. You just imagine yourself as a Hollywood star. And that's what they're doing, Vince. They're getting the paycheck, having a good time. The cameras are on them. And they're feeling fine. I mean, 9 rounds already under the belt on SET side. And you're fragging as well. Everyone's feeling pretty sick at the minute. For Nexus, is there anything you can really do? I mean, Zello gets another opportunity on the AWP at least. Maybe that's a bit of a game changer. You've left Sound on the lurk down towards the ramp by B. And they're going for the contact A. Zello can pre-scope in, peek towards the far right. And everyone else can walk up.
Timing on the smoke. Going to be pretty grim on Nexus. They don't want to push through that one. So back they go. No control over catwalk. Nothing forthcoming on ramp. Nobody present in mid. And Astralis have made the most out of this situation. Look at how forward their positions are right now. Oof, Zello nearly takes a stray bullet from Device. Replenishing those smokes. I mean, if you're Nexus, you just feel like you're a bit harmless. Like, you can't really do anything at this stage. You've been smoked off time after time. You just have to sit there and wait this one out. It's like you've been scolded and sent into the corner.
Not the naughty corner, Vince.
Exactly.
You never want to be there. Less than ideal. Oh, mate. The jiggle peaks. Sending shivers down their spine, but Device at least won't connect the shot. So they're still alive, but look at the timing. 30 seconds on the clock. It's basically a 6th man on the server for Astralis. You've still got to find entry in towards the B side. Ooh, Device. A wrist breaker of a flick, but it's the face that gets cracked in by Sound as he unleashes the baseline towards the B side stair, waiting for the lineup. But Sound, he's turning up the decibels, Vince.
He is. Deafens Astralis into submission for this round. Blame F, though, with the 1 is going to keep this round alive. Tons of surplus cash on the side of Astralis. They can certainly justify going in for this, especially if they can get this next pick. But it's going to have to be quick. Less than half of that fuse remains on the bomb. And Device caught in the corner. Wants to try and take at least 1 frag back with him. It will be the save. It will be Nexus's first round. But it was off 2 incredibly fast entry frags. And Blame F may be about to deny some of these weapons anyway. Double spray, nearly with 3. The bomb may finish off BTN. Indeed it shall. So Nexus get the round, but the most money they have coming into the next is $4,500.
Benjamin, the backbreaker, as he holds that one. And like you say, yeah, you get the round, but no money. Nothing to bail you out. And how many times is Sound going to be able to repeat this? Rock on up to the site and blow everyone away. Slapping his way through them on the Kalashnikov. A few rounds left towards the end of this half, Vince. If they could squeeze a little bit more out of it, set themselves up, then maybe there's some potential to at least have a bit of a lifeline in the game. But they need to have a clean half from this point forwards. You're looking at Astralis really dominating early on the CT side. Sound's back up to his old tricks.
I think you just have to unleash him right now. Say, whatever makes you comfortable, Sound, just get us an entry or 2. Give us a road, a path onto the site. This could catch Sound off guard. They haven't played this aggressively. They haven't bypassed this kind of aggression up until now. They've typically been very reactive behind smoke walls and Molotovs, and that change of pace completely shatters Stair. And in doing so, a post-plant coming up. Nexus, simply put, have got to win this and the next round to give them a chance.
Oh, they try and clear towards Cave. They do find Stout. He won't be standing for much longer. Meanwhile, hunting towards the A site, it's Ersin. He tracks down Yabi and strips another weapon from the hands of Astralis, trying to make this round as costly as possible because it is a guaranteed round for them now. Device still lives. The AWP remains in play towards Donut. I don't think anyone will actually track him down. It would only be Sound that's exiting out through Red Room that would be in a position to spot him. Does he clear Donut? Ooh, shows a bit of skin. Device now knows. And actually find the frag. Okay, Sound really coming alive at this point.
That's really important as well because there's 2 players that can buy. I think one has $9,000, the other has $5,000. So they can drop a weapon or two, but with those 2 safe weapons, it would have been 5 players with rifles, with a full assortment of utility, with Kevlar. I think we may see a couple of MP9s or maybe even pistols in play now as a result of that outcome. Depending on how much they want to prioritize device on the AWP. So those 2 last kills, very important potentially for the overall standing of this half. Yeah, MP9 for Stown, Deagle and Stare. If they save those 2 weapons, it's a completely different situation.
For Device himself, you've obviously got to break the bank to bring the scope back out. So he will still have the weapon. But Zello's been given that AWP. Now, he's had a really slow game, honestly, Vince. I mean, 2 frags to his name, right? There wasn't that many opportunities. I believe we saw him with the AWP twice on his CT side, but couldn't really find himself in a position where you are being pushed, you can play like a turret and hit those shots. Can they activate him on a T-half? Is he going to be able to find those picks for them? That's the big question.
Just bypassing the red smoke, as they have so many times. No real follow-up damage behind it. Mollies and nades being exchanged, but a quick flick from Zello caves in Stown. And in doing so, it opens up more business on Catwalk side. That makes it way more difficult to hold mid. Astralis, for the early stages, going to gamble stack 3 players on B and play passive on the A side. And this gives up most of the map control to Nexus.
They're finding these entries, and it really has changed entirely how they're playing Ancient now. It looks a whole lot more confident. And Ersin's in a good position as well, lurking in just the right spot. He'll hear the footsteps of Yabby, but Yabby is 1 step quicker. Spams his way back through the wood. The splinters will shut him down. Raga looking to cut off the rotation. Device can back up there. He tucks into the corner. Oh, this is a bit of a mirror matchup here towards deep mid.
Pretty important trade as well, because Blame F, if Stare were to die, it would put way more pressure on his shoulders. But Stare stands, passes the test with the MP9 and can also put up the smoke. He wants to trade up to the AK. Gives him that 1-tap ability. 35 seconds now, and Nexus had everything in their advantage, everything in their favor in this round, early doors. And yet still Astralis find themselves now with the finish line in sight and picking up steam, picking up pace.
The smoke's about to fade. Device hits the shot. Flamer puts the foot down on the bomb site. Sound only good for 1. Can't continue his heroics, as instead it'll be Astralis returning to form at just the right time, closing out that half. Smiles, at least, on their faces.
Yeah, I guess if you're Nexus, you probably realize this is more of a marathon than a sprint. You know, you lose today in this opening game. Maybe you're here to win, but you know that you're the underdogs coming into this matchup. And you're not done. You're 0-1. It's a bit rough. Still plenty of time to get back into this tournament, of course, but also have to have full belief that you can turn this around come the second half. We've seen crazy things happen in CS2. You win that second pistol, you get your CT side economy stabilized like Astralis did, who knows?
Potentially there's more to be said for them. Astralis coming into this pistol round. If you pick this up, you really do have all the chips at that point. You're putting yourself into a great position to just lop the head off, finish it off early, and continuing the trend of what we've seen. One team dominating over the course of the opening round of games here on the A stream. Ooh, all right then. Walking up lane. Nades in the back pocket. Going to be a fight for the cave. Ersin gets first contact and shuts down 1. Raga and Sound also pull up to the party, and they're blowing them away. Okay, a pistol round potentially on the cards here.
Exactly, you've got to keep optimistic. You're always in the fight. Until that 13th round hits, Nexus are not done. Sound takes a goosh, but still can't keep himself into position, especially as Raga and Zello are making moves up from the middle side. Stare instantly removed by Sound's USP, and that leaves Device into a 1-on-4. Has tons of time left on the clock. Most of those CTs are funneling their way through Catwalk. That's more like it from Nexus. That's exactly what they were looking for. Second pistol, make sure you don't get force bought into now and concede, and you can be on the fast track towards a comeback.
I think you hit the nail on the head, though. That's the one that scares me the most. When you have halves like this, and then you win that opening CT pistol, don't just get done in by a fast burst. You know, don't have your lips surgically removed by Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Play smart, play calm, convert these, get yourself back into it. Because like you say, at that point, you know, 10-4, there's still room for that. That's 6 rounds, it's manageable. You just have to play an A game from this point forward. Don't really have much room to let these rounds slip on by. And Ersin, he wants to deny anyone slipping into the A site as he's armed with an SMG in a prime time position.
Yes, and additionally, Astralis didn't go in for any kind of a force. A deagle is the most that they invested into this round. Braga now caught in between multiple angles. They just line up for him, though, so we can spray down with a FAMAS. And you can see the amount of damage that Ersin picked up in this round, that he was getting kills and assists across the board. But Astralis with such a vast lead, they knew they didn't have to go in for a force buy, especially considering no post plant was available for them anyway. So that now gets them into AK-47s. Direct duels won 3 on the side of Sound, and it felt like those 3 were the last 3 rounds of the first half.
Yeah.
When he was cracking open that B side of the map time after time.
He really came alive the longer that game went on. That half was playing in his favor when it seemed like they just kind of let him off the leash, and he was like, all right, I'm just going to run with the AK, split some heads, get us back into the game. And that worked. Defensive-wise, how well is he going to be looking? They take instant control towards bottom lane. Problem is, BTN's blind. Device's flash knocks him off kilter, and Stound's able to strike.
There's additionally some shots through the smoke, some of which did connect onto Sound, so it's going to give him pause for thought. Decides to back off back into the caves. Now Device getting boosted up onto the boxes. Zello did just go for a wide swing a couple moments prior, so they've seen each other now. Flashes and smokes being deployed, Sound finding the opportune moment to strike, but it's only one, and Stare once again is shifting through the kills. Damage inflicted to Zello, but it's all misdirection because the bomb is being planted on A.
Astralis have claimed the site, and Stound sitting in the corner waiting for the rotation. He's the tripwire that can shut them down for good. Timing on it could have been rough, but Ersin exchanging the weapons. Stound looks towards his back and now creeps back up towards Cave in a position to take these weapons away. Not only the round, but Zello will find it. If they can hold on to both these guns, it makes their life a little bit easier. But the big picture is the rounds. And even with these 2 saved weapons, yeah, you'll be able to squeeze a buyback out into it and keep playing, but you can't afford any more of these. You've given up one of your lifelines on this round.
At least holding on to the 2 guns does give them a chance to try and make the most of that next lifeline and jump on top of the raft. But there is no doubt that once those rifles came in, some really solid pop flashes into the wide swing from Stound in particular, and Stare was behind him. These 2 showing that they're a formidable duo of players, this Stound and Stare partnership. 18 kills to Stare, 13 for Blame, and 14 for Device, the most on the side of Nexus. Probably won't be a surprise that it is Sound that is leading the charge with his 12. As Smokes down early, almost an identical opening play with mollies and flashes preceding a peak. And all 5 of Astralis are here. This grenade can do a lot of damage though, but barely scratches the surface. Sound instantly dethroned by Stare's AK, but Stare, who was low, does get finalized.
Braga, waiting towards the entrance of Cave, is able to punish Yabi. We're down to a 3 versus 3. All of the CTs, though, are back round towards lane, and Device is putting himself into a great position to close this out. They have to play off one another, and they don't realize Device is right here. Flashbang works well, dazed and confused. They strike onto him, and the numbers keep on ticking. The metronome, the round is swinging. BTM with a wallbang breaks his way through and gives them the space to play with, but it's down to Blame F. 1v2. They're jumping on it. They're just going to stick it and look to steal this one away, and they will. He replies, but it's too late. A 5th round for Nexus by the skin of their teeth.
May have assumed that was some kind of a fake, even though the smoke was down. Wanted to hold on to his AK anyway. It's all about the bigger picture. They still know they have a vast lead of rounds. Keeping that AK, certainly a valuable premise. Call a timeout now, get on the same page, make sure you put this to bed sooner rather than later, because Nexus are starting to build up a little bit of steam now. Stare got some very quick entry work into that previous round, and they still end up conceding. That may be a bit of a confusing and worrisome state of affairs. They got plenty of time, Jackie. There's no point getting over-anxious, overzealous, over-aggressive, running into potential banana peels. Just slow it down. Make sure everyone's calm and composed and collected, and this should still go the way of Astralis.
It's continue playing the way they have been. For Sound as well, it was one of those rounds where it felt like he was actually going to have a huge amount of impact. The HE at first, going a little bit too shallow, didn't connect onto them as much as he would have liked to slow down the push, cut noise for them, and also give him the info. Gets dinged instantly as well. He's been really good at opening duels on the T side. Can he defend for them and help them out now on CT? Early nade back at mid, tags 2 players. Aster and Blamer feeling the brunt of that one.
I'll be down to that Tech 9 as well. A bit of a slow game from his perspective. I mean, he was playing the A side on CT, which didn't really get aggressed on that often, to be fair, by Nexus. Sometimes you just have games like this. You don't get to see too much. Nade clears the cobwebs of the smoke, but no one is there. Zello has to back away in the meantime. Emollies and smokes are in prime position to afford the luxury of a post plant, but the bomb still needs to get planted down, which Device is going for right now. Successfully getting put into position. And the A site in a 5-on-5 retake is so rough. No incendiaries either. 2 smokes, a flash, and a HE, and they go for the white swing, and 3 kills behind it. Nexus getting slumped, getting punctured by all this engagement, these aggressive wide swings. And now Astralis have 7 match points.
That was picture perfect from them. Peeking together, hitting all their shots. And again, forcing the team of Nexus back into the position that they hate playing from when they're on the back foot, when it feels like they don't have confidence for the fight, they don't want to instigate it. A retake where they didn't even get a foot in the door, and that's your money gone as well. All your reserves burnt away with that round. Astralis now only 1 away from finishing off this best of 1 and shutting it down. Whereas for Nexus, you've just got pistols and a couple of nades. At least there's some sort of nades to work with to hold back the early push. But even then, you've got to hit some absolute worldies. And they walk into the crosshair towards bottom mid. Blame F takes 2.
Yeah, 2 pretty straightforward kills of that, isn't it? Yabi wants to get involved in the action and what could be the last round of our opening matchups for both of these 2 teams. Blame F with the easiest of shutdowns in the back. And Sound now with his Deagle is going to have to go above and beyond. Astralis were the favourites coming into this game for good reason. We talked about some of the potential ways in which Nexus could get in this, but to be fair, Jackie, they never really saw an eye in on that first half, and Astralis shut it down at 13-5.
Astralis, the team you'd expect to take it, do it and secure their opening game, 1 under the belt for the Danes.
That they do, Jackie, and Blair and Maniac, I must say, that is a good start for Astralis. That's definitely what they would have wanted.
Yeah, like just very convincing throughout. And I just have to point out the obvious here. I feel like from the first half itself, Nexus, they just gave too much respect, just so much respect to Astralis. They were just being kind of cowed. You could see them heading towards the A bomb side. 1 Molotov from Yabi, immediate cancel, which was, it was looking like just a straight up A hit. 1 Molly, cancel. Go back towards B, no map control. Get 3 rounds later, 1 smoke from Yabi, again fall all the way back. You can't allow so much space against a team like Astralis.
Yeah, a little bit of over-respect. I agree with you there. I also think Astralis did a very good job sort of putting psychological pressure on their opponent with the continuous smoke in the B lane, the B doors, with Stone always trying to get a wall bang off, trying to get some damage from the cave area. It felt like their opponent just Nexus slowly slowed down their pace, played a bit more passive, and then whenever they were actually trying to break through the smoke towards middle, then Astralis had the right read. How many times did Astralis get away with having no player on the A side? No, not 1 player, no player on the A side. 3 firmly planted towards middle. Yabi in that donut position. Device commit with the AWP and Cubby, and then the attack would just walk into middle and get absolutely dismantled. And at that game, I think Astralis had a very good read on where their opponents were going and when.
Yeah, basically just the conditioning from the utility from Yabi, right? Just throw in a smoke, go back mid. Throw a Molotov later on, go back towards mid, and they never really punished it. But credit where it's due. Meanwhile, the extremity players, especially Stair, comes to mind. Dude, he was playing fantastic CS from his long position. Just his utility usage, his protocols, whatever the scenario might be towards it, B ramp, cave push coming out from the T's. Just beautiful stuff.
Stair building a bit of a stairway to heaven for... Oh, sorry, something's just fallen over there, no problem.
It's not Blair who fell over, he's still here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
That must have sounded so ridiculous on stream. Anyway, scoreboard up on screen now with Stair, yes, 22 frags, 140 ADR, almost 141. As the guy said, that was just such a solid performance. And Nexus just couldn't find their way into that game, Maniac.
No, they couldn't. And the problem was, even if somehow they got away with a trade early round, which, for example, I think Stone provided them a couple of trades. Yes. He was a little over-eager in cave. Sometimes he was committing when he didn't need to. Astralis was really good at knowing when and where can I push to grab map control away from Nexus so that we can just close the trap on them. Blamev did it a couple times on the A side. Whenever B was a bit silent, stay at the man that we have on screen, he would push down B lane and he would grab these rotations. So on the T side, you just feel like, what the hell? Like, they're always pushing where we're not. They always know where we are, but that's because you didn't exactly do the one-on-one correctly in terms of taking map control, grabbing some of the gray areas of the map so that you can maintain respect in the CT side. They never did it, and Astralis abused it.
Yeah, and even if you look at the individual, like the level of individuals we're talking about when it comes to Nexus, right? But pound for pound, they're not anywhere close to the level of the Astralis players. They're talking about, as we said before this particular matchup, 4 of the players from the top 20 last year in HLTV. So you have to rely on your protocols. You have to rely on teamwork and just having a good a foundational default on a T side, which we never really saw take place here from Nexus.
Another player that we should address is Device, of course, and a legendary AWPer in Counter-Strike. How would you rate his performance in this matchup against Nexus?
Good enough for me. I was looking for a reaction in terms of, after Katowice, he was very vocal. He said he was very upset with his own performance. He looked a little bit lost. He felt a little bit lost. This was very decent. I'm not going to go ahead and say this was incredible because I also don't think they needed him to be incredible. But you're just looking to farm a little bit of confidence early on in the tournament because there's going to be games where he is definitely required. I don't think that was the case here. He did good enough.
It's perhaps a very simple way for me to put it, but in this matchup, he did what he needed to do.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you go back to the first 4 or 5 rounds, you look at the pistol round, for example, Blamev just pushing out. Yeah, he just pushed out towards A-mains, Device is shutting down a B bomb side, and then once Stair got going, you know, once Blamev started going as well, Device really didn't have to do much. He had the AWP, he'd get the kill he needed to get, that's about it. The little worrying factor for me as Astralis will be progressing deeper into this group is going to be Stan and Yabi. And I'll tell you why. Stan, as you pointed out, a little too overeager to prove himself towards Cave. There are times where I'm like, there's no need to get the kill. You got the kill. Fall back, buddy. There's no one to trade with you. You don't have any utility backup either. Why are you sticking around? I feel he was trying to force matters a little bit too much. And for Yabi, we spoke about this in the green room as well. If he gets out to a bit of a cold start, he seems to struggle a little bit. His aim seems a little too shaky. And yes, it was good enough in this matchup.
Right.
But when you go up against, I don't know, maybe your vitality is something, you can't have those nerves.
No, I know, and I don't think we should be making the trial of Astralis as they just won 13-4, but I agree with you. And some of the consequences of Yabi's positions now are that sometimes he will have a cold game. Like just by virtue of your opponents deciding to go on a different bomb side, when you play the A side of Ancient, there's going to be moments where you don't see anybody. And then I think he is a player that sometimes will suffer from the lack of routines, the lack of reps. As the first duel comes in, he gets a couple of kills, he ramps up, then you can see his time to kill is much slower. He's got that nice headshot percentage. But when his scoreline is 0-3, the first guy that walks into his crosshair is having a good time. It's like, oh, wait, this guy needs a few tweaking, like a clock, you know? But once he gets there, then it's activated. We just didn't get to see
Maybe it's an Ancient thing, you know, in its position. So hopefully
let's keep an eye on different maps and see what he does then.
Yeah. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. So, Astralis beat out Nexus 13-5. Why don't we take a look at the results so far of the first half of day 1 of the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR B. Starting with the secondary stream, MOUZ took out Guild Eagles. And we saw Monte fall to excl, and just now, Cloud9 took out Pera. We're still waiting on Preasy versus Team Heroic.
I would like just to point out this 1-0 scoreline for MOUZ versus Eagles. Don't let yourself fool. Eagles were in a commanding position, and I believe MOUZ did something supremely important in their journey in the RMR, just in terms of the seed and where you would be if you'd lost, if you'd be at a 0-1. This comeback that MOUZ were able to put together, it's going to change the whole trajectory. They saved themselves. They were about to slip on the banana peel.
12-8. It was 12-8 for Guild Eagles, but they're able to bring it back. One thing we have to point out, though, every other matchup we've had so far, apart from I think the excl, I'm looking at the results here. Yeah, the excl Monte game was a 13-9 from excl. Apart from that, every other game, the scorelines were 13-5 and below. Every single game. Quite one-dimensional so far.
Well, the A-stream was a high-speed train.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at a recap of what we've seen here on the main stream. Things started off with Vitality absolutely obliterating GamerLegion. Then we moved into Team Spirit absolutely obliterating ENCE. Apeks with also a strong performance over OG. And of course, just now, Astralis with a pretty strong performance over Nexus as well. Yeah, on the A stream, it's been a bit of a train ride. Straight through every station.
Yeah, I mean, we still have one more game to be played on the B stream. That's
We
how
do,
dominant
actually.
it's been.
We are one game ahead of the other stream.
It's been fun, though, right? We got to see Zywoo play at, you know, he seems to be pissed off. He's like, all right, I'm going to show you why I am number one. We saw Donk continuing to just donk everyone, obviously. And it's really good for me, though, for Apeks, the way they won. You know, it's very convincing stuff coming out from Sticko and his men. And, of course, you just saw Astralis just on a day in the office.
It was a good starter, but I'm waiting for the pièce de résistance. My appetite hasn't been fulfilled at all. I'm just warmed up. The bread roll came in. There was a little bit of olive sauce.
You're so hungry, aren't you?
Sound hungry.
It's just, that's not enough in my stomach right now.
Tell you what I'm hungry for. Firstly, a big shout out to one of our sponsors, Displate, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market. These events would not be possible with people like yourself. So, as you can see, take it off, put it on. This is a lovely Counter-Strike one. So many licenses that Displate have, and Counter-Strike being one of them. I'm going to put this on the table for now, and also, once we get a shot of the desk, remind you all about our display of the day. That is the metallic poster there on the center of our desk. Via Twitch poll, you can vote for what will appear on each consecutive day. We're starting off with the iconic C4 from Counter-Strike. I'm not sure what I would have in terms of Counter-Strike. Maybe some of my skins or something like that. What about you, Blair and Matthew?
Huh, that's a hard question. I didn't mention it. Yeah, I'd have maybe a dragon lore, perhaps. I like my
A dragon lore?
Yeah, a beautiful dragon lore.
Okay, no, I think I could buy behind that. I could buy that. That's pretty neat.
What about you?
Strike too. What I would have? My first nice skin was
Titan sticker.
Yeah,
Titan sticker.
I wish I had them in my goddamn inventory, not on display.
You don't have a single one.
Well, to everybody
maybe I do,
at home,
maybe I don't.
If you can't have a
Definitely
Titan
don't.
sticker in your inventory at home, you can definitely have one on a display. Potentially anyway, loads of Counter-Strike merch there, as well as millions of other artworks available, including officially licensed from movies and shows, not just video games. Head on over to display.com/PGL or use our Twitch banner, and you can find your display, your very own. Using code PGL at checkout gets you 20% off on 1 to 2 displays and 33% off on 3+. Display, the highest quality magnet-mounted metal posters on the market.
I have so many questions.
You're spinning them. Well,
Why?
That's
not?
quite interesting. You can have it portrait, you can have a landscape.
I know, but maybe just play should make sense, right?
Why not?
That would
because
this is giving me a random idea. I wonder if there's ever been a player that plays Counter-Strike in portrait.
Oh, look at that. Now it's upside down.
Good job, Blair. Perfect.
Right.
No, you saved
I'm gonna
it.
go
Really,
again. I'm gonna
nailed
go
it.
again. There you go.
There we go.
Ah, beautiful. Perfect.
Beautiful.
You can do all of that. 360. Full 360.
But shouldn't.
That's pretty
but
much.
You can do all of that.
Of course you can.
That's pretty much it for us on the desk for now. Let me remind you all that we still have a match going on the secondary stream, which is Preasy versus Heroic.
Did it even start?
Will also be. I'm not sure if it started.
We're so ahead of time. It might not have started already, but we have to wait on that.
So, Matthew, you're cutting me off just constantly here. Let me say my bit.
Shut up, maniac.
No, Preasy and Heroic is still going. It's about to take place in about 2 minutes on the secondary stream, but we will also have it here on the main stream also. After that, we'll be able to draw our teams for the second half of the day, and that's when the action really starts to kick off. That will be it from us for now. The break will be around 10 to 50, maybe 20 minutes. Just keep your eye on the stream and the secondary as well. Thank you for joining us. PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B has delivered so far, and there's only more action to come.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel, with its faster native response time, can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
No, he's doing the molly, the Hugo Byron special. This gets awkward now really quickly. He's missed it. He's
he has missed it.
So that kind of defeats the whole purpose of the strategy. I say that not if there's no cover.
No!
Oh! No, Kixon can't hit it. Cover now. It's all on Roy. If he hits this shot, they take the round. If he does it, he does not. And Roy will convert. A missed Molotov.
Wow, and that is so close as well. The molly would have made all the difference.
Well,
it would have made all the difference.
100%. That's a fumble from Heroic.
You put all your eggs in the util basket and then you can't land it under pressure.
I think you have to be on the box.
That is gonna sting.
So yeah, I mean,
Apeks probably should have gotten 2 here.
Probably.
He stopped shooting for a moment, like as if he had killed him, and then Nerds runs in, gets all the info. Great one there for Dupree. This is a nice shot from Nikodos, sure. Can't land the molly, and then Kixon also can't knock him off the bombs. Getting fired up early.
Oh yes, indeed.
All Danes in this one.
Match was temporarily paused. And I will say that I've really thoroughly enjoyed listening to the team com videos Heroic have been putting out, just to hear how the whole squad are motivating each other. Communication seems very good. Saw, you know, you get to hear some of his timeouts, you get to hear his inputs. Those are all really valuable videos, and I recommend anyone that wants to kind of get a firmer grasp of, wow, new facial hair look for Roy.
Look at the stash.
It's strong. I like the kind of goatee into the beard.
Flavor saver.
The flavor saver, indeed. And Nerds, yeah, definitely eyes on him. I'm expecting to see him do an awful lot today. We'll get to see.
This is happening. This is live.
Oh, we are live. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. And let's just recap. The bomb's going down. Kixon getting it done.
3v3. Bomb on B. Rotation in. Space for Tesses.
Tesses can play around this smoke. You don't have a kit. And you could lose all of your hard-earned rifles. Beautiful from Tessus around the smokes. Refresh, he's a dead man. One way or the other, as he's going to have to get out, avoid that bomb blast. And with 15 HP, he's lucky to be alive there.
Well, if it doesn't work on the pistol round, try it again on the force buy and stick the landing. Because they did get the bomb down. We knew that there was going to be a type of buy coming through in the follow-up. So they made good. Do Heroic. They'll level out the playing field 1-1 and put Preasy into a bit of an awkward situation as far as their buy is concerned.
Good to know they weren't too tilted about the missed molly. Just go and do it again.
Yeah, we'll find a new dealer.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you're testing your lineups.
And you think he would. Force buy out from Preasy now. Saved M4. Oh, match paused again.
What's happening here?
Well,
some funny business afoot.
Look at this camera.
Makes me feel kind of dizzy.
Oh, we're back in. I kind of feel like I've hit the like pause button on Mario Kart or something, and we're just in like the
menu.
Yeah. Now Shush is saying, look, I'm pointing at my screen.
You see this?
Now this.
What's that?
We don't like that. Whatever that is, we don't like it.
Too pre on our screens, man.
Hi guys, won the last major, only player to ever win 5, and then they kicked me.
Yeah.
I'm back for revenge.
That's right. And if they win this, they could be Vitality. Right?
Well, they could, yeah.
They could.
I don't know if they will.
No,
I'm not sure. I haven't checked the possible
Just
matchup.
saying.
I could head over to major.im/whatever.
Yeah, and if you do that, maybe it's a possibility.
I will have a look. I will have a look.
Just for the ifs, buts, and maybes.
We would like that.
We all love a good but.
Now, let's have a gander, shall we? Okay, so Preasy victory. No. According to this, which I will not quote as gospel, I will say, according to this website.
How about an approximation, estimation?
It would recommend the possibility of such matches being Vitality excl, MOUZ, Preasy, Spirit, Astralis, Cloud9, Apeks. They would be the winners. And losers would be Monte Heroic, GamerLegion Nexus, Guild Eagles OG, and ENCE Pera.
Okay.
But if Heroic win, Vitality Heroic.
Oh.
Yeah. So a few changes in the mix there, but
yeah.
we won't go through all of them again. That was a lot. Okay, so headsets off. Look, never a great sign.
No, not the most exciting of prospects that we may be having back-to-back tech issues here. Just making sure everyone's satisfied.
Can we look at everyone's setups? I don't know if we can get that through
setup inspection
to the camera individuals.
Oh man, yeah, and Tessus as well. One of the players I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on. One of the players I think that when he's on his A game, he has the most ridiculous of spray controls.
He does have a nice spray
an
control.
Affinity for, like, you know, we saw that Boomich 20 bullet spray. That's something Tessus would have got done.
What are you giving him, 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
5 or 6.
At that kind of range.
Well, TMB and Roy have matching facial hair.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, there's a beard check, actually. Everyone's got some
form of stubble.
I think Kixon. No.
Just having to travel with a razor. Dupree's just rocking stubble.
Yeah.
What's that, you reckon a couple days?
I think that's just this morning.
You reckon that's
yeah, he's got that
5 o'clock
Viking
shadow?
blood, bro. That's just good.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No. This is a real head bopper.
It is. It's a jam.
When's the drop coming?
Well, that's the beauty of it. There is no need. It's always dropping.
Oh, okay. Oh, there is a
See what
drop.
I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
I believe in the music world, they refer to this as a loop.
Hey!
Knowledge. Whoa.
That's Altex. He was an Astralis talent.
Yeah, he was. Can you name the rest of his teammates?
From Astralis talent?
Yeah.
There was quite a few.
There was a lot, wasn't there?
Ooh.
And now you got
Admingo's talking with Saw.
Admingo?
Well, admin, the plural for admins.
Oh, right.
The
I thought that was like a nickname.
No.
I was like, oh, Admingo. I can finally speak to him. I always see him in the lobby.
What, you want an introduction?
Admingo, nice to meet you, man.
Well, we could go about it that way, couldn't we?
We could. We probably shouldn't.
Now, we're sorry, everybody. We are the only match on right now because the A stream was ahead of us.
Not
so
like this.
You've caught us.
You've
caught us red-handed having a good time.
Oh, dear.
Should we recap the matches for the day? We've got everybody.
Yeah, go on.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we kicked off the day with a couple of quick matches. Vitality taking on GamerLegion, the rematch of the Paris Berlin. Paris Berlin.
Paris Berlin.
From Paris to Berlin, and every disco I've been in my heart is pumping.
Can you guess how many frags I got in that game?
Too many.
That's right, 24.
Oh, we're fixed.
To 4.
The admin was just there mid-conversation.
Nicely done.
Thank God we've been saved. Well, Nerdtard has his signature MP7 back out for a foray against the Preasy Force Spy. But how long will the Force Spy wars continue?
It's
M4
more expensive.
M4 for refresh over towards middle.
But Nerds loves it.
Oh, lots of HEs. That's telling information early. They're setting up for another B play. This is something Kixon like to do a lot of with Apeks as well, these B pops. And it would be a very well-placed call again. Here it comes.
Here comes Tessus.
Is that another Miss Molly? It
Down
was.
goes Altex. Roy, only the one, kept humble. Refreshed with that saved M4, already thinking twice. And it might be quite a lackluster CT round.
But quite a lot of conditioning from Heroic over towards B. It's been 3 consecutive rounds. They've hit that site every single time.
Right.
And yeah, the pistol, you think they probably should have been good to pick that one up as well. Now, as they start to exit towards this A main position, is it just tuck and survive? Because if they push past the precipice, Nikodos is already looming in the dark, deep waters of T-Spawn.
Certainly wouldn't want to be losing that saved M4.
No, and actually on the defense is Refresh with a bit of a jiggle. Nikodos calling the exit clear available for his teammates, who are also scampering out. If it was Nerds, if it is Nerds, he will have about, boom, 7 seconds from once that bomb goes off. Oh, they're going to be flushed wide. Nikodos, that is mean. They're burning down. TMB also flushed.
Cheeky. Very cheeky.
Oh, kicks him straight into calling the round. I think he said, let's do Astralis. I don't know what their strat board looks like, so I can't tell you what they have called Astralis. But that could have been a few saves, now just one. It's still the M4 as another technical pause to be... Are we looking at Shush's screen again?
Might be.
No, it's going, come on, man, we're winning, man. They're on an eco, man.
Let's get it done, main.
What mouse is that?
The one on the distance?
On Altex's screen.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
It looks more bumpy than any sort of like Superlight or anything like that.
It's probably a Zowie or a Vaxi. I'm not a connoisseur. I wish they got what we got. Like, imagine if the players had what we had, they'd be jamming out.
So Shush has got his headphones on. Is that a good sign?
It is a good sign. As soon as the mouth start moving, it's a great sign. Oh, smile on Refresh's face.
Ex-Heroic. Taking on his old squad, taking on his old organization, players he used to play with, and Shush and Tassis.
So I'll just recap some of those scores, I suppose. Vitality 16-2 over GamerLegion. The MOUZ vs Guild Eagles match was 16-14. Spirit won 13-0 over ENCE. excl upsetting Monte with a stand-in, so that's an upset depending on which side of the fence you're standing on, 13-9. Apeks with a victory over OG, 13-5. Cloud9 with a victory over Pera, 13-3. And Astralis with a victory over Nexus, 13-5. So we've only had one game the entire day go double digits, and that was the MOUZ versus Guild Eagles match, which Guild should have won if it wasn't for Torji's 1-on-3 clutch with an AWP.
Yeah, and that one was probably going to be replaying in the Guild Eagles' mind.
Yeah, Rigon was very frustrated. You saw him punch the desk after the map came to its conclusion. But MOUZ took control once they made it into OT.
Understandably so. It is interesting, isn't it, to see how few players are using the grip tape. It seems like it's more of like a...
Grip tape?
Yeah, you know, on the mouse, like Elise uses it. He's got all the little gibblies and wibblies attached.
Yeah, but Elise's a super nerd. I don't mean that in like a derogatory way. I mean, he like refines everything down to the details.
But it just hasn't kind of caught on. I guess people don't need it. They don't feel the need for it. You can hold your mouse, you grip your mouse, you pick it up. It's like, well, what's the point?
I'd say maybe good for those with sweaty hands.
Yeah, exactly. And those with cold hands can use these nice little hand warmers provided by PGL. Dixon trying to keep his hands as warm as his mind.
What's the go with cracking your knuckles? Because I remember when I was growing up, my grandma would always be like, oh, don't do that, you're going to get arthritis.
Yeah, well, that was a rumor in our school too.
Is it a rumor or is it real?
It's not real.
Oh. Okay, so why'd they say that?
Yeah, because science was behind back then.
Science probably still is.
Yeah. I prefer pure speculation.
I love some
me, man.
old wives' tales.
Yeah. Like Marilyn Manson.
Oh, yeah. Well, that circulated around the globe, didn't it?
It did. Pre-internet. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, we did well as the rumor mill.
What would you be doing, like, pre-internet? If you just, like, accidentally spawned in, like, medieval times?
What would I be doing pre-internet?
Yeah.
I've lived pre-internet. You've lived pre-internet.
Yeah, me too. I'm just saying, like, I'm talking...
You mean as an adult?
I'm talking medieval times. Like, just because you said rumor mill, I was like, man, do you think I could run a mill? Like, do you think I could
I see.
turn
You
the stones,
went
make the flour? I went RuneScape.
You went very RuneScape.
RuneScape IRL.
Yeah, well...
A lumberjack, actually, Chad. You'd be a sick lumberjack.
I don't know what I'd be up to.
You have the birds, the sun... chopping trees.
I'd like to think I could do something handy, like being a blacksmith or something like that.
Oh, yeah, nice refined skill.
Yeah.
Refined, good choice of words. Give myself some credit for that one. Yeah, well, that'd be cool. And you could have, like, you know, you could put, like, the sponge signature
Well,
on your
hopefully I
swords.
wouldn't be going as that, because that's only an internet name.
No, that's a weird internet name. You'd probably just be called...
It could just be Chad.
Chad.
Yeah. And Birch Hill. I'm sure I lived on a hill with a birch tree.
And I'm just the son of Richard.
Yeah.
boring, really. I'm actually the son of Sasha. Sasha's son doesn't sound so good.
Oh dear.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure. It is quite the technical issue, but thank you all of us for standing by. Now, if you want to use the hashtag PGL RMR, you can get in contact with us. We will respond, not to all of you, but maybe to some of you. We'll take a look at what's going on the interwebs using
Yanko just tweeted Astralis versus Spirit in round 2. Eye emoji, eye emoji.
Eye emoji, eye emoji.
Astralis Spirit could be a cool affair just to see, you know, what they can do up against the Donkening.
What do you think his implications are with the eye emoji? Do you think it means to be watching?
I think it means he'll be putting both of his sets of eyes on the prize.
Both of his sets of eyes?
Well, yeah, clearly. That sounds cool.
Yeah, that does sound like a quite interesting second matchup. Obviously, again, if you are just joining us, you want to be getting yourself into the 1-0 bucket, because then it gives you a chance to be in the 2-0 bucket later in the day. And that means tomorrow you'd go into best of 3 territory for qualification for the Major, where you could be joining such names that qualified last week with Group A. We had 8 teams qualifying. Let me just flick through my pages here. I had them all written down for everybody in case we did find ourselves in a moment like this. VP, G2, Na'Vi, FaZe, Movistar, Koi, Eternal Fire, Saw, and Amcal. And then the 3 teams that ended up losing in the 2-3 or the 2-2 match to get a 2-3 scoreline in Swiss was 9 Pandas, Fnatic, and BetBoom, who are all going to be hanging around here in Bucharest. PGL have provided them with prac rooms and whatnot so they can hang around to play the LCQ, which will be kicking off on the 23rd and the 24th. Alex, you and I have to be watching those from home.
Yeah.
We're only going to be with you. You'll only have to hear us for 3 more days after today, so celebrate.
I cannot tell you how excited I am to be playing Counter-Strike on my home setup, Chad.
Oh.
Very excited. 500 FPS.
We do have some juicy computers at home that we invested in recent time, didn't we?
That's excitement right there. And this is the opposite of excitement. This is actually probably just bordering on frustration.
No, but for them.
Not us,
yeah,
dude.
No,
well, it's not about us.
I meant the viewer.
Yeah, they probably are a little frustrated.
But we don't need the viewer to be frustrated.
No.
Because this is the perfect opportunity. Matt, you've been thinking, I've got to take the bin out.
You've been thinking about it.
If I don't take the bin out now, you know, I'm going to have to do it later. Well, it's better to do it now.
Exactly.
Right, swallow the frog. Or is it eat the frog?
You've lost me on that one. Swallow the frog, they say.
I learned this recently. It's a saying, was it Bill Gates?
Bill Gates and the frog?
Was it the Amazon guy?
Someone has to swallow the frog, I suppose, at some point.
I'll find it. Hold up. Let me get it on. I'll get it up on the interwebs here for everybody to play now. The eat the frog strategy focuses solely on completing 1 task for the day.
Okay, I like that. Swallow the frog.
Yeah, so that's it. Then after you've completed your most after you've completed your most challenging task, you have the rest of the day to complete smaller tasks that are on your list. Well, it didn't say about doing more tasks.
But it means as in, like, you know, getting it done, getting the thing you're what's the word? Dreading the most.
Yeah.
Done first.
Well, should we do what we're dreading the most?
Yeah, let's do it first, shall we?
We're going to go to a quick break. We'll come back when action is ready for Preasy and Heroic to continue. BRB.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
We are live.
We were just thinking about dinner.
Live and direct. And not yet, Chatty B, because we've got an Ancient here. The final game of the opening round of our second EU RMR PGL.
Thanks for bearing with us, everybody.
Baby. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Got everything sorted and we're ready to go.
Now, if you missed the start of the game, Pistol went to Preasy, Nikodos missed a Molly. Team Heroic won a force spy over towards B, and they had the follow-up, and they were able to remove the majority of the saving weapons. It is just this M4 for refresh. So you're up to date with the last 20 minutes or so.
And a Zeus has been purchased by Roy, which I'm expecting to see actually maybe pay dividends here. As the flash might lead to a push. No, it's not clearing its corners.
Is it worth it? Oh! He might not get anything out of it.
Actually, nothing. Yep, absolutely nothing. There we go.
So they lose the M4 that was saved.
All trying to bait.
There's no trade with the Julies.
No.
And Roy, the last man standing. So he shoots his sticky web, but doesn't get a kill.
No.
No.
No. They're joking. They're trolling now.
Come on now.
All you can do is laugh at this point.
Saw's having a bit of a giggle. Come on now, guys.
Not sure about that one.
Come on, boys.
No, okay. But they were doing it for fun.
Yeah. This is just...
They're just pulling your leg.
We're just having a goof and a gaff.
Pulling their leg.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be
Maybe Roy's Zeus caused a power surge.
Well, Preasy are a power company.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh.
Ah.
A tactical
It's a
timeout.
tactical, not a technical.
Okay. All good. Maybe they just called the wrong type of timeout.
Right. Yeah, they're so used to typing text.
Yeah.
It's attack.
All right, it was a goof and a gag. It's all good, everything. So Vorborg there behind the lads. Happy to not be an EG anymore, as he finds himself behind a Danish squadron.
And there's another Dane on your screens, Nico Dawes.
Used to be in Preasy not that long ago.
Yeah, but I'm sure he's very happy to be donning this heroic jersey, a project that has got potential.
Now it's technical again.
They lost. Oh. I'll go on my whole monologue about heroic if you want.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Losing their leader in Kasper Kadian Muller, a lot of people saw him as the heart of the team, the identity of the team.
whole Stown and Yabby.
No, that comes next.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
But that, okay.
Well, okay, I wasn't in chronological order. I was just trying. Okay. Losing their leader and identity in Kasper Kadian Muller, and of course, and then you lose the firepower in the two.
Remember, there was the whole overthrown situation.
Okay,
as to what.
Oh, you want to? Okay.
You don't want to do I thought you were doing the drama.
I don't
do the drama.
We could do the drama.
Are we
a drama channel?
Well, you did drama studies.
I theatre studies, actually.
Sorry.
There's no drama involved. No, you're right. Maybe we should cover that. But I just think that's kind of that's been beaten.
Okay,
to
all
death,
right,
you know?
fair enough.
I was just trying to more.
All right. Sorry, go again.
You don't mind?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Identity, and the firepower and the mechanical skill of Stown and Yabby, it felt like Heroic were going to struggle. There was a race to field a roster that was going to be qualifying for the Copenhagen CS2 Major. You lost all of your pieces. You know, you had Tessus, you had Shush, but what was that supposed to? What are you supposed to do? You had 3 seats. You'd lost your leader. How are you supposed to replace your leader? Never mind your firepower and an AWPer. You know, in the same breath. And yet they did go shopping, and I think the clutch was none other than Nerds. In the loss of the ENCE core, the ENCE core going to Falcons, Nerds was kind of in the wind. Where was he going? And by successfully securing Nerds, it kind of injected hope into the ranks, and I would assume led to the likes of Nikodos and Kixon being convinced that this was a project worth pursuing.
Sure, I think Saw obviously being picked up by Heroic quite early is what may have drawn.
Okay,
drawn the man on your screen.
Trust Chad to make it make much more sense.
Yeah,
that's cool.
To the roster, because he had a lot of faith in Saw from his time in ENCE. Of course, Snappy and Co, a big part of that as well. I think a lot of teams were vying for that ENCE core. Obviously, Falcons are the ones who ended up being...
They won the bidding war.
They did indeed. But Nikodos as well, I thought he was done after his Fnatic stint, but he's been having, you know, some on and or off performances.
Has there been more on than off though?
I've seen cores that would issue more ons than offs.
No, I'd say so.
And I think having Kixon, so they're putting faith in a young in-game leader who obviously was just donning that Apeks jersey not that long ago. And look, so far, so good. They had a pretty decent tussle with G2 back in Kato, their opening game. I think they even could have won that series. It was overtime aplenty. Then they reversed in the second time round. It wasn't as close. But yeah, look, this MOUZ moving.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything about that, but...
well, maybe they're just discussing what the technical issue is right now. Well, it could be kind of promising.
Maybe the pause is elapsed.
Maybe. But he is, and he's moving. Oh,
yeah. Yes.
What?
Well, I saw.
And
there's wiggling.
The bug's off the screen.
Yeah. Hold on.
Is that called a bug?
No, I don't know where you got that from. Maybe it is. I've just never heard that before. I thought a bug was like what you know secret agents put in your room.
What is that called then? That was. I swear.
Graphic? Maybe it's a bug.
Yeah, but it could be a bug.
It could be.
All right, we're back underway.
There's a smoke in the red room, and there's Dupree and Refresh to try and set up the defense. Dupree going for an aggressive maneuver, anti-flash, and ready to catch Nerds on his crawl. Hello? Oh, what? Oh,
he's lost him!
Oh, Dupree has fumbled the play there.
Yeah, that got away from him, didn't it? Nerds. It's going to be a head-to-head. Nerds is very good at this mid position on the CT and the T side. But that one there is a little bit of a gift. So the MP7 upgraded into an A1S in towards the A side with the open door. Shush. Oh, Nerds has grabbed another.
Yeah, he's taking down Refresh. That's the mid defense versus one. Roy spotted the
there's two on A. Look at the radar.
Yeah.
Well, they're committed to A now.
The bomb's across. And you're waiting for the rest of them to kind of find where the CTs lie. Roy's looking for answers, and, well, he is going to find a bullet. Nice control there from Shush.
Well, they can't back up. You can't save, boys. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, they've got him trapped. Look at this from Tessus. He's got TMB's number. Oh, and it's a spray. We know what Tessus likes to do.
Ouch.
Timeout?
Well, they just had one.
I know, but maybe we need another.
No. No, we don't.
You sure?
No, we don't.
All right, fine.
Yeah, now we know Hooksy standing by watching this match. His former teammates in the server today,
That's
locking
true.
horns. Roy going toe-to-toe with Nikodos on the other side of the server. Would love to get some expert analysis in from Hooksy. If you could tweet us your thoughts about this match, Hooksy. Anything other than a smiley face would be greatly appreciated. All right, back underway we go. Molly towards the cubby.
Oh, come on now, Nerds. That's not fair on poor TMB there. Straight through the smoke, brings him low. Altex punished as well. Nikodos wards him off from the jiggle. So a lot of pressure on this B side of the map, even nading the smoke. That would be terrifying now, expecting potential for an angle to be exposed, but Molly was there.
They've really harassed B a lot, haven't they? It was the first 3 rounds of the game was all about the B side. Oh, should be... Ooh. He's thought about it, didn't he? Just a little glance deeper, and he would have caught Roy on the jiggle. Has now. Forces out a piece of U2, sure. But you don't have to hit the B site through cave. Just posture and execute as Nikodos getting boosted up. Ooh, Altex has pivoted in towards the site for now. Mid control completely taken in the meantime. We can see Nerds with the wind beneath his wings. Well, that's going to buy them until about the 25-second mark. It feels like you should gamble if you're Preasy.
I think Tessus is a good idea as to where these two players on the cave side are. Yeah. Roy's dead. Altex's dig was heard.
Bloody Zeus shenanigans.
And now forced off the line. They're just pulling them apart, aren't they? This is very procedural. There is only 22 seconds, but the bomb will go down, no stress.
So 5-1. It's just about damage now for Preasy. And with how on and off this game has started, I don't think they will feel that they've really had an opportunity to sink their teeth in. So we have had a lot of rounds already played, but we will be getting into only the second full gun round because of the nature and flow of the game thus far. He's looking for damage. Altex wanting to see if he could turn 1 into 2.
Would have been nice, but no cigar.
Yeah, not many kills to boast about in 6 rounds worth of play for Preasy. If we did some quick maths, we can see here, TMB has 1 plus Apeks plus 1. That's 2. Then dupreeh has 2, so 2 plus 2 is window, also known as 4. Another 2 from Refresh takes us up to 6, and then you add 3 from Roy to take us to 9. So that's 9 kills in total in 6 rounds of play.
Thank you, Chad.
Basic arithmetic. Now, you know how you wanted a timeout before, Alex? I wouldn't mind one now. Because, as mentioned, the game is already halfway donezo. And we haven't really seen Preasy give this one too much of a crack. So another timeout to discuss your options going into your second full gun round. Half is already getting away from you. Nothing from Hooksy just yet, Alex.
Well, keep your finger on the pulse. Nuts is flashed. Hiding out in the smoke. And it's Roy this time, bringing the fight. Nuts kept humble. dupreeh.
They're towards A.
Touch of revenge. Refresh. Oh, he's just taking the jewel is Shush, and Refresh, he handles it well. He is going to have to get away from that Molotov. He's actually opted to extinguish. He feels and hears the lot of presence. He's got dupreeh in support. This is a big jewel for dupreeh, and he's controlled it nicely. Spotted the bomb. Takes the frag, puts Nikados alone with a lot to do. dupreeh, donut, Refresh back sight. 2 other CTs rotating
surging
through.
for him.
Yeah. Don't want to give him too much freedom. There's still bomb is in their sights, and so this is no fun for Nikados, trying to find that headshot angle. 2 bullets to his face, and it will be Refresh to finish it off. So well played on the A side. Shush tried to accelerate. dupreeh there, quick to rotate.
Yeah, Heroic's entire game plan was more A-focused that round. You can see they were just trying to keep tabs on the B lane and fight heavy middle. Refresh, more than ready for that leak. But handles it with poise and grace, and this is the key fight, right? Roy onto Tessa, alleviates any B pressure. Nerds gets one coming out of mid, but immediately traded. And then stalling this out. Falls apart quite quickly. So great work there from Preasy to get their second, and a tactical timeout called from Heroic. In through the nose. And then back into the Romanian underground.
I saw a tweet. I can't call them anymore. What do you call them? Post. I saw a post.
You can call it a tweet. Who cares?
I don't care.
Name it whatever you want.
All right. Well, I saw a tweet the other day of people having a rave in the Paris catacombs. Isn't that terrifying?
All very exciting.
Well, I suppose, but also just they're very easy to get lost in. Apparently, it's not the. I don't think that's the place I'd want to be going late at night on my own.
What are your phone receptions like?
Probably, yeah, exactly. Not great.
Well, B doors smoke out from the CTs. Preasy might want to be aiming for this control again. The standard foray of util lands. A deeper cave smoke will allow for them to push on through. Kickstone.
Oh, he could be dead here. Maybe he should
lost
be.
in the source.
Yeah, Roy's got him right in front of him.
Just
dead
pulled the
to
trigger.
Rides. Yeah, doesn't. TMB, good find onto Testes. Kickson will activate off the back of that. He slips over towards the ledge position. Now the bomb is behind B doors, so with Nikados, woof, nailing TMB, and Refresh with a clean headshot onto Shush, the dust will settle, and we'll find ourselves in a 3-on-3 with some interesting states of affairs. Yeah. Kickson versus Roy towards the cave side.
Good exchanges either way. It's about regrouping and getting some map control back right now if you're Preasy. And Kickson very low. As he leers over ledge, he doesn't have any support network available to him, so needs to stay alive for now. As Nerds is making sure there's been no A main pressure and pushes. And now, though, Kickson's a dead man. He's a dead man walking.
Yeah, they're re-clearing mid, and they will start to pressure Kickson. This is what he's been waiting for, but he's not anticipating this so close. He just looked away. Spotted. Deleted. Nuts. Oh, he's got 2 on his screen. Oh, no. He nearly gets both. dupreeh had to find that frag. Now up to Nikados, who's nailed one very clean shot, but he's not expecting Roy. And so Preasy, they're closing this gap now. We might have a game, folks.
Yeah, you'd like that a lot right there if you're Volborg with the re-clear on mid as a unit, having to make a play together. And Kickson, unfortunately for him, just had too much to worry about. Now, if they're going to go for the all-in on that B lane fight, I'm saying Heroic, I'm not saying Preasy, because clearly they want to fight for it, then it's difficult for, I think it was Tessus, right? He was the player down towards the doors who was isolated, had to play in front of that smoke. It limits the amount of options. You're susceptible to the spam. There's the util in play. So you might need a bit more of the reinforcement variety to help you out. As Volborg standing up out of the chair, knowing that they can take control of this game back. But Heroic have a lot of residual cash, according to our heads-up display. here it is. So TMB onto Tessus, trying to play on the cusp of the smoke. That's a key one from Dupree. A necessary trade because Nerds looked like he was about to light up the server. And Altex likes the way that one feels. Powered up now, Preasy. And yeah, that is correct with the residual cash. Take a look. 6.5 on Nerds, 7.4 on Nikodos, and no AWP for Nikodos. It's T-side of Ancient getting the business done.
And you can see that conditioning, yeah? 3B. Worried about it early. Royal finds spam and does just a stray bullet onto Nikodos.
Now this is a T-smoke.
Oh no, TMB just ran straight into it. How's that from Nikodos?
I don't think that was the intention.
Apeks has at least managed to level it out.
Well, Bomb, a loose piece of this is refresh in a very passive angle, but a great weapon for the job. Dupree's susceptible now. Dies in transition. Swings and roundabouts as the unfortunate mistress of timing. That's a punch straight on the jaw of Dupree. Now pivoting heavily towards B. It's a gamble now. Refresh. Doesn't know how close to death he is. Nerds will have heard the flash, thinking, what's going on? The Bomb's pivoting back for Heroic. It's just going to be a brawl. I heard the step.
Nerds is confused.
Understandably so.
Can't find anything.
Their only way is heavy.
They have to go B. Refresh. Can't adjust. Nerds will get one. Traded by Roy. Now up to Altex. This is an important duel up against Shush. 17 HP and he still gets it done. Now they're into the B site with Roy and Altex to try and retake this site. Tessus is not considering this just yet. Dixon and Tessus. Now all onto Roy. And he finds the first. He's only got a couple of bullets there. We'll have to reload.
Planted for Tessus.
No, and that makes it very uncomfortable for Tessus if he doesn't nail that shot. Beautifully played. Catches Roy on the cross. 8 frags for Tessus, top of the scoreboard. A real even spread of the kills so far for Heroic as they look to be taking this best of one by storm. A little bit delayed. We had some tech issues. If you're tuned in wondering where the hell's the rest of the Counter-Strike, well, it's coming.
Yeah, and all of those games, all of those matchups, we cannot officialize until this one has concluded. So our apologies. We have all of the rats out of the system. We are back underway. Heroic 6, Preasy 3. Well enough for what resembles a buy for Preasy. Double mid mollies through the flames. Burning is Nerds and flashed forward to success. He continues to be a menace.
Just good for one, isn't he? Nerds always good for one.
That's his nickname.
Now the bombs down pylon. You've got 2 with full mid control. CT smoke to delay Shush's info. He's going to have to park the bus. Kicks in the same forward position towards red.
They have a lot of space, and they've already seen Preasy regroup and go for some of these info plays as a unit, so they're just going to hit the brakes and hope that that happens again. Actually have control across the map. Tessus has B ramp. The support of Nikodos from middle with the AWP can deal with any cave leaks. Kixon now is going to be working on the red space. Going back to get the bomb is Tessus, launching his way through spawn, so likely to see him link up with none other than Shush, who's been retaining this A main control.
It does look very, very damning for Refresh here. Yeah, oh, damn, it gets even worse for the CT side. You didn't have a way in, but now with the loss of Nikodos, you might be interested.
Leg shot.
Yeah. Bomb down A.
They still have the rotations controlled from Kixon's red position. I imagine Preasy should just be looking for a save. Yeah. That was them shoving all of their pennies for this purchase. Will there be a hunt? There's plenty of cash available on the likes of Tessus. Nerds is going to have residual money after his buy as well. I might want to try and get the AWP back, I suppose, for Nikodos, but it's not an integral component as part of their game plan. Kixon is having a look. Let's see if he knocks on the right door. Terrorists win. Right door, wrong time.
A little
Come
bit
back later.
A little bit unfortunate on that one.
Already, more T-side rounds than Heroic were probably looking for. This is a great start for them out the gates. Second tactical timeout forced the hand of Preasy. Hickson looking back to acknowledge the coach, the same from Nerds. Well, we saw Guild Eagles with quite a dominant T-side bag against MOUZ, and they still ended up dropping the game.
Yeah, we did. And that's the most rounds we've seen in any of these opening matches.
Yeah, 16-14, the only double-digit matchup. The rest have all been quite one-sided affairs. The Monte game could have had a few more twists and turns, but they were unable to string consecutive rounds together on their CT side, dropping some rounds to Tech 9s and Poppy B plays. Bro was having a real rough go of things. But 2 rounds left in this first half of play. Preasy, bring the guns out once more. And straight in towards A. I love the shift. It's been this B condition after B condition. There's always been harassment in mid. And now the CT smoke, donut smoke land. You are locked out. You are out of position. And it's all about the retake.
What a lovely feeling that must be as an in-game leader.
Yeah, that's like pattern calling to success. It's beautiful. And is it going to be a save, or are you going to try and reroute? There's an extra smoke available on Nerds. He's not with the team at the moment. He's actually outside A main, so I don't expect that to be deployed in any of the... They're saving. They're saying, let the dogs off. Boys, let's go. Let's hunt. Let's take them out. All they can get is max loss bonus. Chase them down. Let's spring to life. Let's get some kills.
Here they come. Preasy trying to hold on to what they brought into this round. Which for Roy was a USP.
Oh.
And Dupree lost his M4.
Oof, and he was hoping to get a kill or two. They were just around the corner, weren't they? Well, he can buy another. Well, no, he can get dropped one. That's going to be fine. I don't think that's going to be too many issues. But that's one of the worst ways to lose a round. And when you're already in such a massive hole, that one is a bit of a parting gift as we head into halftime very shortly. Can Kixon do it again just by maneuvering his pieces around the board? Well, I assume this time we'll see Preasy go for it.
Well, yeah, no reason not to. As Kixon, where is he off to? He is just charging and looking to find Altex, covered by TMP.
Nade could do it.
Aggression, no bullets,
oh!
Roy. Dupree finds the double. Just an extra fourth, a nice bonus round here for Preasy. They're going to take this one in the opening, what, 10 seconds?
Damn, that happened quick, didn't it?
No, it's... Let's see what he's got.
Well, they're going to find out where he is very quickly. Refresh is pushing A main. Dupree's still watching middle. So as soon as Refresh is pushed through and cleared elbow, they will know for certain that he's stuck outside of B. Unless he catches a good timing with this fight, because he's going to have to be a bit more proactive about it. He's aware that he is likely getting boxed in. Yeah, so Dupree's now joined. They have 3 players focused on door. Refresh just has to play to contain.
Right, it only gets awkward if Nerds can find him with soon. Like that.
And even then, he's not going to reroute with only 45 seconds, so...
No. I mean, they are cycling through their utility. That was the last of the smokes.
This would be an insane round to pull off, wouldn't it?
You can't. I mean, you got 3 players...
Staring at the bomb.
Staring at the bomb. And it ends like that.
Straight through the smoke. Well, they'll take him down. They won't have...
It's a round.
Yeah, the last 30 seconds of just posturing. So 8-4. Heroic move into their CT half with a strong lead, a strong case for them to join the bucket of 1-0 teams alongside the likes of Vitality, Astralis, Spirit, Cloud9, just to name a few.
There should be some banger matchups coming up into our second half of the day. We're going to be with you all day and all the evening.
Oh, for the whole week, essentially. The last chance qualifier will round out things on Saturday. The group will end on Thursday for Group B, and then we'll just have 6 more teams vying for 1 more spot as we get the replay package. And that was the final kill from TMB. Was always going to peter out, wasn't it? But good to get it done.
You'll take the fourth.
Yeah,
you really will.
Kicks in with a flash, 2 sets of Julies. 1 for Nikodos, 1 for Tessus. 3 towards B, 2 towards Donut, all 5 from Preasy at the ready.
Tessus got the dual Berettas to handle this, and he does, get cut down by Refresh. Sharp shooting, Nerds is the same. Get some revenge on Refresh with the P2K. Kicks him blind, forced back behind the smoke, Nerds. Oh, he's too good. Some clean clicks. Makes it a 3-on-3. Altex to punch in the code, worried about being pushed from cave side and actually trying to clear it out with his teammate. It cost him a great deal of his health on the spam from Shush. But he's the bomb now down. He's done his job. TMB on ramp side. If he can find kicks in, Altex has done a lot for the boys. Shush being held by TMB.
He's in his boots.
1 damage. Into his kneecap through the stone. Nikodos brought low. Down goes Altex. Needs something from TMB and Roy. They have provided 2 headshots on the move from Roy and Shush. Oh, very hard to find both of these. He knows they're both on the ramp. Needs a quick second. Doesn't have the time. And Roy, his double kill, has secured it. Preasy will take the pistol and make it just a 3-round gap.
Both pistols, however, Alex. In the first half of play, it was Nikodos not knowing his lineups with that Molotov that ended up catching Heroic. But they responded immediately with that plant into a force by victory of their own. Let's see how they want to carry forward. This was the refresh opener, well covered, really, because Tessus could have started unloading hell with the dual Berettas in a moment's time. It's some good shooting from Roy to seal the deal, and it will be the force. So MP7 for Nerds, MP9 for Nikodos, Deagle in the mix for Tessus, and 5-7s for Kixon and Shush. Out middle, cleanly. Tree boost. Nerds in Donut on the jiggle as well. So he's got enough information to back off. 2 Molotovs to completely secure Donut. Doesn't mean that's the full commit, though. The bomb's still at the tail of this. There's so much time on the clock. There's no need for a full commitment just yet.
Roy's just killed one of the B players. He hasn't pushed, though. Doesn't have confirmation that there's more. Dupree starts to probe in through Donut. This 3-man stack, multiple elevations. Smoked off for now.
Are they pivoting back? There's at least a conversation.
Tess is spotted out.
He blocks the route. They might just go into A.
Looks like they're throwing the util for it. Nurse drawing fire, firing off a warning shot. Will stand and deliver. Ooh, it's actually Shush long range. Nikodos dead as well. TMB provides. It was a lovely double from Refresh. Getting himself in with the Galil. Tessus was spotted out on B. Makes his way through this smoke. Donut plant. TMB exposed. Just get away from that first shot. Refresh even going around the world just to secure it. Doesn't want to get caught out on the potential for it. Tessus clutch, but he's not going to be getting anything here.
Yeah, it was pretty much done and dusted, wasn't it? As soon as that A stack didn't stand, Tessus will lose absolutely everything. And Preasy get a free jab at making things just a 1-round game. Well, it's definitely lacking a bit of punch in the early stages of this, but that's what happens, right? That was all handled from Preasy. Didn't just clumsily meander in towards the stack. They took their time. Hold up a second, Alex. Nikodos has an M4.
Does, Chad. Deliberate M4 investment.
So not taking this one lying down by any means, Heroic. I said this one's a free jab at 7 rounds. Make it just a 1-round game. Well, Altex wanders in on his lonesome. If he doesn't just play for information over towards A main, that could be a Galil available. He's taking a peek. Shush has spotted him.
He's
now,
almost baiting
Nikodos.
Kixon's actually already hit one. Chad, I'm getting nervous because Nikados' rifles filled the feed as well. Now they want to try and abuse Kixon, and they found him through the smoke. Dupree.
3-on-3.
Was necessary.
With a Galil and an M4.
Yeah, and Dupree just about gets away into K from Nerds on that P250. Nikados and Shush equipped with rifles. Giving it a look in. That's a good, well-placed Molotov. Refresh goes wide, straight into Shush, and now it's getting really uncomfortable for Preasy. This is supposed to be a freebie. Far from it now. Nice work from Dupree. Pre-fire on the sound cue. Needs Nikados and finds it as well. Dupree finds a 3, and it's quad kill total. That was absolutely perfect from Dupree. Gets him the 1 to get in, and gets him the 3 to get out.
Yeah, that really could have got under control. That silenced M4. It wasn't the key to the round by any means. It was Kixon over towards B with an opening frag. Then Nikados activates towards A. This was the shot from Kixon, a beaut. And as you mentioned, on that way in. But good use of the util there from Shush to flush one forward, but having to stand and deliver cash money for Dupree. Apeks, you can see he's getting in the groove of things. Well, where does that leave Nikados? With a Deagle. It's clearly an investment the team was happy to make. Up the B ramp, Dupree straight in. The lurk smoke, and the clear from Kixon, masterful.
Oh, wow, that's really soured the camp's mood. Preasy. Using 2 of them, 1 on the entry.
It was such a nice move. How quick he scaled, so brave.
Always an option. Kixon uses it very well.
Good to have that solution so quickly as well, though, and to not use that HE to stall out a rush or try and soften for the space. So TMP negated for now. Still a minute remaining on the clock, and during the tail of this pack will be Apeks. We need to take stock of the available utility. 2 smokes, could do long and short. Molly's both available. Not deep enough for the CTs if they wanted to cause much of a fuss. Now, yeah, you could smoke long and short. They could Molly sight and the cubby. Looking for the boost. Need to wreck this quite quickly. I don't think he's on the correct step. Oh, it doesn't matter. Kixon. Heads up play again. 2 nice little moves from the in-game leader.
Yeah, no, they are very reactive, and there's some inspired counter-strike coming out of Heroic, especially Kixon on the CT side in back-to-back rounds. Nerds has got them locked out. Nice try from Apeks, can't control it. So now, just refresh to 4. Heroic, a clean one. Wow, in the absence of a Nikados rifle, who cares? When you've got 5 alive, you're hoovering up AK-47s. In fact, 5. You'll be taking that. That's a dream one in terms of getting the power back in your side of the court.
Now, look, Hooksy has reported in. He sent this in a DM, so I'm not sure if I am allowed to share this information.
Okay. Well, does it seem like it's
now,
broadcast safe?
Well, it depends. Depends on how you want to frame things, Alex. I will say this. He said that he played Face It yesterday with 3 of the 5 Preasy players, and we'll leave it there.
Interesting.
So the rest is a mystery. If Hooksy gives the permission, we can report
You're the inside scoop.
Did they just double? They just double smoked window.
Yeah, they did. And Cave. So they've got 2 smokes to work with here.
Yeah, that's when you know things aren't going well, when 2 players.
That's a start, though.
That is
it's
a
gone
good
very
start.
well.
Yeah, so don't worry about the smokes, Chad. What are you talking about? It's all about the headshots, of course. Utility doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and Kixon trying a little bit of a spot of aggression this time. Not gone to plan. They smoked doors, so part of their move now stopped in its tracks.
Especially how integral Kixon was to winning that previous round. Tess, bravery. Cheeky with the spam through the smoke as A-main control is now being vied for. Shush alongside of Nerds.
This is cheeky.
They really just go into an A-main play.
Oh, they're going to be very surprised to find 2 CTs fighting for this territory if they walk on in. Apeks, let's see how diligent he is. Oh, wow, Shush was ready for that. And then Nerd swings out, they can't quite believe it. Great play from Heroic. Dupree with the bomb on his back, trying to be the hero. Catches Nerds off guard. If he finds Shush, that's incredible work from Dupree. He is fighting. 17 from Dupree.
Side's completely open. That's a nice deep molly as well, because both of them will be coming around the CT side. The smokes for good measure. They will be able to get across towards the temple side.
He's showing his pedigree, showing his experience and proficiency in the server. He ain't lost nothing. Saves them from that incredible start. Shush and Nerds now down to Nikodos and TSS. Nikodos, Temple, TSS up CT. Nikodos down to Dupree. It's another one of these multi-kill rounds out of Dupree. Flash play in time, checks the bomb. All good in the hood. They've done enough. TSS just trying to save his rifle, but after all of that hard work from Dupree, Preasy making a one-round game.
And Refresh a step ahead of TSS here. Wants to try and remove this rifle. He'll go down to the bomb on the hunt. But you bang on Dupree, MVP of the round, and understandably so. And you can see Nerds trying to get tricky with it, dropping the smoke to make it seem like they had fallen back behind it, but then fighting individually. And that's the thing, because of the way that they took the fight, the bomb wasn't down in A main. They couldn't lock it down. If they had gotten out of dodge, if they were able to back off, they could have reset, but they lingered for too long. And Dupree, catch them off guard. Beautiful work. Wow, this is tough now for Heroic.
He's almost single-handedly making a real game out of this here.
Well, next closest is Roy on his team with 12. On the other side of the server, we'll see Heroic take their second tactical timeout. To give Vorborg an opportunity to get on the microphone as well. And that one was Kixon going hyper-aggressive, right? So that's where the opening pick of the round came in. So let's see if it's a little bit more restrained as far as the early CT maneuvers go. And I do believe just before we cut to the player cams, we did see an AWP in the mix. We do. So Nikodos will bring out the AWP. This time we don't get the double red smoke. We get one donut, one red. And out mid, Dupree charging again. The point man. Well, Nikodos doesn't have a molly. Sorry, a smoke.
Oh, yeah, forced into the angle. Behind the smoke at least. But it's Refresh, actually. Yeah, it's Dupree. I thought it was...
Yeah, Dupree was first out, but Refresh on the lurk.
Yeah, he's already gone up. Puts Nerds into responsibility for holding this potential push, and Refresh can just park the bus here for a while.
This is a good setup to execute B against for Preasy because they've had to keep them in this 2-1-2 setup. Yeah, Kixon's going to come back, and they're going to try and clear red together, I believe, but the B hit will already be in. Well, they're hanging around, actually. Not going to matter. Out of position in a big way. Going for the boost again.
Worked once.
A
little bit noisy.
Cancel that.
Yeah, and Nerds is already starting to come over. And now with the loss of Kixon, when does that activation of Refresh come through?
I'd even be considering the save.
In which case, yeah, Refresh should have the TSS and Nerds on the exit.
Well, Nikodos hasn't left donut yet. So they can already start hunting. They can already start taking a look. Refresh is considering. They know that they've given up this red position. That's what caused all the issues. Deep clear, Nerds will hit the shot.
Safe exit acquired.
Yeah, that right there, though, will tie things up 9-9. And, oh, must have blocked each other with the HE. So things are starting to look a little bit clumsy for Heroic now. Preasy didn't really have to do a lot in that round because they were a little bit, as I mentioned, you know, restrained with the aggression on the CT side. They didn't have the same information. They gave up red control almost immediately, and they didn't operate quickly enough to get that space back. So that's the type of round where they had no room, no space to work with on the CT side, no information. The map got quite small quite quickly.
It really looked like Heroic were in full control until the second half as had its few twists and turns.
It lost both pistol rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
But it was the gun round. Like, they won the force by immediately back.
Yeah, and the first gun, you know, like, especially in that start where it was just felt like, what, we were like 5-6 rounds deep and they maybe had one gun round?
Yeah, so I think by the sixth round, it was the second gun round.
Yeah,
it was the second gun round. Or there was going into, maybe even going into the second gun round, just by the nature of how the game had started.
So they've really stabilized this nicely. In a best of one environment, you can see that Peter's on the mic there. I can call him Peter. I'm calling
you know him like that.
I know him like that.
5-time major champ.
5 times. The only one. Well...
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah. Sonic? No.
Well, he's a coach.
Okay.
I'm not... No, he's not...
No disrespect.
He's just not a player.
Yeah, okay. The only player with 5. And here he comes again. Dupree, you ain't got 2 in you, have you? Oh, he's been caught out. Nerds with a flash. Still finds him pushing through, and look at the space Roy has taken this. Could catch off. Nikados takes his ex-teammate down. Bomb on its way in. TMB doubles up on the Molotov to ensure a safe plant. Estes could have the wall bang, but a different plant this time. 3v2. Maybe there's something to be done with these two. Nerds, however, in a power position if they try and play back by ramp, and they are.
Oh, missed the flash.
Oh, nails it, but TMB caught off guard. Did not expect that one. Roy has to do something impossible here. Not planted fantastically for him.
Have a nade for this.
Can you find them? Oh, his bum was poking out. Does get him off it. Adjust quickly. Shush, this is perfect play from him. Gets off the bomb, adjusts the defuse, and gets it right the second time.
That all comes down to the mid-fight. This time they didn't give up the space for free. The nade kill from the grave, and then the follow-up was Nerds. No, Nerds got the nade kill, didn't he? Regardless, it doesn't matter. They're able to stall out the adventures of Refresh and Dupree over towards middle, which was the thorn in their side in the previous. Left them not too many options, had to go in towards that B-bomb site, and then well handled. Even though the timing, the way that Roy slipped into the site, catching Nikados off guard, there's enough for a Preasy buy. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, they did the spawn B-doors smoke. And the lurk smoke from the T's is up.
It's feigning B presence, and they're trying to go towards A. The problem is, it hasn't really worked. Nikados is here on the A site with the AWP.
Nikados takes Refresh down on the dry swing. Quick on the second. What an adjustment. Can he take Dupree? Can he win the round right here? Doesn't need to with Shush's support. And that's, yeah, it's kind of fallen apart. A bit flimsy there from Preasy.
Yeah, especially when you take the bomb in full commit, right? If you're hoping to force that rotation, you didn't apply enough pressure on the other side of the map. And this would have been Tessis. Wow, TMB, a quick flick into the head. Gives them something. But with the bomb down on the other side of the map, who have to slowly start combing their way in that direction. Roy and TMB combined have a long way to go.
Nikados really nailed this. The choice of taking the AWP this round. Has single-handedly defended the A site.
And here's the issue with the type of purchase from Preasy. We can see with the residual cash remaining, the type of buy going into the next round is not going to be pretty. So you're already considering, well, we're so far away, we're going to have to clear through literally the entire map. We're saving. We're going to hold on to an M4 A1S and an AK-47. And, well, what is Roy's full belt of utility? This is now 11 for Heroic.
Stabilizing somewhat. Altex has had a real quiet one. I just noticed 4-16. And he was, you know, part of my campaign for Preasy to make it easy.
Yeah, you were talking about their matchup against Spirit.
I was.
Yeah, that was your whole win
condition.
condition.
The 19th of January.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Nuke, I believe it was.
It was, yeah. 16-14.
And they didn't even win it.
Well, they did get close.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my analysis,
If
Chad.
ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas.
My granddad. 4-16, Altex. He's had a tough task today. And Heroic are just 2 rounds away from closing this opening game out. Best of ones continue after this.
Now they're shoved. They've gone all in.
Ooh, it's Deegs, it's Tech 9s, and it's 2 rifles for TMB and Roy. Molotov. Tessis. Ooh, look at this. He's actually going to be flashing them out of the doors late.
Yeah, they want them to have lane control.
Yeah, but ooh, nades. Roy's across, spotted out. Nikados now finds Dupree, this time on B. Down goes another. Roy, the rifle gone. TMB, next victim. Too easy for Tessis. Racks him up at 12. Unless Altex and Refresh with their pistols. And it's not looking good. Nikados even pushing forward to ensure he's got full control of the B doors. It's not an angle you'd be ready for against an AWP, that's for sure.
Now, I've just received reports from Hooksy. I can share the remainder of the DM that we shared. He said, I'll just reiterate for everybody playing at home. I can tell you that I played Face It with 3 out of the 5 Preasy players yesterday, and I was top fragging, so it's not looking good for them. And he also mentions that Altex is playing with Hooksy's knife and gloves, which may have cursed him.
The Hooksy glove curse.
All right, well, that's live reports from the streets of Denmark.
Thank you very much.
You don't get better than that, do you?
Mr. Hooksy. That's not an angle you're ready for, is it?
No, it was all the gloves.
Yeah, the gloves have cursed him. Refresh one of the 1v5 with the AWP. And he's just swallowed that flashbang. Dead to shush. Here we go, folks. It's a requirement of 3. Everyone's doing this tilted monitor thing. No one's having it straight on these days.
Now, why would you?
But, I don't know. Why would you tilt it?
I don't know.
But to be fair, everyone on Heroic got it tilted and they're winning. So causation.
Of course. That's as simple as you like.
Yeah, Preasy, you've got their monitors all straight and we see how that's going.
Just a slight little...
Just be slightly bent.
Yeah, just...
Yeah. Let's go. Round 22, what you got for us?
Give it a little nudge.
Just a little nudge.
Just a little nudge in one direction or the other.
What's the call? What is the call, Preasy?
Well, they want to go B.
Kixon wants to end it right now. Oh my goodness me. Nikados and Kixon, they're done. They're hungry. For that 1-0, a missed shot from Nikados could get awkward, but from behind, Nerds is there. And
running and gunning.
Running and gunning their way to the win. TMB, 50 HP, a MAC-10, and the bomb. So he is running, but he's being chased. Hot pursuit was Testes. TMB, oh, they're coming for you. They're coming for you, and there you have it. Heroic will take Ancient, starting off their campaign for a spot at the Copenhagen Major with the win.
Oh, well, we all know all of the teams and viewers at home were waiting for this one to conclude. Maybe they were interested in the result, maybe they weren't, but regardless, now we can draw the 1-0 and the 0-1 matchups for the PGL RMR here in Bucharest Group B. And, well, this was a good showing from Heroic. The fact they were able to turn their fate around after the pissed around losses in both halves, a whole lot quicker in the first half of play. But, yeah, a good showing, a necessary showing. And I don't want to call it a domestic derby by any stretch of the imagination, because Heroic they're not a full Danish lineup. They're only 3 out of the 5.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of Danes.
There's a whole lot of
I'm sure
Danes.
they were really happy. And there's a whole bunch of Danish fans with Heroic jerseys now, so they want to be able to show those off, of course. You know, they were the best Danish team up until recently. Now it's Astralis again.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Astralis fare in their draw as well.
Against Spirit.
Ooh.
Well, I don't know if it is.
It could be.
That's what Yanko reckons.
Yanko said.
Yeah. So if it's wrong, yeah, we can blame Yanko. Yeah, don't blame me. I'm just saying what someone else said.
But that would be very interesting.
That could be.
It could. Well, could be. Should be.
Would be.
Would be.
Isn't.
Let's find out together as that draw is going to be happening momentarily. I would assume.
No, yeah, I think it's a fair assumption. It's a fair. We get scores on the doors for everybody. Yeah, Altex was obviously cursed by the Hooksy knife glove combo.
So glad we got the info.
Still got 70 ADR though. Just had a difficult time converting the kills. Had one of those games. We've all had one of those games.
Second highest ADR.
And to be fair, the 2 most inexperienced members of the team, Altex and TMB, had the roughest of games. Dupree the most experienced with the most kills, and then. Actually, Refresh probably has more experience than Roy, but if it's decent, maybe not. Anyway, regardless, 13-9 in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, that's the scores on the doors.
Yeah, that is. What did you think of Nikados missing the molly? Is that going to be the highlight of the game for you?
Probably not.
No, not for me either.
No,
because those things are going to happen.
It will happen. I do think if you build a whole strategy about...
They're under a bit of pressure, though.
Yeah. And I think he was a bit flustered and rushing it because it happened quicker than he was anticipating.
Exactly. They already tapped the bomb, and then what if they had a kid?
Exactly. So you just kind of tried to get it out there and didn't quite get the lineup right. I do think the strategy is valid, though, considering the chances of someone buying a smoke or a kit, more so a smoke, is very low.
Well, I guess you got to count the amount of Julies that you hear as well within a round. So, you know, putting all these details together.
Get geeky about it.
Yeah, you could do.
Are you hungry?
I'm not hungry. So yeah, I'm hungry.
Yeah,
I am. I could eat.
Me too.
I could eat.
Yeah. Well, dinner time. The dinner bell's ringing.
Do we get to find out the games?
I would hope so. We're just. They're actually cooking it right now. They've got the cauldron.
I was hungry for the game.
Yeah, I'm hungry for to find out our next matchups. But with big names such as Vitality picking up the win with the Spirit, Astralis, MOUZ. Nicely done. Yeah. We did it.
Yeah. Cloud9.
Yeah,
I could list them all here. I've got Vitality, Spirit, Apeks, Astralis, MOUZ, excl, Cloud9, and Heroic won all the opening games.
And because you did that, your prize is the matchups. Let's have a look. Magic fingers.
And toes.
Ooh, GamerLegion, Pera, Monte Nexus, MOUZ excl, and Vitality Heroic. Now that's the secondary stream. Vitality Heroic will be the 4th, starting around 9 PM approximately.
I think GamerLegion are going to want to blow away that bad start. So they get a chance to take on Pera. Monte versus Nexus. Now, obviously, Monte with the Gizmy stand-in situation. So we will be doing the loser best of ones first. So GamerLegion or Pera, Monte, and Nexus will find themselves in that 0-2 bucket. And then as you head on later into the evening, MOUZ vs ECSTATIC and Vitality vs Heroic, well, 2 of those names on your screen will be in the 2-0. Do we get a look at what's going on the mainstream, maybe? Oh, yes, we do. Let's bring it all your way. So to kick off the action will be Guild Eagles taking on ENCE, Preasy versus OG, more loser games, and then Cloud9 versus Apeks and Spirit versus Astralis. Turns out Yanko was right.
Yeah, nice one, Yanko.
Okay.
Cloud9 Apeks could be an interesting one as well, because, I mean, Apeks made light work of OG, but a different beast is Cloud9.
Yeah, that is very true. Well, more best of ones for this evening. We've got Henry G and Anders Bloom to bring you the rest of the action here for the secondary stream. And over there on the next door will be Jason Moses O'Toole, and I don't know Dinko's full name, so
Adam,
he's Dinko.
Dinko Hawthorne.
Oh, that is his name.
I got you.
That is quite easy.
It is.
Yeah, Adam Hawthorne.
Yeah, but I was the same for a while, and then at some point,
Dinko.
No, Dinko made it really clear. He's like, no one ever calls me by my first name. I'm always Dinko. And I'm like, you know what, Adam? That's okay, Adam. I'll call you Adam.
All right.
So that shout out to Adam one time. But he's going to be over there casting all of those exciting matchups that are coming up after the break. That's right, we're chopping and changing. The casters are changing.
Goodbye.
And we're going to go and get ourselves some munch, some lunch, maybe even some dinner all in one. So we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
MOUZ are here now for the PGL RMR Group B side of things. I've got Shuhei with me. I want to look at the fact that you guys came through the closed qualifier and, okay, you lost to Eternal Fire. They're looking pretty good in general, right? You lost to Spirit. Spirit is doing Spirit things right now. But other than that, like, how was it for you guys to go through that? And how important was it to get that many officials with Brolan in as well on that kind of level?
Yeah, so the first thing we looked into was boot camping. That's where we played the close qualifiers from. It was very important for us to start off really strong and fast, kind of, because we didn't really have a lot of time to practice with Brolan before.
Yeah.
So boot camp, close qualifiers, some shaky games, some good start-off games for the lineup, maybe some losses against like Spirit, you said. I think it's good that we get this out of the way at the beginning. Then we have good performance towards the end. And now coming into the RMR, we just know that these close qualifiers and RMRs are probably at some point or to some extent even harder than that major itself, because you just need to, you play so many different opponents and you don't really know what to expect from a lot of these teams coming in, and everyone is just so hungry to win, to play at a major again, so it's very difficult to go through these qualifiers.
Okay, then in the players you have here right now, and Brolan's time on the team, you may have had him for World Final, but I'm not really counting it because it's more like the start of this year, I would say, and forward. It's still not a huge amount of time. So how comfortable are you feeling now of him? Because he does seem to fit really well, but are you still lacking some things?
Definitely. I think we are still far off of what we are able to do and achieve and actually receive from us. Like, we don't really have a lot of time to practice. Now we came back from Katowice, maybe 3 days of practice, and then we're coming into RMR. So there is still a lot that we need to improve on, and still a lot that we need to work on with the Brawlon especially. We're hoping that after this RMR, we're gonna have some days off and actually have time to practice and figure out the system that we want to play and how do we actually fit in those roles and everyone, instead of just playing officials all the time, which it can be exhausting. And at the minute, we're basically playing officials and using it as a practice in a way and learning from there as we can.
You are kind of just playing, adapting, changing a little bit, and you don't want to change too much, you make problems. You just said about the practice days you had. So you had like 3-4 days practice?
Yep.
Wow, so only that much to try and implement anything you saw. How much change were you able to make? What were you able to do in such a short amount of time?
I mean, to not give too much away, obviously, we at least had those 3 days of practice. So that's how we look at it. We know that we had 3 days extra, maybe 1 day off, and then we had work to do, preparation for this tournament. We worked on a lot, or many things that came to our heads that, for example, happened in Katowice, and how do we avoid them here?
Good.
So it's just a work in progress. We're working on our mistakes.
For you guys, looking at this group, looking at the RMRs, looking at what you've got, do you see yourself as one of the favourites to go through? Do you feel that confident with what you have and knowing your team?
I'm definitely confident in my team, but I feel like calling us a favourite would be from a fan point or from a viewer perspective.
Oh, I'm a fan.
Us from the team inside, I don't think we look at it that we are the fan or the favorites to qualify. Maybe that's because it does add a little bit of pressure to it. Maybe it is also good that you do this, because at the end of the day, you are in like the top 5 in HLTV, so you want to qualify. You in a way maybe even need to qualify some teams, but for us, it's more about proving to ourselves that the system that we are working on, that is working, and that we are able to use it on the big stages.
Well, let's hope that system is working, and let's hope you get the job done. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you.
This is a very different looking Heroic coming into the PGL RMR Group B. Kixan is now leading the charge. Still very young in-game leader. First real tier 1 team for you, but already we're seeing improvements over a short amount of time. So where I want to start with this for you is back at the beginning of the year. How was that whole process for you guys as a new team? Because you didn't have much time to practice. You've got all these new pieces of players coming together. Only 2 of the players played together, so it must have been hard.
Yeah, I would say that it was hard, and it's still hard. It's been only 1 month and a half since we started playing together, so I think we need more time in order to be more consistent. And when we went to the open quali, we had like, I don't know, 5-6 days of prac in total. So it was like 1 day for 1 map, and that's it. So I think it was expected to have some rough results on the way. But I think we showed that we have experienced players, and we got it at the end.
Now talk to me about the dynamic in your team. Tessus and Shush played together. You've got Saw, who's finished, Scandinavian in there as well. Then there's you, Nertz, and there's Nikodos coming in as another Dane. How have you made sure that everyone's like together? Because the thing I worried about when I saw this roster come together, 3 Danes could easily group together, and then it might make a bit of like separation in the team. So what have you guys done to make sure that doesn't happen?
I think since we made this team, we had so many talks about how we want to be as a team, inside and outside of the server. And I think the good thing is that we are all on the same page about it. So even though we are coming from so many different countries, we have different people, different personalities in the team, I would still say that we are all agreeing on the things that we want to do and how we want to look as a team. So that's how we are trying to work.
How is Saw for you as a coach? Because we only really started to understand his impact with him and Snappy, but now it's a new challenge for him where he's working with a new in-game leader, still a very young in-game leader, and a different level of experience. So what has it been like?
I would say that I was positively surprised by him. I mean, I knew that he's a good coach, but I think he's one of the best coaches in the world, if I can say. I haven't had the chance to work with so many coaches, but he's, I think, definitely the best one so far. Everything is calculated, and he's doing, as I said, in the right way. There's never like, I've never seen him get angry or tilted or something like that. Maybe it's too early, maybe it will happen, but so far I've seen only the calm version of so.
It seems like you guys are making fast improvements. Has that changed your expectations coming into the RMR?
I think our goal since the beginning was to get to the major, and but we don't want to think too much about it because that way it will just add too much pressure on us. We're just trying to take it as easy as possible and not think about it and just play game by game and hopefully we'll do it.
How much did you try to change, or what like micro adjustments? Not the details of it, but like how much did you risk say, okay, we changed this? Did you make any big changes, or is it like you need to just grow in the right way?
I think we did only small changes because I think in general what we've been doing was good. We were just lacking or missing some little details, and we tried to add some little things to our playbook and the way we play. Also remove some things that we think are not working for some time already. So I would say just some little adjustments to our play style.
Would it be fair to say though that these are the best players you've had to work with in order to achieve your success in your career? Obviously, you're very young in your career, but is this the best pieces you've had in the past?
I would say so. I think in Apeks I had some amazing players as well, but I would say that this is the best team I've had so far. There are some things that I feel like in Apeks were missing, and I got it now in this team, so I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. Good luck getting you towards the major. Copenhagen awaits hopefully pretty soon for you guys.
Thank you.
Snacks is coming into the RMR with GamerLegion. And Snacks, I want to start by looking at, first of all, where do you feel GamerLegion is at right now? Because we see some positive results, we see some progress, we know the changes have made some better things happen for you, but then you're still not going probably as far as you would want. So it's a bit of inconsistency, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the HLTV, then we are top 17, I think, or something like this. So I can see like that for now. I mean, overall, I would put ourselves like a black horse of the tournament. Like I have a feeling like whenever we can be on the tournament, we can beat some good teams.
Yeah, we've seen it.
And I just have a feeling like whenever it's gonna click on our side, it's gonna be really good. And like I have a feeling that our players and coaches and like all what we are doing in the team is pretty good, but it just need to click. And obviously at the start of the year we changed the roles and all other things, and I would say still that we are kind of in the progress to put everything on A level, but for me it's good.
Now you mentioned that you changed these roles positions, right? You've had some adjustments and it has seen positives. I definitely look at the positives that you see there. Are you stuck with that though? Has there been more changes coming into RMR, or are you happy and just going to work with what you had?
I would say we didn't change now much right now. I would say like it's more about just to fix everything to be like in the right position, you know. Like I think the way we are walking right now is the perfect path for us, and yeah, I hope we are ready.
You hope that you are ready. I hope you're ready as well. And I want to talk about this being the first major in CS2. And as someone who's competed at majors and done so well, right? How important is it to you to be there at Copenhagen and make it this time?
I mean, for me, every tournaments are like this. Like obviously, major is the best one, I would say, for the entire year. Yeah, I mean, I would like to go through, obviously, especially when we don't have that good runs in the past right now. So yeah, I would say it's important.
Looking at this RMR and how tough this group is, right? Where do you rate your chances, your confidence as a team to say you can make it? Do you feel pretty secure that you'll make it?
I would say the group is really tough. Yeah, obviously, like when we look at the teams, I would say like every team looks pretty solid. Like there can be like a lot of surprises in this group for sure. So like even if I'm like comparing the groups, I would say B is so much tougher, and we still have some surprises on Group A. So imagine what can happen here. I'm pretty confident if I look at my team. If we just play our game and we be focused from the start, and we're not gonna surrender in the middle of the game, then I have a feeling that we can beat everyone. I mean, I think we just like everyone need to have like mindset like this. Yeah, if you go with the mindset that you might lose, then you're already a loser, you know. So
definitely.
So I'm confident if we're gonna play our game. I think we can go through.
And do you think though, like some of your teammates are still quite new to this, right? In terms of going to majors, then the few of them are more experienced. But do you feel like there's a change at all in the mood or the motivation here for the players?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't sound so confident though.
No, I mean, like, I don't know. I felt like guys just want to go through. Like, I would say for every player in the world, it should be like important tournament. So everyone should do whatever it takes to actually go through and be on the major and maybe even win it. Yeah.
There we go. Well, let's see if it happens for you. I wish you the best of luck, Snacks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Preasy are coming into the RMR and they're looking to do some more damage to continue the success of what they achieved online. I've got TMB with me. How are you doing?
Really good, really good. Really excited. Finally at the LAN. I think it's been 2 years since I've been at a LAN tournament, so it's going to be great for me. Of course, we have some more experienced players that have played a lot, but for me, it's a big thing.
Yeah, there's a big change for you, right? There's a lot more to work with here in this team and what you can do. I want to start by looking at just your performances through the closed qualifier to start off with. Yeah. There was some peaks. There are some points where it got scary, but you still managed to get through. How was that whole process?
Of course, we came into the close qualifier with not too much practice because we just made a roster change that got the pre-in. So we just played our game and it went, I would say, okay. We then managed to get 1-2 and we had a really close game against Force. That was a bit nerve-wracking, but other than that, I think it was a decent one. We faced really good teams, I would say. And
you definitely played good teams.
We played I think we had the hardest way to get to here, to be honest. But we were really close at upsetting against some of the big teams, which is like a good thing, I think.
And I want to touch on, okay, people might say it's just the best of one, but you took Spirit to 16-14 overtime. You could have won against Spirit. Does that give you some confidence? How was that game? Just explain it to me, because when we look at that now, people who obviously may have not looked at it, they think, oh, it's just okay, like it's still lost. But if you look at the details, that was a crazy game.
Yeah, we had the 12-8 lead, and we had like a really 4 versus 2 or something, and we should just close out the game. But we rushed it a bit. We were a bit, of course, nervous and stuff like that. So Don came in and killed 3 of us, and we got into overtime, and we crumbled a bit. But it was a really good showing that we could play up against teams like Spirit, and especially with the recent results, it's of course a good sign.
And then we look at other results, like for the European Pro League, you take first place there. But I'm also going to touch on like these teams, when we come to what you've been able to do here, these are teams that are maybe not on the same level. So how do you feel going up against some of the bigger names and the bigger opposition you're going to face here? Do you feel like you now have enough reps in terms of your map pool and your game plan?
Yeah, of course we have added a lot of stuff since we played the close qualifier. We wanted to play some tournaments to still keep in the official game, like momentum and stuff. Yep. So we chose to play the EPL second division, I think it's EPL, the tournament. And it went some up and downs, but in the end we managed to win it. And of course we know we're coming here, we're going to face a bit higher teams, but I don't think we're too scared of it, to be honest.
And tell me about having Dupree, because that's a legend of the game, the only player with 5 majors. His history is known, but how is he? Is he a second voice in the team? How do you use him? How do you get the most out of him?
Yeah, it's really nice to have him on the team. He's like, even just his like personality is like matching really good with our younger players. He's like funny and cool to be around, so that's always nice. So we still keep in the good atmosphere inside the team. Him contributing with a lot of stuff and kind of new ways to play, because we need to play different when we had Nico Doss, because now we are not that heavy relied on Nico Doss with the AVP and stuff, and it's me taking over that. So we needed to change our game plans and stuff like that, and he has been really good at contributing to that and making his own play, so he also can have a big impact as he needs to.
Where is your confidence level at as a team in order to be able to be one of the teams that qualify?
Yeah, I would say our way in EMR can be harder than the close qualifier we had, so I'm pretty confident that we are going to make a pretty decent run, and hopefully we're going to qualify. I think it's a pretty good odds of doing it, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And how much would it mean to you personally to be able to do it with this team?
Yeah, for me it would be massive, because it's of course my first major, but also the first major in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
We all want to be there. We all have family who want to come and see us play, so that would be a really big thing.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck throughout the RMR.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the information, man.
Yeah, you too.
Set up teams and start digging.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL Major CS2 EU RMR Group B. It's the second half of day one and time to move into our round two of the Swiss format. So we'll have 0-1 teams battling it out against each other and 1-0 teams having their own contests also. My name is Parla, I'm still your desk host, and I'm still joined on the desk by Blair and Maniac. Boys, how you doing?
Can I just say, you have never messed up the opening line, and it's a mouthful. So credit to you. I'm always thinking, like, there's so many items you have to say. You know, the event, where we are, which RMR it is, which letter of the RMR. You've always nailed it. I'm always thinking it's going to happen, but no. Keep on delivering.
So you're waiting on his downfall?
But I'm not praying on it. I'm just thinking at some point, surely a wrong letter or something. No. He's nailing it every single time.
But all jokes aside, I very much appreciate the compliment, Maniac. Blair, you feeling good?
I'm feeling great.
Last bit went on a bit long. There was some close fought Counter-Strike there on the secondary stream.
Yeah, a pretty close affair. In all honesty, you know, Dupree almost getting it done, but Heroic, he tried his best, but Heroic got the win. I'm more excited about some of the matchups we have right now, some tasty ones, because we did see a lot of lopsided matchups in the opening stage.
Yes, Blair, and why don't we show everybody at home what will be transpiring over the rest of today, starting off with the secondary stream. Up on screen now, the schedule for that secondary stream. We will start with GamerLegion versus Pera, then we'll see Monte versus Nexus. Those four teams are 0-1. And then in the second half of the evening on that secondary stream, we've got MOUZ versus excl, Vitality versus Heroic. All those teams are 1-0.
Very obvious main card, Vitality versus Heroic. Great matchup. Not unbiased opinion, by the way, just quite objectively out there. But I just want to put it very quickly. Nexus, of course, a little bit of hometown heroes going up against Monte without SDY. There might be a play here. There might be something to be done.
There's a chance.
Because excl, who are now in the 1-0, actually started their debut here by beating Monte on that of Anubis. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this matchup. It might not be as one-sided as the name value might say.
That secondary stream, that's some fire Counter-Strike over there, Blair.
Yeah, that is indeed. Especially if you look at MOUZ, they kind of, I might have to say, might be a freebie for them in all honesty. I think after they got the win against Guild Eagles, which is a very close-fought affair, they should be feeling pretty comfortable with the ecstatic matchup. But I agree with you, if I'm watching a Beast the Vitality game should be a banger.
Yeah. Looking ahead, let's see our schedule here on the main stream. Bring that up on screen now. We're going to start things off with Guild Eagles versus ENCE. Then we'll move into Preasy versus OG. Once again, all four of those teams 0-1. And then in the second half of this evening on the main stream, we've got Cloud9, Apeks, Team Spirit versus Astralis. All teams, those four teams, I should say, 1-0.
For me, the final game right there. Donk versus Astralis. Astralis who are looking very, very good indeed, but this is going to be a litmus test for the Danes. Again, Cloud9 and Apeks as well.
It's going to be a litmus test and also a litmus. Get it? Little Gen Z reference there. Yeah, Maniac got it.
I'm right there with you. I was giving you the eye contact. I was supporting you in the joke. But no.
For real, my brother, for real. So based as hell. There we go. Anyway, you know what's also based is Cloud9 versus Apeks. So that's going to be a good game, I personally feel, because Cloud9, they had a very comfortable time. But this Apeks we saw here today, they were looking very convincing, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree with you. We couldn't really catch on Cloud9. Apparently, they had a pretty easy time against that of Pera, so we're going to have to see. And then maybe if Dupree puts on the same kind of performance, that might just be enough to beat OG. But I agree with you. The whole story about, you say it's a test for Dong. I say it's a test for Astralis. Let's see if you guys keep up with that. Can you keep up with the machine?
Who can shut him down? That's the question.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out.
Some of the players on Astralis earlier, they had some solid performances, but if Dong's firing off like he did before, yeah.
We're gonna listen. I mean, 13-0, right? Like, so that's a pretty high standard already being set by Team Spirit. But I am exceeding. I mean, I'm particularly looking forward to that matchup.
Looking just overall at the results from today, nothing really was like a massive surprise.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the fact that MOUZ were able to bounce back versus Guild Eagles is one of the stories of that round one.
That was really good.
You're thinking about Eagles in a 12-7 situation. They could have closed it. They could be in a 1-0, but they allowed MOUZ to come back, and then in overtime, being pushed away. What we witnessed was extremely one-sided. Not a whole lot of upset to hold on to. The Giants, the favorites, they did what they had to. on the B stream, or the secondary stream, was a bit more topsy-turvy, a bit more upsetty.
Yeah. I'll say, oh, Blair, please, go ahead, jump in.
No, just wanted to add on to that. Like, if you look at the scorelines right there, as you pointed out, MOUZ were trailing 8-12, bringing it back in the opening match, a very close affair. Honestly, Monte, excl, I felt it could have gone either way. It's just unfortunate for Monte not having some die young here in day one. Pera getting demolished by Cloud9, and their heroic Preasy game. In all honesty, at one point it was like 9-8 or something. And
it was close, yeah.
It was very close, and heroic finally closed it out. So, kind of two different tales if you look at the A and the B stream parlor.
Absolutely. A match that we just showed up on screen that we saw on our main stream was Apeks versus OG. I would say it's not like a huge surprise, but I was impressed by Apeks' performance. I thought they came in very strongly against OG, and the scoreline definitely showed that.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know if it's more a comment on OG than it is on Apeks. So,
I think it's both.
We celebrated Jacob, and I think it was rightful. The game plan was working. I think Sense had a pretty good idea, a pretty good sense of how you had to play against OG. See, now you started me. See, now I answer to dry jokes like that. I can't help it. It's like, you know, behind it, and there we go.
Sorry, could you mind like just moving out of the way so you're just going to go for the triple?
Just go
kill,
ahead.
baby.
Anyway, no, in all seriousness, I do agree with you. I think some of the plays that Sticko, for example, got off to on a T side and A-bomb side, it's not going to happen against a better team, in all honesty, but that's what I want to see. Are they going to be really tested this time?
Could you say it still could happen?
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Now you're pushing your luck, Matthew.
Sorry. Was that too far?
You've had 2 cups of coffee, haven't you? Yeah, just
I did
too much caffeine.
I loved it. It was great. But no, none of that, mate. All right, well, yeah, that's pretty much what's happened so far and what is to come. Guys, why don't we start focusing in on our first matchup on the mainstream for the second half of the evening. Guild Eagles versus ENCE. So yeah, both teams 0-1. Guild Eagles with that closely fought battle against MOUZ. Is it going to be dangerous for them if they allow ENCE any sort of comeback potential here?
Well, I might say something that is a little bit counterintuitive, but I do think that ENCE might be better off getting slapped 0-13, mentally speaking, going up in this next matchup. Because if you're Eagles, you're aware you had the win. It was right there.
Yep.
You let it go. You were 12-7, 12-8. You could have closed it. It could be 1-0. Whereas ENCE, you just got 13-0 by Spirit. Why would you? Are you even mad about it? Just have a good laugh. Move along.
And considering the sort of teams who have been donked in the past, you just let it go. You're like, all right, guys, we got 13-0. And also look at the people that have on that team. You're talking about someone like Glaive, you're talking about someone like Cuban, you're talking about someone like, even to a certain degree, Hades as well, who have been around the scene for quite a long time. Glaive, especially as an IGL, we know what he's done. So they should have immediately been after the game, laughed it off. It happened. Let it go. Just concentrate on the next game. So I feel like we can't read too much into the 13-0, in all honesty. That being said, ENCE get to win a round after the first round.
Guys, just before we deep dive into this, we can actually take a little segue, take a look at a conversation that our man down on the floor, James Banks, had with Flames from Vitality.
It is time to build the fantasy team with Vitality's Flames. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing very good. Look at you, so professional.
Nobody ever asked how the interview is.
No, but you do, and that's why I love you. My man. So, we're going to spin this wheel. It'll land on a team. You can pick one player from that team. You need to build your ultimate fantasy team doing this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's spin this wheel and see which team you will get first. And it is going to be Cloud9.
Okay, but... Okay,
remember, you need to think about the roles, positions, how this is all going to work.
Do I care about the price? Or, fantasy
no, there's no price.
Oh, so it's just like with my dream team.
You can pick, well, it's like a dream team, but we give you the team. It's not like you can just take Zyro simple, yeah.
So I'll take Electronic, since I think, not as an IGL, just like as a player that he can call on City very well, but he's very good mid-round, he's just good player.
Okay, Electronic to start off with. Next team is gonna give
I feel like I'm gonna get Heroic.
You feel like you're gonna get Heroic?
Falcon, Furia.
No, Furia.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty easy. I take Keserato as my anchor on City side, but also I don't remember what he plays on T side, but he probably doesn't clash with Electronic, so I take Keserato.
Okay. So 2 very strong riflers to kick things off with, mate. And the third team is going to be ENCE.
Okay, that's a bit tougher. I don't know so much their roles. And I need an IGL and an OPER ASAP, so I feel like... Okay, so Electronic can stretch a bit, he can be the IGL. No, but let's see what I get. But I feel like from this roster, Hades is pretty good OP and Glaive is a good IGL. The other 3, I'm not sure like Yeah, I'll take Glaive. I'll take Glaive.
Okay, so Glaive is your IGL. I thought that was gonna be a lot easier for you. I was just be like Glaive, yes.
No,
you were really thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking because I wanted more skill in the team, but I wanted to have like an IGL like a. I should have taken Boomic maybe for the IGL because I wanted like a crazy IGL. But also Glaive shoots really well. To be honest, for an IGL, I didn't think about it instantly, but he's also like a bit entry flaggerish. He's not like a baiter, so Glaive is a good choice.
He's not a baiting IGL. This is true. This is
I'll
true.
take Glaive.
All right, next spin. Which team is gonna give you a
I need Donk, guys.
You want Donk? You want? Oh.
G2. Oh. Ooh. I take Uxie. No, I'm joking. Okay, so we have electronic. Oh, I take Monte.
Yeah, I was about to say you're like Orpa.
Yeah, I take Monte.
Take the baby goat.
Easy. But that team is tough to pick from because you have Nico and X.
Yeah, Nico makes sense as well.
Yeah. Complexity Gaming. Wait, and now what do I have? I have Caserato. What do I have?
You need a support, really.
Okay, I have Caserato.
Caserato,
Electronic.
Monte, Electronic, and Glaive.
Yeah.
You need someone who's going to just do all the horrible roles.
No, but one of them can sacrifice. It's a team game. Someone needs to sacrifice. You cannot be 5 stars.
I love this GM version.
Look,
you will sacrifice.
Yeah, even if I take 5 stars, I want someone to sacrifice. There is a better star in the team, Onesi and Electronic. So, I don't know what Elige plays, but I really like him. So, I'll take Elige.
Elige?
Yes.
Okay, so this team, if I put them together in the RMR tomorrow, do they qualify to the major?
But they have the chemistry and they have everything.
No, just on raw skill, someone leading them, yeah.
So they have Glaive leading them. Yeah, I reckon they do good, but just because they have an honeymoon. Like Electronic would be insane. Monte would have like lifetime, like people would need help against him. Caserato is always sick. Yeah, perfect team. I have perfect balance.
So they make it into the major?
They win the major.
No,
I'm joking.
Well, thank you very much, Flames. I enjoyed that so much, and good luck at the RMR.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Flames. And yeah, we went to that because we actually have a bit more time than we thought. The game will be going live in about 10 minutes, and we'll break it down properly very shortly. But quickly, let's react to that. What do you think about that lineup that Flames has put together? Electronic, Caserato, Glaive, Monte, and Elige. On paper, that's looking slamming to me.
That looks great.
Would you buy that team?
I do wonder how the chemistry is going to work. I do wonder how the chemistry is going to work in that team, though. It's going to be some interesting personalities, I'll tell you.
You'll be way too rational about this. You just have to let your mind go free and wild when you do these
You're
kinds
in a mood today, Maniac.
I'm in a good mood. I'm in a great mood.
Is this so Maniac in a good mood is just like irrational, all over the place, puns left, right, and center?
I've said it before. I'll say it again. Hashtag Romaniac. That one's for you, Matthew.
It's growing on me. It's growing on me. I'm warming up to it.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that roster looked pretty sick from Flames. Flames, just by the way, loves the social media, loves to be on camera, always calm and collected in these interviews and content pieces.
It's a good personality to have, and it's a good example to follow for the new players out there, right? We try to get to know you guys.
Yeah.
I know English is always a little bit of a barrier for some people, and I really appreciate and I respect when players take the risk of giving interviews, even if they have limited vocabulary, but that's how we get to know you. Otherwise, we just waffle around at the desk on who you are and, you know, what kind of yogurt you like. We don't know that. We want to hear from you.
Those are the facts the people want.
We want to know that.
What is ZywOo's favorite yogurt, for example?
That would be a TMZ headline right
do
there.
Do you not know already?
I do not.
Oh, Blair, you've got to spill the. I was going to say spill the beans, but I should say spill the dairy, perhaps.
I don't know myself, but I would assume, as the #1 ZywOo fan, you'd probably know what his favorite yogurt is, what his favorite energy drink is.
All our conversations are pretty Counter-Strike.
It's
It's Counter-Strike. It's very platonic, okay? It's Counter-Strike related. Y'all better calm down over
I don't
there.
know,
I don't
man.
know what's happening.
I don't know if that's not romantic, in all honesty.
I mean,
but yeah, I think it was a good team. It was a fun team, and I do enjoy Flames. Didn't he have like this English accent he used to bring out once in a while?
If you mean any time he talks to me, yeah. He comes out with the roadman slang. Anyway, we can also reflect slightly on Vitality's match earlier. Complete domination of GamerLegion, and pretty much thanks to Big ZywOo.
Yeah, the Vitality's match, I say was ZywOo's game. He had a very good
opening either, which was very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're going to be dropping numbers like that, just screw the op, man. Just take out a rifle and just bang everyone out of the server. But this is ZywOo I wanted to see. I didn't want to have a slow start. If you have Donk and ZywOo in the same group, I want ZywOo to be like
I'm #1 for a reason, kid, and I'm going to show you why. I don't know if they. I don't think they're going to be facing off against each other if they do continue. It could happen. I don't know. If it does happen, though, oh my, oh my.
Yeah, it'd be a great lore to follow this whole year if ZywOo was able to maintain his level, and then Donk becomes consistent at this extraordinary kind of performance.
And then Simple comes back sometime.
I mean, what do you mean? When Simple stopped playing, he wasn't in the conversation anymore. Like, give him time to come back into the conversation, and then you have this sort of three-way fight, WWE type stuff, where ZywOo's got Donk and an arm rest, and then Simple comes in with a chair from behind. this could be great. I think
you're saying ZywOo holding Donk in an arm lock and Simple with the chair, like the Undertaker.
Yeah, exactly.
The kid's 17. He's like super thin.
That's WWE, right? So everybody's safe. We're cool.
It's all fake. It's not real.
I didn't say that.
Okay, cool.
What, you mean wrestling is fake?
Surely not.
Do you know what is
heavy topics right now?
Do you know what isn't fake? Guild Eagles versus ENCE. I think we can start breaking this one down in a bit more detail. Where were we before we went to the piece with Flames? I think we were talking about Guild Eagles.
Here is a topic about Guild Eagles. Here's an interesting angle to them, right? Super emotional, very screamy, very out there, very passionate, and we love that about them. As fans, as entertainer, we like to see that kind of emotion. My issue is, do we imagine there is a part of it that's responsible for them not closing a game? How do you maintain lucidity and good decision-making when you're screaming around? It's always a dangerous game.
Blair, double-edged sword of being an emotional player or team. Like Matthew's pointed out, sometimes it's fantastic. It drives you to an incredible victory. At other times, it hamstrings yourself.
Oh yeah, 100% does. But then I look at someone like Devilwalk, who's behind them, right? As a coach, like someone who has a tenure, who should be able to calm it down, who is also a major winner himself as well, as a coach and as a player. So I'm expecting someone like him to calm things down. I was actually taking a look at the game they had earlier against MOUZ in the secondary monitor we had in the green room. Surprisingly, it felt the way they lost that map, the way they allowed MOUZ back into it, wasn't because they got over-aggressive. It wasn't because they were like, all right, we got to go for the kill. They played a little scared. They were 1v1s and 2v2s, but they're like, bombs down, we don't have much info, let's just play this one safe. Let's play not to lose, and that allowed MOUZ back into the game. I personally feel if they continued that fiery aggression we saw from that in the first half or the first 75% of that map, they might have actually closed it out, in all honesty.
Juan Flatro had a huge game, 29 frags across that map. Does he need to go big here as well?
I think it was always a win condition. Whenever you'd see Bad News Eagle, now Guild Eagles, having good performances, he'd be a go-to for me. I have Rigon in the same category, but a bit more hit or miss. And it pains me, right? Fellow Swiss passport holder out there, you know, Swiss connection, you know, tune dropping soon, rap album coming in.
For real?
Swiss connection.
I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to do a Swiss, German, French thing. We got a whole thing going on. Never mind. He's obviously an X factor for me, but you're right. Juan Flatro is a carry, I think, in the proper sense of the word.
I was also especially impressed with GXX. When I'm talking about his team, you're looking at Rigon and Juan Flatro is kind of like the two heavy hitters. And the Opper, necessarily, he's always there, just performing his duties, but he did go quite above and beyond, I feel like, at least initially against MOUZ. So, yeah, you're going to need all your guns to pop off here.
Yeah, because it's tough for me to point out a clear favorite right now. I feel like ENCE should be. ENCE should be, but also the problem that I have is that it's very tough to properly assess this team right now, because Katowice, by all means and by all sort of criteria, was a success. It was a resounding success for ENCE. The teams that they were able to beat in best of 3, and even how they behaved on stage, although they lost, was still, as far as I'm concerned, very honorable. So I would very much tend to them as favorite, but we have such a small sample size.
Yes, that's a problem.
One event.
It's very interesting because you're looking at the sample size and it's tiny, but let's look at the teams they beat. Let's look at the teams they've played against.
It's great.
Like Falcons. They played Falcons, they played MOUZ, they played G2, they played Vitality, beating a couple of them as well. And finally, of course, Fallen to Spirit, who, I think it was Falcons eventually in the playoffs.
They lost to Falcons.
Yeah, at the very end. But look at the names they played against. And I look on the other side for Guild Eagles, they play a lot of Counter-Strike. They play a metric ton of online Counter-Strike. But I'm looking at the names, and even someone who is a fan of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, I'm looking at some of these teams, I'm like, who? Question mark, right? So it's about quantity as opposed to quality. But if I'm talking about quality, you cannot take away the fact that Glaive has been great so far in ENCE.
Looking ahead to the other side of the server, ENCE's campaign here at the RMR has gone off to a very rough start, getting absolutely destroyed by Spirit. One of the players that we mentioned in our pre-match segment for that matchup was Hades. He was missing against Spirit. Do you want to see... Of course, we need to see more coming out of him, but Does he need to be an X factor in this matchup?
Yes, 100%. Anytime you've watched ENCE go beyond or supersede expectations, then Hades was involved in some sort of capacity. The game versus Vitality, as you mentioned, he was tremendous on Nuke. On stage, he had great moments on Overpass as well, so he's going to be a man to keep an eye on. I just think when you're ENCE, obviously you're at the RMR and you have such an important task ahead of you, but it can be quite tricky to reset your mind and forget about whatever you've done in Katowice. Just keep the good. Whatever you've been doing that was great, keep it, attach to it. But you have to reset your expectations and the respect you give to your opponents. You're not going up against Vitality, you're not going up against G2. This isn't Spirit against you, this isn't Falcons. It's just Guild Eagles. And that can be quite vicious a little bit to think that, oh, but wait a minute, we beat Vitality, we beat G2. Nah, we should be fine with these guys. Obviously, they don't consciously think like that. But to an extent, it can subconsciously kind of sneak up on you. So I think Glaive, the man that we have on our screen, has to make sure to remind everybody, listen, it doesn't matter who it is. Like, the only thing that matters is what got us to this position in Katowice that we have to replicate no matter who's against us.
I actually wanted to take the conversation in that direction. Blair, maybe you can speak a bit more on that. Glaive, his experience, his systems, how important is it going to be for ENCE in this best of one against
What I really liked watching and listening on ENCE from whatever, comms we were privy to through the YouTube channel and whatnot, right? It's interesting mix. You have these core of these Polish players who usually speak Polish and are speaking in English. The comms are clean, very concise. Kyla, he's the loud one. He's the one yelling. He's the one, hyping everyone up. And for Glaive, he's not over, he's not like doing anything too crazy. A little bit of micromanagement. Kyla, can you hold mid now, please? Easy, clean, supremely simple comms, and it just worked.
I love that you mentioned that because we actually got to sit with Glaive during Katowice and we had a conversation with him about his adjustment in this ENCE project now. And one of the elements he gave us was that it's been very hard for me to learn how to let go of the control. Because when I'm dead, they will eventually switch to Polish because it makes more sense in terms of efficiency of communication.
And he has no idea.
And he's got to let go. So he said it was a bit of a touch and go process where first he would want to still be very much involved in the clutch and say, hey, listen, you still have a smoke, you still have a flash, just do this. And then he had to kind of learn to say, okay, I'm going to trust you guys. Like we can always review it at a later stage, but for now, I'm going to give you guys my trust. Go ahead and do what you got to do. And it's a bit complicated for him because he's got quite an isolated position if you think about just the dynamics of the team.
Blair, turning our attention to the map Vito, we've ended up on Anubis.
This is a map I expected it to really go. It's a map that both these two teams like to play to a decent degree. It's again one of those middle-of-the-pack handshake maps, so to speak. Now for Guild Eagles, if looking at the recent results,
a lot of matches,
yes. But some losses and some wins to teams like Incilio, Ruby, Sampi. I don't know a couple of these names in all honesty, and I look at the side of ENCE. They lost to Vitality, sure. They beat G2. They beat the Mongols very convincingly. Also a team who, were actually reasonably solid on this map as well. So a map what these two teams do enjoy, but have to give the edge to ENCE.
Gentlemen, we have about a minute left, and we are indeed sticking to that time. So can I get final thoughts and a final official prediction from you both? Starting with you, Maniac.
That's a tough one.
I'm going ENCE. I'm going to throw my cards on the table. I'm going ENCE, yeah.
You're going ENCE. All right, so I do think there is a world in which an upset happens here, and the fact that the individuals from Guild Eagles were able to activate early on gives me hope. So I'm going to take a risk and say that maybe, just maybe, Eagles go on an upset here.
I can see where you're coming from.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
You're welcome, baby. Guild Eagles, RMR. You know how these guys work when it comes to this land, but I think I've seen enough from ENCE
against
to have faith here. Shut up. Not today. Not the early matchup early today. We're not counting that at all. But I think ENCE should take this. But it's going to be messy. It's going to be close.
It's a fiery desk tonight, and I'm expecting some fiery Counter-Strike as well. Is it going to be good news for the Guild Eagles, or, once again, easy for ENCE? Time to head on over to our casters, and we've got two of the best, the Irish-American connection of Moses and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Paul. Not quite the Swiss connection we've seen from Maniac today, but I'm excited for this one. ENCE versus Guild Eagles. Now, Guild Eagles are always a treat to watch when the RMRs kick off. We don't see them too often play on land, but when they do, it's often solid.
Yeah, pretty much the only times we really get to see them is at these RMRs.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just struggles to qualify through various things. Yeah, this is, I think because of that and because ENCE is still such a new team, this is one of those series and this is one of those matchups where I feel like you just throw all the numbers and all the history out because it's like, we don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah, we have absolutely no idea what we're going to get overall, but we know exactly what we're going to get here in the pistol. It's ENCE going for a B split through dark quickly. Mid dropping through the window into the water, and the B pounce has worked out very well here for ENCE. So first two kills in. ENCE looking to win their first round of the day.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. A nice little 13-0 to start things out. Kyler put out a tweet that he put some glasses on so that he could get some frags in this game, and it's worked. He's got 1 kill so far, and it's a 1v4 for GXX. So pistol round is going to go to ENCE. I think part of the reason why this feels like so like random too in my head is I know from speaking with Glaive in Katowice just like a week or two ago, a week and a half ago. You know, kind of asked him like, hey, man, did you expect this success at Katowice? And he was just like, nope, practice didn't go particularly well. Everyone was on different pages. We were still figuring things out. Everything's really chaotic. And I have no idea how we're winning games here in Katowice.
I don't think anybody expected them to do well in Katowice. I mean, Glaive was saying throughout the tournament, he only started to realize how much it really meant for the Polish guys when emotions started coming through and the tears started flowing.
Yeah, when they qualified and Diha broke down.
Yeah, and they made it through to the playoffs. But, you know, the question we had when starting Katowice was how good are ENCE going to be? And even though they made it to the playoffs, I still don't think that question's been fully answered because they get into the playoffs, but the deciding game in the group, whether or not they were going to go to quarterfinals or semifinals, was very comfortably in favor of MOUZ. And then their playoff game, man, sure it was heartbreaking, but it was against Falcons, who have now proven that they're not exactly the full piece just yet. So still interested to see what level ENCE will be at.
I think realistically, you look at Katowice and you say that's a little bit of a honeymoon event for them.
Yeah.
Hold the phone. We got some aggression. Holding down the trigger while completely blind. Hades is there for some backup, and him and Diha get a full house. 3-2 across them, and it's a 2-0 start for ENCE.
Yeah, we're going to get a buy-in here now for Guild Eagles. First time in the RMR, they're going to be represented by an organization. I mean, that was the main storyline going through a lot of these events, was who is going to sign the Bad News Eagles. Guild have come in and picked them up, and obviously they would have great expectations that they would make it through. Get the sticker in the game and really make the investment into the team pay off. And Guild Eagles have shown that over the recent RMRs they can do it, but starting 0-1 down against MOUZ today is not the position they want to find themselves in. So a good gun round here to start off the CT side would go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you just think about the meaning of an organization for a team that doesn't get to play and qualify for a whole lot of lands throughout the year. The Major just is that critically important since it's basically all they've got. Flashbangs being set up towards the B bomb site. This will be a split with these MAC-10s coming right through the smokes. They've seen nothing. Good kill from Diha, and now the CTs get forced out into the open, flushed into the hands of Glaive and ENCE, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, first gun round for Guild Eagles is a miss, so they don't only step up to the mark here. And it's a bit of a bonus for ENCE because they had a few SMGs in there that can now be upgraded into M4s. So things have gone very well for ENCE on the T side. Now, we did know that back in Katowice was the T side prowess from ENCE that we thought was fantastic to watch. I think the CT side was the weaker affair, where they would maybe take too many risks and really collapse on the CT side. So
it makes sense. CT side takes a little bit more work to have those things kind of organized in terms of how you move around the map and rotate when your teammates have smokes down and choke points at the different timings that you can try and hit, and that sometimes gets really disorganized. But this is a great start. 3-0. You got to be happy about this.
You're going to be very happy.
5 kills for Hades in these first 3 rounds. 5 kills for Diha in these first 3 rounds. Those are 2 very important players for the team, so things looking good.
Yeah, it was a good point raised by the desk about some of these players just kind of shaking it off, losing 13-0 to Donk and Spirit. It's something that many people expected, and it was a reality that came through, so...
Yeah, but that being said, as a competitor, getting 13-0, you never...
But I think it's almost better to lose 13-0 and just laugh it off than bring it so close and find yourself here in the 1-1, or the 0-1 game, rather.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I think every team handles those different scenarios differently, obviously. Well, here's a little bit of utility spent. Good nade onto Goofy. 2 saved M4s, 2 Deagles, and a 5-7 on Juan Flatro. This round, ENCE is taking a bit more cautiously as well as they've upgraded off those MAC-10s.
Oh, Goofy goes to the fight against Scenari, who confidently stands up on that table. It's going to work out well for him, but Scenari has dropped quite a bit of health, so he realizes he can drop that weapon on over to someone else inside of the site. So Juan Flatro gets the upgraded weapon, and Scenari now takes up the double stack outside of A main. ENCE have the bomb currently positioned outside of B. A whole lot of time here for the Poles to figure out where they want to go.
Right, they're not stressed at all. I mean, even though you're a man down, it's still kind of go through the motions, go through the plan, apply some pressure to the A bomb site. This AWP is going to have plenty of time to peek in and look for a mistake. Checking for the boost, and a little bit wider. He might see one at the pillow. There's the peek. I said pillow, I meant pillar.
Was a bit of a pillow. Didn't really cause a lot of damage at all. Missed shot from Hades. Now the drift of rotation has come back in, and Glaive senses the timing to get through Temple. Ooh, gets his crosshair back just in time. Good trade from Juan Flatro. They spot out one of the rifles again for ENCE. How are they going to react to it? So they're sending the bomb back over to the A bomb site, and Hades cutting off rotations.
Yeah, this could be really, really good, especially if Synopsy, if they encounter anything at the A bomb site, he might try and make a jump on it. He might try and get there quick without being too cognizant of a lurk over middle, especially from the AWP. Hades, that one he nails.
He does nail that one, sinks the ship, and the attack events. It still worked out very well. So Rigon, not in a position to really compete for this one. Sprinting through the water, making no secret. Didn't grab the weapon on the ground, so has to stay with the Deagle, and Diha will drop him. So not the start that Guild Eagles would have been hoping for, and ENCE looking very comfortable.
Yeah, we're getting into territory where it's time to see a second gun run coming in. If Guild Eagles can bounce back from this, a little bit of a hole that they're put into, timeout taken. That's not a bad round, all things considered, with 2 M4s and 3 pistols. You get 2 kills. You actually put ENCE in a relatively difficult situation. They were at a man disadvantage. Just patient and nice positioning to bail them out of it.
Well, Guild Eagles played against MOUZ in their opening game today. They were 12-8 up on Ancient and failed to close out the game, and they lost in overtime. That can be a very frustrating loss. And we spoke to Devilwalk outside. They seem to have still been in pretty positive spirits about it. You know, they weren't too negative, and I think that's what you kind of need out of your coach. Coming into this game, it seems like a decent enough chance for recovery. Not the start they're hoping for at the moment, though.
No, as long as it doesn't spiral too far out of control. But I think you're bang on. Devilwalk's a good coach for that kind of a situation. He's always got a positive spin, a positive angle to it. And obviously, these guys have been through plenty of RMRs, these Guild Eagles players. They've caused massive upsets. They've been knocking on the door of majors. They've failed at the final hurdle. They've succeeded at the final hurdle. They understand the pressures that are going to come, and it's a long process, this Swiss system. So no reason to get too frustrated yet.
Yeah, you know it's major time when you're watching these guys on the server. We got to see him at a few LAN events last year as the bad news Eagles, and I say a few, I literally mean a few. We cast our minds back to the very start of the year in 2023. They played at the CCT finals in Malta. They made it to the grand final. Then they had a tournament in Melbourne at ESL Challenger, and they made the final there too, Jason. So this is definitely a team that can make deep runs at the sort of tier 2 level. And when they get to LAN.
This has been one of the fun teams that kind of watch pop off and rise up. And I think probably the most frustrating thing about it is, like you said, we don't get to see them at too many events because they do seem to have some cool play styles. They are an exciting team to watch. We all remember their clashes with FaZe at critical moments during RMRs in the past.
True.
Yeah, they've had some great games. So it's cool getting to see them again. We'll see what they can bring out. ENCE haven't made a decision yet. They've just gone through mid-control. But if GXX gets forced off the angle, all of a sudden you have no information there, and a split towards that A bomb site is looking ever more likely.
Yeah, time's starting to run thin. And setting up the split, GXX changing his position, rotating the AWP to get ready on the A play. And Glaive comes through camera. Looking for a snapshot up towards heaven. It hasn't really worked out. GXX and Scenery coming in with a double. And important kills in Kylar keeping ENCE in this one. And that bomb plant is starting to come through. Hades lands the shot, but it's not enough damage to bring down Rigon. So they're focusing instead on the fight inside of the site. And it's Kylar again delivering kills. They know where Juan Flatro is. He can't get into this round. And the second gun round, despite having a timeout, has not been picked up here for Guild Eagles. ENCE have a 5-0 lead, and it's looking very good for them.
I can't believe Hades just got out of that.
He's
just
wild, isn't he?
spamming the dualies. Spamming the dualies on the way, making sure the AWP can't be picked up with the bomb explosion, and Juan Flatro is left with basically nothing to do. He's got Goofy to find if he can, and he will, but not get the kill.
Yeah, looking a little sleepy at the moment for Guild Eagles.
Well, that's the second time we've seen ENCE pull off an A split, leaving Hades with the AWP to watch for that mid rotation. So if you're Guild Eagles now, that's something you have to expect and have in the back of your head. Every time you shift between the B bomb site from Temple to the A bomb site, you have to expect there to be an AWP. It's going to slow things down, make them a little bit more cautious. It's been successful twice, obviously.
Diha's got a Mac 10 despite having plenty of money, so they probably have a great read as to what they're going up against.
He's still got that, he still learned from the book of Snappy. He loves those Mac 10s, and obviously a weaker buy.
Money.
Yeah, and you can be way more aggressive, so let's see him get into the party.
Rigon getting information to B early on with a little shoulder peek. Doesn't have the weapon to really compete at range, so drops back, trying to draw them into multiple pistols. Well, Flatro forced out of dark. I've recently watched a video recommended to me by Henry G. that Sticko uploaded to the YouTube channel recently.
Yeah, that kind of video.
Yeah, oh yeah. You know, that could have went multiple ways, I realized, with the start of that sentence, but it's a good one this time. And I was watching Sticko kind of give tips and tricks on Anubis, and a couple of them are fantastic. You know, how to get the fastest silent timing through water, lots of little micro
What was
mechanics.
your favorite? Give me your top one.
Yeah, just how to jump out of the water, how like your speed changes very slightly when you're running through water from 250 velocity to 237. So, you know, the fastest way to get to A, he's showing the pathing of like running across the bridge, jumping, clearing a bit of water, and then running up the ramp. So a couple of little details like that, and I would highly recommend checking it out if you want to become an Anubis god.
All right, well, Guild Eagles in this round being very aggressive whenever someone from ENCE is trying to make their way through a choke point. And once again, they've brought it down to a situation that is winnable.
It is definitely winnable, but the problem is that the weapon they pick up off the ground is a MAC-10, and that's gone. Scenario walks into Glaive, they hit the pause button, and they don't panic, and ENCE now have the B-bomb site. So that's the danger averted.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Glaive, looking beneath him as well. Synopsy, if he wants to challenge for an exit kill, do some damage before the bomb goes off, wants to try and find something for the next round. Anything at this point. A little bit of extra free weapon would be great. But ENCE is looking solid. For all the questions we had about them, at least in these first 5 rounds, they've looked sharp. I mean, they've had some dominant gun rounds, and even when they've ran into some obstacles, they found the way out. Things are looking good.
Yeah, this was a talking point that Maniac brought up on the desk, is the fact that the Guild Eagles are a very emotional team, especially on LAN and especially at the RMR tournaments that mean so much to them. But if you're ENCE and you can silence any of that, you give them nothing to shout about, nothing to get hyped about, you just keep it at this sort of monotone level, this could definitely help ENCE just build up a huge half here.
And in the context of, you know, we talk about the pressure of the situation of the qualification and how stressful it can be. We've heard players talk about it. We've seen the emotions come out of players. If this is basically, if the majors are basically the only event that you really compete in throughout the year, how much more pressure is that on your shoulders if things start going south? So I think this is going to get harder and harder for Guild Eagles until they catch some momentum.
Yeah, especially because they didn't have salaries in the years before. They've got one of those, and they're playing the organization. Scenario forced off of the fountain with utility, tosses out a smoke to delay and push ENCE back.
Even, I mean, look at the way ENCE has applied pressure, though. The dark smoke, so someone could be fast towards dark. They've thrown some utility into the B-bomb site. They've double-naded behind the pillar at the A-bomb site. So, I mean, they're showing presence at all different parts of the map at the moment, and that's going to be really hard to read where you put that extra player, where you put that rotator, who's GXX with the AWP.
Brion doesn't feel comfortable just sitting back in the site, goes for a peek out of B main. Spots out Glaive, doesn't stay committed to the fight, goes out for a double dip, and he's punished for that. His hand is slapped away. And 45 seconds remain now, and one Flatro is in a tough position. He either frags out or this round's done because his teammates are stacked towards A.
Yeah, they're too late on jumping on that information. He got it about 10, 12 seconds ago, and still nobody's arrived just yet. Scenari's going to show up at any moment, but a little lurk in from Diha. Goofy gets the kill, and now Scenari cannot progress forward. This has to be a save as well, I think.
Yeah, you don't have the money, nor the resources to even go for a retake here in terms of utility. Being at a disadvantage for it, you can't risk losing these 3 weapons. So it's tough, but Guild Eagles have to save again. And we're looking at 7-0 for ENCE. The T side is looking fantastic.
There's only 8 kills on the map for Guild Eagles right now. They're losing so many initial battles, and I think a lot of those kills have actually come out when they've had deagles and pistols and save rounds as well. Like four or five of those have been in those kinds of rounds. So it's not pretty once the guns are on board and ENCE is challenging with the AKs. I think Synopsy might.
The hunt is on. Yeah, if they lose even one of these rifles, it makes this next round so difficult.
If you lose the AWP.
Yeah, if you lose the AWP, it's over. There's not much of a fight at all in the second round. Oh, repeat from GXX. He's given that AWP on over. And the only player to save is Scenario with a rifle. So AWP is down. They don't have enough money to go for a force around this, really. So yeah, second timeout taken for Guild Eagles. They haven't got into Anubis here.
No, not at all. And I mean, Black kind of highlighted it right at the end of the death segment, going through the list of some of the teams that Guild Eagles has lost to on this map, mentioning Isilio, Ruby, teams that we also don't see a whole... Yeah, exactly. And it's not gone well. Looks like ENCE is like, they're taking out all the anger and frustration from getting 13-0. They're like, let's do it right back. Let's pass it on to somebody.
Dude, they only want to play 26 rounds today. What a day at the office that would be. Yeah, looking through ENCE's results, obviously back at the Katowice playoffs, they dodged Anubis. You haven't had to see too much of the ENCE game plan on Anubis. The last time they played, I believe, was against G2. It was a 13-7 win over G2 as well. So we know they're very comfortable on this map, especially on the T side. Showing a lot of prowess there.
And Glaive's calling a really good game so far too. Like I mentioned, multiple pressure points on the map during a round, shifting between bomb sites really well, executing A splits, executing B splits really well. They've had pretty much everything they could have wanted. Obviously, part of that comes down to the fact that there's just not a whole lot of fragging output. Glaive with a chance.
Oh, that's the one rifle. They know where it is. They've seen the rifle towards camera. But the pistols look to unleash on the Danish in-game leader here, and Glaive has to handle it. Oh, he will. He absolutely will. So GXX and Synopsy thought they had the up on him, thought they had a chance with the pistols, but they don't. And now with so much time left and ENCE comfortably ahead on the player count, you don't have to run into anything just yet.
That was an awkward extended engagement for Glaive, and he handled it very well with his movement. Scenari
Shadow.
The Shadow. He's only got 40 HP though. He goes down. Had to be an instant headshot, and all of a sudden it's just Rigon and Juan Flatro.
Yeah, did invest lightly into these MP9s. They know they have the max loss bonus. But the Kevlar would be nice to save at this point. Don't know if they're going to get that chance though. Diha fighting Dark. Nice shot from Juan Flatro. That MP9 can melt them, and that's the bomb down there. Goofy on the fight against Rigon. Oh, Rigon wins that duel, and suddenly it's back on. Suddenly this round reactivates.
This might be the sloppiest round from ENCE. 4-on-2, and they've given away 2 individual fights. One in Dark, one in A main. They're going to be walking over, but it'll be smoked off. So, okay. Hades wants to blow it open and head right on through. Molotov, and here's the peak.
It'll be a slow rotation from Juan Flatro, so it has to be a step up for Rigon, and it does go into a 1v1 fight off the back of that. So bomb plant coming through, Hades locking it in, smoking out camera, and Juan Flatro with the AK-47 has made the quick rotation over, so he's in water, but Hades is starting to consider that A main play.
Kill came from Dark on a Diha, so he knows.
Yeah, Juan Flatro, if he goes slow into this, oh, it's gonna be death, and Hades reads it perfectly.
And once again, recovering in sketchy rounds is ENCE. They've done it a couple of times here, and this one almost slips away from them. Too many individual fights in the mid-round, but Hades and Glaive successfully traded out into 2v2. That's a big win. And they just keep climbing up the scoreboard. It's 8-0 now.
Yeah, this isn't the only game going on right now. There is a secondary stream being run, and that's GamerLegion versus Pera. The Hungarians up against the European mix. Looks like that's a closer game. At the moment, the action is with Henry G and Anders.
Glaive's loving this. Glaive is absolutely loving this.
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about at the moment for Glaive. Guild Eagles have another bye.
It's funny seeing all the former Astralis teammates trying to qualify for this major in different scenarios, right? Magisk and Zonic have already failed to make it to the Copenhagen Major. Device still around challenging for it. Dupree still around challenging for it. Glaive's here. Everyone except Apeks.
Yeah, Apeks just hanging out nowadays. Just hanging around. Scenari smoked away. Actually goes through the smoke. Scenari likes to take a risk here and there, and it might pay off for him. Diha, oh, that's not a good flash. The flash misses for his teammate, and Diha thought he was about to get around that corner. Oh, and Scenari knows the utility's coming in to clear him out, so he activates before the molly lands at his feet and tries to get away, but the Molotov will burn his feet. And now 4v4 off the back of that initial play. 45 seconds remain in the round.
That's it. Oh, Hades has a chance. Oh, so does Glaive. They get a little bit discombobulated. Nice flashbang. Bomb is outside the B bomb site, though. It's on the other side of the map, so you have to imagine this is going to be ENCE coming back, 3 players through Dark. Glaive might be ahead of the pack a little bit. Yeah, but they want to end here at this B site. Glaive
is going through Dark. Juan Flatro has been left in uncomfortable positions multiple times in this B bomb site, but this time he's got Rigon on the platform. Glaive sneaks underneath him, but Rigon able to react, then extends into the open and dies. So it is Juan Flatro from Ivy. He's going to poison Kylo. Goes for a second, couldn't quite double up. With 10 seconds left, ENCE have to pick that bomb up, and they've got enough time to get it down. So a 2v2 retake, the best chance we've seen from Guild Eagles in a while. There's no utility, but at least they're close by. We'll have some extra seconds to play with, and these ENCE players are damaged goods. It's D-Hut down first, and Hades has to clutch. Good peek from Dark. Gives away his position, but he goes for the re-peek, and Hades rips them apart.
Hades is an absolute monster with this op. Those are quick shots on the peaks, and he's just pulling it out when they're just transitioning forward. And again, he bails Diha out from a reposition that might have been ill-timed, ill-advised. But Hades as a player has had some incredible growth from his first stint on this ENCE roster to being the power piece of the 9 core that couldn't really make anything happen, get any deep tournament runs. And now here he's really starting to show things off. Beautiful op work so far in this map.
It's so good from Hades. 12-0. This is exactly the kind of performance you want to see from Hades. We've seen a positive uptrend in his performances back in Katowice, and it's continued into the RMR as Hades doesn't stop. Another kill, flank through middle, is quick from Synopsy. Hades misses the shot, and so that's the second kill from the MP9. Kylo and Dihab make sure it's short-lived, and they pull it right back in favor of ENCE again.
Yeah, but if ENCE can win this round, it's all good, because this is the round that sends the signal that Guild Eagles have completely taken off the leash. Everyone is free to make some crazy aggressive plays. They're getting beat down. They just want to try and have some kind of success, trying to do everything they can to find it. Last 2 players get sprayed down, but now ENCE is on notice. Now ENCE know those plays are potential. They're possible.
You've gone through 2 timeouts already if you're Guild Eagles. And Devilwalker just has to sit behind them and look on in despair. His team yet to win a round here on Anubis, and they know how difficult the job gets when you go 0-2 down in the RMR. There's some great teams in Group B. To think how close they were versus MOUZ in the opening game. Maniac was touching this on the desk from the MOUZ point of view. The fact that they were able to recover that game. MOUZ find themselves in a much better seeding position, a much more comfortable position inside of the RMR. The other side of the story is you could be down 0-2 at the end of the day. And Kylar just aggressive through B main. It's Rigon that gets caught in the dry peak.
Yeah, it's so much confidence now from ENCE, and they can attack this in any which way they want to. Smoke didn't go as deep as Kylar would have liked, but it's all good. They've got a 5-on-4 advantage. And now on the other side of the map, Scenari's going to try and even things up, but Goofy is waiting.
There's no reason to overextend. Goofy should have this kill. Scenari's coming close. That's going to be a chance for Goofy, but he doesn't react in time, and Scenari hard clears it. Important fight to be picked up here for Guild Eagles.
Dia's in an awkward position because he could get flanked out from the A bomb site, so he's trying to find a little bit of safety. Towards mid is where Glaive has found an opening, crawls into the corner, and Scenari's got that. Good job from Scenari in this round, recovering things, giving Guild Eagles a man advantage. Obviously, they have to win this round.
Yeah, they've been in these positions before in the half where they've been up a player. ENCE have always found the pathway back in, but this looks like their best chance yet.
I think this is going to fall into Kyler and Dia just coming to the A bomb site. They have Hades again in that posture in middle to cut off rotations with the op, as we've seen a number of times, and that information is going to pull people into his crosshair.
And Scenari knows if he gets one more kill here, it'll make it very comfortable, but he doesn't go his way. And then look again, Hades is in the exact same position. We've seen him in so many times. Another shot for Hades. The Polish sniper is devastating Guild Eagles today. Second shot will not connect, but ENCE have been given the time to put the bomb down, and Scenari does so much to get his team into a position where they can close on their first round of Anubis, and it still is pulled back by ENCE. GXX has to come in on the retake. He can't make noise, he can't give away his position, so he has to stick with a FAMAS. At least Diha's low. That could be a kill as the timing does not favor Diha. Now the upgrade into the M4. 6 bullets in it. GXX is clearing heaven, clearing storage. There's no one there. And now switches to the AK. There's no time for this. He's got to run away. GXX cannot win the round. And from a 4v3 favoring Guild Eagles, it once again falls into the hands of ENCE.
Everything just falling apart for Guild Eagles. And one more time, you have the op in the position in middle, cutting off rotations. It makes it a really tough defense at the A bomb site. Absolutely fantastic work from ENCE on this map.
There is a reality today in which ENCE start by a 13 loss and finish the day with a 13-0 win. Now, I'm going to go out and say it.
It's probably
that was maybe the caster curse, but we'll have to win and see.
You might have just ruined it, actually. Now, yeah, well done.
Well, you know,
you're learning.
Guild Eagles fans might be a fan of me if that happens.
They might be happy with that.
All right, no secret about the play forward for ENCE. They're getting quick into A main, looking to pressure Scenari. Flashes into the sky. They know he's at Fountain, but the flash still works out in Scenari. That's a sick double kill. Hungry for a third, goes down. It's a 1 for 2. Does still favor Guild Eagles, but we've seen ENCE pull this round back just moments ago from a 3v4 deficit. Kylar's through middle. That could be huge. If he can get the backstab, there's no one in Temple. There's no one covering this off. So if he can get into camera swiftly Ooh, ENCE could still have a great split on their hands here. Synopsy's holding for it. Synopsy has to turn though, and Goofy's got that kill on him. GXX spotted towards heaven. He has to fall back. He doesn't have the weapon to compete, doesn't have the weapon for close quarter combat, and is waiting for the rotation of his teammates to come through. It's a long way off, and GXX is down. Yet another 4v3 favoring Guild Eagles going the other way, and this is the last round of the half. They have to go for it. Rigon with the headshot, sees the second player, couldn't quite capitalize on that opportunity, and now Rigon is the only player left, and he has crossed out. What a half from Hades, what a half from ENCE. 12-0, they haven't lost a round.
What's Hades at now, like 16-2? I think it's some 15-2, 16-2, absolute beatdown, and you can just see, he's just stunned on the Guild Eagles. That is not at all what they expected coming into this map. And caught very much off guard. Fantastic play from ENCE throughout the entire half. So many rounds recovered, so many issues overcome. And that's the face of someone who knows he's going to be starting out this RMR campaign 0-2 after just one day.
Yeah, Guild Eagles are a tenacious team. We've seen that many a time, but you realize you're in Group B. This is the group of death. This is the group that has so many top sides that can find themselves in the elimination games. And once you go 0-2, just look how many best of threes you have to win to get through to the major.
Against some really, really strong teams as well. We better see a different Guild Eagles showing up tomorrow. That's a 3v5 recovered, and that's not even like tactically recovered. That is them trading and doing a great job of juggling aggression, but they never masked the fact that they were going to head to the A-bomb site.
They really struggled amid that whole half. I think ENCE just toyed with them through that position.
They struggled everywhere. A kind of got locked down later on. Scenario was doing a good job of getting multi-kills, but that's about it.
Well, this is it. The fight for a 13-0. ENCE have to defend a B hit. Smoke is down at B main. Goofy puts his dual Berettas in behind it. We know they can often unleash a massacre when Flatro starts off with a double entry. Guild Eagles now a 5v3. Nice shot back from Hades.
Yeah, well, we've seen him lose these before. Hades still alive behind the smoke, which is very dangerous. He knows there's one in jail. Smoke's about to clear. Dia's going to have a chance on the jump back and can't land the kill.
Dia clears out default. Good shot from Rigon. A couple of kills coming back for ENCE, in particular from Hades and Kylar, but it will not be the 13-0. ENCE will have to play a few more rounds here, but Guild, they win the pistol, they survive that embarrassment.
That's good layering of flashbangs as well for Guild Eagles as they come through that smoke. That defensive smoke deployed as soon as utility rains over the wall could have just stopped them cold and been an absolute disaster, but they do a really good job throwing flashbangs as the execution is coming, as people are jumping through that smoke, making sure that anyone taking the fights is completely blinded. Neutralize the dualies.
So this is going to be another round for Guild Eagles. No secrets, has to be absolutely perfect. They need a 12-0 half themselves to get us just into overtime. Just got to play round by round. Oh my god, USP is finding kills. It's a 3v3 off the back of that.
Yeah, the A-bomb site is open though. There's no one even attending it. Kyler's gonna get back and he's
got the AK.
Oh, look at this low HP as well for Hades. That could be massive, but this AK needs to do something. Needs to hold this off. There's no armor as well, so Kyler's got to be very careful.
Yeah, Kyler does have to be careful, but it's a 1v1 fight up against Scenario. GXX has made his way through B. He can actually maybe start a flank through Temple because he's calling for his teammates to come up with a bomb through Dark. And he is going to start taking that risk and going through the Temple. He needs to be very careful. He's so low. Good shot on Hades. That's one step back in the right direction here for Guild Eagles.
Yeah, but this is still painful. Losing two AK-47s like this, handing those over to ENCE is good stuff for the CT side. They're going to try and save them. Scenari's not overextending, not peeking towards bridge, so they should be able to cross. Nice adjustment from Guild Eagles as well. All that resistance at the A-bomb site, the AK-47 dueling, and they find the escape route on the other side of the map. So it's 12-2, and still with obviously 10 more chances to close out the map, and the two AK-47s are going to give them an extra buy somewhere in this half if things are continually going south.
I mean, at this point, we shouldn't even entertain the reality of a comeback just yet. So most likely outcome here is Guild Eagles go 0-2 at the RMR on day one. Now, we have seen this team be 0-2 in the major systems before. If you remember back to Rio, it was 0-2 down. They faced against FaZe Clan, the defending champions coming out of Antwerp into the Rio Major. And it was Bad News Eagles at the time who eliminated FaZe in that 0-3 game and went on a tiny bit of a run. And we know in the RMRs last time on the road to Paris, they didn't have the hottest starts. There was overtime losses and they were still able to recover and get through. But I mean, getting 0-2 on day one, is not the place you want to be for any team.
No, it makes, obviously, I mean, the chances of qualifying just decrease, but just in general, you know, it compounds the stress that you're already feeling. Scenario's going to try and take some space with the MAC-10, content to just drop some utility, going to make Kyler a little bit nervous. But he's just a distraction. And now he's going to back away. Guild Eagles falling into a B hit. 3 players outside B main. Glaive and Goofy to defend.
The first big hurdle of the second half for Guild Eagles. B split being set up. 3 players out through B main, 2 through dark.
I don't know what's happening on the map though. They don't really have all that good of information. Dia's making a read right now with that utility coming out, so he's going to shift over, and with a little bit of defensive utility, he might arrive just in time.
ENCE looking to close out their second match of the day, this time with a victory over Guild Eagles. Defending the B bomb site through the smoke, it's Goofy. 6 shots from Synopsy, 2 through the smoke. 1 on Glaive. Diha, the rotator, is dead without even getting a fight, and they've already moved through the CT smoke. It's traded by Hades, and a 2v3. Do ENCE want to go for this one? They've got plenty of rounds to play with. They've only got 1 flash for this retake attempt.
Looking for a mistake. They don't have kits either, so they're hoping somebody peeks out, and that would be their prompt forward. But if they don't get it, this is going to be them slowly backing away, and already that time is pretty much ticked to the point of no return. So 3 rounds for Guild Eagles, and again, good utility on this B hit. Molotovs forcing the defenders into uncomfortable positions. Good flashbangs, great smokes, obviously. They think they caught a really nice timing where ENCE had just shifted out of the bomb site and were coming back. So they caught the defense a little bit unprepared.
Yeah, it's expensive still for Guild Eagles on the way out here. Kylo just spotted on the beach. It could be every weapon, in fact, falling out of the hands here for ENCE, and it will be. So no AK saved over. Not the best money for the Polish team either here, so a bit more leeway, a bit more room to grow here for Guild Eagles.
Remember, they had those 2 saved AK-47s though, so there's a little bit of trickery they can pull out if they want to bust out, you know, a surprise weapon in this round.
So you can maybe get a hybrid, couple of rifles, pistols, Kevlar, and still have enough money to purchase in the next round. That's obviously great when you get 2 kills like that if you're a Synopsy, because you did get Diha rotating over just in time. So you had 3 players on the defense, and you eradicate 2 of them without even having a fair fight. So great stuff from Synopsy, and there's that buy you hypothesized. The rifle, MP9, pistols out for ENCE. This is still a round you can lose if you're Guild Eagles.
Absolutely. And at the moment, ENCE want to try and find an opening pick to someone creeping into mid-map control. It's not going to be there for Diha. And that M4 is going to be the mobile weapon on the map for ENCE. Shifting over to the B bomb site on timing. Meanwhile, Guild Eagles, 4 players headed towards A main. Just going to be an execute. It's only Hades here. And we'll likely see a save from the remaining ENCE members.
Kylar just around the corner in middle. It's going to start dropping back. His utility being used up towards A. We'll signal to ENCE. The attack is coming through that. Not really in a position to fight it. So bomb goes down. That'll be the round here for Guild Eagles. GXX. Dueling versus the Dark players. Now he's taking too much damage. He can no longer stand and fight, so he'll drop away and send Scenarii in instead.
At 5'7", doing some work at range. Out dueling the AK-47. Synopsy looking for some bonus cash. He'll get taken down from behind. Kyler with a nice easy kill.
Time taking on this. No kits for ENCE. Otherwise, maybe they pounce on that with the 2 players close to the A bomb site. But no chance to defuse, no chance to win the round, and we're looking at 12-4. Guild Eagles looking to try and make this scoreline more respectable. It is just very unfortunate they lose to have 12-0. I mean, it makes it almost impossible to come back into this.
For sure, even though they have a T-side that's looking like a pretty decent run at it, putting some good rounds on the board. But I mean,
imagine like they would just win them even 2 or 3 rounds. Some margin for error is there at least. But
that's Counter-Strike, baby.
That is Counter-Strike, especially in MO12. It can be so brutal in the best of ones. Because if this is a best of 3, you know, you can talk about big Guild Eagles, maybe just getting warmed up on map 1, maybe it's a different story for the second map, but the reality of the situation is you have 1 bad half and a best of 1 MO12, and you can just be out of the game already.
All right, Glaive. Deep smoke towards stairs. Should be
very noisy.
Good indication of what's coming. Scenarii rotates back around. Goofy's pushed up as well.
Synopsy didn't see it.
Oh, he doesn't peek down bridge. He doesn't peek out the window at all, so he has no idea.
Well, now Glaive gets away. He's got Goofy into the cubby. Scenari's uncomfortable about that.
Scenario's going to clear that though, surely. It looks like he's very aware.
But if he comes into that angle, if he goes too wide, then Glaive is there and splash in the water. Oh, very good job for Scenario to get away with that. Goofy, if he had had a second more to react, he would have had a fight against him. And the repositioning for Guild, they're going back over to this B play, and they know exactly where Glaive is because of that kill. So Guild Eagles should be favored in terms of getting into this B bomb site before the full rotation is in.
Glaive has no utility. He has nothing to stall or slow this out. He's got a teammate coming up, that's Kyler, but he's going to be smoked off, so it's going to have to be luck for him.
It's a strong
Glaive,
position.
meanwhile, can double kill with a low HP player.
Yeah, it's a very strong position, and there's no one from Dark. Obviously, Glaive doesn't know that, but he has to just focus on the fight in front of him, and he doesn't get a single kill on that push through B main. So traded by Kylar. Rigon will punish Kylar's backswing from the platform, and now the bomb is down. ENCE going for a 2v3 retake. The MP9 is pretty close by. If Dihad dies here, Hades is still in a position to save his op.
Dihad's very low.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely here for a retake for ENCE.
Yeah, again, I think this is hope for a mistake. Hope that Dia can capitalize, but likely to back away is Hades with the op, especially now. Dia's gone down, preserve the weapon. So ENCE after a 12-0 half is having a little bit of difficulty closing this out, but they still got plenty of runway.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the ENCE side having struggles on the CT side. We know it's definitely their weaker affair. But when you have such a strong T side, you kind of get past that.
Yeah.
They only need to win one round on the CT side, a single round, and you still got to believe at some point that's going to come through. But Guild Eagles, it's a nice T side here in the second half.
It's good to see them like still communicating and focus as well too. Like that push could have thrown him into haywire, but Scenario knew the whole time that somebody had pushed up, or Synopsy, whichever one was over in Rugs, that knew very much what that kind of smoke at the stairs meant and how to deal with it. So just waits patiently, bides his time, and clears out the aggression.
First time out, forced out of ENCE. Kubin will have his say on the mic. So a lot of money on Glaive, so he can drop out across the board here. Hades obviously saves, so he can drop a weapon.
Oh, it's another buy for sure coming in for ENCE, and the timeout just to calm him down and tell him there doesn't need to be any stress. Let's just get this round done with. Let's get this map done with. Let's end our day. And it's round 18.
Interesting talking points on the desk before this game too about Glaive having to give some trust over to the ENCE players because eventually they switch into Polish in certain rounds, and he has to just kind of sit back. I don't know what you're saying, but I have to believe in you to try and close this round together. It is a very strange dynamic, and we're intrigued to see how it was going to work. It is worth noting as well, ENCE didn't put the team together to make a big run at Katowice. They didn't expect to be the first Polish team in 8 years to make it into the SPOTIC, right? But it was all about getting the core of 9 because they got an RMR spot. This is the event they put it together with the objective of getting through this. We'll see if ENCE can get the job done. Back to a buy again. Synopsy applying pressure towards Goofy. That smoke is going to come out and keep him behind it.
Much more clumped up for Guild Eagles to start this round.
It's a bit of a change for ENCE.
Everyone towards the A bomb site. All 5 players waiting outside A main.
Yeah, it is a bit of an aggressive setup from ENCE now. They've got the op with a deep angle into A main. Kylar's pushing forward with it.
I think their timing was screwed up by that smoke though. They've started kind of backing away to apply pressure elsewhere to make sure that ENCE can't get a good read of what's coming.
So Kylar, if he swings into the open here, it's going to be a dead man. Scenario spams him down. Hades' op is detected. And Guild Eagle's not chasing after the sniper just yet. Good trade for ENCE to keep it even at 4v4. 45 seconds left, and that bomb is leaving A. Running past Rugs to top middle, trying to get into the B bomb site. Goofy from the back of the platform has now got Glaive on the rotation, but Glaive is cancelled out by that smoke, so it's all Goofy. And he's left on an island on his own and does not step up with a kill. ENCE's B defense has been terrible. I mean, they have not been able to get initial kills from this B defense at all.
They haven't been attacked really directly outside of the pistol round, I think, is the problem, is that timing of when they're shifting out and coming back, they're kind of getting beat. Guild Eagles is doing a good job of having smokes in the choke points for the rotation back. They're getting pulled away towards middle, pulled away towards the A bomb site, and then just left weakened with very little resources to handle these late round attacks. And yeah, you're exactly right. Guild Eagles have found a weakness and they're exploiting it to maximum effect.
And we haven't seen ENCE even get in a position that looks like a realistic retake at this point. So if you just hit B 12 rounds in a row, maybe we have got overtime. Diha might go down here.
It's interesting they're getting pulled out so much too, because Guild Eagles haven't really attacked mid in any way. It's been pressure towards the A bomb site, but mid has never been an issue. We haven't really seen Guild Eagles break in and have mid control and split one of the bomb sites. Diha hasn't really been tested there at the double doors.
This round, they try to activate Hades. They try and get the AWP in. Early doors, try and find that opening out towards A main. Got blocked out by the smoke. Didn't exactly go to plan for ENCE. And because there was so much heavy commitment spotted towards A, you could see Guild Eagles felt comfortable attacking the B bomb site, even though the bomb wasn't with the pack. So now it's MP9s, 5-7. Still the AWP of Hades, who's just perpetually saving in this half.
Yeah, he's been able to kind of chill. 5 deaths across the map so far, because for a lot of these retakes in the second half, he hasn't really contended for them. Just not the possibility. They want to get aggressive. They've got Regon locked in, missed op shot. Glaive, he's gonna swing. Hades watching the deep angle, he's got that one. Deagle's out, flashbang blinds both, but Regon handles business.
Good kill from Goofy. Synopsy will fall away inside of Dark. It's a quick kill for ENCE to draw this back to a 3v3, but they're looking to try and finish this round on the A site, Guild Eagles, which puts pressure on Kylar. And he plays close around that smoke with the MP9. It'll fade away now, and he has no cover, but GXX, it's wild. It's a wild maneuver as he runs into the MP9. They traded eventually, but a 2v2 now. Guild Eagles, is this the round that slips away from them? They needed a flawless T-side, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Scenario inside of the site, trying to stay alive here, but it's not going to happen for them. ENCE with a 13-6 victory, a 12-0 first half, and they will close out this day with a 1-1 scoreline.
It took a minute, but yeah, no matter how sketchy your CT side is, you get 12 map points to play with, and you're going to find one eventually. Not a bad TF from Guild Eagles, but it all falls apart. Back to the desk to talk you through this game.
Turns out it ended up as bad news for the Guild Eagles and was once again easy for ENCE. Hades, king of the underworld, pulling the Eagles, kicking and screaming into the river of sticks. Blair and Maniac.
I was getting a little bit worried for ENCE.
It was mounting up that comeback.
Because we've seen this so many times at Anubis. You go back to the Vitality phase game a while ago, for example. I've seen it multiple times as well, but they get the job done. They had some problems there. But as Jason pointed out, 12 rounds on the T side, you do give yourself quite a bit of a buffer.
The biggest buffer you can possibly have.
Literally the biggest.
Right? What a bounce back from ENCE after a very complicated first game. On the offense, just completely in control. And I mean in control, not that they were only playing 5v4s, that's not what I mean. On the contrary, the ability to turn situation around from the side of ENCE was like beyond comprehension. It's very frustrating. I'm sure as a Guild fan watching this game thinking, why are you guys so impatient? Why are you forcing some of these duels? You are being granted opening kills in multiple situations. You have number advantage. Just take it down, like, chill a little bit. Edge your bets, play together, retake sites if you have to. It felt like Eagles had built a little bit of frustration, and whenever they were put in situations, they were forcing the issue. They were making sure that ENCE had a way back into the round, and I think Glaive analyzed that, he saw it, and he abused it.
I think one particular round is highlighted especially. It was a 4 versus 3. I'm going to try and paint a picture as you take a look at these highlights here. 4 versus 3 for Guild Eagles. They have stacked 3 players towards the B bomb side, and the 1A defender, I forget if it was Synopsy or Scenario, I think it was Synopsy. He's playing A mains deep. He's got no Molotov, he's got no smoke, he's got no nade, he's got no flashes. Just playing deep, takes the fight, gets traded. Now it's a 3v3, and they wind up losing the round, which they potentially could have easily closed out. I think that is just a tell for the fact that they seem to be only on one gear. That's the only gear they have.
I think you could see the markings of Glaive leadership all over that ENCE victory. They got a massive lead, but they didn't go crazy after that in that second half. They were still saving, they were still remaining calm under that pressure, looking for their opportunity, Matthew, and eventually they found it.
Definitely. Listen, once you're 12-0 up, if you have a tad bit of experience, you know that you have to just be a little bit patient, and eventually the round is going to come your way. There is no need to force rotates or retakes when you don't have the utility for it. There is no need to put in danger your AWP. We said this last round, Hades saving it, getting almost 2 kills with that. There was no need at all. It was very composed, very controlled, and finally it happened. I had no doubt ENCE were going to close this. Even though it got a little competitive, safe.
Yeah, the round was eventually going to come their way, right? And they won the way in a bit of a battle-ish fashion, so to speak. Hades, the man you see here, the MVP, man.
Huge.
24 kills he saw there on the scoreboard. He was 16-2. 16-2 on the T side, and a majority of the rounds he was wheeling the AWP. He was like the god of death, as the god of the underworld, as you call him. He was unkillable, untouchable. Somehow just sneaking his way out of situations he'd definitely be dead from. So it's good to see that Hades woke up here, because he went 1-13, if I'm not mistaken, in their first game.
Don't forget about it.
Forget about it. 16-2 on the T side, 24 kills overall. They're back, baby.
Let's take a look at Hades' clutch in round 8. So we're going to wind back the clock here, but it was a great clutch. Hades just doing exactly what he needed to do, playing that AWP and playing it pretty much to perfection and at a disadvantage when it all came down to it.
Yeah, and it's also, again, extremely frustrating if you're Guild Eagles, because the scoreline is 7-2. 7-2 is not the most horrible scoreline when it comes to Anubis on the CD side, you're fine, but the issue is, when they were presented these few rare moments where they had a very clear way into the round and you lose it, that's where it starts. Your mistakes start having a rippling effect, where you get a bit more frustrated, a bit more agitated, you force more duels, and that's exactly what happened here. The timings were exploited. You talk about Hades, how many times did we see him posted middle, just grabbing CTs rotating from point A to point B?
They need to be aware of that as well, right? Like you need to have your protocols right. Guys who don't have mid, can someone flash in from camera? Can someone just smoke it off? And they had utility as well. So I feel like they got into their own heads, did Guild Eagles, unfortunately.
A little bit.
But taking nothing away from Hades, I like the style is found, this aggressive, FU style. We're just holding sometimes little wide angle. You're like, I'm not sure about this. He goes for the peak, and he's not missing.
Let's zoom the picture out a bit here and talk about the numbers now in our Swiss format. Starting with Guild Eagles, 0-2 on day 1. They're going to be very disappointed, and that means the pressure is truly on.
Oh, the pressure's 100% on right now. And it's not like it's not been done before. There have been situations similar to this in the past in RMRs and the challenger stages of the major as well, when they're, down. I don't believe they were ever down 0-2, but they've been down 1-2, for example, and they've been able to grind it back. They've proven that, this 5-man unit. But that being said, the pressure, I mean, this is where you need to, get a good night's sleep, just talk things through, figure out what's happening.
They're now in, Matthew, like the path of most resistance.
Yes, exactly. The way I see it is that today is a sprint, whereas their situation is now a marathon. You're looking at day 1, you have to give everything you have, full intensity. From the moment you're 0-2, you're going to have to accept that it is now a long-term project. You have to take one day at a time. You cannot really picture yourself qualifying yet. That's way too far away from you. So you just take one game, whoever's in front of you, and just handle that best of 3, live to see another day, have a good night's sleep. Like you say, it's becoming a very long-term project.
On the other side of things, ENCE, they got crushed earlier by Spirit, and they have well and truly bounced back. That's going to be a great feeling for Glaive and the boys.
Oh, 100%, especially the fashion in which they bounced back, right? We were looking at some of the individuals on the side of, in that game against Spirit. Look, there's not much
Don't
you
look
can
at the numbers. Don't look at these numbers. They
don't
mean
look at the 0-13.
They mean, no, but my point is, when there's an 0-13, don't look at the numbers.
They mean Jack now. They especially mean Jack right now. If you
yeah, even in context, when you lose 0-13, if someone has 8 kills and someone has 1, it's okay. Peanuts. It's peanuts. It means nothing. Literally, the whole team got just like bulldozer. That's exactly what happened.
Can we get that one more time?
You want me to
do it again? One more time. And one more, just for good measure.
Nah, it's only 2.
All right, we got it. Guys, thank you so much for your thoughts. That'll be it from us for now. We're going to go to a short break, and if I'm not mistaken, we'll be back with Preasy versus OG. Don't go anywhere.
Flashing. One more. Kicker. Dead kicker. Holding back up. Holding behind water.
Plant for B lobby.
Yes,
go B lobby, 2 guys. Go B lobby, 2 guys.
One water. 2 water. 2 water. 2 water and
Let's fight cave. Fight cave. Fight cave. 3.
We can stick together.
Hold
One,
your city a bit.
2, 3. One more behind.
Nice. Care from behind.
No, he was temple. He was temple.
Should be city. I'm holding temple, yes.
Go city.
I'm flashing left side, Oleg.
Nice! 2 more than last game, guys. 2 more than last game. Already!
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your dish.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL Major CS2 EU RMR Group B. My name is Paula. I'm still your desk host. I'm still joined on the desk by Blair. Maniac has now gone home. We've got Pimp in the building. And up next, we've got Preasy versus OG. Pimp, great to have you back. How you doing? Good?
Yeah, I'm good. Had a nice dinner, was hanging around, waiting for the games to be done so we can get into it again.
Just hanging around.
That's what I do.
Just hanging around.
Just hanging around. Blair, it's been great to have you here so far. Are you excited for this next matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this could low-key be a pretty interesting game. Obviously, Dupree, you know, we have to touch upon the story again. Dupree, having made every CSGO major ever in existence, now is he going to make a CS2 major? Not looking great so far, losing earlier on, but the guy did deliver.
He did, and he's been around for a long, long time. To those of you who maybe didn't know, he was one of the first professional players in CSGO back in the days. He was having a rocket start to his career back in the day when CSGO came out, and as you said, he's been at every single major ever since. He's won quite a few of them, the most winning player ever to touch the game of Counter-Strike in that regard. So
still is the most winning player, even after Vitality, even after Astralis.
And odds are that he will be that for a long, long time. Again, you know, depending on who's obviously going to win the next couple of majors. Anyhow, I think dupreeh, the main story for me is that in CSGO later stages in Vitality, there's a reason he was being replaced. There's a reason that they thought flamez was going to be a great fit for the future. You thought dupreeh was over it. You thought you'd seen the best from him. With Counter-Strike 2, he's been standing in for Heroic. He's now in Preasy as well. His stats, his numbers are back to, not his best, but closer to where they were, where they used to be. Pretty goddamn good, right? So this feels like he's getting that second win, an extra motivation, and obviously the major in Copenhagen, that's the one final thing he would like to do.
And you can't deny, I mean, you can't forget the fact that he is actually one of the current defending major champions as well when he was playing with Vitality. And 100% agree with you. He joined Heroic when all the snakes were slithering around. He was having the IGL and he was top fragging as well. And coming into this Preasy lineup, you're looking at some of the names, Refresh, Roy, some known quantities, but he is still delivering in the server. So, I mean, shout out to dupreeh, man. The guy just never seems to ever quit.
Both of these teams 0-1. Neither want to lose and go 0-2. I imagine having that experience on the side of someone like dupreeh is really going to fire up those other Preasy players. Who on OG, though, needs to step up here, Blair and Maniac?
I think...
Pimp, even. Pimp.
Wow.
Big Pimp.
Wow. How do you feel about that, Pimp? How do you feel about
guys.
that? No, come on. So screw OG. How do you feel about being called Maniac?
Well, I did kind of say before we went there that he looked like shit today, so I guess it's fine.
Let's stick to the analysis, all right? Who needs to step up on OG? What do they need to correct from earlier today?
I think everyone else needs to step up, in all honesty. Sure. HeavyGod was the player to watch me personally, and I think he is still continuing to put in the numbers, but I felt like everyone kind of went missing. Fiku was nowhere to be found earlier today. Nexus as well, not really getting much done, and if it's only going to be HeavyGod again and again and again, I'm sorry, you're not going to really make it through.
I'm starting to look at Regali and think to myself, is that another hit trick in the making? We were praising him, we were saying you have great potential, you are and have shown that you're a great AWP player. Maybe OG wasn't the right fit for you in terms of getting the backup you need in order to express yourself, but I'm starting to feel that Regali have stagnated a little bit with this OG project. As a whole, must be incredible tough for him to be the guy who's always showing up, but for my money, Regali a year ago was one of the greatest stocks out there in terms of a new AWP player who could break through, just as Hetrick were in NIP. I would just hate to see if that's going to fizzle out, so I would love to see Regali play some good Counter-Strike.
We've ended up on Vertigo, and it looks like Preasy have a bunch more played maps. Do they have a slight advantage here, or do you expect OG to come out swinging?
I mean, looking at the maps, 100%, they obviously have way more played. That then again, you got to look at sort of opposition they've been having. Again, not bad teams all in all. Like excl, we have got Sangal, Sprout, 3D Max, teams who are kind of there in a tier 2 scene. What I'm going to be gauging my prediction, so to speak, on is the OG we saw earlier today against Apeks, where they were so many holds, playing so from the back foot, not really, it didn't really feel like they were in the server. And I look at Preasy going up against Heroic, where it was a very, very close affair. In the end, it was Heroic, obviously with the caliber of players they have, who were able to close it out. But I feel like we saw much better Counter-Strike from Preasy today on Ancient than we saw from OG earlier in the day.
Guys, we have about 30 seconds left, so just enough time for some final thoughts and official predictions, starting with you, PIMP.
Oh, not Maniac? No? Okay. All bias aside, I think Preasy, as you said, they looked better in that first game. I think OG, for my money, has been a lineup that doesn't make sense for a very long time. Even the coach is now leaving in Roca, going to Astralis, obviously, for the future being. So in that regard, I see Preasy as the better team, the better individuals. dupreeh for the win. Let's go.
Okay, a little bit of bias sneaking in there.
For the win, bias aside.
I am going to agree with every single point Pimp made for a change, and I'm going to say that it should be Preasy taking the win.
He can be smart too, huh?
Well, Pimp and Blair, this game is live, and to carry us through the cast of Preasy versus OG, we've got MOUZ and Dinko. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Yeah, I'm really excited to see if dupreeh can go 1-1 today, because that's the most interesting storyline out of this game, Jason. Is he going to be able to keep the streak going and attend every major from CSGO and then the first CS2 major?
Yeah, he's at 19. This would be 20?
Yeah.
Is that what it's working at?
Yeah, it's the same as Na'Vi. dupreeh and Na'Vi competing against each other at the moment for attendances at majors.
That ain't bad. That ain't a bad career whatsoever for good old dupes.
Preasy, they're calling him these days.
Yeah, and I mean, even beyond Dupree, I mean, you got like Refresh, who I always thought was kind of a cool player, who's been
He went
left
to
out in the
EG,
wings.
man. This is like, this is his recovery mission.
Yeah, he was on that heroic lineup when it began, was obviously dropped at a certain point, and I don't know, I've always thought Refresh had kind of a cool game. He just hasn't had a whole lot of success that he could lean on. And then OG is OG. So let's see what we're gonna get. Dupree spamming through the smoke, a little bit of damage, all on the retake as we see frequently from the CT pistols. There's smoke, nade, flash. There is a kit on Dupree as well, so when they eventually pull the trigger, it's gonna be hustle onto the bomb. And pretty much everyone in the server knows exactly what's coming.
Extra time to play this because of that kit that you mentioned. Flash is going in, smoke's deployed, and Fiku, one shot out from default. Now we want a better performance from Fiku today. He was the lowest performing player for OG in their opening map here at the RMR. Roy battling back, Refresh with him, and the kills all going the way of Preasy, but no one on that defuse, no one sticking it, and Roy needs to play with a kit, he needs to get onto it right now, he's going to hold it, it's going to be close, but thanks to the kit, they've got the round in the bag.
Yeah, I think the plant spot threw him for a little bit of a loop there. They throw the smoke out to the default plant at the boxes, it's actually tucked into the corner, so probably a little bit dicey on the retake, but they still come out on top. Well done, good retake. And that seems to be the high percentage pistol round we see more often than not from CT teams on Vertigo, is just like, let's not really fight for this bomb site. Let's just play for the retake with the smoke.
It can be so effective, and you can see them pulling that off perfectly, but it does concede the plant. And we know that conceding the plant as a CT pistol allows the T's to get this really strong force buyout. So it's AKs, Galils, Deagle. Not bad here for OG, a great chance to try and answer back early doors here. We find ourselves in Vertigo. Now, I thought we might find ourselves in Ancient, but given the performance of Preasy this morning being a little better than that of OG, who lost 13-5 against Apeks, I can understand why Vertigo's in the mix instead. And the last time OG played this was back at Blast against the Falcons. It was a 13-11 loss over there versus the Falcons. So they haven't played too much Vertigo recently.
You can see Preasy as well on the CT side without a whole lot of utility. They want to save some for when an execute inevitably comes in. They want the counter nades, the counter Molotov, the counter smoke, so they're going to go for a boost up, try and pick one player off if they're to come up a ramp. It's dedicating quite a bit of players on this side of the map, which leaves a solo defender at the B bomb site in Altex, a solo defender in mid, that's Dupree, and Dupree's got no utility to shift over and help or throw flashes or anything for that B bomb site. So actually, OG setting this round up quite nice.
Yeah, they are. Altex does have the perfect utility, though, to stall it out. So you can throw the smoke to delay the top stairs. That's exactly what it's done while all these ramp fights going down. OG have lost Keto. The fake is not pulling Altex away, but again, like you said, he's under pressure. It's his sole player here, and he handles that boost, but he's traded out through the smoke. So now OG have to accelerate into this B bomb site. Sidir put out towards Heaven. That's a good lineup, and
That's
it's worked out very well.
Confident lineup.
Yeah, just a big jump, a big leap.
Yeah, I was like, where's he throwing that? But he nails it.
Yeah,
Well played.
another bomb plant, but very difficult to hold on to this one. Regali has to step up from generators, and it is only one kill before he's traded. And now you can see Heavy God very uncomfortable knowing they're flanking him and they're pushing him from two sides. So Preasy pull off the retake. OG get another bomb plant. Maybe they can go for Tech9's armor in the next round, but realistically, we're looking at a 3-0 start.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be any kind of super large investment because they didn't whittle down the CTs to 1 or 2 players. 3 of them survived, so I think they're gonna, yeah, if anything, probably just have Tech9 by. Not a bad attempt though, and they actually did a pretty good job of keeping the defenders at the A bomb site, making that as weak as possible. Just a good job from Altex, grabbing one more over the smoke.
And Altex is an interesting player. I think we've seen him have some moments in his time in Astralis, but not a lot of young Danes are able to keep up at the Astralis level at the moment. And I think it's actually really good for him to go to a team like Preasy and develop more naturally here because he's a good player, he's just not a phenom.
And that Astralis project always seemed like it was going to be probably a tough environment for young players to like properly learn and get good experience and get the space to kind of flex. And
once you're in Astralis, you're expected to perform. And I think not a lot of players handle that pressure very well. Keto running with that Tech9. Altex handles the first very well. He flicks back for that third. That would have been ridiculous with the last bullet. But he's done his work, and that sets up Dupree at quad to patiently wait for his follow-up. Nexus and Fiku left alone. And Nexus has got a bit of a flank going on here. This is going to be a kill on TMB. I spotted the barrel of construction. Couldn't quite get Roy before he jumped off. But he's got the read on the CT peak here, Nexus. Deek shot not landing.
That's a shame. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Fiku. Hold the phone. Okay, now they can split a little bit. Bomb is down, still a long way off, but they're going to force Preasy to make a move, and Fiku's not ready for the aggression. Yeah. Good decision-making from Refresh and Roy. Just making a decision right out of the gate, get aggressive on one of the two players and commit to it. And it gives them a 2-on-1 advantage. And Nexus, he just spots Roy at the last second, sliding in towards quad.
He's forcing the fight with the Deagle instead of the M4. Would rather play with a hand cannon. It's not going to work out for him. But Nexus makes that uncomfortable for Preasy. They have to recover it. Great decision-making allows them to go flawless at the start.
And that's a really good round, actually. I mean, you get 3 kills this time around. You don't get the bomb plant, but that's going to set things up nicely moving forward. So constantly forced to reinvest is this Preasy defense, and they're not going to have the prettiest bank built up. But we get into the first gun round. Now we get to see what it's all about.
Yeah, we do. Nexus comes from the MOUZ NXT team, so you can see why OG wanted to go for him. You know, if you go into the pool of MOUZ NXT players, you missed the boat in the first load of them, but if you can start to pick players out of that, maybe you've got one for the future. AK-47's out in force for OG. TMB eats that grenade up, so half of his health gone in the first steps he takes in the round. Ooh, a lot of damage. TMB's not having a good time at the moment.
No, that's a rough start to the round. However, they still haven't gained any positioning on the ramp. Spam is going to come out, and with that low HP, the Preasy defense is going to back away. Dupree, the experienced general, is over at the B bomb site. He's going to be playing back in quad as well. Altex is there with him, but it's Nexius to get the first challenge, and it's low HP that he inflicted earlier.
Roy spotted them though. Nexus no longer has the element of surprise, so he decides to back away.
But it forces, I mean, that little piece of aggression forces out a Molotov that's not there to move forward.
Ooh.
Good job from Altex. He's doing some work over at this B bomb site round after round.
Yeah, you can see he looks very comfortable in that role as the anchor towards the B site. Knows when to go for an aggressive timing, just like Roy. Look at this, he slipped the net. He's got him behind him. Nexius turns around, but it's too late. And Roy, he peeks into the open while reloading and is overwhelmed. And because of TMB's early damage sustained, he goes down to the grenade. So Fiku doubles up, and there's an attack into this upper bomb site for OG.
Roy didn't realize they made it all the way up the ramp. OG, get the bomb plant. 3-on-3. This would be a fantastic round to win to start things off. Alp is going to be watching the flank. Regali, but Dupree's already got past his scope. Well past his scope.
And Regali's time to strike. He's finally got the AWP in his hands, but timing. Oh, it's so awkward for Regali. Missed shot. Oh, his teammate goes down too. And that could have been the move that ended the round in favor of OG, but instead the missed shots from the AWPer puts Fiku in a position where he needs to clutch.
Still very winnable. Very winnable with 2 players at low health.
Yeah, very low health, and that's one down already, but now they know exactly where Fiku is. No one defusing. Oh, around the corner, Dupree's got cover. Dupree's gonna stick it. Fiku trying to get there, and he will just in time. 1v3 for Fiku.
Yeah, that'll get you hyped up. Nice 1v3. That's a tricky play from Roy, and just never had the information. They were all the way at top ramp. That could have been a very clean round. That could have been a multi-kill that ends things before they began. But instead, you give Fiku a chance to clutch. And he nails it.
Great round from Fiku overall, man. He gets those initial 2 kills. The grenade goes off.
He got an ace.
Yeah, he gets every single player. Fiku stepping up. Coming in with the clutch versus Dupree. I thought it was going to be Heartbreaker, that cover for the defuse, but Fiku gets there just in time. And he's the only remaining player of that previous OG team that played at the last major. You know, Flames run out his contract, got a position in Vitality. We've seen them lose Dexter, obviously, not staying with the team. That one didn't really work out. And the rest of the squad had to be rejiggled, and they built around Fiku. They brought Regali in. He had a stand-in showing in Dallas last year, and they decided to keep him after that. And they had Nexa in and out.
Rejiggled?
Rejiggled? Yeah. So
Okay.
I think it's a nice little term for it. Jiggling always makes me think
It sounds fun.
Yeah, it does. Jiggle and wiggles. Now, Heavy God, he's running out with the MAC-10. Probably the best move OG have made recently.
They might think this is going to be a low buy, though. Force up from Preasy. 2 M4s, excuse me, 2 SMGs. Nobody's at the B bomb site. Now the indication is there, and 1 kill would be great for Dupree. This is interesting. I actually don't know what decision they're going to make in terms of how they want to play this round, if they want to go for a retake or if they want to just save, but they're completely out-positioned on the map, just out-called straight out of spawn. I think this is a save scenario.
Yeah, it doesn't look great for Preasy. They're going into the mid-fight, and it depends how far they go with this. Do they go all the way around the corner and find Fiku? looks like that's about to be the case. So either Fiku gets a lovely triple kill or he gets nothing. And that is exactly what happens. So CZ upgraded into the AK-47. Something to play with in the next round for a refresh.
Yeah, it's cool. That upgrade to the AK actually kind of turns next round into a full buy. TMB going to get into a little bit of engagement. Nexius watching the flank. His bomb will go off. They have control of T-spawn, so OG have to be careful how they decide to evacuate. They'll be fine with the explosion. And we move into round 6.
Yeah, Heavy God happy with that one. And OG are going to try and come into this with as much energy as possible. Obviously losing 13-5 to Apeks in their opening game. That must have felt like a winnable matchup on paper to OG. You know, you look at Apeks as one of the teams around your level, and you get absolutely stomped out. So now going down into a 0-1 game on day one against Preasy, it's another one of those opportunities where you have to look at Preasy and think it's a decent chance for OG.
Sure, the same kind of a mindset where this is a very winnable game for us. See if they can pull it off in a way they couldn't in the first match of the day. Another boost up here for Preasy at the A bomb site, looking to pick off a player just lurking up the A ramp. This time, instead of the B bomb site, it's middle that is under attack. They're going to wrap through CT spawn as well, and it's a pretty weak defense here as well. Altex push forward. He's been good, but not that good.
Nope, and Nexius, good position to cut off rotation, so that one kill makes a massive difference. You can't really go for this at all. You can't even push in and go for some aggression. TMB caught in middle.
This is back-to-back rounds. OG have just kind of won just on the call out of spawn, right? Like last round they hit the B bomb site, nobody's home, they get it for free. This round they hit middle, nobody's home, they get it for free again. It was aggression towards B stairs, it was 3 players at the A bomb site, middle was wide open. And with the decision to wrap through CT spawn to the B bomb site, Preasy didn't really know how to rotate appropriately.
And they're going for a timeout, maybe feeling a little discombobulated. I want to try and get everybody back on the same page.
Yeah, you feel like you haven't really fought for those last 2 rounds. So yeah, a little bit of a head scratcher. They'll get a moment to talk things over. Now, because they 4-spot 2 rounds ago and just kind of saved, they should be able to buy again here in this next round.
Keto, the new in-game leader of OG. Keto, obviously, of Big Days. He went down to the academy team for a while there over at Big. And
then came back.
And now he's got a spot here. Keto is always a weird one to me. I always think he's much older than he is. He's 25 years old.
Okay.
So he's not that old as an individual, and he feels like he's been around for a very long time. I think he first got brought into the Big team in the early 2020 during the pandemic era of Counter-Strike, and that was when Big were #1 team in the world for a while. Keto really took off with Searson, and I think that was kind of one of the peaks of Keto's career so far.
I think you're triggering Yanko right now, watching at home. Here comes that boost again. This is the 3rd time they've done it. They really want to exploit this inside the smoke, though. I think Nexius is lost to them. However, Keto's not. The aforementioned Keto goes down for free in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, second time they've run that boost. I don't think it was detected the first time they jumped up, so could reuse it. This time they get a kill from it. Grenade is going to go over towards Roy, who plays from Headshot. I don't know if they're expecting 2 players to still be around short here, OG. They need to be very careful as the refresh looks to be let off the leash. Comes around the back, but that grenade is blown open and his cover. There's a massive gaping hole in it, and refresh is taken down, drawing the numbers to a 4v4 fight.
Yeah, smart play from OG. Remember, Roy made a move like that inside that smoke earlier as well, so shades and memories of that cause them to blow open the smoke, and they find a freebie. Refresh not ready for the fight whatsoever. Dupree's left alone, aggressive at B stairs. Gonna smoke it off, but with OG walking back, by the time they get there, the smoke should just be about to clear. So a pretty decent timing, all things considered. And TMB's gonna call out A ramp, has no presence. So the defense starts shifting. Preasy have a very good read.
That smoke is going to fade eventually. I wonder if Dupree stays posted.
Yeah, he's got a nade in the back, so do damage and that nade can clean him up. Or just like that.
Insta-kill. That's the MP9 for you. That's a perfect grenade too. It lands right in the middle of the 3 players and does damage across all of them. Re-smoke out from Altex. Dupree goes up for a second jump, this time just to claim information. And he doesn't see anybody. 9 seconds. OG don't have time to get anywhere, so a save call. With the rifles, even if they wanted to go for a last-ditch effort attempt, they couldn't do so. And now they unleash Dupree. Runs around, clearing close, trying to eliminate another weapon right at the end. He's not going to get that opportunity. In fact, Dupree will die.
Yeah. Gives his life up trying to find an AK-47. Not going to happen. However, they maintain the lead 4-3.
The other game currently going on right now is Monte versus Nexus. That's over on the secondary stream. Gizmi substitutes in for SDY. And Monte obviously would have loved to have had their full roster on day one of the RMR. And they had a big lead in that opening game and they lost it. So a 0-1 record and a chance against Nexus to bounce back over there.
Must be one hell of an illness to miss the RMR as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Hoping the best recovery for SDY.
It's very strange to see the new Astralis coach standing behind OG.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think it's just one of those situations you just have to deal with as a player, right? Like that stuff's going to happen more and more, you know, over the years, as with different contracts expiring and different, you know, buyout plans and everything. That's just something. I think as a player, it doesn't really affect you too much.
Yeah, I think Keto actually answered that question today. Banks asked him, you know, what is it like to have Rugg as the coach? Well, you know he's also leaving. And Keto was saying he's incredibly professional. He's still fully committed to getting OG through to the major. He's putting all the same work in, and same atmosphere, same vibe. And the same vibe this round as the previous as Roy opens up with the advantage.
A little bit of a different vibe. This time it's not a boost, it's an aggressive, psychotic peek from Roy. That just nets him an easy kill. Right out of the gate. Just a quick double tap to the head of Nexus, and he's out for the fight. 8-2 for Roy to start out this map.
Yeah, very good start for Roy. Didn't hang around when Mezzi left Fnatic. Decided to reunite with the Danes. Fiku in mid, refresh with a headshot. Make sure that Fiku gets no closer. Heavy God has to pick up some of these difficult kills. So once back on Dupree, Nate goes towards elevator. That's low HP on refresh, has to dodge that itchy and does.
Man, I think Dupree just kind of second-guessed his decision there just right before he took it. That little half second of hesitation. I don't think he wanted to take the fight, but he saw that Heavy God wasn't looking in his direction. But that bought the time for Heavy God to swing the aim back.
There's utility
but
plenty here to clear out sandbags.
At this point in the round, they don't want to give away the sound cues. You molly sandbags now, you're going to have a plethora of rotations coming in, so you want to play this one off contact.
And this favors TMB. This gives him a chance then if he can time his peak perfectly. 30 seconds remaining, contact being set up, and now they go for it. Utility forces him into the open. TMB just needs one. That's exactly what he's got. Kill on Regali. Heavy God burns him away in a trade. The bomb plant is coming through. Keto punching in the digits on default. Ooh, just about running away. And even on the last bullet, psychotic is the perfect adjective for Roy right now. Heavy God left in the clutch at Sandpice. 1v3 for him. And they take their time, Preasy. They stay composed. They've got a kit on refresh. He can stick that defuse while the rest try and figure out what Heavy God is. And it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even come down to the defuse because Roy insta-kills Heavy God.
That's a really sloppy improvised smoke as you come up to plant the bomb. It actually benefited Preasy. Gave that gap where you could slide or in front of the first one, behind the second one, and you have a nice vision of the planter of exactly where that bomb is going down. So that just gets punished. 5-3 as teams buy back up into it.
Yeah, Preasy have had the least amount of time off of all the teams to play their next round matchup, right? They had that huge tech issue in the game against Heroic. They were the last matchup of the round 1 games. And now they're straight away into the action again. And I feel like you're at least warmed up. If you're OG, you've been sitting around waiting for your game to come back. And so far, Preasy's definitely looking like the better of the two squads. Altar's going to clear behind the wood. Altex hasn't made too many mistakes on B yet. It's got to feel uncomfortable if you're OG. You can't really get up the stairs, so back to A you go.
Hero AK on Keto. 2 smokes to make a wall at the bomb site, but no flashbangs.
TMP was playing sandbags. He's changed that. He's gone into the open at the perfect time to spot out Nexius. Realizes he's very unfortunate not to have got that kill in the end, but he's done enough damage to bring Nexius down to 13 health.
Here comes the utility. They're swinging up fast. TMB, he pushes into safety. Good find. Cleans up Nexius. And now he's got safety over behind the wall. Regali comes to him, but he can't do anything. Keto doesn't have gun out. Smoke still up to cover TMB's backside.
Ooh.
Finally goes down with a step through the smoke, but there's no chance of a bomb plant. There's no chance of a round win. Heavy got in a 1v4.
Yeah, just looking for some extra kills. Sound cue made. Dupree knows exactly where he is. And as soon as he rounds that corner, there's 2 Danes looking right at him. I always think, I was thinking Magisk when I look at TMB. So I was like, damn, he's playing for Preasy? Then so it's like, got that Danish look about him.
Okay. I don't get that. That one's on you.
You don't look like... Okay, there's definitely other people out there that's got that vibe.
You think there's other people who have that?
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Let us know on x.com. Hit us up. Let us know what you think.
Does he look like Magisk?
Magisk and Cajun B mixed together. Tech issue, though, we'll hopefully get this one resolved as quickly as possible. Preasy, I'm just going to blame them at this point. You know, if there's always a tech issue in the Preasy games. So it's got to be something they're doing.
So it's got to be the consistency. There's only one thing that's the same between the two.
Exactly.
I gotcha.
Well, they've got experience in this situation already today, Preasy. Regali's an interesting talking point. I think Maniac was saying on the desk, it was a pimp, actually Pimp it was, saying that it could be the next head trick. Now, it's a bit rough. Head trick just got cut today, but we'll keep piling on it. But it feels like Regali is one of those players that is very talented, but doesn't have the sort of initiative all of the time. And Nexo backed that up by saying, as his in-game leader, he's a player that requires a lot of micromanagement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't really always take his initiative. He's a very passive opper. And Nexo was very surprised that some of the younger oppers that are coming up really need that. And maybe holding himself back a little bit, Regali.
Well, I think too, like, you know, OG is kind of an org that's picked up a lot of those players that have potential, that are maybe a little bit before they've shown that they're capable of competing at tier 1. They're kind of like trying to find those diamonds in the rough, and it hasn't always been the best environment for those young players to really develop and actually eventually show it off. But that's kind of like the target player that they seem to be going for consistently when they rebuild and retool these rosters.
Yeah, it's definitely a more financially responsible roster picked up for OG, especially because their last big spend on Dexter didn't really work out. So you've got to be a bit more responsible with the finances here. And I think it's a good idea around a couple of these players.
I think the deeper issue is you also have a team now where your coach is going to be leaving. So, I mean, you kind of can go that route if you have confidence in your coach being able to help and kind of build those guys up and grow those guys up and help them kind of develop and learn how to play at the tier 1 level. But since he's departing, that's going to be a new project for someone else coming into the team. Round 10. Tech issues resolved, nice and quick. Roy's going to drop Molotov.
Tech issue resolved, but also the final tactical timeout used for OG just moments ago. So they've used all 3 in regulation.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think about too. That's a lot of timeouts used early on, and where you still have 3 rounds to play. You still have plenty of time to keep this game close. But obviously something's happening that they're not enjoying, that they're not liking, and feeling like, you know, maybe there's a few more miscues than we're kind of spotting from the outside within the team.
I think they only won one T round on the T side of Ancient earlier today, OG, so probably need a bit more help and input on the T side at the moment. Nexus getting under short.
And Preasy haven't really shown a tendency to, outside of these boosts, these are the most aggressive defensive setups that Preasy have kind of had. They haven't really wanted the challenge at top ramp. They haven't really wanted the challenge over in the side halls whatsoever. It's just that boost. That's the 4th time they've ran it. They've got 3 kills out of it.
OG still aren't looking there, man. They still aren't considering it. She's going to keep going. Shadow Altex. The Shadow betrays him.
That was a huge Shadow as well.
That was massive.
That's the Shadow you can't ignore. However, I don't know if Fiku, okay, with that utility, he might be able to make it, but he doesn't want to backstab. He wants to hold things off, so it's all about Dupree and Quad. Does this go unchecked?
Very common position for Dupree to play, but once again, not checked, not considered, and Dupree stays alive, but he's getting surrounded, he's getting overwhelmed, and Fiku and CT has just given away his position. Time is limited. If there was a grenade, you could try and deny the bomb plant. But you can't in this position. Now Roy's flank is activated. He's coming up the stairway, and as long as TMB keeps Fiku distracted, hands busy towards CT spawn, Roy can get closer and closer to this bomb site. Worst case scenario, Roy has a 1v1 fight, and he doesn't even have that. He's already inside of the site. He can just get on this defuse if he wants and try to pull them into 1v1 duels. TMB wins the fight against Fiku. Regali needs to step up, and that's exactly what he does. Great work from Regali in the 1v2.
Yeah, that is very, very nicely done. That's some good peeking, and TMB did everything he possibly could. Had 2 players' attention on him. He stalled that out as long as possible to give the flank the opportunity, and just can't win it out at the end of the day. Good job from Regali. 2nd timeout used by Preasy to talk things over. But once again, it feels like most of the success that OG has had on this T side has come from middle. They've had a couple nice lurks. They had a nice execution in middle to wrap around CT spawn to the B bomb site. They're finding some space to work with there.
Yeah, they've converted, I think, 2 4v5s now for OG on the T side, so not bad. They get another chance to have a say on the microphone here, Rugga, as well. So they'll welcome back-to-back timeouts.
A lot of timeouts burned in the first half. That's 5 of them. 5 of them utilized. That's how
maybe
it started.
maybe in one of the timeouts they'll consider, you know, guys, check the boost next time you go up ramp. Let's have a little look.
dupreeh was just hoping that the timing would work with his teammate rotating over towards Guardian.
Good work from Regali.
It wasn't there in time. Yeah, lovely work from Regali.
Mac 10's on 2 players for OG. So now you can see the damage that's been done across both teams. SMG's present in the hands of TMB, Nexus, and Keto. And Heavy God is looking to get impact early doors. He's up B. He's taking a lot of damage from the grenade, though. dupreeh not playing quad. Predictable position. Remove negated by the Molotov, and dupreeh is dead without a single kill. So it's Altex that must stand up in his stead. And that won't happen. So 3v3 established thanks to TMB. Roy's got middle. Well, he did have middle. He's been peeked by Fiku, and that duel once again goes to favor of OG, but the bomb trying to retreat is taken out by TMB, and Refresh moves in behind White Box. Regali's in front of him. Shoulder spotted. That's the kill for Refresh.
Yeah, but he doesn't know Fiku's position.
He thought he was middle. That's where he's last detected, and it's been a quick rotation, but he's considered it. It looks like he was just about to grenade in towards Fiku. He knows that's where the bomb was dropped, so he'll be focused on that. Knows that Fiku has to go there to get the bomb back eventually.
Yeah, but how long does he stay here? Oh, this is all timing. Oh, he just spots it out. That's a good find. Nade goes deep. Fiku spams him down a little bit. Awkward engagement. And Refresh now is a really tough decision to make.
Yeah, Fiku is just sprinting across towards A. No mind games. It's just tunnel vision. Get to the A bomb site, and Refresh is committing back here. He's staying in the middle, thinking that Fiku might go through there, try and play the mind games and come back into the B bomb site. But Fiku, fake plants.
I'm not confident that he beat him. Beat him all the way to this bomb site. Refresh isn't really chill.
Fiku could play himself here. 17 seconds. He has to go back to the A bomb site. 10 seconds now, Fiku.
And the footsteps
are
gave it
hurt
up.
now.
Yeah, the footsteps gave it up. I think you're right. I think Fiku outplayed himself.
Now he's considering ramp flank. He goes in for the elevator fight and loses it to Refresh. So Fiku gets in his head. Gets in his own head.
Yeah, that fake tap and the exploration didn't really seem necessary. And that footstep gave all the information over to Refresh that he needed. Very fortunate Refresh to get that piece of intel, but puts it to good use once he has it. Nice 1v1.
Yeah, not staying composed in the clutch there, Fiku.
That's a tough round. That one hurts to lose if you're OG. Gotta say, good defense, though. That's OG putting a lot of pressure on the B bomb site early. And Preasy over-rotates and aggressively. I mean, if the bomb doesn't get picked off, around the edge of that smoke, it's a completely different round. But just the fact that they had so many bodies there gave them the courage to be that aggressive, to find it. Defensive utility and Molotovs deployed. Nexus coming up with the Mat 10. Low HP on 1. But again, Roy gets away.
Yeah, TMB tumbling off the map. A repeat into Keto is punished.
Yeah, that's not necessary. That is not needed after you have the 5-on-4. But Refresh with an aggressive stance at ramp is going to say, hey, it's clear. We don't need any real more support. dupreeh's heading over now, but he'll be shuffling back towards middle in the B bomb site any second. Same with Roy, because Refresh is just saying, I see absolutely nobody. They've disappeared.
Well, Altex, who's sung his praises throughout this half, gets information. Grenade goes down under the stairway. He's got dupreeh with him. Kill for Altex before he falls. dupreeh has been damaged by Regali. And Regali's cleared out both of those B defenders, and that turns this 4v2 into a 2v2. No bomb plant yet. Not comfortable at the moment for OG. Roy is so low on health, but these are the 2 top performers currently. Roy commits to try and deny the plant and doesn't work out for him. Keto steps up to secure a 5th round at the turn of the first half.
Yeah, nice job from Keto providing that cover. Once that spam comes out, he pounces and it transitions over very nicely. That's a close round. 7-5 is the scoreline in the favor of Preasy after the first half. They get to switch over to the attacking side, and we'll see what they can do with it. And remember, so many timeouts burned from both of these teams. There's 1 timeout on Preasy left for the entire second half.
Yeah, unless we go to overtime, that's all we'll have available. I think both teams will be frustrated at moments throughout that first half. You know, OG losing some clutches that could have gone their way. Preasy early on losing some rounds that didn't look like they were going to go the way of OG. You know, there was rounds where Roy was getting advantages on ramp and they were still losing 5v4s. So not the cleanest half from either team. And it's resulted in this scoreline being very close going into the second half now.
Yeah, both of them had missed moments, it feels, where they had the advantage. We'll see if that continues in the second half. 7-5 pistol round. Plenty of utility, 2 Molotov smoke and 2 flashbangs for Preasy on the attacking side. Everyone's headed towards that A-bomb site.
Yeah,
and they're not making any secret about it.
Yeah, very simple call. Try and batter through the defense in the A-bomb side. Regali's played in behind these sandbags.
Surely you got 2 mollies. Ooh, now you know.
Oh my god. Okay, Regali with a good headshot out. Surely utility needs to be used on him now. And just no options at the moment. They've dropped back into the site. OG, another headshot from Regali. It gets better for the defense as the USPs ring out and fill the kill feed. Refresh and Altex in a 2v5. The bomb plant is the best case scenario now for them. And that doesn't even look realistic. So maybe pump the brakes. You can hopefully cause a couple of rotates and open up a chance for a bomb plant.
This round's a head scratcher to me. Let's see if Refresh can do anything here. Regali, 2 kills in the pistol round, has another engagement, running out of ammunition in the mag. Ooh, and he's gonna reload. Refresh turns the corner, not quite yet. They're holding him at bay. No one being aggressive, so Preasy just completely stalled out for the moment.
Yeah, there's no way they get forward now. This just feels like eventually the kills are gonna come in on Refresh, and Altex is now stuck at top ramp with a bomb on his back. So no bomb plant, no good force coming up in the next round. And this opens up the opportunity to immediately tie the scoreline.
That's a curious pistol round from Preasy, just that they don't even try and hide the fact that they're headed towards A. Everyone runs up ramp, and when they get to the corner to actually turn up towards sandbags, they just kind of pause and wait. And they had 2 Molotovs, and it's kind of, you know, it's just like everyone's sitting here. I think a Molotov actually even missed when they eventually threw it in, but by the time they made the decision to molly sandbags, it's too late. The CT side, Regali and OG have already fallen back into the bomb site, so all that utility that Preasy picked up did absolutely nothing for them in that round.
Ooh. Yeah, and it's tough because you don't have the force buy, as I mentioned, so just a Zeus is really the only thing purchased, so pretty cool. Don't think they're going to make much of the Zeus.
No, that was about the run boost. He was hoping someone would push stairs with an SMG, get a free kill.
Yeah. Well, Preasy is an interesting team put together with Danish players that have maybe been cast out or haven't been put into the top echelon of Counter-Strike, and obviously Dupree is, I think, had to take a massive step downwards, but it just shows his conviction to try and keep the streak alive and the passion that is still there for Dupree's. Definitely spoke multiple times in many podcasts about how he is hungry to come back for CS2.
He had a fantastic opening map as well here at the
top
RMR.
Performer.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think he had like 19, 20 kills, something like that.
But this team's actually very exciting. So you have like the blend of experienced players in Refresh, Roy, and Dupree. And you would say that TMB isn't very experienced at the top level, but man, he's 22 years old and he's been a part of 12 different teams. So he's definitely had experience playing professional Counter-Strike.
He's definitely had experience with different teammates.
Yeah, he's gone through the whole heap of them. And the heap of Glocks run through middle and get melted away. So we're all tied up. OG off the back of the pistol. Go ahead and tie the scoreline 7-7.
Yeah, here come the rifles, though, for Preasy. AK-47's being picked up, smokes and flashes to be picked up by the T side, and we'll see what kind of rounds they make. Heavy God preparing himself for what's to come.
Yeah, those teams are the likes of Copenhagen Flames, Mad Lions, ENCE.
Classic ENCE.
Yeah, that's a team everybody remembered back in 2017.
Haven't seen a whole lot of ops today in this matchup.
No, we have not. I don't think the halves have been clean enough to get enough money. We just haven't really seen either of these teams get into a very comfortable spot where they string all the rounds together. Maybe the second half we'll get to see the op more consistently. We did have that one round from Regali where he just missed every shot.
True.
And Fico had the ace clutch.
Yep.
That was the most memorable moment.
That was about it. That was the op. Nexius just spamming away.
Roy's about to be cleared out.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's going to have to swing out of the flames.
No, they don't even peek it.
Yeah, no one's there to punish in any way whatsoever. So that's a missed opportunity with that Molotov.
The comfortable peek probably would have been from short, right, to see that angle. Because if you go too wide on Xbox, you probably get traded. So they didn't, because the smoke is up short, they couldn't capitalize on it.
Well, at the very least, it's information, right? It doesn't provide a whole lot. You have to know somebody's going to be at the base of A ramp, but at least now you have it confirmed. And Preasy's being very, very quiet on the map.
It's very quiet indeed. Slow T-side round here for Preasy. Couple of smokes left, and eventually they'll start their creep up through ramp, and they're very passive on ramp on their CT side too, so same vein here on the T side. Altex is left over as the B lurk. But 30 seconds left, they've got to go, and OG were starting to wonder what the hell was happening, because they've rotated off of A.
Well, I think Altex is going to try and make his move right now as this execute's coming in. No smokes up quite yet, just a deep Molotov, and OG have given them the bomb site. OG are happy to say, we'll retake this, and I don't know if they should be that confident. They don't really have any utility left.
I think they didn't really have a choice because they left it all behind. 8 seconds left. Where's the bombs on B? This is a very poor round for Preasy. It wasn't put together very well at all.
No, yeah, this is a weird one. We're just gonna, yeah, that says everything. What are they doing?
And I think that was actually going through the minds of OG during the round, because they left A, they didn't see anything. They're like, okay, maybe we start rotating mid, maybe we can start getting ready for a B play.
That's from the pressure Altex was providing, and maybe there was a plan there for Preasy to try and rotate back, but I think they just didn't
need time for that.
Yeah, they didn't start that until it was too late.
Do they start executing on A with 28 seconds left?
Yeah, wasn't pretty.
Well, that's put them in a terrible spot now. 3 AKs, 2 MAC-10s. Not a whole lot of utility.
Yeah, you don't have the funds to replenish all those nades. That actually could be a massive mistake to let OG just gain a real stranglehold on this map. Regali with the ult. This one's not going to miss. He's even got Fiku in defense to help keep him safe. One more MAC-10 comes flying around and Refresh grabs that. But you still don't have access to middle. You haven't gained anything for these kills.
Altex. If he wins that fight on default, the round opens up completely for Preasy, but he doesn't win the awkward duel, so we settle back into passive round once more. 1:05 still remaining on this clock as Preasy drift over towards ramp. A bit more pressure early on in the round this time. Roy's already up top. Final pieces of utility being used up for the CT side, but this contact play's worked out. Roy's been spotted now, though, by the rotation through elevator from Regali, and Roy knows there's 2 players on this A bomb site. Preasy are using their utility to try and force Regali into an uncomfortable spot. Flash is brilliant. Second flash even better, but they haven't detected Nexus, who steps up and shuts down the play into the A site.
Yeah, these last 2 rounds for Preasy, they have not had any strength behind him, and obviously that one is partially due to just an awkward situation they put themselves into without utility, with guns, surviving after the time, and it's opened the door so wide for OG to take control of this map moving forward. Regali's going to start building up some money behind that AWP. Heavy God and Nexus are already there.
And remember the lack of timeouts that you mentioned, Jason. I think we got one left.
On Preasy.
One on Preasy to have Vorborg have his say.
And if this round is really bad, you might just see it in the next gun round. They don't have a whole lot of time to play with to try and figure things out and get this T side rolling.
Yeah, a bit quicker this time with the pounce up ramp, setting flashes up, and Roy's on the Xbox already, but no fights from OG.
Yeah, but they dumped some counter utility. Couple of nades rain in, Molotov rains in, so they forced out some of that utility if they want to come back to an A hit, but they're priming themselves on the other side of the map. It's going to be B. This is all Roy keeping so much attention. 3 defenders. They've lured the mid player over. They've lured the B player back just by the presence of 1 Tech 9. OG has bid on this, but they've still got a defender here, and Heavy God's going to deliver.
Yeah, the Heavy God slams down his hammer, and they get nowhere near the B bomb site. TMB, 1 on the MAC-10, but traded back immediately from Heavy God again. And Roy is stuck in mid. It was a really well put together round from Preasy. Just the finishing move was destroyed.
Yeah, that was about the most ideal situation you could have hoped for, with just Roy, providing that distraction. You got everything you wanted. And Heavy God still shuts you down at the bomb site. So Roy's hoping for someone to walk into his crosshair, hoping to find something he can upgrade into and cause some damage.
Oh, Roy now spotted. Good flash. Sets up the P for Keto. Oh my god, how has he not got that? Eventually, Nexus piece, and Heavy got happy with his work in this round.
Yeah, hell yeah, very happy.
That's the problem with Preasy, man. I just don't know how good their T-sides can be. Because you've got TMB as your in-game leader. As I was mentioning, a lot of teams he's played in, but not a lot of experience. And I I don't look at this team and see a clear in-game leader in the ranks.
It's a big ask to put on his shoulders to navigate your team through the RMR to qualify for the major. Struggling here at the moment. Some questionable rounds from Preasy early going.
And you'll go down as the only in-game leader that was unable to get dupreeh through to a major.
You know what? We're not going to put the weight of dupreeh's legacy on him. We ain't doing that to the poor guy.
You ruined the legacy of dupreeh.
That one's not reasonable. But it is kind of funny. That's the guy you think he looks like Magisk?
Yeah, the beard.
Oh, come on.
Well, the beard is kind of the only thing that looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if you look at him at the beard, Jason, and that's kind of where it ends.
Sure.
Like if you put them side by side and you have me only see the chin, you know, I'd maybe struggle.
Yeah. Okay.
This round for OG could be the deciding one. If they win this, there's a real good chance now of just closing out this map and going 1-1. And I think at the start, I used to phrasing that Preasy looked like the better team. I think in the first half they did. But OG have definitely turned that around.
Yeah, they've done a very good job. Molotov again towards Roy's position. This time they did swing as well, but a little bit of smoke prevented them from seeing his escape. The slow T-sides trying to let utility wind down for the defense is not working. TMB falls to the AWP. I mentioned we hadn't seen the AWP much on this map. Well, now in this second half, Regali's putting it to very good use. He's up to 15 and 8.
Heavy guard towards quad. Molotov down, has to peek, and will die instantly to dupreeh. That is Preasy draw back.
That's a lot of space at the B-bomb site for Preasy to march up. Smoke's gonna get blown open. Keto and Fiku to try and defend.
The bomb will cross out towards default. Roy with a big shot, and he wants more. Oh, bomb's down though. And when the bomb is loose on the ground, things get uncomfortable here for Preasy. It's awkward fights, blow for blow. Grenade goes to quad, and suddenly Regali with a clutch ahead of him again. He clutched in the first half in this position. Now he's got the AWP out. Refresh is very comfortable in the clutch. We've seen many throughout his career, but there's limited time for the Dane to make this one happen. He's looking how to drop safely, dodge the angles of the AWP, and put the bomb down on default. Now Refresh has to deal with the AWP getting closer. Regali cuts down the space, gets towards the generator, and Refresh, he's hoping he can get a peek on him. The AK-47, oh, it's ready, and it's a headshot and a clutch for Refresh.
Well done, standing your ground, Refresh, having to recover the bomb. I think he was looking for smoke or utility or anything he could have used to cross over safely. Just has to risk it. That's a beautiful shot from Regali to start things out. Heavy God gets mollied with no support from his teammates. And it is quite the brawl to get into this B bomb site, but Refresh knows someone swinging with an AWP, he's gonna have an advantage. It's 10 to 8. And Preasy's got to do this the hard way. Remember, all the money that was built up. This is another buy, and still there's plenty of cash for OG. They get aggressive, though, and Altex shuts him down. That's Heavy God hitting the deck.
Yeah, heavy fall off the top of the stairway. Roy sends the grenade towards Regali. A lot of damage done to the AWPer. Ooh, tippy-tap through the smoke. Grenade will clear it. TMB gets out of there. He did not want to be on the other side of that when that smoke cleared. Altex does well to grab Preasy the opening fight. But here comes an aggressive maneuver for Nexus. It's just one on TMB.
First time they finally convincingly peaked that angle, and this time it was without a Molotov. They want to go back to it, though. Flames on the ground. Oh, they're so committed. They're so committed. Good trades. Regali needs to make sure dupreeh can't get away. He almost has to be aggressive. He's desperate for it because he knows if he escapes, it's an impossible situation.
Smoke is good for dupreeh. Now the mind games begin. He's trying to pull Regali back away from this, making him think it's a B play. But instead, dupreeh sits at the bottom of the A ramp while his teammate makes his way through elevator. And now dupreeh will move off.
This feels like an impossible clutch. How do you predict where Refresh is going to be? And dupreeh just bought so much time for Refresh to get into the perfect situation, wrapping back around. I think Regali has to think about just picking up that AWP and giving up the round.
Yeah, I think he's realized that now too. So he'll look for that AWP off the ground. He threw it down, remembers where he put it. And it won't be a bad save at all. So 10 to 9. No 11th round found for OG. I like the composure there for dupreeh in that situation. He finds the smoke on the ground, uses that up, communicates well with Refresh. going to take a lot to rattle Dupree in those situations.
Well, the timeout that Preasy took worked wonders. They've now run off two T rounds in a row. There's one more buy that they have to get through from the OG side. They'll probably spend all of their cash that they've had built up, all that bank that they built up over a win streak.
I think timeouts are fantastic for Preasy because of that in-game leader situation we mentioned, right? It gives you more of an extended period of time for a couple of minds to chime in and try and figure something out instead of leaving it all to TMB. You can lean in on the experience of Dupree, you can lean in on the experience of Refresh and Roy. Come up with a few more ideas.
Yeah, I guarantee those guys are chipping in for sure in situations like this. Good 2-on-1, well done from Dupree. That was a heavy battle at the top of A ramp. OG came with numbers to put a stop to that and just couldn't come out on top of the trade game. Round 20, lead is cut to just 1.
Money goes for OG if they lose this round. A lot of pressure on it. Nexius aggressive, down so short, flash goes in, and Nexius walks away with Roy.
And this might force them to pounce right now. You should see, I think you should see a dump of utility at the B bomb site. Heavy God just throws out a Molotov. Might need a little bit more. Fiku should start shifting his attention because Nexius swung and saw one, got the kill, saw nothing else. And this B hit is coming in. It's the only option that Preasy have left.
And they're making no secret about that either. Grenade stack going out towards Tetris. Didn't use the second one yet. They're boosting Dupree up on the wood. That's going to pull out a few extra pieces of utility from OG. Still 1 minute left, so Preasy have pumped the brakes for now.
They're making OG consider. OG's defense has settled back into a pretty default spread. 2 at the A bomb site, 2 in middle.
But if you're Preasy, you probably worry about the fact you don't have any presence elsewhere on the map, right? So OG could be taking ramp control for all you know. Gathering information.
That's why you don't see them spread back out and try and apply pressure at the A bomb site. That's why they're just kind of, that's the risk they have to take just by the nature of how this round is played out. Here's the execute. Heavy God finds 1.
Yeah, Fiku was able to sink the initial damage from Heavy God, and we'll peek out for that second from the generator. Going out again. Oh, he recovers that. It looked like he had fumbled the spray, but Heavy God still gets away with it, and now Refresh with a 1v4.
He's still fighting.
Yeah, he's still fighting, and he swings into it. Limited time here for Refresh. He knows he only has a second to go ahead and try and get another kill, but they're doubled up on the other side of the smoke. He doesn't have time anymore. Can't get back to the plant. And Refresh is caught coming through the smoke. Keto steps up, and Heavy God again. Another round on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, a wild swing and peek, but he controls the spray, transfers it over just beautifully from the quad player to the boxes. Yeah. This is wild. The first one he saw, that one's a better option. Disgusting. I think he even double dinked him.
Heavy God's only 21 years old. Another play that's come out of the endpoint side.
Another player out of Israel as well. That apparently Israel just now has a super team that we could build.
It feels like endpoint just have a direct line, you know, to the Israeli players that are coming out of that. They had Flamesy originally, then they had Nerds, and now they got Heavy God going into OG. Heavy God's hoping he can follow the same trajectory as the players that came before him. Preasy getting up the ramp. That last round is devastating. Their buy is shot, and so is Roy in TMB. A couple of them line up for Regali. A third impales Dupree. And Regali ain't stopping. Forced to pull away with a missed shot. But the damage is already done, and it is certainly felt here for Preasy.
Yeah, and the bomb's down on the ramp as well.
Grenade going in.
Right in front of him. So Preasy have to attack into this. And this has got to feel hopeless. Run boost across just to try and get yourself any advantage in terms of information. Maybe they don't see you. Maybe they didn't realize someone could be on this side, but that AWP still reigns supreme, peering down the scaffolding.
Oh, another sick shot from Regali.
He's on for the ace. He's got 4.
And Holtex will fall to the hand of Fiku. No ace for Regali, but enough to break apart Preasy and bring OG one step closer, and it looks like that finish line will be crossed in a moment for OG.
I think it should be a pretty busted and broken economy as well.
They didn't get any bomb plants over these last 2 rounds, despite getting close in the B bomb site. But it's not the case here. Preasy will have Mactans, Galils, not a pretty buy to close. So OG absolutely looking like they're in pole position with a 13-9 win.
And you've only got 2 round wins in this second half on your T side when you've had AKs and full sets of utility. This is just a much weaker buy. Not even an AK on the board. desperate situation. They want to test a ramp again early. This time it's not the aggressive stance from OG's defense. So they want to try and pull the mid defense away. They want to try and pull Regali with the op towards that A bomb site so they can exploit middle, but it's not working so far, and certainly now that, not now that Keto hits that shot.
Dupree, ooh, spotted, and Regali able to transition his crosshair up. And he's still confident to go for another peek in middle.
Yeah, when you see an op like that, though, you bail out, especially with the MAC-10s, and you have no utility. There's no smokes remaining for the Preasy attack. It's just a Molotov and a flashbang to your name.
Yeah, down to 3 players. Preasy do not look like they're going to be ending the day feeling positive. It'll be 0-2 for Preasy. Opening matchup versus Heroic was a loss on Ancient. The 0-1 best of 1 against OG. Looks like it'll be a 13-9 loss. And Dupree's legacy of trying to go to another major will be put into question. He'll be facing elimination on day 1 of the RMR. Fiku and Heavy God all line up. OG come back and will end the day with a 1-1 record. A great win over Preasy.
Yeah, very strong as well, especially switching to the CT side. We finally got that op out in play. It was fantastic. This came down to some Fiku clutches, the op play from Regali in the second half, and I think Heavy God as an anchor of that B bomb site was absolutely spectacular. So OG gonna take down Preasy. They go 1-1. Preasy drops to 0-2, and we've got the panel, the desk. We got Paula.
Hey, Paula. Just as Jason said, Preasy now 0-2 in our Swiss format here at the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B. They're on death's door, Blair and Pimp. On the other hand, OG, they regulate themselves 1-1, taking Vertigo. Not without trouble, but looking better than they did earlier in the day.
I actually thought coming into this game that Preasy would be the favorites that did end up winning this game. I think the beginning of the game as well suggested that they were looking somewhat solid. Good CT start as well. Had a decent streak in that first half. Got off with 8 rounds, I believe, into that first one. So for my money, it was looking great for Preasy until that second half. The T side was very, very lackluster. They couldn't get anything going whatsoever. And that's where we got to turn our credit towards OG as well. They played a good game of Counter-Strike and played significantly better than in the first game.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's a really good sign. Everyone kind of woke up. One couple of plays we have to point towards, right? Like Heavy God again delivering. He always delivers, always like the 15 to 20 kill mark. Regali was finding crazy impact. That's a play that you pointed out and I pointed out as well. And Fiku was very, very, very quiet in that first game. For him to have so much impact, clutches, multi-kill rounds, left, right, and center, I think that's just overall a good sign that they didn't get too shook with the loss they suffered against Apeks. This feels like a much better team as opposed to what we saw earlier in the day.
Highlights up on screen now. Just getting a reminder of Fiku's massive clutch close to the start of the match, Blair.
Yeah, we can talk about that in a bit. I want to actually highlight that, but right now for Fiku on the T side, I personally felt even though it was a very light T side, they just got 5 rounds, right? A lot of those rounds came down to him clutching, him finding the perfect timing on that mid lurk, cutting off the rotation. So even though like in certain rounds where he wasn't getting like 2 or 3 kills, just that 1 kill on the right player, just cutting the map in half, he was finding mad impact.
And I think that's a fair sentiment as well to bring up to the people watching at home. You could kind of feel it in the game that OG were a step ahead in terms of the tactical deployment. There was a lot of rounds as well, I will admit, where Preasy, they ended up winning the rounds, but I felt like OG still had the better idea of how to begin the rounds. Again, one thing is beginning the round, one thing is finding the opening kill, but your close game also needs to be there, and they were struggling a little bit with that in the first half, the OG boys. However, in the second half, that CT side, that was more or less perfect. I know they gave up 2 rounds in total, but that's to be expected at some point on Vertigo. Started out by winning the pistol, converting, getting 5 in a row, and then continuing, finishing off with 3 in a row. The way they were playing on that CT side, it was in synergy, it was with control, and whenever they needed a clutch player coming out, Heavy God had a couple of cool spray downs, and that was pretty much game over.
Yeah, pretty much game over. And also, just looking at the timeline here, 10 rounds in that second half, and Preasy were able to get the bomb down only once. Well, that is domination from OG on the CT side.
Yeah, that definitely tells a story that CT side for OG was synergizing, that they were playing their positions correct. But was there anything glaringly obvious about what Preasy were doing wrong? Why were they unable to get the bomb down more than once?
That's the thing. I think OG were disturbing in the way they were playing Counter-Strike. They were a little bit aggressive on the map. They didn't just sit back and wait. Often we see on a map like Vertigo, some teams opt to play retake. Some teams opt to play very defensive. They believe in the utility usage. They believe in the ability to retake a bomb site. Hence, you see all these rounds where 2 2 smokes will be deployed, a lot of spraying through it, and then a retake coming in. We didn't really see that in that second half. It felt like OG, instead of waiting for the game to come to them, they were proactive, they were seeking the duels, they were the one disturbing Preasy.
Yeah, 100%. I think a couple of times when we saw Preasy heading over towards the B bomb site, right? Before they're even able to get the bomb down, OG are already on the retake, already, you know, hurling in the flashbangs and the nades and whatnot. And of course, it really helps that Regali came to play here today.
Absolutely, everybody. He is our standout player. We'll get his highlights up on screen. You know, when Regali is going off, when Fiku is going off, OG look fantastic. I don't know if it'll be enough to carry them through all the way, but at the very least, seeing them go into their second best of 1 and those 2 players going off, it spells good fortune. At least it's going a step in the right direction.
If anything, this was one of those games that taught us a lot. You know, where's Preasy at? Can we expect them to contend for a spot at the major? Most likely the answer is no. I know we have seen teams go 0-2 in the A group and fight their way back. Shout out to Saw and the boys, but I don't see Preasy doing that. The same would have been the case for OG. I wouldn't see them, you know, come back from an OT scenario. So we had a group here, Group A, where there's a lot of middle in the pack teams, sort of, and now we found out who's one of the stronger middle of the pack teams in OG.
And especially when you make certain mistakes, as we're going to see right now. I'm just going to queue up the round here, Paul. Round number 4, right? This is a round where the money's not that great for the CT side, so it's going to be a 1 versus 3. A 1 versus 3. Bomb will be planted behind the boxes, and Fiku is going to be stuck in short, right? He's a 1v3, gets the first kill. Why is Refresh facing? Why did Refresh have to face there? All he had to do was just play time, hold on to the angle, because he had to push up to the bomb side to get the kill on the Dupree. Instead, he opted to take the fight. There was a little bit more time remaining on the bomb, and boom, he wins that round. What happens the next round? The money is so bad right now. They go for a force buy with a couple of CZs, a couple of rifles. They have to save that round because they can't really defend a bomb site, and you lose 3 rounds right like that back to back to back because you threw away a 1v3, which you could have just played a little bit more patiently. And I don't want to just pin it on like one mistake being made, right? But a game of Counter-Strike can be so close, especially in this MR12 format, that you slip up once, it can lead to a cascade effect, which happened there. And considering the scoreline was 13-9, I'm just saying, it's going to haunt them.
It's a good point you bring up. You know, I also want to bring up round 11 just to showcase that it wasn't all easy for OG. And one of those mistakes that you were referring to right here cost them deeply. But this one coming out from Fiku in a 1v1 clutch scenario, you see it right here, him and Refresh duking it out, can't really figure out what they want to do. It's a little bit back and forth, as you see on the B bomb side. It ends up one of the players going towards the A bomb side, and it becomes a little bit of an uncomfortable situation. Fiku goes in here, outplays himself a little bit, maybe thinking too much about the situation, waiting and waiting and waiting. And at this point, Refresh is actually hearing the footsteps, and Fiku ends up outplaying himself. It's going to be a very easy clutch coming in for Refresh. He's waiting for it, walking into the crosshair. That's it. You could think to yourself, that could be a game-defining round. That could be one of those rounds where you outplay yourself. That's not good enough for Fiku, and it cost OG deeply, but it didn't. They would respond straight after. They would respond in the second half, and they didn't let these silly rounds or silly clutches define their game, and that I very much like from OG. They showed a bit of mental resilience.
Yeah, 100%.
So OG 1-1 in our Swiss format. Can I just get final thoughts on Preasy? If you had any general idea of what they should be trying to do, what they should be trying to correct, because as addressed, they're on death's door now, 0-2.
Rest in peace, Dupree. It's gonna be tough for him. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be terrible because even Danish bias aside, Pimp, it would be great to see Dupree another major, the most winningest player in Counter-Strike history.
I would love it. I would absolutely love it, and I think most Counter-Strike aficionados would honestly love it. Right? It's a player that has been around for a long, long time. I also sense, without knowing at all, I'm not speaking to Peter on a private life, but I think this could be it. I think this could be retirement, potentially looking for him. I think he joined Preasy with the one goal, trying to qualify for the Copenhagen Major. If that's not successful for him, maybe there's a world, and I'm saying it out loud right now, but maybe there's a world where tomorrow will be the last day we see Dupree play Counter-Strike. It's, for my money, who knows? Maybe that's the case. Maybe he's continuing. Maybe I'm making a fool out of myself. I just want to say that if you want to watch Dupree play Counter-Strike, maybe tune in tomorrow, because there's a world, at least in my world, where that could be it.
I don't believe you. I think he still has at least a couple more years, maybe in a different role altogether, right? Maybe it could be as an IGL, could be as a coach. I just feel there's such a repository of history and veterancy and information and experience in that player that 100% someone should pick him up down the line. But they're not quite done yet. But I do agree with Pimp. It's going to require a massive miracle for them to bring this one back.
There's nothing I'd rather do than see Dupree play Counter-Strike for the next couple of years. Fact of the matter is, he couldn't find a better team than Preasy coming into this RMR, even with the Copenhagen Major looming into it. He's a defending major champion right now. He ended up in Preasy. If I'm Dupree right now, I'm going to do everything I can in order to qualify, but I'm afraid that it may be one of the last times
Just wait for the shuffle. Just wait for the player shuffle. It's going to happen. It's just doom and gloom, this guy.
All of this said, tough situation for Preasy. OG, however, regulate themselves 1-1 in our Swiss format. everybody, we are going to go to a short break now. When we're back, we have Cloud9 versus Apeks, and you do not want to miss that.
Easy. Yes. I'm holding Xantares, Nate.
One B coming.
I pressure. Wait.
Two more.
I flashing now. I'm doing defense. Flash. Boom.
Hide. Let him plant.
Pushing left side. Three guys on plant.
Maybe
okay, let me play solo. He has to plant. Let me jump. We go first, then Niels, and then he has to stick it.
They're in the smoke. He was in the smoke.
Nice, boys! Hey, you're so good.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Cloud9 are coming into the major off the back of Katowice, where things didn't go so well. I've got Bumic, the IGL, to talk to here. And Bumic, I have to start on Katowice because this one was very disappointing for you. I know after seeing you when it all went wrong, but I want to feel like at playing, it looked like we were seeing a good stride. We expect Cloud9 to be able to deliver. How do you feel after these early events of the year?
You know, after Katowice, I was in tilt like for 1 or 2 days, I think, like everyone in our team, because the match versus MOUZ was really close and 1 second and we can win. And about Monte match, I don't know what to say, because I was feeling like we're better. I'm pretty sure, like after this loss, still I'm pretty sure we're just better team, but something goes wrong and we're out of Katowice. But after this, you know, we still understand we have RMR soon, and I think we just talk with ourselves and you know, really focus now.
And in terms of being really focused, you obviously had to come through the closed qualifier, which is not easy, but you did it in a very strong way. And this is why everyone was so hyped about you guys. How was it going through the qualifier? Because you guys are used to like, we're at the major, no problem. Was there some stress there? Was there some nerves?
You know, I think when we was playing the closed qualifiers, it was our best form, because after the Happy New Year, we go to boot camp in Serbia for 5 days, and we have after boot camp in Denmark for 5 days, and I think like, yeah, it was really good 10 days of practice, and I was really, you know, hyped because I was feeling the like 4 monsters playing with me in my team, and we showed it on closed qualifiers. But after this, something goes wrong. I don't know why. You know, right now it's RMR, and you said like it was easy 3-0, but you know, I think every time that you're playing the closed qualifiers or RMR, it's really stressful. We need to focus on this tournament, qualify for the major, and show the good result there, and maybe the start of Era can be after this.
So let me talk about Exile then, because this guy was one of the best players in the world, right? And he achieved greatness before he joined the team. We can see people are comfortable under your leadership, and there's no doubts on you being a good leader, but sometimes he's struggling. And why do you think he struggles at the moment? What's going on with him?
I think it's 30% because of CS2 and 80% about adaptation in new roster. About then Electronic and Perfecto come, it's new guys in team and he should adapt. After this, then he was starting to adapt to Electronic and Perfecto. He have the new IGL and the Opera as well. So and he's crazy about this. I mean, like maybe he need more time, but he's really working a lot. He's really good guy, and sometimes I see the bad mood because he have like Foxes too and something like this, but still I'm feeling like he can be the best, like he was the best rifler. So I think he's really good potential in this year.
So how ready do you feel to qualify and make it to the major?
Oh bro, this is only one thing what I'm thinking about, the qualify for the major, because I think, you know, Counter-Strike for me is my life and my team is my life. So it's 95% of my life is Counter-Strike and my team. So of course it's really important, I think, for everyone, for every player who is playing here.
You feel confident level is still high though, like you should be good for this?
Yeah, I think we can do this. Of course, it's, you know, the main thing what can go wrong, it's best of 1 matches. Yeah. I think if you win 2 matches in first day, after this you have 4 best of 3s to qualify. So I think it's more easier than lose 2 best of 1s and win 3.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that for you. Well, best of luck. Thank you for all the information, and let's see if you qualify for major.
Thank you, of course.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B. Before we address everything going on right here, we've got something hot off the presses. If you open up Team Falcon's Twitter, I'm going to try and show this on my phone because we can't bring it up as an asset. Please welcome Simple, who will be making his return to professional Counter-Strike. That has to be addressed because it's fresh off the press.
All right, then.
We don't want it to draw away from the competition, but that is hot news, of course, involving Falcons and Symbols that we should just quickly talk about.
Yeah, I mean...
that's great. If you missed RMR-A, EU RMR-A, Falcons bombed out.
That was quick. I'll just say that was quick. They bench bore us and they got Simple in a span of like, what, 3 days?
Wow. That is...
Okay.
Crazy news.
Two
Pimp,
things.
some quick words.
They knew that before heading into the RMR. That's not something that's going to happen in 1 or 2 days. So they knew it, probably why they sucked at the RMR as well. Even makes it even worse for Falcons not making it. Second of all, Simple returns to professional Counter-Strike.
As a rifler.
Cool. As a rifler. Sun Payas is going to stay within Falcons. There's no way Sun Payas is not going to be the AWP player. Maybe Simple was watching Donk at home thinking, if he can do it, I can do it too. It's great to have him back, regardless.
Crazy scenes, Blair and Pimp, and I'm expecting some crazy Counter-Strike up next. Cloud9 versus Apeks. Great to hear from Boomich. He was addressing the stress of the RMRs with James Banks. This is such a stress to all players. It's commonly seen as more stressful than playing the major itself. Do you think Boomich and the Cloud9 boys will have the stress under control here against Apeks?
Yes, but can we both agree, Blur, that Cloud9 has been one big disappointment for the past 3 months? Every single time they turn up at a tournament, I firmly believe that, okay, maybe this is the time when they figure it out. Maybe this is the time where they can, you know, for the lack of AWP presence, they'll find a way to make it work anyway. And every single time I'm left disappointed. So yeah, maybe there's a lot of pressure on the RMRs right here, because obviously you want Cloud9 to qualify, but how they play the Katowice, I'm not even sure these guys are one of the favorites to make it.
But everyone has pressure. Everyone playing here has pressure. Some of these teams have never, played in a big land. They have even more pressure. And by the way, I was thinking maybe if they kind of struggle a little bit post the major, they might pick up Simple, but looks like bye-bye Simple, that's gone. Just get a damn Opera, honestly. But right now, they just need to win the game ahead of them. They had a very easy time earlier in the day against Pera. I believe they beat 13-3. And now they're going up against Apeks, where pound for pound, if you're just, weighing the player names and, and the personalities on these two teams, you're favoring Cloud9. But That being said, Apeks looked really, really good early in the day against OG.
Absolutely. So Cloud9, of course, they did not have a good time at Katowice, but here at the start of the RMR, as Blair just said, they smashed Pera. On Apeks side, they've also had a good start to this RMR. They smashed OG 13-5. Where does that put us, Pimp?
Well, it put us on Mirage, as we just saw in the map video right here, and that's been a topsy-turvy period for Cloud9. They have lost 5 out of their last 6 games on the map, had some hardcore losses in Katowice. They lost to Monte, they lost to MOUZ, they lost to teams they were supposed to beat.
They lost to Rebels.
They lost to Rebels as well. If I am Apeks right now, I'm walking into this game thinking, at least map-wise, that's gonna even out the playing ground. Because I agree with you, Blair, as well, that you look at Cloud9, you look at the roster, individually speaking, they have everything going for them in terms of firepower on the server, at least they should have. But with the map being Mirage, I am starting to doubt that a little bit.
I'm just gonna quickly say this, right? Like, when you're Cloud9 and you should, at least on paper, have at least a deeper map pool, a broader map pool than Apeks, I'm genuinely a little surprised that they somehow managed to maneuver the way into Mirage. I feel like they would have been better on any other maps. Sure, your nuke would have been banned out, fair enough, right? Or a map like Overpass, for example, should have been banned out by Apeks. But still.
But here's the thing for the viewers at home, they may be wondering as well, how on earth did Cloud9 allow Mirage to go into this potential veto, into this matchup? They have been off for quite some time. Katowice ended very, very early for Cloud9, as Boomit said, a 10-day bootcamp plus. So in terms of bettering your map pool, Mirage was an obvious issue at Katowice. So surely they've been working hard on it, and maybe this is the time where we get to see the fruits of that hard work being put in this down period, where they didn't play Katowice because they sucked.
Blair and Pimp, this one is ready to go. Can I get some official predictions, please? Blair, starting with you.
Oh boy, okay, listen. Cloud9, don't disappoint me again. I'm going with Cloud9.
Oh, I hate to do it as well. Cloud9 is going to win. Boomage, please don't miss me.
Everybody at home, this is Cloud9 versus Apeks. Don't forget, both teams are 1-0 in our Swiss format, so the winner will end up 1 win away from booking their spot in Copenhagen for the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Dinko and Moses, over to you.
Strong point, Paula. Powerful point.
I felt that point.
Yeah, it hit me right in the chest.
Eloquently put by a Pimp as well, as always, about Mirage performances in Cloud9.
And his defense, they did suck.
They did
Katowice
suck.
On this map.
He's not wrong.
They lost it 3 times at Katowice between the play-ins to Rebels. They lost it to MOUZ. They lost it to Monte as well. So, yeah, hopefully they put some work in. I think, you know, he said he gave a little prayer to Boomich at the end. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe we'll find out. We'll probably find out on this map. I think it's Perfecto who's picking up the AWP on Mirage. They kind of shuffle responsibility.
Yes, we see Perfecto with the AWP on Mirage. Yeah, that's what we've seen, at least in Katowice. Maybe they've made some changes to that. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, so good for Apeks. Opening kill is theirs in the pistol. They're through to the B bomb site. There's no one defending from the side itself. Perfecto's in the market. And he still gets a fight against Jacob that goes the way of Perfecto. So 4v4 set up and utility available. No kit for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough retake. It was almost like by the time we finished talking about the AWP, the round was already over. Here's the retake. Flashbang is out. They got to get kills quick. That's a great start. All hail Boomich. He gets traded off, but there's still Glocks up in their face.
Oh, yeah, sense. Glocks in the face, in the mouth. And now Hobbit left with limited time. Smoke will go down towards short, but no pulling this one back for Hobbit. Sassanito brings him down, and Apeks have the first round of play, so not the start Cloud9 would have hoped for.
Nice and simple, but there was, I mean,
Speaking of.
Yeah, exactly. What crazy news that was. What was I going to say? Oh, just, I mean, it almost felt like there was no reaction to excl getting dropped on Catwalk. Like, this is the next line of defense was Perfecto. Like, no one hustled to rotate over, have 2 players in market, get 1 out of the bomb site, 1 fight for market. It really, it felt like it took a little bit of time for Cloud9 to jump on the reaction that excl had been taken down. And yeah, that is kind of the hot news of the day all of a sudden. As Simple does, he takes over the
Just
news.
before his ex-teammates play a game here at the RMRs, the only thing anybody can think of is Simple donning the new colors of Falcons as a stand-in.
As a stand-in, 1 month loan.
1 month. How much you reckon? You know, it's going to be crazy numbers for 1 month of Simple's time.
I don't know. That would be a good question. I think those are numbers we don't normally get the information on, unfortunately.
I'd love to know, unfortunately. Yeah. Right now, the numbers are favoring Apeks significantly. So USPs chopped away, cast to the side. I'm very surprised Mirage was the map in this series. I think I follow the same vein as the desk. I didn't think Mirage is going to be an option.
I think you got to be very happy if you're Apeks. Like, just looking at obviously the track record of 3 losses just 2 weeks ago. The win rate overall, obviously affected by those 3 losses in the last 3 months, is 25% for Cloud9. It's not necessarily a fantastic map for Apeks, but I think targeting a weakness of a team like Cloud9 is, I mean, fair play. Go for it.
Yeah, I just didn't think we'd end up here because of the amount of sharp maps that they have, right? Like, you look at Anubis, Ancient, those are 2 maps that I thought might come up, Inferno, but we got Mirage. We're here in this battle, and I'm excited to see it.
We have Mirage. We're here now.
I think the battle of the Alpers is always a question or always a talking point when it comes to Cloud9 because they don't have one. And we beat that horse to death. But it's true, and when you have a player like Knock on the other side of things, it's not really a competition, is it?
Sure. Well, we've seen Boomich bust out some special moments, but yeah, overall, the lack of Opera, I think, has at some points for Cloud9 been a real weakness that we've been able to see play out in real time in their matches.
And you don't make a change until after the majors, so this is what we're stuck with.
Missed window smoke. Means Jacob could be under a little bit more pressure, but he's using it well.
Sticko with Palace position. It's all about patience for Sticko. He'll become an integral part of this attack because his teammates are setting up through ramp and 2 through middle. A split certainly on the cards, but let's see if that pans out because excl gets aggressive, catches Senses short, runs out of ammo in the fight against Bench, and Jacob able to trade, keeps Apex's dreams of getting an A split through connector alive. And Boomich is going to dive out because of the utility, changing his position, and now the bomb comes leaping into the A bomb site, carried by Sassanito.
This puts so much pressure on Hobbit. Boomich got spotted and forced behind Molotov in utility. Sticko makes his way out, bomb is being planted, there's the jump up, double peek. And now just MAC-10s.
Yeah, now MAC-10s. Electronic tries to get through Murder Hole, and that MAC-10 can be so potent when given a position like that. Knock takes out Electronic. Down to 3 players for Cloud9's retake, but the MAC-10s are absolutely destroying them. It's Boomich caught crossing into the bomb site by Knock, and 3-0. Apeks get the work done with the MAC-10s.
Yeah, damn, that's a really nice execute. Just as Cloud9 is executing that middle crunch, they start pouncing towards the A bomb site with all the attention of the defense towards middle, towards con. Boomich getting mollied off. It's a free avenue in for the plant, and those MAC-10s do way more work than I expected. 3 kills from the MAC-10s in the first gun round.
A lot of money for Apeks. Can't be the same for Cloud9, unfortunately.
You make bonus money, and you get free upgrades to M4s. Knock and Sassanito with 2 of those.
And so just down to pistols here. Not the start Cloud9 would have been searching for, with the risk of letting Mirage through.
And I think there's a bigger story around Cloud9, you know, in this RMR, which is how many underwhelming performances can this lineup take? How many more? Like,
maybe this one would be the backbreaker, you'd imagine. Not
sure, at the RMR, right? But like even at the major, like this team was brought over to win championships, and these moves made to win championships, and they've been nowhere close. So this team still feels like it's in a lot of upheaval.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because Cloud9 have made a lot of good moves on paper, right? You know, you bring in some upgrades. And look, they were available, so Cloud9 spent the money, they made the move, got those Navi players when that kind of was the big news breaking the Counter-Strike world.
Yeah, but hands down at that point, any of the pros would have told you moving forward, that is a team that they expected to be the best in the world, and that's the team they expected to have to go through for championships, and it never manifested.
So it's very frustrating, I'm sure, for Cloud9 management. As an organization, you had Shiro in the team, he decides to leave. He goes to Team Spirit, who are now the #1 team currently performing out of Katowice. And so you're looking at very frustrating times for Cloud9 ahead, who have to play this whole major cycle without the Alper. And yeah, I think they're probably on their last line of disappointing results at this point. And Katowice definitely was disappointing for both teams.
I mean, you combine that into the fact that, you know, from the outside we can see it, and I imagine the players can feel it, the lack of like a permanent, you know, the lack of an actual AWPer. You know, having other people, Boomiches and Perfectos use it, that's like duct tape. Like, actually, duct tape's a bad idea because duct tape is amazing. But, you know, it's a patchwork. It's a Band-Aid. It doesn't actually fix the problem. It just kind of
covers it for a moment.
Helps to alleviate for a moment.
Until it becomes all pussy and gooey and disgusting.
Okay, yeah.
And needs real treatment. And that's what we're witnessing here. Sticko coming out of Palace, breaks through Hobbit. The defensive Cloud9 not holding water. The flood of Apeks players rushing through into the A bomb site. But there's the Band-Aid. They cover up the play. and a 2v2 established off those kills. So now it's about the retake attempt, and it's Boomich with the op at the moment. Here's a reload of Sassanito. That's sound cue. And he's got a second play. He knows where that Sassanito move went, and it's towards jungle. He can call that to Perfecto. Perfecto makes noise, jumping down into middle, so Sassanito has to worry about connector and CT, and he realizes this is an uncomfortable spot. He has to somehow turn these into 1v1 fights, and they know exactly where he is, reconfirmed by that bullet, and Boomich peeks to go to the defuse.
I can't believe Apeks lost this.
Yeah,
it
me
felt
neither.
like they had like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2, and control the bomb site. I felt like they had so many advantages. I actually think that 2v2 was played really lackadaisically. Both players transitioning into new positions, not expecting a peak, not even thinking a peak was possible from any of the Cloud9 players. And Boomich picks one off before the retake has to truly begin. So I think Apeks let one slip there in round 5. But as you mentioned, they have plenty of money from the early going. They're going to buy right back up in another attempt. We've moved into the 1-0 games.
1-0, the winners, the superior teams. To kick things off, Apeks 13-5 versus OG to start the day on Ancient. That also brings up their map win streak on Ancient to 5 in a row. So you may see why Cloud9 didn't want to go that. And for Cloud9, it was an expected result. 13-3 versus Pera, the Hungarian team coming into the mix. Very comfortable showing on Anubis.
I wonder if that flashbang gave, okay, the smoke will. I was gonna say, I wonder if the flashbang gave away the play for Sassanito. But the smoke definitely lets him know that someone was aggressive. Hobbit being burned out into the open. He's done. He's toast. So is Exile moving up middle. So is Electronic peeking middle. And Cloud9 just get picked apart at the snap of a finger. That happened quick.
That was over at the blink of an eye. So Cloud9's defense not looking good in the early portions of the rounds. You mentioned it right as the last round closed. You couldn't believe Apeks won that last round. They shouldn't have. So the only round that Cloud9 have won didn't look pretty and isn't really consistent. So Mirage being let through into this map has really not proven to be the best idea here for Cloud9 at the moment.
So far, still plenty of time for recovery.
It's Boomich for the ult consistently at this point. They're trying to hold on to it. They know they have them pinned in the apartments, Apeks, and Sassanito is coming up through the underpass. Perfecto's distracted. That smoke keeps him alive for a few more seconds, but will they have the AWP? The answer is no. Stiko's learned his lineups. Boomich is down and Perfecto can't get to that rifle. In fact, he won't get to the next round. He is going to be taken out. Surely there's 2 players peeking him. And Sense coming in as the second, trades it out. So great work coming in from Apeks.
You know, we had Dupree in the last game, and obviously his history in Counter-Strike is well known. We have another really legacy player here in this matchup as well, Jacob, who posted 26 kills in their previous match today. 140 ADR,
2.15 rating.
Been around forever, and it's almost I guess like sad and depressing in a way that he hasn't won more trophies because he's been on some incredible teams.
Yeah, he had that original when G2 became a thing.
G2 was on a phase when they kind of came together. He was on Renegades at 100 Thieves when they kind of, you know, the Australian teams finally broke into the playoffs of majors as well. Apeks, obviously that fantastic run in Paris. He has been a super effective and probably constantly underrated player throughout his career.
I think when he had that hiatus away where he kind of left the top tier of Counter-Strike, had spent so many years in the likes of G2 and FaZe, or in the early 2016 to sort of 2018, and when he didn't have those options anymore, he realized, oh damn, I've been taking this pro level, this lifestyle for granted. And he said that going into Paris, that now he's loving every moment of it, and the fact that he can play at a major again, he can play with some young players again, and he would love to go back to the major for CS2.
Well, it's a good start here on their second match in the Swiss system.
It really is. They got so much money built up. I mean, look at Knock, for example, 10K right there for Knock.
And I mean, if this is a clean round, it's going to build up even further. So yeah, they've built up quite a nice bank to buy throughout this entire half. Boomich, got to be careful. Nade's going to come in. It might catch him, but he's through the murder hole. Just about safe.
Perfecto dragging his AWP, or his M4 over towards this B-bomb site. Ready for an inevitable attack.
It's a really good job from Sense as well, as the lurker over in the Buchholz as well, throwing the Molotov towards Van, throwing the utility to take control and start clearing out angles, and it's making sure the defense can't double up anywhere. They're spread and split across the map, so
Exile.
should be a kill on Exile. Jacob doesn't check it as hard as he would have liked.
Yeah, Exile gets away with one there, doesn't he? 45 seconds left. Knock with the bomb, crosses over, all battles against Boomic. Fortunately for Knock, it was just the USP, but Hobbit realizes damage has been done. Electronics at default. Hobbit gets caught in the flank. It's Sense lurking, staying in the shadows, and Knock finally able to take out Boomic. Drops into the sandwich though, and that's the bomb down. It comes to kills, and Cloud9 walk out on top. I can't believe they step up in this round.
Yeah, that one got away from Apeks real fast. Solo lurk up, catwalk. You can't trade off that first contact that you have. Don't hard clear it. Just when we were singing Jacob's praises as well. Boomic in the window, low HP, able to grab tons of damage on the offer. And they just got whittled down by the weaker weapons. That's a great kill from Hobbit on the Sticko. And Electronic, because all of this is happening around the map, is able to just chill and hide and wait for the perfect moment. What a reversal for Cloud9. That could be the round that gets him back into this map.
It has to be at this point. Quick response for Apeks is an A play, because we mentioned mere moments ago how much money they've built up, so they can go right back to a full purchase. And they've gone for full AK-47s because they want a quick play out of A, and Jacob charges through that ramp smoke, sees the player crossing the default. Molotov's going to force two Cloud9 players into the open and burn them both away. Hobbit and Electronic gone just like that, and Apeks respond with a punch to the A site. Nade blows open the smoke at CT, and Axel in the rotation is short-lived. Boomic brings the op over to the ticket, but it looks like Perfecto and Boomic have no say in this one.
The pacing and aggression that Apeks have opened this map with is so overwhelming. They're not giving Cloud9 any time to think, any time to rotate. Oh, there goes the op as well. No scope doesn't land. But man, they are just running over this defense at the A bomb site.
Oh, it's just so awful for Cloud9 at the moment. That's just a sick call from Apeks. They are outmatching Cloud9 on firepower. And it's simple calls, but effective finishes. You can see it again. Great utility being used up. A sea of flames put in towards the site, and it burns away Hobbit and Electronic. They lose the op because Boomic was too far committed. Perfecto hanging around in the open, and no man's land is caught.
Even look at Axel on CT spawn stairs. He's going to blow open the smoke in CT spawn and gets blinded right as he throws the grenade, and then he's
so
the one
get caught.
He's the one exposed.
So it works against him. His own move.
Now, because Cloud9 won that lower investment round just previously, they have plenty of money for a buy here. Op in the hands of Boomic again. It's Hobbit who's stuck on the MP9, but they've got rifles around it. But still scrambling to figure out how to stop this suffocating attack. And this round's going to be slower paced.
Apeks just trying to get a read of what Cloud9 might have purchased into a round like this, because it has been so back and forth. Perhaps anticipating to throw all their cash into it.
Watching Knock move that crosshair, looked like he had no idea what he was lining it up with.
Like, he's probably asking Sticko, like, which pixel, which dirty mark on the wall?
It's home. It landed.
Little gap for Exile. Knock is holding connector, which allows his teammates to comfortably move out mid. Exile is hoping that that gap will work for him, but Knock is the man that designed this. And he knows the weakness. Exile is punished for playing in that position. Flashes into short side. Cloud9 down a player, and Apeks have all the map control they desire in mid.
That's actually a filthy little gap in that smoke. Oh, the double peek. Vertical stack as well. How much do they want to pick this up on Electronic? They know he's the only defender there for the moment. It's Sense to try and clear him out as he works his way into the bomb site.
Oh, his sense is tingling. Will he check the bench? He gets out towards default. Bomb is going back to the A bomb site itself, and Electronic, it's an uncomfortable spot to be in because you know people were just inside of the B bomb site a moment ago, but are they still there?
If Electronic makes any footsteps, they're in trouble. Good pounce from Satsunito.
Oh, Electronic actually won that fight against Sense and moved out of default. Electronic's patience pays off. And now I'm thinking about the murder hole. Sassanita was last detected around jungle, around the murder hole, so Electronic can't go through it.
This is essentially a 1v2 though. I don't know if Cloud9 can really challenge for this.
The kit is on Electronic as well.
Yeah, and Electronic can't get there. He can't go through murder hole, and he's too late to wrap through CT spawn, and he's just going to go down for free. And now the op ain't going to survive either.
Yeah, Hobbit has to run back. The best case scenario is he gets deep in towards CT.
Okay, they give it up. They're content with the win, so Hobbit will survive, but that's a 7th round for Apeks.
Now Hobbit fortunate to be on 100 health. He will survive with half of it left and the AWP in hand. But Apeks storming through Mirage at the moment. Again, this is a 1-0 game. Apeks had a miracle run in Paris all the way through to the playoffs, one of the semi-finals, and this could be a team that returned very quickly because 2-0 after day one, you're giving yourself all the chances to get through.
Yeah, living the dream. Apeks.
I thought that was dead, to be honest. I thought Apeks was dead. Because when they lost Kickstand, I thought it was the end of it all.
Yeah.
JL's gone, Kuben's gone. Like, what are you going to do?
You're ready to wrap it up?
I was like, where's the leadership now? And somehow they stay competitive. You know, this is really good. Hobbit CZ.
I don't think we're going to get a commitment out of this. Apeks has just given up the game of how many AKs are chilling on that ramp. Actually, they do challenge right through it. That might have been a mistake. Boomich has an op still. That was saved from the previous round. And I am surprised to see Apeks challenge that heavily, and they've paid the price for it.
They really have. Now, can they afford that? Who knows? Is there enough disposable income of players? 3v4. Still superior when it comes to weapons. Exile's getting hungry and checking mid for information. Boomich is with him, so they've actually given up quite a bit of space in the A bomb site here. The player they have to get rid of is Electronic. And he'll be calling information to Boomich if any steps are made towards Palace, and Boomich has got the scope ready to remove Sticko. And shoulder peek into their AWP, and it is a death sentence. Boomich steps up with that frag. Now Electronic can stay comfortable under the wood. Boomich, here's the steps, here's the drop into the sandwich, calls Electronic to peek, and the price is paid. Apeks, it's a heavy one.
Yeah, that time they shut it down. Apeks gave away the game a little bit earlier. Remember, they busted through that smoke a couple rounds back to overrun Cloud9's defense, so they were well prepared for what was coming. And this time shut down completely. Still a massive lead in this game, 7-3, but Cloud9 can still carve some rounds back.
Yeah, when you offer them chances like that. Think back to this half, though, for Cloud9. How many of those rounds are played very well that they've won? It's like barely any of them at all, if any. So at this point, they've won a lot of rounds on the CT side that probably shouldn't have gone their way.
I think that's more to do with Apeks. Like, I think that pace, that fast pace, and how aggressive they've been has just thrown Cloud9 into just chaos in some of these executes. And especially when you're on a map that's like one of your weaker ones that you probably put some work into and change some things, that communication isn't as fast as it normally would be if you're comfortable on the map. And I think Apeks is really able to take advantage of that in the early going. And, I mean, they've extended it pretty far. It's a question of whether Cloud9 can stabilize. We still haven't seen that quite yet.
We haven't seen a very convincing CT round out of them. Ooh. Boomich didn't know his own strength, overthrows the underhand grenade, and it's a confident peek from Hobbit.
Now you see him getting into it a little bit. Now they're just like, okay, we're not going to let you feel comfortable at this ramp to just kind of walk up and march up and take a hit. Hobbit's like, I'm going to come put a stop to this. I'm just going to be aggressive, finds a nice kill. He hasn't done that throughout the whole half. Maybe have caught knock off guard, and Boomich with the AWP is ready and waiting. And now, as Apeks slows down the pace, they get picked off across the map.
Now, nice shot from Jacob. Exile is going to be kicking himself the fact that his rifle doesn't have the instant headshot potential because he was the player that landed the headshot first. Jacob just has the AK. Sticko throws out that window smoke. Jacob will play towards chair in mid. Under a minute left in this round still for Apeks, but being a player down and having sustained so much damage on Jacob, it's hard to see how they pull this one back.
Yeah, Jacob can't really be part of the attack. He wants to prevent anyone from lurking up catwalk. He wants to try and find a cheeky little timing on someone rotating around the map. It's going to be the two players who have to find a way to overwhelm Boomich with the AWP at the B-bomb site.
And it could happen. Boomich isn't the first choice AWPer. He's going to hold in towards the apartments. Nothing coming his way just yet, but eventually they're coming around that corner and Boomich gets his crosshair back to the window just in time. Perfecto's rotated over to assist him and bolster this B defense. Bomb is down in the apartments and so is their chances. They're going to fall back and save.
Yeah, finally money is a concern as well. So Sticko is going to be happy to save the AK-47 to buy up utility. Jacob will pick up an extra smoke in the next round, you'd imagine.
So the best round yet for Cloud9. And they can stabilize this half because of that point that you just brought up. The money is now broken for Apeks.
Last round, they're going to buy everything they can. It's just not going to be pretty across the entire team. So the question now becomes, is this too little, too late for Cloud9? Even if they already get the last round, is 5 enough as they switch sides? Second timeout used for Apeks.
Right at the end of the half. They want to try and limit as much of Cloud9's success as they can. 8-4 would be fantastic for Apeks. Obviously, coaches love to go for timeouts in these situations. You got that tattered by, Jason. You can come up with a few ideas, right?
Yeah. Few ideas.
Make sure you don't come into it, play it standard. And Electronic, very vocal. I'm sure a player like Electronic is probably very frustrated about the current conditions of Cloud9. Coming out of Na'Vi and going into a Cloud9 team that looked like it was going to be a world beater and didn't prove to be the team that he thought it would be. You know, Shiro leaves. excl is not performing anywhere near the excl we've seen in CSGO. Now you got a really tough team to try and make work. A fall from grace.
Last round of the first half. Apeks throwing out the mid utility.
Ooh.
They want to have B presence. They're going to use this MAC-10 as a fake. But this is always a play towards that A bomb site. With an aggressive ramp setup as well, this is so dangerous. If Electronic decides to try and flank this B bomb site, they're in trouble. Or if he just stays at this ramp, he's going to start falling back. This might be perfect timing. Perfect timing. Senses it.
Oh, and a kill comes in again from Stico on a Hobbit. Jacob takes his own teammate out, but Sassanito's keeping excl distracted on the B bomb site, and that separates Boomich off from his fellow teammate. A 2v4, essentially one here for Boomich. He's the only one close enough to the site. excl finally deals with that player holding it inside of B. But Boomich is looking around for this kill, and now he's alone, completely alone. Good shot on Jacob. Smokes onto the bomb, spots Stico out towards CT. Boomich has to go for it. Last round of this half, gets onto the defuse. This is the only way he wins this, and Boomich is stopped through the default box. Big shot from Nock, denies the defuse, and Apeks leave the half with 8.
No, I don't know if Nock saw anything. We didn't get his POV, but that's very fortunate if he didn't, because I don't think Stico was stopping that. I don't think he was anywhere close to that spray through smoke. That's an admirable attempt from Boomich, reading this situation that the AWP was lurking in middle to cut off rotations. Bomb's not planted for him. He had a real chance to stick that defuse inside the smoke. Still,
you're right.
8-4.
Stico is like too far to the left.
Yeah, that was a very close round, all things considered. 8-4. That's a fantastic half from Apeks, and they just overwhelmed Cloud9.
You were asking the question just mere moments ago: was 5 rounds going to be enough for Cloud9? Now they've only got 4 going into the T side. This better be a fantastic T side if Cloud9 want to go 2-0 at the end of the day here. For Apeks, you've got to say, it looks fantastic for them to leave with 2 best-of-1 victories and head into the progression matches. The pistol begins in the second half. 2 sets of Julies on Stico and Jacob. Cloud9 will settle into this one with a slower pace. 4 players on Kevlar. Boomich does not have Kevlar. Utility used already. Hobbit's coming through the underpass. Look up towards short. No one peeking. No one looking down upon him. Happy to hold from the sights.
So they're just getting this boost up in position for Exile to turn into window room whenever he feels it's time. They're going to attack this A bomb site. Now there's nobody actually in window room or jungle for the defense. Everyone's playing inside the bomb site at a distance. One at ticket, one at default boxes, one up on the balcony. Smoke flash on Boomich. Now he picked up as he walked back through T-spawn.
So utility will be tossed out in towards the site. That'll be for connector. Flash to follow, and Jacob decides he wants to get active and try and take out this Palace player in Perfecto. He's dancing with those pillars, and somehow the P250 will win that fight. Nock from default steps up, sees Hobbit back on triple, and Nock is doing so much until he runs out of ammo and is overwhelmed. 3 players still alive for Cloud9.
Sense is still here. Bomb plant isn't safe. That smoke's going to expire soon, which leaves him open to the dualies, but Exile's got that. Good lurk.
9 health here for Sense too, so 1 bullet to anywhere in the body should bring him out of the round, and Perfecto survives the Palace push and then comes in to close.
That's the important fight as well. That P250 came in handy right at the end. 1 headshot onto Jacob, who'd done all the damage but couldn't secure the frag. And the fact that Jacob doesn't have the safety net of Palace to hide into after the fact means they have an easy avenue into the A bomb site. Close pistol round, but well won from Cloud9.
Now a chance to build up the idyllic start into the second half. Cloud9 with Galil's and AK-47 straight away.
There's investment in this round from Apeks. Not everything. Not a whole lot of utility.
Some players are throwing nearly everything.
More into it than others. Knock obviously staying on 1,000 for the AWP.
Yeah, you're right. These Deagles, they can be potent. Cloud9 better be ready for that. Apartments push coming in, taking a bit of a risk. Deco realizes if you can get this early information, if you can get this early control, maybe it can pan out of Cloud9, come into the apartments, and if not, you can get a flank going.
The hard part for him is picking the timing of when he wants to peek this, right? Exile's there for the moment, just investigating. Now the utility comes out, so Stico might start feeling some pressure to make his move.
Well, the rest of Cloud9 are setting up for a play into the A bomb site. Well, Axel comes up through the underpass. He's just watching for that B push. Stico is still patient. Resmoke comes in for Apeks on a ramp. That'll buy a few more seconds. Axel eventually leaves. Makes some noise while doing so. But it's a fake. He's trying to pull Stico into the aggression, but look how smart Stico is. He's not going for it. And he hears steps, and that's actually drawing a rotation over. Let's draw a knock into position. Jacob's coming over towards B to have a look as well.
It's all sense. He needs one, preferably 2 kills from this position, but no damage is done after the fact. And now the rifle's at range and the MAC-10 close up. They all do their work.
Yeah, great work from Axel, selling out more presence than was really there. Stico was very patient. Now he'll start his flank around T-spawn. He's just up in Palace, and Apeks did throw a lot of cash into this round. They won't have the most money to work with in the next. But damn, it's a big shot from Stico. Not willing to make the risk to go and get that upgraded weapon. He's just going to run away.
Yeah, bail out. Nice shot, though.
Yeah, it is a great shot. Glad he got something off the back of that after being so patient to B. That'll be 8-7. Now we're just one away from Cloud9 tying up this game in
8-6.
Right, yes, it should be 8-7, of course, with the next round coming up.
Oh yeah, I see what you're doing. You're looking into the future.
I'm looking into the future.
Yeah.
You're probably more intelligent, Jason, and realizing that this is Counter-Strike, and anything can and will happen.
There's no guarantees at the RMR, but you are correct. There's a massive advantage for Cloud9 to get up to 7 in this next round. To be honest, I just apparently have a low opinion of your reading capabilities.
It's a fair assumption, really. You know, when there's numbers involved, not my strongest suit, I would say.
Yeah.
Never do MOUZ live on stream. That's I think Machine said that one day, many years ago.
What's the basic tenet of being on live broadcast?
It's like never ever do MOUZ, unless you're good at it. We're just on pistols now for Apeks. Also, a little Zeus there for sense. Always worth noting that, especially these days. Jacob cut through in the underpass. Axel. Just the patient roll again of underpass holding B pushes. At this point, if you're Axel, you almost, if you get put in a boring position like this on a default, you almost have to just accept it. You know, it's like you haven't been playing well enough to do anything else over the recent months. It's been very disappointing seeing the transition of Axel from CSGO into CS2. Hasn't handled it as well as some.
No, well, we've seen our fair share of struggles as well with top players. Obviously, Nico, which is why we were so excited to see him bounce back a little bit in the first group. But yeah, Exile's had a tough time of it for sure. Haven't yet seen his rebound.
I mean, people are comparing him to Breeze. Oh, electronic, dinked. Oh, the Zeus attempt from Sense. I love it, but maybe just finish him off with a USB. Yep, second headshot in. Electronic will die eventually. That is an awkward fight. And another kill for Knock on the Deagle. Stico overrun at the bench. An AK-47 is a lovely save for Sense.
Yeah, that's perfect. Exactly all you need. So bomb's going to get planted, and it will be that 8-7 that you mentioned.
8-7. I'm glad it happened. It panned out that way.
Your crystal ball works.
It does.
But an AK-47 is a good find for Sense, so he'll just chill here. No hunt from Cloud9. Don't want to risk any more of these weapons. Yeah. And then in the next round, we'll see what Apeks can scrounge together for a buy.
Yeah, it'll be a very good buy, you'd imagine, given the money left over now. I can't be the only one that is currently getting kind of surprised and caught off guard by the Zeus recharge sound in games. I'm just not quite used to it yet.
Okay.
Sometimes just hear like, boom, in the middle of the game, and I'm just wondering, what is that? Is something like gone off in the background of the PC? It takes a second. You realize, damn, okay.
You think it's Discord or something?
Yeah, the Zeus is ready to charge up again.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a familiar feeling for you guys at home as well. It's good to see the Zeus having some skins these days.
I'm not much of a Zeus buyer.
Yeah, well, you should be now, Jason. There's reasons for it. Valve are trying to tell you something. They're telling you to watch Rops as the developer of the game. He wanted, he wanted a recharge.
He's the one teaching all the Zeus lessons.
Got to see that one, Kato.
Perfecto rolling the hand warmer.
That he is.
Here we go. First gun round of the second half. Apeks nursing a 1-round lead. Nock has the op in window. Chance for Cloud9 to put some hurt onto this Apeks defense. Molotov in towards window. Jacob is brought very low.
Yeah, putting some hurt on Jacob. 20 at health to kick off this round, or rather 23. My reading ability does suck. And he'll stand behind the smoke. Going for a fight. Boomich gets off the angle before the fight really came through, but Electronic on Tetris is the danger man right now for Cloud9.
That's information. I'm curious what Cloud9's going to do. Boomich is like, okay, they're aggressive in middle. One's push middle. They're probably assuming there's at least 2 mid with some kind of a setup. It looked like they wanted to wrap through underpass, and they might still. They might still try and find a timing with Exile and Hobbit.
And this is the difference for Apeks. They have a primary AWPer. And Nock is on this A-bomb site, currently occupying 2 angles. He's worried about Palace, so a smoke comes in to make it a bit more comfortable for him, so he can have tunnel vision towards ramp and Tetris. And look at Hobbit. If he climbs up here, Sassanito not looking the right way. Electronic activates over Tetris, and Hobbit's got a second kill. This time into connectors, so Cloud9 come crashing down on the defense, and Apeks have to save on the other side of the map. So this T side so far is looking great from Cloud9.
They found a perfect time to collapse and make that work. That was absolutely wonderful from Cloud9. You add on top of it, Electronic out at the boxes at top ramp for so long. He had a very quick jump across the gap that Apeks just didn't expect. I think Sassanito got like lured into a peek off catwalk with Jacob falling back. It was a little disorganized. I think that setup kind of broke up and the protocols fell apart.
Electronic could cleave everything from their hands. Oh, Stiko runs away. Desperately wants to keep onto this rifle. He gets further back into the apartments, and the chase is not speedy. They're not anywhere near him.
They have plenty of money on the Apeks side, though, as well. Despite the fact that they've lost the first 4 rounds of this half, there's money for an AWP. They saved that AK-47 a couple of rounds ago, so they have cash to spend. They have another full buy coming into this next round.
Yeah, a couple of good decisions economically in the early going has allowed this to happen. And actually, it comes off the back of sort of lightly investing in that Deagle Kevlar armor and just leaving hundreds of dollars in the bank. So we'll keep the rifles out here. Op still here for Nock. What if Cloud9 anticipate this strong purchase? Sassanito and Stiko doubled up in window. No utility yet for Cloud9, but here comes the grenades just firing right through. Molotov with it. They clear out 1 in the form of Stiko, but now they know the AWP is on the other side. Axel eats that AWP bullet, and now 4v4 established as Apeks change their ideas. They're going to have to try and adjust to this B attack eventually because Cloud9 are heading that way.
I think Axel wanted to challenge at B because they saw so much presence in the mid window. When the 2 players peaked, he's like, now's my moment. Like, there's only going to be 1 defender here. I have a chance to outduel somebody, and just obviously wasn't expecting the AWP. But now Apeks have a really good read. They've rotated Satsanito over. They have the AWP on catwalk at distance. Oh, this can be a very tough defense to break.
Molotov prevents Sassanito from playing towards Vamp. Good shot from Nock out short side. Sees the second player leaping in, but Sassanito is dealt with after that initial kill. And Nock has to drop further back. So Apeks want to play this in a retake form. They've got utility for it. They got the kit on the back of Sense.
That smoke is huge. Smoke over towards catwalk allows Boomich to reposition and find safety towards dark. And if this retake begins at any point while this smoke is still up, Nock's going to have to try and force himself through.
Yeah, Boomich, he knows he's got some temporary cover. And he gets into it, actually. Electronic in the apartments trying to take that first fight. They get closer, spots out Jacob. Now Boomich giving away his position, but they line up. And Nock couldn't commit around the corner. Needed his teammates to be successful in the fight into the site. And Nock has to run away. They're chasing him. They know that's the big green gun. And Boomich, unsuccessful, will fall at short side. And Nock will defend the sniper for another round, but it's Cloud9 that now tipped the scale into their favor. They're in the lead.
Yeah, both defenses really struggling, but Cloud9 showing some grit sticking into this map. Remember, they've struggled so much on it at recent times. They lost all 3 games they played on it in Katowice. They've had some time off to retool it, relook at it. And while the CT side struggled, this T side is looking great.
And that's a fantastic recovery in that round in particular, because you were saying just as that execute was coming in, this looks like a really difficult defense to break apart.
Yeah, the only thing they were really missing was like Sassanito having a smoke to drop it by the van to give himself a little bit of extra cover. He still went 1 for 1 and the op grabbed one. It's just a 2v3. They have plenty of space for the post plant. Smoke down on catwalk, neutralized Nock for all of that situation, and they just completely lost track of Boomic's position.
Apeks with a timeout, the last in regulation for Apeks used up, letting their coach Mither chime in. And we've seen Mither, he's been around the block. He's in the north for a while. So he's seen it all. He's been through some stuff, Jason.
Yeah, he's seen some things. Remember too, there was the upheaval of, you know, Cuban leaving as the coaching position was surprising as well,
Very
bringing
surprising.
Mither in, but obviously it's worked out pretty well.
Ooh.
That's a shot and a half from Big Bada Boom.
Yeah, Bing Bada Boom with a headshot straight through the smoke. Jacob knocked out. He's not had a great time in the second half. We were singing his praises today, talking about his performance on that opening map, a 2.15 rating. The kickoff versus OG. Well, today, he's having a tough time against Cloud9. Boomich hops into the window. He won't get away with that, but here comes the B play. Sticko waiting. MP9 hopping through the window, sees one. Oh, he stays committed, and he gets a second out of it. Sticko's still alive, but eventually toppled as Cloud9 recover the mess on the B bomb site. Similar plant is coming through.
Similar situation in the last round, though. You get the bomb plant. You have plenty of time to get in post-plant positionings. Nock is going to be on catwalk with that AWP. He's got smoke Molotov to utilize, but again, it's the Opera kind of relying on the M4 to be in a position to pounce on this retake. Otherwise,
no kits.
Yeah, he's going to have to be passive.
I just don't know how this is going to happen for Apeks. With the lack of kit, you've got to hope Sense catches them looking the wrong way. And he has to be so fast at getting these kills in. Electronics down. Hobbit spotted towards the bench, but the time is ticking, too far gone. Nock has to run away, has to save the op once again.
Yeah, this is really, really bad for Apeks. They cannot find a way to stop this attack. Absolutely beautiful T side being played by Cloud9. Nock does get the kill at the end of the day. He's 16-8, but this is back-to-back retakes where he hasn't even had a chance to actually go for it. That was always going to be really hard to pull off with no kits. And Apeks have yet to put a round on the board in the second half. This one is falling away fast.
Yeah, the last 4 rounds have been bomb explosions coming in.
5.
5, yeah, you're right. I was reading the HLTV bot. Yeah, it's a round behind. Yeah, my reading ability, you were right to question it, I guess.
Yeah, apparently. I just manifested it into reality.
You actually, the law of attraction. What a weird power to have. And Sense clears out Palace with the smoke.
Oh, this is, I mean, and right out of the gate, if you just look at the minimap, Cloud9 have made the right call, all the advantages. Another buy round, but this is going to be an A execute, and only Sense is here. Everyone else going to be blocked off. That is a fantastic find. That's even better. Oh, it's all working out perfectly.
Well, that's a quick turnaround, isn't it? Knock off the top stair. Perfecto left in a 1v3. He'll smoke out, create a bit of corridor of cover, but Jacob just impales him through the smoke. And just as things are looking rough and Apeks haven't won a single round, they just step up and it doesn't even look difficult.
It looked like that was going to be great. There was only Sense was really at the A bomb site. I mean, obviously you can turn quickly from Con, from jungle and provide some support, but that's a beautiful find through the smoke for Sense. And they just shut it down across the whole map. So finally, Apeks have some life in the second half. First round on the board.
Chance to tie things up. Jacob, as we've mentioned, hasn't had the greatest time in the mid fights, but he's persistent with it. Goes around, checks towards top mid, doesn't see any action from Cloud9 there early doors. Cloud9 are just settling into the start of round 20. No early fights. Just defaulting across the map.
It's a stark contrast between the two T sides we've seen today. Apeks was grouped up, playing a trade game, really aggressive, faster paced in the first half. Cloud9 a little bit more measured, a little bit more spread.
A couple of variations from Cloud9. Willing to slow it down, willing to pump the brakes. They're going back into a B play, Cloud9. It will be Stiko challenged.
He does have that smoke to deploy. When he sees them come in, he'll drop it at his feet between the van and the bomb site. Try and be sneaky behind it.
Stiko is the perfect B player.
Nobody's nearby. Nobody from Apeks is even close.
Yeah, so Stiko doesn't have time to deploy that smoke, decides to toss it out. No, it's the life of a B player. You jump, and then you're dead.
Round's over.
11-9, simple call from Cloud9. Fantastic finish.
I mean, that's a sick way to just get an easy one to inch you a little bit closer. Work smart, not hard. 1 kill and Cloud9's got another round. 2 away from taking this map and going 2-0 in the Swiss system of the RMR.
And that scares Apeks into realizing we can't just leave Stiko on an island. We might actually have to commit a player closer to him to help out on future B rounds. So tough times ahead for Apeks. After such a good first half, we looked like Cloud9 were going to really hate the idea that Mirage came through.
Yeah, they were rolling, and when you add into that, yeah, a weak record on Mirage for Cloud9, this map almost looked like Apeks was going to just kind of swing it into a victory, but it has all changed in this second half. Some fantastic calling from Cloud9, couple nice easy wins, and that's a timeout being taken.
Yeah, Groove, one of the coaches that doesn't mind not showing his emotions physically. He'll be chilling, sitting back on the chair. Rules haven't quite changed too much for him. But he'll have his say, drilling out his orders. He's been watching. Now take responsibility, Boomich, and close this game out. For Apeks, it's got to feel very rough at this moment. You realize you had every opportunity to close this game out, and the start of this second half has been an utter disaster. Next game here on the A stream you're currently watching. It's a very exciting one. We've got Astralis and we've got Team Spirit going up against each other in the 1-0 game. Astralis obviously coming into this event with all the pressure on them because they have to make the Copenhagen Major. And they're going up against one of the most difficult teams in the history of Counter-Strike to defeat, it feels like. Good damage down up short. Boomich down to 49 health immediately off the back of that. They're quick.
Yeah, they're moving up cap very, very fast. They seem to have sensed a weakness, but Stiko and Satsanito put a stop to it, and now Nock chimes in with the AWP.
Well, faster rounds not working out for Cloud9.
You can't blame them though for going back at it. Just like we did a quick round at the B, or we did a pretty overwhelming hit at the B bomb site. It was only Stiko there. Let's see if we can find it again. It's just a change in the defense threw that tactic off. Double digits for Apeks, 11-10.
Yeah, no chance, obviously, for the bomb plant in this round for Cloud9, but they've got some decent residual cash left over. They'll be able to get a decent buy going into the next round regardless, but it's now 11-10. And you see Apeks might have just reawoken with an opportunity to get back into the game again.
Yeah, they needed something. They needed a little bit of life. And 4 players surviving is going to be wonderful for them because they don't really have to be super worried about their economy in these last few rounds of regulation now that they can build up some money. It depends on if Electronic can grab 1 or 2 more kills right at the end of the day. Bombs, ooh, that would have been a good find. Bomb's not in his hand, so it doesn't really matter all that much, and Jacob cleans it up.
They can win this, Jason. That's the shout going out through the Apeks camp. And that's exactly what we're saying. You know, that's the kind of run that just gives you the belief, okay, we can win this. We're right back in it now, 11-10. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel. They can see a regulation victory, 13-11 versus Cloud9. There's an opportunity now presenting itself to Apeks. Cloud9 will lose the supply of money if they lose this round. Through mid, they will run. Applying pressure towards window. Bullet spam through the window smoke. And 3 players already in mid for Cloud9. A 4th now joining in the form of Electronic.
Nade's meant to do a little bit of chip damage, missed their mark. Cloud9 hadn't progressed quite that far towards the bottom of connector. Apeks don't want to leave Stiko alone at the B bomb site with the M4, but they're happy to leave Nock there on his own with an AWP. Deep angle as well to get 1 cheeky kill and reposition. Deep line of sight as well. Allows them to shore up mid and A with 4 players. Now a little bit of aggression. Silence at the bomb site. So Sense and Stiko decide to go find some information. They gotta be careful though. They're reading like this is gonna be a hit towards the B bomb site. If Cloud9 turn up con, it's an issue.
Sassanito and Nox set up for the B attack, and the bomb is currently coming up through short. Axel in the apartments will soon join them. Spam going down, AWP rings out. Axel, what a headshot. Needed to land that one and create so much space now for Cloud9 to commit into this site. Bomb is loose on the ground. That needs to be recovered, and so far it hasn't been. Cloud9 are down to 2 players versus the 4 remaining of Apeks. Perfecto with a great shot. Axel with an even better one. And just like that, it's flipped back in favor of Cloud9. Sense is sprinting back to B. And Cloud9 are just moments away from securing map point on Mirage. Sense will go for it. The young Norwegian at the window at the market leaps into the bomb site. Silently still, encroaching closer and closer. Axel's around the left corner now, detected by Perfecto. Axel will drop Sense. What a recovery from Cloud9.
What a round from Axel. Well, Perfecto as well. Those two in a 2v4 just decimate everyone, but Axel picking off Knock, so he can't build upon his first shot towards Catwalk, is absolutely spectacular. But those are some brilliant headshots at a timely moment from the Galil. Off angles held everywhere, and they clear out the whole bomb site. That one is so heartbreaking for Apeks. Another round where it felt like they had all the advantages.
And now they've got to play for overtime. Just last round they were saying they can win this. Now facing defeat on Mirage. Knock goes aggressive into the underpass. He's detected. Not dead yet, but he's stuck there at the moment.
Yeah, it's a smart decision by Axel as well to not try and press the issue against the AWP. You know he's stuck. You have teammates coming down mid. They're going to come help this out. Knock is surely going to go down. For him, it's a matter of finding one before you die, because you will definitely die.
Oh, he doesn't find one. Fortunately for Apeks, Stiko has been able to grab one, but that risk to keep pushing into the apartments has not worked out. 3v3 with all this chaos.
Yeah, I like that though from Apeks. They get aggressive and just say, if you're going to kill him, we're going to find a couple of your teammates. Otherwise, we're going to get aggressive and make sure that his death is not in vain. Finding Electronic and Perfecto. But it goes quiet on the map with a minute remaining. Not a lot of nades either. This is going to turn into a very quiet timing-based round. And all of Apeks joining up at the B bomb site. They have a read for the moment. But at some point, they'll have to push something together.
Oh, it doesn't look like it's going to be the B play. Cloud9 have got players drifting towards connector.
I thought they would honestly double up and push Catwalk. That's not happening. It's just going to be Sassanito, but he's low HP. I don't think he wants to make the mistake with only 30 health.
Oh, Jacob now coming back over. He'll be the player on 2 health. The closest to the A bomb site. Sassanito must step up and stop them from getting through connector, but he isn't given that chance. And now Cloud9 smoke off the connector, cut off that information flow for Sassanito. Good utility from Jacob. 10 seconds. This can still be chaotic. Hobbit kills Jacob at CT. Bomb plant is coming through, and Boomich will get it through. Sassanito nearly dies to the window. They've got to go for this. Sense holding ramp, catches out the aggressive play, but it is only now Sense left in this clutch. His teammate is dead, and Sense sprints to the bomb site. Oh, he's going to stick it, but it's denial. Hobbit comes around the back, and Cloud9 today will go 2-0 on their best-of-1 record. 1 best-of-3 win away from qualifying for the Major in Copenhagen.
What a recovery from the first half. Cloud9, a completely different team, and Hobbit giving some props over to Big Boomich, because that was a fantastically called T-side. Good stuff from Cloud9. They don't stumble on Mirage. Paula, take it away, baby.
I think Jason said it best. That is a great recovery by Cloud9. Yes, it ended 13-10 in their favor, but that first half was tough. Apeks looked strong.
Yes, I mean 7-2 for Apeks on the T side initially, right? It looked like they had the right read on Cloud9. They were just fast and furious rounds, not really leaving much room for Cloud9 to take a breath and recover. And you know, you head in the next round, suddenly they're already in your face. They're just popping heads, and yeah, honestly, I won't lie. It looked like Apeks would probably potentially run away with this. But man, I think Jason hit the nail on the head there. The calling coming in from Boomich, the individual, the synergy in which they played that T-side, just great stuff. And that's what you want to see from this team.
I think that was the main storyline for me watching this game as well unfold. Apeks first half, the T-calling coming in from Sense, the way that they were making Cloud9 feel super uncomfortable on that CT side. That was great stuff. I thought to myself, all right, Apeks, listen, you won my respect. You're looking like the better team, as you said, up 7-2. Everything was going their way. But just as good as they were on the T side, just as poor they were on that CT side, they left way too much space for Cloud9. And Boomich, as you said, he was taking advantage of it. He was calling well. And every single time there was a clutch, every single round, a 3v3, a 2v2, or even a 2v3 for that matter, in the favor of Apeks would go down, Cloud9 would win every single one of those rounds. And it speaks experience right there. Individually, Cloud9 is better players. Unfortunately for Apeks, they weren't good enough in order to close those rounds.
Scoreboard up on screen now, ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. Guys, can we... Oh, Blair, you want to jump in?
No, I just want to point out at the scoreboard, the really nice thing is, sure, you're looking at Electronic and Perfecto 11 apiece, but no, it was a team effort overall. Everyone were finding the kills they really needed to. Axel, not necessarily to the form we were used to seeing once upon a time, but he had a lot of impact rounds just running in towards the B-bomb side, taking out a defender. We saw it happen a couple of times as well. And Boomich, just leading by example, not just by calling. He was more than happy taking the fight to Apeks in the second half.
Yeah, the kill spread was relatively even on both teams. Nonetheless, we always have to have a standout player, and this time it was Boomich.
I think it's Boomich for the sake of his calling in that second half. I would agree with that. I think he also did have a decent amount of impact. He's, again, we speak about it all the time. He's trying to pick up the AWP. He's trying to be the guy, taking the rough role and finding some impact with it. And you are going to see some highlights from him with the AWP, but he's no Symbol. He's no Saibu. He's no Device for that matter as well. He's just trying his absolute best in that role. However, it is good to see that he found some kills with it on the CT side. Now, where Boomich really came into play, it was the T side. I think the calling was excellent. The fact of the matter is he put his players into 2v2s, 3v3s, and constantly were in a winning position in that regard. That you can attest to in game leader.
And it's not just about, just overall general calling based out of spawn, right? It just, like you pointed out, when it's 3v3s, it's obviously the information, the intuition coming into play as well, where he knew exactly the timing and which side to head towards. One more round, for example, which I really loved, just the read he had, it was just Sticko playing towards the B-bomb side. It was a 5v5 to slow it down a little bit, and we have Apeks going for a full stack towards mid and A, and immediately just pops out from the B-bomb side, take down Sticko, and these are rounds where Apeks had to save. The money was in a very fragile state. There was never a round in that second half where Apeks ever felt comfortable. Even the winner round, they'd lose a couple of players. The money was so fragile throughout.
I think we have a round we can showcase that will explain exactly that. Round 17, we should dive into it because it's a bit of a lost one right here. Nog in a great position, getting the kill, playing it to perfection right here. Unfortunately, in this instance, we didn't quite see the middle part of the round, unfortunately, but it was one of those where Nog and two teammates should walk into the B-bomb side together. Instead, we're watching Nog save the AWP. He had the opportunity to walk into it. You have two teammates walking into it right here. You saw it, and he's not helping them. He's camping somewhere on short, not coming in with them, and that was the disconnect that we saw between the players from Apeks in that second half. Nog played one hell of a game, but for my money, a little bit too passive, a little bit too cautious, wanted to save his AWP when you're at a moment in a game where you have to go for it. You're in a 3v2 retake scenario. He was straight out bailing his teammates, and if you call blame F for bait F in that regard, then I don't know what Nog is in a situation like this. That was horrendous from him in this instance.
I just love how blame F just catching strays randomly from Pimp.
Blair and Pimp, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, everybody at home, Cloud9 and now 2-0 in our Swiss format, which means they are one best of three away from booking their ticket to Copenhagen and the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Apeks, of course, are now 1-1. Everybody, we've got one more match to go today. It will be taking place shortly after a break, and I think we might have the best saved until last. It's going to be Spirit versus Astralis. Do not go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's got on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Now this player may look like the best player in the world right now, but he's going to take on the CS2 Fantasy Challenge. It is Donk. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah.
Smiling, still owning, had an amazing stream recently as well. And now he's going to build his fantasy team. So let's see if you will make a good manager, Donk. You ready? 17-year-old manager for a fantasy team. Ready to spin the wheel? Yeah, let's go. Okay, which team are you going to get first? NIP.
NIP. I think I would like to pick Config.
Config, yeah?
Yeah.
Why Config?
He has good firepower, so it's a good player, yes.
You like his style, yeah?
Yeah, he's good at aiming, so I like it.
That's what you do as well, that's what
Yeah.
you do. Okay. Next team you're going to pick out from is going to be... MOUZ.
It's tough. I think... Am I in team already?
No,
No?
you're not in team already.
Unlucky.
You're the... Unlucky, yeah. Anyone that has to play against you, but you think of this now, you are the manager.
Yeah, okay. I think I will pick Siuhi as IGL.
Yep.
He is good. He can build a good structure, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's my pick.
So we got Shuhei and Config so far. And Donk said unlucky because if they have to play against him, he'll still win anyway. So that's just how it goes in Donk's world. Now you get Nani.
Wonderful here, for
Yeah.
sure. He is good at aim. He is good in clutches. He's good sniper.
So you got your sniper, wonderful in play. I like it. All right, 2 more to find.
So I got IGL, Anchor, I guess, and sniper.
Yep. Oh, now you get some Brazilian firepower in there.
Keiserato.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Another really good aimer.
Yeah.
What do you like about Keiserato?
He's good. He's very good, really. I like his play style. I like his moves. Like we faced each other like 2 times, and it was tough to get a duel against him.
Nice. All right, so 1 more player to find. Let's see which team it's going to be from. This is already a very deadly team. And it is going to be the Falcons.
So I have Siuhi, Config, Wonderful, and Keiserato.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pick here Magisk.
Ah, the experience.
Yes, yeah.
4 majors.
Legend.
Legend, yeah, exactly. I like that. You are a very strong team here, Donk. So you are the manager, yeah? You're using this team. Think that you are still playing for Spirit? Who wins, Spirit or this team?
I don't know, I think Spirit.
Team Spirit because you're there?
I hope.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Spirit qualifies to Major. You put this team together, the one we just made, your fantasy team. We put them in the RMR tomorrow. No practice, just raw skill. Will they make it to Copenhagen?
Oh, I don't know really.
Just say everything you believe in the skill.
I believe in their skill, I think.
There you go. All right, well that is Donk's fantasy team. If it does ever come together in a wild world, we could see the youngest general manager ever in Counter-Strike.
That's right, everybody. Team Spirit versus Astralis now to close out day one of Group B here at the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. You know, that could quite possibly mean it's time for the Donk Show. Blair and Pim, what do you think of the team that Donk put together there with James Banks? We had Config from NIP, Shui from MOUZ, Wonderful from Navi, Caserado from Furia, Magis from Falcon. Some great players, but perhaps a bit one-dimensional.
All good aimers. All good aimers. The one thing I could make out, and one thing that Donk rather, or God at this point, he recognizes is they have good aim. I want him in my team.
I respect that.
And you know what? That's good. Fair enough.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that.
I think he was sort of like going with the play styles that are in some way similar to his, just firepower.
Well, he didn't pick art.
electric
He didn't pick art
angles.
though, so you know.
Say that again, sorry.
He didn't pick art, so you know, maybe he has a little bit of thought behind the process. Thank God.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, who knows if we'll ever get to see that roster, but right now we do know we're going to see Spirit versus Astralis. Blair and Pimp, can I get your initial thoughts, please, going into this final best of one of the day?
Game of the second stage.
Absolutely. 1-0 game. The winner will be one win away from booking their ticket at Copenhagen.
Spirit is just, they seem unplayable at the moment. Of course, we all saw what happened in Katowice. We saw what happened earlier today as well, where they demolished their opponent 13-0 in that first game. It was 13-1. It wasn't even fun to watch, to be completely honest. Dunked on them, obviously.
I had fun.
Chopper was having a great game as well. Spirit have won 14 maps out of 15 played the past couple of weeks. You know, they've only lost one map to Navi in a game. They ended up winning 2-1. But apart from that, it's been 3-0ing phase in a final, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and winning their best of ones. They are unplayable at the moment.
Can I just add on one more thing to that particular stat? Like you said, like 15 map win streak or something like that. Of all these maps that they've played, they've only in 2 maps have their opponents got to double digits, and that was phase on the 2 separate best of 3s. This is domination personified, Paula.
Isn't it interesting and kind of crazy that when Team Spirit are in a matchup, we spend most of the time talking about them, and specifically Donk, the sort of CS cultural impact that this player is having.
Shout out Maui.
Because he's going up against he's going up against a team that has Device, one of the most legendary CS players and AWPers of all time. But the main person that we're talking about is this kid, Donk.
I just want to remind everyone that had you presented this 3 weeks ago, before Katowice, we would be looking at Astralis, we'd be looking at Spirit, we'd be saying this is a 50-50 matchup. Maybe even Astralis are the favorites. Astralis have the more experience, Device being the better op on the server, etc., etc., etc. That's no longer the case. In 3 weeks, Spirit and Donk, for that matter, have managed to convince me, you, and everyone else in the world that currently they're the best team in the world and they're unplayable. That's how quickly Counter-Strike can change the narrative. From 3 weeks ago till today, all of a sudden Spirit is unplayable and Donk is the best player to ever come out of the world. It goes so fast.
Which you need to like emphasize it. We've seen certain teams, you know, pull off these crazy miracle runs as tournament, pull off a win. Like, for example, North winning against Astralis back in the day in DreamHack, that comes to mind. But it's the fashion in which they did it. It's the fashion in which they destroyed some of the, if not most of the best teams in the world. And this 17-year-old phenom, just out of nowhere, that's the sort of performance which suddenly, all of a sudden, you're like, in a span of 2 weeks, as you pointed out, some people are like, they might just win the major.
Pimp, I'm going to ask for your specific Danish expertise here, right?
Great.
So let's say you're back in your playing career. You're on a Danish lineup.
Sure.
And you're known for your firepower. Some of your teammates are known for their firepower, which is definitely the case here with Astralis. And you're going up against this newcomer that is killing the scene, like tearing it to pieces. Is there a level of, and I don't mean it in any sort of animosity or negative way, but are you kind of like step into that with your friends, be like, no, we've got to show up here. We've got to shut this kid down.
They have to, and I think they will. In all honesty, for us from the outside, yes, we appreciate Donk a lot, and we see him play game after game and do stuff that is unheard of. We had a stat line up earlier today. His ADR over the past 3 months is 102. No player has ever come close to that.
Bullshit.
Simple in his peak, Saivu in his peak, Nico in his peak. They were all at 88, 89 maybe when they were peaking. He's at 102. Yes, if you're Astralis, you're coming into this game and you still believe you can win. As I said, as much as I want to praise Spirit, as much as I want to praise Donk, it's only been 2 or 3 weeks of this level. At some point, that's going to stop. We had the same conversation when Astralis were dominating the world of Counter-Strike. At some point, that's going to stop. It's only been 3 weeks for Spirit, so I wouldn't be too careful just yet.
Blair, I know you love a map veto. We've ended up on Vertigo. What do you think of that?
Oh, this is interesting. I think we've only seen Spirit play the one time once, and this was against VP, where they Okay, it's in a bedroom event, the first event that this particular lineup won just a couple of months prior, and they demolished VP, who liked this map, by the way. This is a VP who was playing pretty good at the end of last year. I'm actually a little surprised it went to this, because if you look at Astralis, they've had a few close games here and there, but they lost to ENCE very recently in a very close fashion to ENCE. It's not like it's a map they don't like to play, but overall, yeah, I mean, very small sample size for Spirit. But then there's a donk factor.
I'll tell you what this is. This is a sign of respect from Astralis. They're trying to force this game into a map that they're not feeling comfortable on. Spirit have only, as I said, played it once. They haven't played it this year. They haven't played it on lane apart from the Bedboom tournament. So this is unknown territory in a sense for Spirit. Whereas for Astralis, they've lost this 3 times in a row. They lost in Katowice, they lost in Copenhagen, they lost too goddamn big on the map of Vertigo. So in that regard, Astralis perhaps are showing a bit of respect in the video, trying to force Spirit into unknown territory. And then, you know, the consequence of that is playing a map that you're not too comfortable on yourself. So I like what Astralis is doing, but it's a massive sign of respect for the kid in your screen.
Blair and Pimp, we are pretty much ready to go with this one. We're going to stick to the clock. So can I please get your official predictions? Who is going to take this, Spirit or Astralis? Blair, starting with you.
Donk, 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 donk.
Only an idiot would pick Astralis in this one, so Astralis are going to win.
Wow.
Yeah, all right. I knew my analyst desk is going to be split. Whatever happens, this matchup, I'm sure, is going to be fire. We've got Spirit versus Astralis. It's our final matchup of the day here on the mainstream. And to carry us through the cast, we've got that American-Irish connection, Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, Paula. This is the game we have all been waiting for today. As soon as it was confirmed to happen, Team Spirit versus Astralis, we got all on the edge of our seats. And this time is Device to take on Donk. No one has been able to take down the Wonder Kid. We've seen his past teammates try and do it, but no one can stop him. And Team Spirit head into the 1-0 game. And they're going to be going down the stairway here. Donk and Magic's taking stair control. 3 players starting towards B, 2 towards the A-bomb site, and Shiro's taking a swing with the dual Berettas.
Astralis is pretty ready for this, though. They got 2 people watching the flank. For how long is the question? How far do Magic's... God, that one's going to screw with my brain the whole time.
We commentated them play against each other, and that was rough.
It's just stuck in months later. Nate is out from Zontix. Dualies from Shiro get taken down. Astralis making this work. They've gone away from Donk, and now they have access to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, cutting through. Astralis looking good to kick things off. 3 versus 5. Team Spirit held out. Grenades bombarding it towards headshot. But no one going to be going down yet. A retake attempt with a lack of kit, lack of utility here is very tough to see the world in which Team Spirit even get close. So Astralis...
Unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely. Almost. And Stout, peace out from default. Choppers down. Donk has to get one, of course. He will fall. The only player to get a kill in this round for Spirit is Donk. And Astralis will win the pistol. Which is more than the side of ENCE did earlier today.
I saw where you were going with that one. Yeah, nice pistol round altogether. Pretty simple. Just good opening kills. Team Spirit get nothing to slow them down while that aggression is taking place at the B bomb site, and they get free access to the plants.
Yeah, their first round loss of the RMRs so far. Vertigo. Here we go into round 2. USP's out for Team Spirit, and coming into this event, obviously Astralis had one of the most disappointing runs of Katowice. The antithesis of Team Spirit's performance at the event, where Donk broke the record of best individual performance.
Donk and Katowice overshadowed every other thing that was going on, because yeah, Astralis an extremely disappointing thing. Remember when they put together, when they brought Stown and Yabi into this team, it was like, this actually is like kind of the Danish super team at this point. Like this is 5 of the best players in Denmark. And this is a team that should start winning championships. Everyone started feeling a little bit better about Astralis and how they were looking and how they were progressing. And then a roadblock popped up in Katowice.
Yeah, more of a car crash, really. It didn't win a single map. And they went out in the play and didn't even make it to the group stages.
Yeah.
But if you know Astralis and how they operate, they'll have goals for what they want to achieve and sort of roadmaps of how to get there. And
well, I'll tell you what.
Copenhagen Major is the main goal.
Yeah, I was going to say, all roadmaps lead to the Copenhagen Major. And for an organization like Astralis that prides itself on being the best in Denmark, you better believe that all eyes on this.
I just wonder what the pressure is like, because obviously we talk about Stown and we talk about Yabi and their time in Heroic. They never really dealt with pressure very well. When they got into the playoffs, Stown in particular, the star you want to see stand out would go missing. And I wonder how he is handling the pressure inside of a team like Astralis, where we know many players have spoke over the years about anxiety with the pressure of performance that is put upon their shoulders. Interested to see how he will deliver in a game like this today.
Well, again, it's always fun. You're playing next to a guy, Device, who had a really hard time dealing with pressure early on in his career and was known as one of the biggest chokers for the first 2 years of his career. So you've got a front row seat to a guy who figured it out and learned how to deliver.
And then you got on the other side of things, Donk, who hasn't even had the choke yet, doesn't know the experience of it.
Well, he probably, he's 17. He doesn't even know why there would be pressure involved. He's like
exactly.
too young to understand that this is a high stress environment. He's just living his life.
He's playing the video game.
It's 2-0. First gun round for Team Spirit. M4s are out. MP9 on Chopper. He's got a kit.
Shiro. Well, a good kill on Stad. That opens things up with Team Spirit on the advantage. Stow making his way through middle, checking for a close boost. Nothing spotted that. Oh, is it going to be a mid-push here from Team Spirit? 2 players coming in. Donk and Magic's clearing it together, and Stalin gets out of there just in time.
One of the most impressive things about that win against ENCE earlier, the 13-0, was that Magic's had 0 kills when they were like 11-0 up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like the fact that you're winning a game that comprehensively and someone on your team has 0 kills,
I mean,
is mind-boggling.
Chopper was 16-1 at the end of it, 2.05 rating, and Donk still beat that out. And that's a life performance for Chopper. You don't really see the numbers go on his scoreboard all that often. Reaction from Astralis to being down in a 4v5 is to group up through ramp and try and take out Zontix. Doesn't often make mistakes, Zontix. Very reliable player. We got to see that over the last event.
They've given away the game now, Astralis. Counting footsteps, they heard at least 3 players. There's all 4 here from Astralis. Boost up as well, and that's 1 kill. Drops into the flames and gets out into safety.
Oh, big shot from Shiro. Zontix stepping up as well. Stown has to get a kill back, and he absolutely won't. Device pushed into a 1v5 in the first gun round for Team Spirit. Is passed with flying colors. Device is inside of the site smoke, but as soon as he reveals his position, there will be so many eyes turned upon him.
Yeah, but this is a chance to at least deal economic damage. The smoke will fade before the timer runs out. If he can get 2 kills...
Oh, there's one. They didn't see the second player at the sandbags, and Zontix is able to turn and stop Device from doubling up. Shiro with the trademark pillow.
The desk talked emphatically about the recent success of Spirit, and it feels at the moment like this team is just really hitting its stride. Like, they found some momentum. They obviously have Donk, who's an insane member. I think the only bad thing that's coming out of the Donk mania is the fact that it's overshadowing, as you mentioned, how good Zontix is playing, how good Chopper is playing and calling, how good Shiro is playing. He overshadowed some fantastic events from Shiro and Zontix at Katowice as well.
But it's almost welcome. Oh, God, that's not the nade you're looking for.
Nope.
Not at all. Chopper's down to 28 health.
Mistakes.
Yeah, only with the nades. And Zontix is down to 30 health. Device on the scout. Astralis have 3 rifles here. 2 AK-47s on Yabi and BlameF. Galil for Starin. Everybody else on a weaker weapon.
They've done fantastic in the early stage, the first 20 seconds or so of this round. And look at the damage that's dealt. Chopper and Zontix down very, very low. Softened up for the late round execution. So Astralis is going to be happy when they turn the corner and there's some easy kills to clean up.
Stare up Xbox. No boost coming in for Team Spirit.
4 players here, though.
Yeah, they've got the read. They're ready. Yabi's coming in, though. Double entry from Yabi. Zontix trades out. Shiro's grenade blasts away Stare. The numbers once again evened out from those engagements. BlameF holding down, but only 1. Can't get the second on the committed spray. So once again, it's Device in the clutch, but this one is winnable. This one is doable, and Device separates them, but Shiro hops up on top and closes in the 1v1.
Great teamwork from Shiro and Zontix. That's a wide swing from Zontix, and Device has to swing so far to get back to Shiro and just not enough time. A brilliant double peek, but that's the advantage of having that early rotation, having that stacked defense. Entry kills, 2 of them go the way of Yabi. You've got plenty of players to respond immediately in kind, and Astralis won't expect 2 more defenders, maybe 1 more, but that 4th player is everything.
And now they've got no money, so they're down to an eco, and Team Spirit are about to take the lead. Early results from Astralis looked good. You know, you went first 2 rounds, and as soon as the guns came out, Team Spirit, despite them being close, are still pulling ahead. I mean, Astralis would have had a lot of serious talks. At least they've had weeks to prepare for the RMR, going out last in Katowice. You have a lot of time. You fly home immediately. You get into the Astralis Nexus or headquarters, you immediately start talking about preparing for this event.
Yeah, it's all about what went wrong at the play-in, what do we need to highlight and fix, What's our priority list?
Would have been a long list.
Not a whole lot to work with for Astralis in this round, just a Deagle. They're hoping and praying that Deagle can just find a long-range 1D and set them up for something.
Oh.
But the spam coming through the scaffolding from Zontix is doing a lot of damage.
And he's got that lineup. And it's working very well for him. He's staying committed, scared to reload, doesn't want to be overrun. And grenade, ooh, perfect. Look at that. So much damage, softening up this attack for Astralis' Glocks, making it even more unlikely that they are able to do anything with it. Nice shot from Stars. Deagle's second is even better, and somehow they've got a pathway to charge into A, but look who it is. It's Donk. He cleans it up, stops those pistols from getting one step further, and Team Spirit now in the lead.
Yeah, great rotation from Donk and maintaining aggression, just swinging down the ramp and never letting him feel comfortable and set up for the next stage of that attack. 3-2. AK's come back out for Astralis on the T side of Vertigo, yet to win a gun round, and we've got Shiro having the AWP now as well.
Tactical timeout for Team Spirit. Hallie having his say. I love the content that Team Spirit are doing on their YouTube channel right now. They had a vlog series back at Katowice, and obviously subtitles, so you get to sort of really see the personalities of the players unhindered by the language barrier. And it was great to see that dynamic inside of the team. Magix is a very funny guy, big personality inside of the team, but Hallie, he's just pragmatic. And I think that's the kind of coach that this team need is someone that's a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and he's the one that focuses on the results and the outside factors. And he was saying multiple times about they are going to improve. There are things to improve, to get better at. And that's scary.
Sure. Always things you can add in, always things you can improve upon. We'll see how high Spirit can take it. It's a great mentality headed into the major as well. Winning Katowice is not job done. It's a fantastic thing to have. It's one of the greatest trophies in Counter-Strike. But that major right around the corner.
Donk towards B. Astralis is going to be very aware of that fact. Someone that you're going to prepare hard for. And Donk is just checking for that boost up onto the wood. Magic's with him.
Yabby's looking for a duel. They want it. They're itching for a fight here. Now they're going to be committed. Oh, good find. Opening on a Donk. Good trade from Device. B bomb site wide open. Reinforcements a long ways away. So smokes come out. Lurk activates a little bit deeper.
Very effective from Yabby on that entry. His job is done. He's cancelled out immediately. Now Stown in mid. He has to step up, but he won't. Zontic sees it out.
Too early.
And that bomb plant is coming in for Astralis. So into the post plant we go. Donk is dead. Magic's down early. There has to be the rest to try and recover this one. Device is so low. So he'll just play towards the stairway. Stair and Blimf committed into the bomb site. Good damage done towards the back of that double stack. Stair steps up. Zontix goes down. Chopper will follow. And Astralis in the post plant, despite the even numbers, come out without a fight.
Fantastic round from Astralis, and that's nothing special. It's just setting up a fight at the B bomb site, looking for it the whole time, being prepared, and they catch Donk. He was looking, as you mentioned, for the jump up over the boards, but Yabby comes in and spoils his day. Good opening provided. And shut down in the post plant. You can see how much it means to Yabby. His opening kill converted into a victory. Back to USPs, back to pistols for Team Spirit.
Yeah, so far, Astralis bringing a good fight to Team Spirit today. We should momentarily see Astralis heading to the lead.
Five players here, though. One nade to work with. Looking for the timing of it.
Device sends his AWP up. Misses the jump. Grenades coming towards him. Device needs to be careful. Pistols just obliterate him. Device was very committed to that. And now they just springboard into the attack. Eyes on the prize of the AWP, trying to create absolute chaos. The pandemonium is subdued for the moment.
Spirit's fighting this off pretty darn well. Chopper and Shiro are low, and not being able to scavenge any weapons hurts. Magic's now forced into the open, but he makes it all the way back.
Yeah, start moving into the side, clearing towards that Molotov. Astralis trying to make sure that they stay composed here. Use the utility you've got. Something that Team Spirit cannot combat you with. And look at Chopper trying to get around this flank. If he's quick enough about this, maybe in the chaos he can...
It's low HP as well on Yabby.
Kill on Yabby. Yeah, you're right. Yabby's so low on health is a big problem here because Chopper can bring him down with one bullet. Yabby swings. Oh, Chopper can't hit the one shot required. And that would have unraveled a lot for Astralis. But with that kill going the way of the Danes, they can now settle into this, realizing they've picked it up. And their Team Spirit just sitting back, hoping an Astralis player makes an unwarranted mistake.
Yabby's gonna have to start getting pretty far away from
He
this
does,
bomb blast,
right?
yeah.
Oh, they're actually pushing into this. Pushing towards Elevator, pushing towards Shiro.
Can Yabby even get away at this point?
Oh my god, no, he can't. And now they're going to run right into Shiro. Oh, Shiro could have got a kill out of that. Good jump. Yabby can maybe sprint over towards B, and yeah, he does get away. He stays with the pack. They realized they couldn't save towards ramp or below it, but if they move out as a threesome, they can get through Shiro, they can get to safety. And Astralis now are in the lead.
All right, 4-3. That's a big find from Magix. Good hustle. Good hustle at the end of the day, sprinting around the map for it. 4-3. Weapons back in the hand of Team Spirit. Op is passed over to Shiro.
I think when you have such a big performance at Katowice and you have all this crazy hype and the superlatives are being thrown around, there inevitably will come a day in which you don't win and Donk doesn't step up and deliver on the server. Whether or not that's today, left to question it. Device is going to be over towards the bottom of B, trying to open up with that AWP. Frustrating round in the previous, and this time can't boost up.
Astralis has done a really good job in these first 8 rounds of keeping him in check.
Yeah, they really have.
Oh, he's caught him again. He's caught him again. Low HP on Donk, and he's down.
Yeah, Astralis just absolutely neutralizing the threat of Donk at the moment, but it's time for the rest of Spirit to step up. Magix makes the rotate over. MP9 is good. And when Donk goes down, you have Shiro. And Zontix is at the bottom of A, waiting, committed. Stair clears it. Headshot opens up a chance. Another option for Astralis, and they're going to run with it. They're sprinting up towards A.
Stair looking towards Headshot, gonna try and keep Chopper pinned down. Magix is so low. Red HP with the SMG, and Utility is gonna force everyone back into the arms of Stair. And now you almost feel like if Shiro cannot find a kill through this smoke, this round is firmly in control of Astralis.
Astralis is working Team Spirit at the moment, taking out their most lethal weapon time and time again at the B-bomb site.
Yabby twice on those entrances as well. He's got a big job to do. If he's going to be the one tasked with dueling against Donk in this B-bomb site, he's 2-0 so far in their head-to-head.
It's a best of 1 MR12, and Astralis already in a comfortable spot in the T-half. This is the 1-0 game here at the RMR Group B. Win this, you're into the progression best of 3s. We've mentioned a lot about Astralis' ambitions and goals coming into this competition, and Stair, man, he's been stepping up for Astralis over the recent weeks. You know, it was a question of whether or not they were going to keep Stair or Buzz. They decided to keep Stair, and he's had to change some of his roles, and he seems to be flourishing under this new squad.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, the acquisition of Stown and Yavi obviously helps. This guy's...
But he's been outmatching some of them.
Yeah. Well,
he's been really stepping up.
It's always the case of like, you know, you have, you know, new teammates come in, role changes, different play styles, different decision making. Some people like to be a little bit more aggressive, and sometimes it unlocks a new level in your teammates. And I think that's the most of what we're seeing from Stair, and he's gotten a lot of praise. Device gave him a lot of praise when Yabby and Stown came in, mentioning how well he's been playing with kind of the role swap and the new positions. 5-3, Astralis with a 2-round lead over Team Spirit. Last 2 rounds have been breaking into the bomb sites, 2 bomb explosions. We have a double op setup out of Team Spirit, and that's it. Pistols on the other 3 players. I'm really curious how they want to make this work on Vertigo. A map where angles and lines of sight can be cut off by smoke so easily.
Yeah, very curious indeed, but they've been finding success hitting Donk head on. So they're going towards B again.
Yeah, but Shiro can't see anything. So that op for the moment is neutralized. The other op in the hands of Magix. He's in middle. No one's home.
Astralis set up with everybody outside of B. Good luck, Donk, in dealing with the full Astralis attack with just a deagle. Donk is getting absolutely bombarded by Utility. Magix has to step up in his stead. Blame F is gone. Magix flashed and forced to fall back as Zontix is sent to the front lines. He'll play behind that smoke. It clears to reveal him, and the AK-47 of Stown will swipe him away, but Donk is confident. He gets inside of the smoke, and this deagle looking to break them apart, and Donk, oh, so close. One more bullet, and he had it, but he's got the AK, and Donk, despite everything being thrown at him, the AK-47 is picked up and swiping away Astralis. You cannot stop him despite the weak weaponry.
That's pretty crazy play. What a smart play as well. Donk slides right into the smoke that's blown open where one of his teammates just went down. Astralis not expecting it. The AK-47 out of bullets and takes complete advantage.
Dude, they have 5 Astralis players coming in to B. Donk had a deagle.
He's just gaming. He's just improvising as it goes. Gets the kill, swipes up the AK-47 off the ground as he disappears into the smoke and pops back out a moment later.
That's Astralis' first taste of the real Donk. They've done well at dealing with him, but he's found a different way. He's found a way to adapt in that specific round. And Astralis call a timeout right after it.
It's really interesting watching Astralis. It seems like part of the game plan is let's go right at Donk.
Let's put pressure on him. Let's
stop caring about this entire story about how strong of a player he is. They've gone at him directly in 2 different gun rounds already. Looking for the fight. This time he comes out on top with the deagle.
Question is,
on him a little bit of time, but he still comes out on top.
Yeah, question is, when will he force them to change that up a little bit? That might be the first glimpse of it, but we head into round 10. Astralis had a timeout. They've come into this with rifles across the board. We didn't really see Device do much when the AWP came out. So maybe just sticking with the 5 rifles is the better call here for Astralis. Obviously forced to it with limited money this time. Stair gets up short. Stair gets up short completely, but Zontic stops him from taking a step further.
Yeah, good timing on the nade as well. I think it distracted and slowed Stair down at the explosion. Even a follow-up dink on a Device is no fun. So Device is going to check out some utility, try and keep information that Spirit can gather at a minimum, and move across the map back towards the B bomb site. Magix is waiting as the anchor this time.
Yeah, Boris on B. Tosses out utility onto the stairway to stop Astralis feeling comfortable. But he's drained his belt. He just has a smoke left. He changes his position to play a little bit more passively. Yeah, but he can't make much of the boost. He'll drop down. Re-attempting another boost here, Astralis. They don't see much inside of that B-bomb site.
Boosting the Galil as well.
Donk plays construction, now being called back by Magix, flashes up. Magix lands that headshot, now Donk is pulled down to generators. Astralis stay committed towards the B-bomb site. Utility falls on the left side of the generator from Donk and Shiro's POV, and that second filters in. Does Donk want to get aggressive? He does, and oh, he lands one before being traded out by BlameF. Astralis down a player, 20 seconds left. Device leaps towards the site, bomb plant trying to come in, defended by BlameF. Zontic's had a chance to deny it all, but BlameF is in the clutch now. He's got 9 health, no utility, and they know he can't have gone far. So they've got eyes on this. Smoke onto that defuse. The tap will force BlameF to start to spam. Team Spirit aren't committing to the defuse just yet, and BlameF needs to be careful. He doesn't fall off the map. Team Spirit sticking it now around that corner, and BlameF can't get there. Can't get the angle, and so has to stomach a round loss.
Yeah, admirable attempt, and not bad from Astralis to at least get in and get the plant with some kills, keeping the money a little bit limited. But BlameF never had a real chance in that 1v2. Had to play it very, very safe with a low HP. So much time on the clock. And just that, I mean, all of these different thrusts into the B bomb site by Astralis, they just kind of get whittled down. Team Spirit grab one, second thrust comes, they grab another one, third comes, another player from Astralis is taken down. So hard to break in clean.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of money here, Astralis, so timeout taken, second of this half. And they're just going to be trying to figure out what they can put together at this moment.
Yeah, around this AK-47 of BlameF, they want to have a little bit of utility in case that rifle can open up an opportunity. Round 11.
Good game plan initially from Astralis. Putting utility all over that B-bomb side, making Donk uncomfortable. But it really did come down to that one round where he improvises that has kind of thrown the money into disarray for Astralis, and they haven't been able to stick to that game plan.
Yeah, it's been I mean, that round, this half could be obviously completely different. A brilliant round from Donk. Shiro's going to have the ult now. This is the fast swing. Drops a nade to make sure they can't chase him. But they call it off before the explosion does damage.
Yeah, but it's good for Astralis not to have lost a player in that first fight and also force the op further back in mid. Oh, a piece of information starved away from Team Spirit. Astralis now set their sights on the A ramp instead. Zontic has been very good here. Generally dishing out a lot of damage through the wallbang spam and not often getting caught. So Astralis have skirmished middle, they've skirmished top ramp. Waterfall smoke dropped for Team Spirit, and Astralis still with a minute left. Sending that bomb back to B. Setup here is Shiro with the AWP over on that B bomb site. He's got Donk with him.
Ooh, footsteps made. Stair's gonna pick it up. One's over at Sandbags though. Chopper. Should be an easy kill whenever he decides to peek, but I think he's waiting in case there's more.
Okay, here's the running away. That's the sign for Chopper to peek. And now it's information for Spirit to ready themselves on the B bomb site. A second missed shot in this round from Shiro. And now he's overrun. Now he's overwhelmed. And Donk only gets one from the utility. That grenade is so perfectly placed, but Device took a step forward and dodged it. He would have died instantly.
Bomb's not down. Bomb needs to get planted. Just jumping into the site to get it done. Blame F grabs one more, and here comes the retake.
Yeah, Magic's close by. Sees one out towards Tetris. Realizes he hasn't got that kill, so waits on Chopper to come in on this retake. This is quite the pairing when put together, and that's exactly what they can do. Chopper and Magic's retake the bomb site in a 2 versus 3 against Astralis, and Team Spirit will have 6 rounds as they take a small lead.
You can see the adaptation that Spirit have made because of all this pressure at the B bomb site early on when they were sending Yabby forward looking for fights against Donk. Spirit have kind of shifted this to be more passive. They've had an AWP holding the angle at Generator a couple of times. They're playing a little bit deeper from Generator, from the jump up, from Guardian. And it's giving the avenue to Astralis to at least get into the bomb site on rounds like that where they have mostly Tech 9s and they have AK-47s, especially considering the missed shot from Shiro. But Team Spirit's just saying, let's just not lose players before we have a chance at retaking. Let's play it passively, pick 1 or 2 off, and trust ourselves to retake the bomb site.
Oh, quicker again. Device looking to bring down Donk. Doesn't overextend around the corner. Device gonna have to deal with utility being thrown above his head. And Donk, despite hearing the AWP, is still confident to stick around in a more advanced position, but punished for that. There's a humbling experience. Device brings him out of the round. Now Magix must step up. Throws a smoke down for extra cover, and Astralis pull out after that first kill.
Yeah, without Yabby, they don't want to progress forward. He was in a great position to get a jump on it and didn't expect Magix to take the swing after the fact when he drops into the fire. And now they have a decision to make. Do they kind of wait and stall this round out and just head back to the B bomb site, or do they want to investigate this ramp? I think they feel like they have to put a little bit pressure elsewhere so that Spirit doesn't get a read, but it could be costly.
Zontix hasn't showed that he's still close. Chopper, first fight's gonna come his way, goes out, it's 1 on Blame F, swing from Zontix, nets nothing. So Magix and Shiro must try and pull this round off in a 2v3. Last round of the first half. Shiro, this time, will not miss. Puts it right through the chest of Stair, pulled back by the rifle, and Shiro will shut down Astralis to give a 7th round at the half.
Again, because of that aggressive defense, even though the kills don't go in the favor of Team Spirit, it's enough of a warning, enough of time to get 2 more players into the bomb site. I think Astralis expected the next battle to come towards Elevator, towards Heaven, towards Headshot angle. They did not expect it to be right at the ramp, right at scaffolding in that fashion. Still, I mean, I think a good first half for Astralis, all things considered. The game plan was there, the opportunities were there. I think they did a good job limiting Donk when they attacked into his position as well.
The start was perfect. They found all of the win conditions to get a good start, pistol in the conversion.
Just such is the power of Spirit at the moment, playing so well as a team. Solid retakes at the B bomb site when it's needed, and they found a way to stabilize the half and make sure it doesn't spiral out of control.
I think this is a perfect half to display that it's not all about Donk. Despite him dominating the headlines, Team Spirit really are a unit. Everybody does their job very effectively, and you would say 2 of the weakest performers when it comes to just sheer fragging ability of Donk and Magix. They were able to pull off such a well put together retake.
Well, I'm really curious to see how this round plays out for Team Spirit and for Donk specifically, just because like one of the most fascinating things is he's kind of doing this as a guy who likes to take, entry fragging positions and roles and taking in, initial contacts at times. Vertigo's a map, it can be hard sometimes to find clean fights on that with all the utility that's going to be down. So I'm interested to see the way he works a ramp and just the way to see how he works, B stairs if he heads in that direction.
Well, Flash is ready for Device to unleash Stair and Blame F. Flash goes out. Here's the swing into the jewel. It's Zontix that falls first, and Stair is sticking around. He's going for more, and a second lands onto the head of Donk this time. Astralis are looking beastly in the pistols, in particular Stair, and Shiro must step up. 2 headshots in the P250. Now Astralis stick together, looking to engage him in disadvantageous positions for Shiro, and Yabi puts one right between the eye.
What a disgusting round from Stair. Those are not easy fights to win with the USB against the Glocks, and that is so beautifully done.
And it would be a little easier if you had the distraction of BlameF, but BlameF wasn't exactly peeking from sandbags. They had the initial fight, and then BlameF stayed behind the sandbags and Stair had to fight this on his own for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, BlameF is dropping the smoke. He had a decoy thrown at his position. That's a beautiful triple kill from Stair. Now 13-8. Leading the entire server is Stair.
So no bomb plant for Team Spirit. Usually so good on pistols. We've seen that earlier today. But not going to win a single pistol here on Vertigo. So they don't have a force buy either. Astralis once again given the perfect conditions to start off a good half. I like the Vertigo as the map that Astralis have got here. It feels like you force Team Spirit into sort of a tactical engagement.
Well, yeah, and it's like that's why I was so interested. Yeah, nicely done. That's why I'm so interested to see what this half is going to look like for Spirit and Donk. Because just from like a philosophical perspective, forcing someone like Donk to take fights where you don't have a whole lot of space due to Molotovs, due to nades and flashbangs and smokes, it just could be interesting. And it's a map that Spirit haven't played a whole lot recently. One map recorded on HLTV in the last 3 months.
It's a great option for Astralis to find themselves dueling on. And everyone's looking very sharp on Astralis today.
What I like about it the most is they very much look like they're not afraid to take fights. They're not second-guessing anything. They're confident in their fights. You don't see them kind of overwhelmed by the idea of who they're going up against.
Well, it seems like Donk's performance and Vitality's drop out of Katowice has lit a fire under ZywOo. That was a game going on in the other stream.
Yeah,
ZywOo has had one hell of a day.
He's had one hell of a day indeed. 25-6 in a 13-3 victory over Heroic Revenge from Katowice in multiple ways.
Device blinded, held behind the sandbags. Was he spotted by Donk? I don't think so. Donk is dead regardless. Device peeks out on the second kill, and Team Spirit do not break through the initial wave of defense. And Device throws down the smoke for extra cover. He's got plenty of teammates around him too. And Team Spirit not getting any of these trades. None of these fights going their way, and they're receiving damage from utility. It's brutal.
And Yabi's got a solid push as well. He'll play this smart. Doesn't try and close the gap and go for kills on this flank, just keeping them locked in. And Device is in a safe position. There's no Molotovs for this. Plenty of safety and plenty of teammates around him. With 42 seconds on the clock, I don't think Spirit have any real options. Back to the B bomb site, but Yabi's so pushed up, even if you get this kill clean, plenty of time for Astralis to rotate, so Spirit's just looking for the escape route to save the weapons.
The question you posed just last round was, you're interested to see how the T-side's going to go for Donk. You know, a player that likes to get in front of the attack. So far, the first gun round did not go very well. You know, he's first up the ramp. You go into a barrage of utility, a setup attacking you, and Donk doesn't create the space required.
A barrage of utility and plenty of angles that you have to be concerned about if you're that first guy coming up the ramp.
Astralis doing a good job today, making it uncomfortable for Donk in particular. And they now lead the way, 8-7. Not a lot of money for Team Spirit, not able to get the bomb down yet in this second half.
And when you think about like how this Swiss system works too, like if Astralis is able to take a victory in this best of one, you never have to play Spirit again. Like you take one of the best teams in the group out for your qualification games as well.
It actually might be a blessing for Astralis. A timeout taken, the third timeout for Team Spirit. Last time Halley can have his say in regulation.
Yeah, trying to get over some early hiccups here on Vertigo.
And if you're Astralis and you end today 2-0 and head into the progression best of threes, you're going to be feeling amazing because you didn't win a map in Katowice. You take down Spirit, the most difficult team to currently combat against. You gotta feel like you can beat anybody in that best of three and get through to the major in Copenhagen. Relieve some of that pressure, relieve some of that stress the Astralis have been under. So this is what Team Spirit have to play with, Jason. Galils, AKs, Tech 9s, and a Deagle.
Pretty heavy investment. Let's see what they can do with it.
It's everything. Everything they had.
Shiro's saving a little bit of money for an op, but yeah, this is Yeah, I guess you're right. Full investment basically outside of Shiro. And it's going to open up quiet, not fast paced, not running into any nades.
I don't want to walk into the trap that Astralis have set early in the round. That smoke down ramp and creating a little bit of pressure, but they're hanging on to their nades this time, Astralis. They're not dumping them down ramp early. And this is actually going to give some space for Spirit to play with, but remember, Astralis have still got buckets of utility available.
And those Molotovs are going to pull a third player over. Device with the AWP now going to get into position. Counter Molotovs to do a little bit of damage and delay any kind of aggressive swing. Smokes are up as well to deny vision, make it a little bit awkward entering the bomb site. And Chopper is just getting chunked down on ramp. There it is, the finishing touch. The coup de grace from Blame F.
Astralis winning on utility at the moment. 47 seconds left. Team Spirit are poised for an A attack, but there's still more utility left. And Device tosses that out to default. Attempting to discourage a bomb plant. And now there's some aggression. Now the fights begin. And Yabi is getting set up to go through short. The MP9 looking to unleash hell upon these low HP players. And Team Spirit don't even get around the corner. Yabi can hear them right in front of him and assassinates two with the MP9. Astralis controlling the game, controlling Team Spirit.
And this is a classic way for Astralis to do it when you think of the history of the org. This is Astralis just stalling out Spirit with utility. Nades, smokes, Molotovs, preventing any access to get aggressive towards the bomb site whatsoever. They are limiting the options for Spirit and dealing damage and death while doing it.
And Donk's just sitting there wondering, this is what it's like. Just on the receiving end, they've been getting stalled out. No one's giving them fights. And there's no money because, like you said last round, Shiro was the only player to save a little bit of cash. Everybody else fully invested, so Tech-9s and Deagles it is. Astralis are going to be reaching 10 rounds.
Team Spirit to test the other side of the map. Device is here as well. He's everywhere. Set piece coming in soon. They have deep peeks down the A ramp as well, so they know nobody's home. And Stown will turn to address the B bomb site as well when contact is made.
Device readies his peak, even while blinded, connects the shot perfectly onto Chopper. Donk has climbed over the wood, but is now stuck in the cubby. His teammates coming up the ramp now. Yabi only manages one. There's still a bit of space for Spirit to play with, but that is shrunk completely. Astralis make the rotation over, and they destroy Team Spirit's play.
Yeah, they spot one player over to the left, and it's just Molly, nade, all the utility flies in, and Spirits are high on the Astralis side of things. High fives all around, and Spirit at the moment is stuck. But the guns come back out. That round was all pistols. Before that, it was a couple AK-47s that were saved and pistols around it. This is the best buy they've had in 3 rounds.
The last team to hand out a defeat to Donk on Team Spirit was Movistar Koi back in the online qualifiers for the RMR. It's been just a purple patch here for Team Spirit, just getting through every team that has come up against them. Astralis could be the first team to do it on LAN, where it really matters. A little cagey right now for Team Spirit. Astralis not giving them any opportunities. They know they have to play a perfect game. And so far it has been exactly that on the CT side. Team Spirit now coming up with 3 players at bottom B. Yabi will detect this early on.
There's the foot showing. Yabi falls off. I don't think he intended it, but he'll be okay with it. He's done damage, he's got information, and he's got out safely.
So they go back to A. Team Spirit forced into this.
Only one player here. Everyone from Astralis hustled and rotated over.
They've got mollies for Stair too. Utility should clear out the sandbag. Stair decides to peek instantly. Chopper down again. Stair still alive. Utility forcing him into the open now, and Shiro will be the player to connect the kill that brings him out of the round. 4v4, 20 seconds left. Grenades once again, ready to take out the planter. And Zontix, he fakes it. Even with limited time, he knows the utility's likely to drop upon his position. So he comes off the plant for just a moment, then goes back to it. Astralis have to play a retake up against Spirit in the 4v4.
Spirit baited out all their utility at the B bomb site. I don't think Astralis has anything to actually go for this with any real strength. One smoke, that's it. That's all they've got.
Do they stay committed here, Astralis? They go past the AWP. It rings out. They know that Shiro is taking position at sandbags. Smoke is deployed towards the bomb. It's Donk on a double magic stepping up, and Shiro will close. Team Spirit finally break through and get a T-round win.
Yeah, well, those are the cleanest fights Donk's got in like 4 or 5 rounds, and you can see what he does with it when he has the opportunity. Beautiful double kill, but you got to say, well done from Team Spirit to show the B hit, to fall back, and Astralis way over-rotated. 4 players to the B bomb site. It's how they've been playing this half, and it's worked so far. But they had nothing left for the retake or to slow down this A hit.
Standard ramp utility being put out by Astralis. Shiro attempts to crack open any player that would decide to peek off the crane, but Astralis are passive on ramp. It's the big setup here that could be devastating if Spirit were around the corner. The Tower of Terror has now been dismantled as Stown runs over to the elevator at the wrong time. Magix is going to hear these steps. He's going to hear that defense making some changes, and they have found the perfect timing.
I'm surprised so much noise was made by Astralis. Oh, Yabby's got a job and a half.
Oh, Shadow betrays him. Magic sends him to the Shadow Realm. Donked over the top of construction, gets a mouthful of device. And now a 4v4, a minute left to try and pause here. Zontix making a play into B. Device is so low, and he's got to worry about CT and the site in front of him. It's a good shot on Zontix. He knows Chopper's surely inside of the site, and Stown's come over to try and help his AWPer out. But Device is on an island, and he's about to be stranded, but Device is handling pressure. And Shiro now in a 1v4 runs in with a Glock, blinded on a step forward. And Astralis answer back immediately.
New generation meet old generation. That is a disgusting sequence from Device with low HP. Snaps over to Donk on the flank. He had no business winning that. But the low health and grabbing 2 more is something special that few players can provide, and Device does it here beautifully.
And that's after an absolute disaster of giving up mid-control. Spirit finding the perfect timing to get through.
That's a little bit of a mistake from the Astralis defense, though, running off that stack. 1 to Elevator, 1 to Guardian, and that's all the information Spirit wanted.
They're coming towards B with numbers again. Stown is standing in the position that Yabby held in the previous round. But the difference is, Yabby's down below. This is a setup designed to deal with the threat of 3 players, but they can't get a single kill. Zontix and Donk eradicate the first wave of defense. And now the push is in. Donk burning, 3 health. And he's still fighting, he's still confident. Oh, Maniac, he goes forward, still going forward, and his teammate Chopper is the one that brings him down.
Fair play.
Sorry, didn't expect you to keep running, Donk.
Yeah, I should know that by now. I'm surprised Astralis hadn't really tested that setup. Maybe that was just a calculated risk, thinking nobody would go that wide on it. But the fact that Yabby could be seen before Stown can see anyone really kind of ruins any power of that setup. And good read from Team Spirit to just keep your foot on the throttle after the fact.
That setup looks sick between Stown and Yabby.
You don't really use feet on throttles, do you? It's more foot on the pedal.
Foot on the pedal. Throttle, so I suppose, works.
Sure.
He certainly slammed it down. I thought Stown and Yabby were at least confirmed at a minimum a kill if things went badly. But it went terribly. They didn't get anything.
Yeah, that's why I'm so surprised, is like it just went horribly. I mean, I guess they don't expect anyone to clear the angle quite like that.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
That's all I've got for that one. But however, that makes this an interesting affair moving forward. That's a huge win for Spirit. That's a timely win. Even though weapons are saved, you're going to start shooting into that money, although it's still very strong for Astralis.
Yeah, it's still very good.
Third time out taken from the defense.
Last time out for Astralis.
Yeah, both teams out, at least in regulation.
So it'll be left to the in-game leaders. Blame F against Chopper. Very encouraging to see Astralis playing this well against Spirit, especially because of their results in Katowice. We got a little worried just for a moment. And it's great to see Astralis bringing the fight. They have so much firepower inside of this team. If it all clicks together, this could be a really fun Astralis team for the year.
Oh, there should be a lot of excitement about this Astralis team. That's a very cool composition of players.
Especially with a lot of the Danes going out of the tournament already. You know, we won't see Zonic, we won't see Magisk or Snappy at the Major in Copenhagen. Donk, oh, he's got good timing here. Blame F trying to run back. Blame F absolutely bulldozers his way through Donk.
Sure, we'll give him that one. We'll let him have it. Oh, man. That one stings. Opening kill for Astralis in a 5-on-4.
They run away. Team Spirit not staying committed in towards ramp. They're going back over to the B bomb side. Astralis peeking down ramp will gather info on that. And the bomb in possession of Magic's. Rotations coming through. Yabi will transition a little closer into the site. He wants to get across to quad. Smoke fades. They spot him go in that. Now he's under so much pressure, especially because Device is dead. That was his support network. And Zontix just takes both of the B defenders out. Chopper follows up. And Astralis, even though they had the early warning system, even though they had the rotations ready, it doesn't matter.
That's a really tough sequence of events. Yabi getting barely spotted as he transitions into quad, and then I don't think, I mean, obviously inside the smoke, two Spirit players were way more progressed than Device expected. They lose Donk early and convert a 4v5. And they had all the information, Astralis. Stare had cleared the entire A ramp. They knew it was going to fall back and be a B hit, and just could not get set up in time. And Spirit's finding ways now to overcome this whole concept of like utility in their face when they're trying to take fights. They're doing a really good job of like slowing things down, waiting for some of the utility to get spent, backing away from the initial contact, going elsewhere after Astralis has used some counter nades.
Yeah, they're adapting, and Donk, yeah, that's a frustrating one. Finally, he has to experience what it's like to be on the receiving end, and his teammates step up in his stead. Zontix, just another massive round from him.
Yeah, triple kill. Brings him up to 11 frags in the map, 10 to 11. And Astralis after this one is pretty much out of money. Stare's got some money left in the bank, but they're going to start struggling moving forward. And considering utility's been such an integral part of their defense, that would be an absolute disaster at this stage of the game.
The exchange of utility, standard towards ramp, but as the pressure that Zontix is applying up B steps, could create some space here for Team Spirit. Running back to that spot now is Yabi, but they're already up. Oh, he nearly gets caught. He's lost a lot of his health here, Yabi, and he's under a lot of pressure. Has to deploy smoke to stay alive. Grenades go upon him, and he's blown away. Now panic stations for Astralis to try and get back to this B bomb site because Team Spirit smelled blood in the water, and they're swimming towards the B bomb site with absolute fury. Device is forced away by the Molotov from construction, and they're forced into the save call. Their money was on the line, and Zontix breaks them at B.
That mid-stack that Astralis has tried to pull off has betrayed them twice. Previously, they busted it up and ran away, and Team Spirit attacked middle when they heard the footsteps. They have found the perfect timing. This time, Yabi gets into the B-bomb site late because they execute that stack, and Team Spirit's just challenging with two. Zontix is just like, if no one's going to pressure me, I'm just going to keep moving forward. I'm going to keep moving forward and see what I find, and catches Yabi completely off guard. Huge exposure at the B-bomb site, and it's turned into a weakness late on in this map. Astralis has let their grip slip down the stretch. And Spirit's taken full advantage. If they can take this AWP away, and they will.
Device losing the AWP. Stair going down. Absolutely nothing for Astralis. Their money's shot. Team Spirit now the most likely team to head to map point. They say that if you're going to take a shot at the king, you best not miss. Well, they did not account for the current prince of Counter-Strike. This is Team Spirit being so difficult to put away.
And it's cool seeing them. You know, one thing we didn't really get to see in Katowice is Spirit challenged. You know, they ran over so much of their opposition. This is a map they've had to come back in. And it all started, I think the last round Astralis won is that triple kill from Device with like 15 HP. After that, Spirit was just like, nah, we're done. No more. And it's been openings from Zontix. It's been strategic calls from Chopper. It hasn't just been the donk show. And quietly gonna move up and progress and pounce at the base of the ramp, not giving away the game, not letting any utility that might be present for Astralis be placed perfectly.
Yeah, the hero rifle of Stair. It's got its first kill. Oh, but he's blasted out again. Great grenades from Team Spirit in back-to-back rounds. A few of their own here, Astralis, they send him towards default. Shiro plants the bomb. He had 100 health and was only one grenade, so not like it was going to deny the plant. Team Spirit will not be denied. They head up to 12. Second grenade is available. Hand of Blame F. Probably would have been better used earlier in the round. Now, not all that impactful. Maybe it will stop Shiro from getting away alive. The bomb goes off, but the kill stepped up for Zontix. They don't read him being in that cubby. And the swing out for Magix, he will fall. Molotov to confirm the round here for Chopper. Don't let them defuse, and they'll line them up. 12-11. Team Spirit, despite being behind for most of this game, they have come through and are now ahead.
And Astralis has one chance. They had such a game plan early, such a great game plan early on, and really in both halves. And it's just in the later stages of the half that Spirit has adapted well enough to overcome it. We haven't seen that same level of adaptation from Astralis, and they've got one chance to put everything together throughout this half to take this into overtime.
Can they do it?
Light on nades
the
as
bonus
well.
rounds.
Light on nades and no kit.
They're fighting off the top of Crane. Zontix receives the brunt of the initial damage. And Spirit want nothing to do with this ramp fight. They found success at B a couple of times in this half, and they're going there again. They want to close this map out with a B play.
Yeah, Astralis hasn't ever been able to shift a third player over really to that B bomb site to help out a whole lot. Stown should be calling for help. He does have a smoke to
this is quick.
Extinguish any Molotovs.
This is a heavy execute. And Stown is feeling the pressure come down upon him. Yabi's rotated over. Stown yet to take a fight, yet to be detected. And Spirit are held behind the smoke grenade. They've thrown everything they had in this round. Spirit have to stay committed to the B bomb site. There's a couple of flashes of left here in Shiro's hands, and they will send the second wave of the attack in. But now it's better for Astralis. They got a double stack at quad. Yabi trying to sell that there's only one player there, so Stown now becomes the secret player. They haven't discovered him yet. The secret weapon of Astralis, ready to pounce right onto two. Starrett brings down a couple. Stown eradicates them, and Shiro into the clutch. This could be a 1v3 to close it out right now. And it's Blame F left on the other side. Shiro's wondering where he's gone, but it's Blame F on construction. There's still time to stay composed here for Shiro. He'll tap in the middle of the bomb site. He'll go for the shot through the smoke. He knows exactly where Blame F has gone. And Shiro now realizes he has to switch out to the AK. Ran out of ammo in the AWP. He goes aggressive. He's taking the fight to Blame F. But is he going to read it? Blame F has stayed passive. He hasn't gone inside of the smoke. And now with limited time, Shiro has to stick it, has to go for it. And now he has to go for the kill. And that's exactly what he's got. Shiro right at the end. Spirit do not fall to Astralis. It was such a sick best of one. But Spirit stay undefeated on LAN over this month. And they will take Astralis out 2-0 record to round out day one of the EU RMR Group B.
When it felt like Astralis finally was able to defend that B bomb site, Shiro rips their heart out with a 1v3. That is a freakish clutch. Great display, and it's Spirit going 2-0.
What even was that final round? That was exciting, exhilarating, back and forth throughout, and I really think that final round was a microcosm of the entire match. Spirit come out on top. They are now 2-0 in our Swiss format here at the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B.
That was the best game of Counter-Strike we've seen all day. What a fantastic game from both the teams. And Shiro, man, I'm still reeling from what he did right there. 1v3, he fakes it once. He fakes it twice. He fakes it 3 times. By the way, if Blamev doesn't peek, it's going to OT. There's no more time remaining to go for the plant, but he was so confident that Blamev's going to be peeking in. Now, what a clutch from Shiro. What a game from Spirit. What an effort from Astralis as well.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful game of Counter-Strike. By far the best of one we've had so far at the RMRs. Very tense, very back and forth, and a game that could have gone either way. I must admit, Astralis played significantly better than I think most people would have expected. Yeah. And for the first time in a very long time, we saw Dunk struggle. He did not have a plus KD, and he went 0 for 7 in opening duels. We saw him being frustrated. We saw him not really figuring out what he wanted to do. That was a bit of an anomaly coming out from Dunk and Spirit.
The flip side of that, though, is that Spirit still pulled off the win. Yep. This was a true team performance. It did not require Donk and the Donk show. No, this was not a singular performance. This was team Spirit.
No, 100%. I agree with you there. And if you go back to this first half, right, we haven't seen Spirit play this map more than the one time in Bedboom, right? And Dong playing on the B bomb side, I actually saw a post on Reddit today where they were talking about his positions. He plays on different maps, which he confirmed as well. He plays the B bomb side. Someone of his caliber, the way he likes to play Counter-Strike, super aggressive, super confident, being the B anchor. I had a couple of question marks about that, and it was exploited by Astralis multiple times in that first half, right? Getting 5 rounds together, and then you win a pistol, you think they're in complete control here. They were, I think, 11-7 at one point, and then everyone else stepped up. Great calling coming from Chopper, Zontex, Shiro with a clutch at the very end as well, and Magix as well. Everyone stepping up to the plate.
We will see that whole final round, by the way, or at least a lot of it, because we have to go over it piece by piece and dissect it. That was so awesome.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like that round in particular was great, but I get credit to Spirit when it looks like finally Astralis might have been able to solve the donk puzzle, so to speak. The rest of the team, they deliver and they close it out.
If anything, we also were taught that Spirit's Vertigo is a map that potentially could be a weakness in a best of 3. We've been questioning, okay, you're going up against Spirit in a best of 3. Where are the potential weaknesses? And we haven't been able to find any. At Katowice, they were flying through that grand final. They won it 3-0, and I feel like despite Dunk having a rough game, which most likely is not going to happen again. He's not going to go 0 for 7 in opening kills. He's not going to sit with a very low 78.9 ADR in that regard for Dunk standards. Anyhow, I feel like Vertigo could be a map that if you're Vitality right now, if you're G2, if you're some of these top dogs, you know, waiting for Spirit heading into the Copenhagen Major, maybe you're smelling a bit of weakness. And for me, that's a very interesting project, because up until this point, Spirit had no weakness whatsoever.
We were talking about this backstage. Is it fair to say perhaps we saw a bit of frustration creep in on the side of Donk? When things weren't necessarily going his way, he started pushing a bit more, well, even more recklessly than he usually does. Is that fair or not, Blair?
He was overcompensating for what happened in the first half. We look at, if you're watching this game, you can take a look at the VOD if you missed the game, by the way. The way he's playing the B bomb side, that's not how you play against a well-organized, structured team of the caliber of Astralis. He was caught out with his nade in his hand, he was caught out in the middle of no man's land, and Astralis just waiting, perfect timing on his strike, and he was getting punished for it. On the T side, you flip over, you could see him getting a little too over-aggressive. He's getting a couple of kills. You saw that one round where he gets like 2 kills or something, runs into CT spawn, and gets naded by his own teammate's nade. So I feel like sometimes he just pushes it, tries to wrest control of it back, tries to get the confidence back, and that could be his Achilles heel, Paolo.
It absolutely could. Shiro is our standout player of the match. He was top in kills, but we've got to talk about that final round and how he made that 1v3 happen, Jacob.
I mean, the first couple of kills were fantastic from Shiro. Then we get into the point where he keeps fake planning and fake planning and fake planning, and he kind of outplayed himself in that scenario. We get to see it one more time. It's a perfectly set up round by Astralis.
Look at Stan.
This double stack, he's so smart.
He's being baited into this position, and Stan is playing it to perfection as well, getting both of the kills. Unfortunately for him, his 2 teammates were not interested in winning, and I would argue, Shiro, third time he was tapping the bomb, not planning it. That is, I would argue, 9 out of 10 rounds a mistake. He probably should have planted the bomb. Blamef was playing it to perfection, and you even saw the reaction from Blamef when he lost it. He was like, what on earth are you doing, kid? Sometimes a stupid move, or what looks from the outside to be a stupid decision, can throw your opponent off guard, and I think this was a perfect example of such.
Oh, but perfect. I feel like it's almost a read from him, in a way, right? I don't know.
He thought he was in this move. He wasn't.
Look, it is, yes, that is true, but it is Shiro, right? It is Shiro. We know how smart of a player he is, how good of a player he is. There's 5 seconds remaining. Are you just going to gamble it going to OT, faking it, or just go for the plant and then maybe potentially play the fight? But nonetheless, incredibly played coming out from him. And in the end, yeah, they get the win.
I'll say it like this. Had it been the other way around, had Astralis been up 12-11, sure would have planted the bomb. He was playing with the confidence knowing that even if he messes this one up, it goes into overtime. I do not believe he would have played the same way had it been the other way around.
Understandable. Yeah.
Blur and Pimp, what a best of one to end day one of Group B here at the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. And with that being said, why don't we take a look at what's happened over the course of today, starting with our secondary stream. GamerLegion 13-6 over Pera. Monte 39 over Nexus. MOUZ 13-8 over excl. Vitality 13-3 over Heroic. That just finished, maybe 15
No
minutes ago.
surprises over there at all. I feel like all the favorites were winning in their respective games. Good to see GamerLegion bounce back after a very rough showing to begin with. Monte as well, a team that I think we should be careful counting out just yet.
Stand in, by the way.
Stand in, by the way, as well, still delivering. And then MOUZ looked very good against ECSTATIC as well.
Vitality and ZywOo seem activated at this RMR. Is that fair to say?
They want to leave Romania as fast as possible.
I mean, ZywOo, just looking at his numbers, I think it's like 2.3 or 2.4 rating across 2 maps and over 3.0 impact rating in 2 maps. So he's transcended.
Listen, the sooner you win, the faster you win, the sooner you get to go home and practice leading up to the major. So, as I said, as much as we want to stay here, as much as these teams on your screen who's lost today want to stay here, I think some of these top teams, they just want to go home. They just want to practice and get ready for the major. And I think Vitality are in that state of mind right now.
Here are the matches from the mainstream that happened over the second half of today. Guild Eagles fell to ENCE. ENCE were looking strong there. Preasy put up a decent fight against OG, but it was the original gangsters that came out on top. Cloud9, it started off tough against Apeks, but then they clawed it back, and by the end, they were dominating. And then, of course, we just saw that fantastic best of 113-11 in favor of Team Spirit over Astralis. What a way to end the day. That really... Sometimes we sell these storylines or these ideas that we have. This is the one, this is the match. And that best of one delivered on all fronts.
I mean, that was the perfect main course, right? Because if you go back to the Cloud9 Apeks game, that was a really solid game of Counter-Strike as well in Mirage. Then we head into this matchup, and yeah, both of us are like, should still be Spirit, but what a showing from Astralis. And even though they lost a map, I think Astralis played just a really good round of Counter-Strike. Couple of rounds are going to haunt them, dude. They had to stack towards mid, for example, where it failed, but in the end, you know, that's the way cookie crumbles, Paula.
Just over your shoulders, boys, you can see the standings for today. We've got 4-2-0 teams, Vitality, Spirit, MOUZ, and Cloud9. All of those teams are one best of 3 from booking their ticket to Copenhagen and the first Counter-Strike 2 Major. Then we have our field 1-1, Apeks through to OG. And then we have our teams that are on death's door. Guild Eagles, Pera, Preasy, and Nexus 0-2.
To be fair, what you're watching right now is pretty much what we expected coming into today. You could argue Astralis, had they not faced Spirit in this 1-0 game, could have been in the mix as well for the 2-0 teams. Apart from that, we have the 4 bottom teams being the teams that we thought would be the 4 bottom teams.
Guild Eagles?
Yeah, sort of. Maybe they could have won a best of 1, but you know, not too big of a surprise in that regard. Apart from that, the middle pack of the team, it's very close and very strong. I would say Astralis is the one that stands out.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And I just feel like, you know, once we get into day 3, it's going to get brutal. It's going to be a bloodbath.
It's already...
Even tomorrow.
Already is.
Yeah.
It's already a bloodbath. Group B certainly living up to its name. Gentlemen, if we hang around for a bit, we are going to have our matchups for tomorrow.
Ooh. All right.
What do you want to talk about?
Just the day so far. It's been amazing. I think Group A delivered on all fronts. There was some brilliant Counter-Strike action, but just the way this one finished off and the way things and teams progress over the course of the day, it's been a very satisfying and long day of CS.
It has, and I will agree with that sentiment. You know, we were looking at Group A in towards the RMR, and we all located the fact that Group B seemed to be a bit more stacked in terms of the quality of the teams.
Yes.
Obviously, the mid-pack of the teams as well, as we spoke about, there's some contenders in there that we can't count out just yet. I know Monte is coming in with a stand-in. I know Guild Eagles, for that matter, is going 0-2, but we know they have that, you know, magic around them whenever they're playing at the RMRs and playing around the majors, so I wouldn't necessarily count them out just yet.
I mean, if Saw could do it, why not these guys, right? There's always a chance. Even ENCE as well, you got to remember, they were down 0-13. I mean, they'd lost 0-13 early in the day, and then they were 12-0 up against their opposition, which was, by the way, ironically, Guild Eagles as well. So I don't think anyone can quite counted out yet, but that being said, 0-2 at the end of the day, that's still rough.
Lots of stories developing and threads to be pulled. Why don't we take a look at the threads that are ready to be pulled tomorrow with our day 2 schedule. All right, this is brand new information to all of us, so I'm going to find this quite exciting. Apeks versus Monte on the to start off the secondary stream. Then we have GamerLegion versus ENCE, Guild Eagles versus Nexus, and then Pera versus
And the
Preasy.
first 2 games are 1-1 games. Those are best of ones. And the remainder 2 games are the elimination games, right? The Guild Eagles going up against Nexus, Pera versus Preasy. Best of 3. Loser will be eliminated.
Yes.
Apeks Monte as well. Yeah, that's pretty good. The group. I'm just waiting for the mainstream games right now.
Yeah, then here we go. Mainstream.
Ooh.
Ecstatic.
Number 2, Pala. Look
versus
and lock
OG.
your eyes. Astralis
What's
versus
going on
Heroic. Do you remember
number
what
2?
happened in Katowice? Astralis came in. They were facing Heroic in the first game, and somehow, some way, they managed to lose that game 13-11. They get a chance of a rematch, but in a 1-1 game, where the loser of that one goes 1-2,
and a best of 1.
In a best of 1, that's a massive game, especially when you look above them. No offense to Static OG, that's also a 1-1 game. Not the same quality.
100% not. This one's going to be a banger. And of course, I mean, Vitality Cloud9 as well. Low-key is going to be a fun game indeed. That is the best of 3. And of course, the end of the day, it is going to be Spirit, who have been proven to be a little human here today, going up against MOUZ.
Still rest in peace, MOUZ. Yeah.
I can't believe that we're getting the Copenhagen derby, the Danish derby there. It's our second match of the day.
That's tasty.
That's a massive match, especially because the loser goes 1-2, and by all means, Heroic as a lineup, as a project, is way too good to be 1-2. Astralis, we just saw them come so close to beating Spirit. If they go 1-2 as well, that's a massive disaster. So that game right there, easily the one to watch tomorrow.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, is there anything else you'd like to say? Because we're ready to wrap up this day 1 here.
Get us out of here, Pala. Get us out. I think we've been talking for quite a while right now.
It's been a pleasure though, boys. What a day 1 of Group B. Pimp, much love. Everybody at home, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting. This is the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR Group B, and it is the Bloodbath.
Goblet, bitch.